00012.5 years system activation. Bringing sacks. Checking in here. Cracked bank. Load it yourself. Blue Star. Magic City. At night. The radiant sky. It is the time of the 10-mile Ocean Park Magic City Carnival. Su Lintian walked on the way back, looking at the roadside traffic, lights and wine of the Magic City, helplessly smiled. It is said that graduation is unemployment. Looking at those opulent buildings, dressed in gorgeous fashionable men and women, as if he and they are two worlds of people. The daytime is their world of laborers. The night of the night with their own have nothing to do. Back to their own only 30-square-foot rental house. Life seems to have lost its direction. 2 months after graduation. Unemployed for 2 months. I should have known that if I graduated, I wouldn't have come to Magic City. It's too hard to find a job. In 2 more days, I won't even have any money for food. If I traveled through just to suffer more, I might as well not have traveled through. I've traveled through for 2.5 years. Looking at the time on his cell phone, if he didn't remember correctly, in another half an hour, he just crossed over for 2.5 years. Ding dong. The cell phone screen lit up with a red packet message. Picking up his cell phone and looking at it, it was his own sister's red packet. $2,000. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Mom knows you haven't found a job yet. Let me send you some living expenses. If you can't find a job in Magic City, come to my city. This side is a little better. Su Lintian also did not polite. Received the red packet, because since the university, Mom is letting his sister send his living expenses. There is no way. Their parents refused to buy a new cell phone, or use the key machine. Said what a waste of money, even if a few $100s, but also heartache. Simply back 2 sentences. Thought about dialing the old mom's phone. The phone was quickly answered. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Mom, nothing. By the way, how to let the spirit child to me transfer money. In the future do not have to let the spirit child to my living expenses. I have graduated, can make money on their own. His own what family he knows. In the school every month 1,500 has exceeded many rural families. However, he did not know. His own mother did not let the transfer. Ah, Xiao Tian, what did you say? I didn't let Linger give you living expenses again. Ah? Su Lintian was stunned and hurriedly inquired. Mom, when I was in college, how much living expenses did you let Linger give me every month? Why are you asking this? 800. Ah, did Linger give less? Su Lintian took a deep breath and calmed down. If that was the case, then where did his sister get the money? One must know that the other party is still in her second year of college. No, just asking. Mom, you take an early rest. There is still something on my side. Hang up first. The more you think about it, the more wrong. Where does your sister come up with so much money? It won't be. Suddenly thought of something. The face is a little unattractive. If that is really the case, he is estimated to live in a lifetime of guilt. But before he had time to call and ask, his mind suddenly rang. Ding, 2.5 years have arrived. Is it bound? Su Lintian looked at the name of the system. His face was first stunned, then pleased, then frowned. One waits 2.5 years painstakingly, and you're telling me that it's only bound for 1 day? System, what are the functions? Ding, this system is a second signing system. 1 signing per second. May I ask if the host is bound? Bind. It's been waiting for you for 2.5 years. This point in time reminded him of a deceased person. Ding, the system is bound successfully. There is still 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds until unbinding. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite space. Can be used by silently chanting. Note, can only store items rewarded by the system and can only go out but not in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining $100,000. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining various types of maids * 100 inch. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 tons of gold. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 RMB. Funds have entered the host's bank card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000,000 energy crystals. Su Lintian was very excited and looked at the time until the unbinding, and sure enough, only 6 seconds had passed. System, can you shield the sound? Once a second, and the speed of speech is too fast. He simply hear clearly, the whole ding gone, 400 seconds a day. At this rate, when the system is unbound, his head will also disintegrate. Ding, it's okay host. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. The arrival of the system made him so excited that he forgot what he was just about to do. At night, fell asleep in a daze. In the morning, woke up, looked at his cell phone's bank card information, clicked on the latest one, saw a string of zeros, and sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion RMB. He wasn't going to go out today, had to wait for the system to be unbundled and see what was there. Ordering takeout at noon, ordering takeout at night, and lying down directly in the rental house. The system was still 4 seconds away from unbinding. The system doesn't need to block the sound anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining various types of bodyguards *100,000 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining various types of bodyguards *100,000 inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining gold *100,000 tons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000,000 U.S. dollars bank card. Ding! The system is being unbound. Unbound successfully. Wish the host a happy life. The system was unbound, coming and going slowly. System, still there? Tongzi? Old tongue? Unity BB? No response was received. It seemed to be gone. Su Lingtian's thoughts moved. A huge space appeared in his mind. The rewards of this day were all in there. Looking at the densely packed various types of characters, forming countless squares, each of which had markings. This scene was like fighting a war in ancient times. There was a pile of dollars, and another pile of gold. There were also strange crystals that emitted a faint red light. There were also 20 black bank cards. There was a note attached to each of them with the secret and the amount. Su Lingtian didn't take it out in a hurry, and looked at them separately. $10 billion, $19 billion, $30 billion, $100 billion, and so on. The amounts varied, from $1 billion to $300 billion. These are still only the amount of the bank card. There is still a large amount of cash in the space. It is estimated that a few trillion dollars is there. The gold is even more endless, but the items seem to be somewhat single. Only money and people in those piles of various colors of crystals. The least money, followed by gold. The most is energy crystals. The whole space is half the size of the blue star. Energy crystals took up a large portion of the space. Su Lingtian's thoughts just moved slightly, and he learned the approximate number of them. It took an hour to finish organizing the things in the space. Among them was $9 trillion in cash. Those 20 bank cards of US dollars added up to $900 billion. 40 million tons of gold. The various characters were even more 100 million, which included bodyguards, drivers, maids, manservants, professional assassins, spies, hackers, doctors, biologists, scientists, and so on. All kinds of professions were complete. The number of bodyguards accounted for the most, a full 90 million. Next were the maids and manservants, taking up the remaining 40%. 0002 The product of the system must be a fine product. It could be said that what Su Lingtian lacked right now was power and weapons. Of course, he didn't want to rebel, but only to protect himself. Su Lingtian waved his hand and released 2 bodyguards. Master. Once they came out, the 2 bodyguards bowed and said. When Su Lingtian heard this title, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This title of master was a bit strange, but this also confirmed that these people were 100% loyal to themselves. After all, if the system produces, then it must be a fine product. Call me young master in the future. Don't call me master. Yes, young master. Looking at the bodyguard who was more than 1 meter tall and had a sturdy body, Su Lingtian was satisfied. Then once again released 10 bodyguards, a male butler, as well as 6 spies and a hacker. The tiny 30 square foot small single room was now filled with 20 people. Su Lingtian was a little embarrassed. What made Su Lingtian happy was that the hacker even brought his own computer. It looked quite sci-fi. Thought there was something unusual in it. The characters all brought their own cell phones, which made him feel more at ease. Hack into the surrounding surveillance, then use 6 bodyguards, and 2 spies. Go back and secretly protect my parents. Su Lingtian casually pointed to the 6 people, and the 2 spies who were in their 40s, a man and a woman, and said, over 40 years old, similar in age to one's parents, so it was better to approach them. As for the bodyguards, whatever. Anyway, it was covert protection. There was no requirement for age. Young master, no problem. You can go out now. The hacker opened the computer in his hand, then gave a snap, looked up and said. Su Lingtian nodded his head and stuffed them with a sum of money, allowing the 8 to leave. The remaining 8, split into 2 groups. Go protect the second miss and the third young master. If there is anything, you contact the housekeeper. The 4 spies were younger. The oldest was only 21 years old, and the youngest had just reached the age of 18. It was just the right time to go protect Su Lingtian, who was in her 2nd year of college, and Su Lintao, who was in his 3rd year of high school. Throwing them 2 bank cards, he waved his hand for them to leave. The rental room became empty once again, leaving only 2 bodyguards, a hacker, and the housekeeper. The butler was in his 30s, looking mature and stable, and the hacker was a little older than himself, in his 20s. Do you guys have names? Yes, young master. My name is Su Long. Young master, my name is Su Bei. That's good. Xiao Bei. You first find a hotel and book a few rooms. It's a bit late now. We'll go buy a house tomorrow. Suddenly something seemed to come to mind. These people's identity was a big problem. Xiao Bei, is there a way to solve your identity problem? It was fine abroad. It was a bit hard to get around if it was domestic. However, Su Bei's words made him sigh in relief and secretly marveled at the system's thoroughness. Don't worry, young master. All of our identities are fine. We also have ID cards. That's good. Butler Long, pack up, let's leave. There was actually nothing to pack. He had only been here for a month. The house was at a glance. It was pitifully small. Not long after, Su Bei booked the hotel. Su Lintian notified the landlord on his cell phone to check out, and then directly left. The deposit is not wanted, or else the landlord will have to come over to check. He does not want to waste time. Took the 4 people to the intersection and called a drop. 10 minutes later, the driver of the dripping car had a puzzled face, looking at this strange combination, then hesitated. A few big brothers, we are overloaded. Older brother, help us out. We're in a hurry. It's only a dozen kilometers. It's quick. Su Lintian took out $200 from his pocket and handed it over. Sometimes it's really hard to make money. The driver saw 2 red. His eyes glowed. The smile on his face was even bigger. Ha ha ha, this boss is really discerning. I am specializing in driving overloaded cars. Boss, don't worry. 20 years old driver. Steady. Receiving the banknote. A foot of gas stepped into the gas tank. 5 minutes later. Get off. Get off. Driving so fast. Don't want to die? The driver twisted his head to look at Su Lintian. Smiled awkwardly. Boss, don't worry. Give me a minute. This area. I'm very eaten up. Then lowered the car window. It's you oldly again. Running red lights yesterday. Drunk driving in the morning. And now all the way to sparks with lightning. You think you're the Flash. The traffic police stepped forward, looked down at the car, and was instantly amused. It's not bad. You're still overloaded. Hey, this is not the boss has an emergency. His wife in the hospital is going to give birth. I'm the 3 good citizens to come, to help people, but my old lease code of life. The next time I do not dare. Where to? To the hotel. The driver didn't even bring hesitation. Said it smoothly. Su Lintian in the back seat's mouth twitched. Your wife gave birth to a child to go to a hotel to give birth to a. Obviously the driver also reacted. Hospital, hospital, go to the hospital. Humph, pay attention to me, let me catch you once more. Revoke your driver's license, remember to pay the fine. The driver happily took the ticket and left. Su Lintian saw this scene and was silent. After coming to the hotel presidential suite, he took a shower and comfortably lay on the soft big bed. Why does it always feel like I've forgotten something? Carefully recalling, what did he want to do before to come? Right, where did his sister get the money? He wanted to ask the other party before, but unfortunately he was interrupted by the system and forgot about it. Thinking about it now, even if he asked, the other party probably wouldn't tell him the truth. Have Xiao Bei come see me, calling out to the door. He knew that his bodyguard was guarding outside the door, while Butler Long and Su Bei lived next door. Not long after, a knock sounded on the door. Come in. Only then did Su Bei walk in from outside. Young master. Find out what second miss is doing recently, about the money-making aspect. Yes, young master, give me half an hour. Half an hour later, Su Bei once again came in from outside holding the computer, worthy of being a professional, saying half an hour is half an hour. Young master, second young miss has been playing with short video clips since her 2nd year of high school, and started live streaming in her 3rd year of high school, until now. Saying this, he placed the computer in front of Su Lintian. On it was Su Lingxuan's information. There was even a live streaming room number. Su Lintian got up, looked at the information, frowned. His face was a bit not too good. Live broadcasting? This road was not too clean. It was easy for people to go down a crooked path. Money and reputation was not something that anyone could grasp. At least 99% of the netizens are very difficult to be alone. No different from the entertainment industry. His own sister was actually broadcasting live. Okay, I know. In the future, always keep an eye on young master and young lady, and notify me at the first opportunity if there is any situation. Understood, young master, then I won't disturb your rest. After waiting for Su Bei to leave, Su Lintian picked up his cell phone, opened Douyin, and entered Su Lingxuan's live room number. The name was Green Grassland Lazy Great King. Su Lintian looked at this name and didn't know what to say. Clicked in. The other party is live. First looked at the home page. Not really a big netizen. Only more than 200,000 fans. Barely a small netizen. Released more than 100 videos. Are some singing, dancing, cross-dressing, and cos videos. The dress is quite good. Unlike those rubbing the edge and showing hooks and asses, it may also be so that there are only more than 200,000 fans. Tap into the live broadcast. The background should be in the dormitory. Su Lingxuan's face was painted with a lazy goat-like makeup. Very cute. 0003 Mauta boiling goat. The corner of Su Lingtian's mouth rose, and he changed his name to the head of the sheep village. In the past, although I have seen the live broadcast, but are white whoring, pennies do not brush, have that money, might as well buy a spicy hot pot to the fragrance. A level of small number into the live broadcast room, did not stir up small waves. Looking at the number of people in the upper right corner of the live room, there are only a few dozens of people. Those bloggers with dozens of millions of fans. Once they open the live broadcast, they are often 2 or 3 digits. 200,000 fans. There are 60 or 70 people in the live room. It's not bad. At this time, the prelude to the live broadcast room's background music Lost Heartbeat sounded, saying you love me while ignoring me, letting me wait for you to mature while doing childish things. You know I fought bravely and alone for us, and you're not even willing to pull me along. Lazy Goat's voice came out of Su Lingxuan's mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Moving closer to the camera, she slightly lowered her head. Feelings? Suddenly raising his head, he laughed evilly. Ha 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 ha. Feelings are the most cruel thing in this world. Su Lingtian, who just came in, his eyes lit up, not expecting his sister to have this skill, imitating it. Oh, this is not what I want to hear. I, the lazy great king, am not like this. Lazy great king is so cute. It's like a modern version of lazy goat. After Su Lingxian drank some water and moistened her throat, she reached out while organizing the yellow cloth hanging in front of her chest, glanced at the head of her glasses, and said, "Beautiful goat, who are you to accuse me? I am a diving champion, lest I am pushing laziness here. There is no tacit understanding at all, as much as will waste my good sleep time here. Really useless thing. Go to your TM's beautiful sheep. I am the sheep village bully. The village chief see me have to hand a cigarette. Grey wolf have to give me a grass cake. Mad boiling goat. UTM stinking stupid batch." After Su Lingxian finished speaking, she hurriedly held up a sign that read, "Live broadcast effect. Please do not imitate. Ha 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 ha. This is the lazy king. This is comfortable. Listen once a day. It's uncomfortable not to listen. Brother Dream, it's still my lazy voice that sounds good. Brother Dream sends heartwarming Cupid *2. List 1 Big Brother is here. I'm going. I haven't seen you for a day." Brother Dream has risen 37 levels. Regarding the pop-ups that took advantage of her, Su Lingxian just smiled faintly, not caring. "Thank you for the gift." Brother Dream broke the bank. Brother Dream, hey, little money, lazy, how's my consideration for yesterday? Su Lingtian suddenly saw this pop-up and his face sank. This guy is not well-intentioned but also understand. The list 1. The purpose are not bad, nothing more than offline dinner meeting, and other. The only thing that reassured him was that his own sister apparently did not agree, holding fast to her bottom line. Su Lingxian naturally wouldn't agree to the other party's request, betraying herself for money. It would be better to let her die. "I'm sorry Brother Meng, you'd better go find someone else." Seeing her say this, Brother Meng naturally didn't say anything more. Looking at the delicate figure in front of the screen, his heart secretly resolved that he must take it. For the other party's refusal, he only felt that it was because he hadn't swiped enough. After all, he had only swiped less than $10,000 here. He did not believe 10,000 cannot take. Then brush 100,000. With his years of experience, the other party should still be a white. Think of that body, that face, that longer than his life legs, cannot help but a burst of excitement. $100,000 only, or have. Besides, a small anchor, can have what Big Brother? Their own is not easy to take. Dream Brother, it's okay, casually asked just, Live Brothers, from today onwards, lazy permanent list 1 position. I want to set, you all do not grab with me. Dragon, no. Buddy, doing your home lazy but my white moonlight, a green onion, that's it, eat garlic, mouth so big, I also grabbed, finished, fighting. Brother Dream didn't say anything, but proved everything with his actions. Brother Dream gave away Carnival *1, with 3,000 a carnival, a lot of bulls and horses. 1 month's salary had just gone down the drain. When Su Lingxian saw this situation, there was nothing she could do. She couldn't turn off the broadcast, could she? Inside the presidential suite of the hotel, Su Lingtian watched with enjoyment, charging money while eating melon. His sister's list 1, can let others occupy it. Long looked at the other carnival starting hand, cannot help but shrink his neck. Although a carnival, he also brush up, but the other party is obviously very bottom. Face has to be, gritted his teeth, eyes closed. Finger point, next month to eat noodles. Brother Long sends Carnival *2. Thank you for the 2 carnivals from Brother Long. Brother Long atmosphere. No, it's just a fight? Is it that exciting? This is the first time the Lazy King has received a carnival, right? Brother Meng, this is it? Dude, why bother? You'll be eating noodles next month, right? Brother Meng sends out carnival *5. Eyes closed, fingers a little. 15,000 went out just like that. The audience in the live room were dumbfounded. It's so ho. Brother Dream is mighty. Take the first place on the list. Hug the lazy king. Brother Long exited the live broadcast room. There is no way to meet the rich second generation in this fried fish pond. 2 carnival in the other live room. Those clips are beginning to brother. Brother called. Taking the initiative to find chat. Send photos, videos and whatnot. Dragon brother gone. Big brother confused. $6,000. Outside can be 1v3. An onion sends carnival *10. Small live room, pure passerby. 10 carnival has been the top of the day. A onion looked at his balance. Can brush 3 more. This is already his limit. Let yourself spend pocket money is okay. Spend family money to brush the gift. He is not so stupid. A small anchor is just a small anchor. 1 has no interest and 2 have no benefits. It is better to brush for the anchor with goods, but also let the other party bring goods. Brother Meng sends carnival *10. 1 onion exited the live broadcast room. Seeing the exit of the 2 people on the list, Brother Dream had a disdainful look on his face. Brother Dream, quite a big mouth. Don't learn how to pretend to be someone if you don't have the strength. It's easy to hit your face. Brother Meng is awesome. List 1 is easy to take. It's hard to say. Maybe there's a hidden big brother in the live broadcast. Laughing to death. You do not look at live room in addition to the Dream Brother. The highest is only a dozen level. Take the head rush? Master has low insurance. You do not understand. Sheep Village Mayor, Lazy King, can you sing a song? I want to hear Lazy Sheep sing. Perhaps it was because there were fewer pop-ups. Su Lingtian's level 1 pop-up was also noticed. It's not the village headman. First level number. It's too much to make a request. At least hold up a lighted sign. Yes, village head. What song to listen to? Village chief of Sheep Village, any of them. Mainly I want to hear Lazy Sheep sing. Seeing that the limelight was stolen, Brother Dream was a bit unhappy. He had swiped so many carnivals, and the anchor didn't say a word. Brother Meng, brother, do you know the rules? First come first serve, do you know? Whitehorse still dared to make demands. However, Su Lingxian didn't care about that much and played the accompaniment of Girl Don't Cry. 000 for the village chief sold the sheep in the sheep village to brush the gift. When Su Lingtian saw his sister singing, he was really surprised, not expecting her to be so talented. No wonder she can earn money by live broadcasting. A song of 3 or 4 minutes. The audience in the live broadcast room could not get enough. With careful hearts, small beers were wildly swiped. Su Lingxian didn't mind and thanked them one by one. This one blew Brother Dream away. He didn't even have the treatment of brushing carnival himself, but those who brushed small beer, careful heart became older brothers. Dream brother, lazy, get off the air. Something to talk to you. Goat Village Mayor, brush too money. So many farts. Village Chief of Sheep Village sends carnival *10. Village Chief of Sheep Village sends out carnival *100. 100 carnivals is $300,000. In a live room with only 100 people, brushing out so much can be said to be unique in the whole Douyin. 100 carnivals, not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. Even Su Lingxian was a bit stunned when she saw this. She hadn't seen a single carnival before. What's going on today? Thank you village head for the carnival. Village head atmosphere. Village head still want to hear any more songs? Su Lingxian stood up and bowed 45 degrees. She was really too excited. With this money, her own brother would be able to eat better, and her younger brother would be able to improve his high school meals. She clearly knew that it was hard for a boy to find a girlfriend if he didn't have money. Without saying anything, there are activities that have to be attended, right? Participate also need to cost. College a lot of classmates activities. Female classmates invited you. Once or twice postpone not to participate in the words. Okay, has not been to participate in. It seems a little out of place, so she has always given her brother more than double the cost of food. If the live broadcast does not have enough gifts that month, she can only deduct a portion of the cost of their own food. Of course, these Su Lingtian didn't know. Looking at so many carnivals, and at the same time there was some worry. After all, there is no free gift. If the other party touches his bottom line, he can only return his share to the other party. I didn't read it wrong. 100 carnivals. Is this stabbing the carnival nest today? The village chief is awesome. He really is a man with a low insurance policy. The village chief wouldn't have sold the sheep village's lambs and come over to brush gifts for the lazy king, would he? Congratulations to the right answer upstairs. Just saw Wesley being taken away. Su Lingtian has logically become the first big brother on the list. Sheep Village Mayor, anchor sound color is good. Singing is good. Keep up the good work. Sheep Village Chief followed the anchor. Looking at the list, that what's his name? Brother Dream, had already left. Seeing this, he also retreated. Village Chief is gone? God hoa. 100 carnivals, a little request without mentioning it and left. I can't say I didn't mention it. Didn't I let the lazy king sing? 100 carnivals for one song. Is it too late for me to start the live broadcast? There's only one Huazi. I can sing the whole night. Su Lingxian closed back at the same time and sent a private message. Green Grassland Lazy King, Village Chief. You're not really selling the sheep village, are you? How about I return this share to you? Seeing this, Su Lingxian nodded his head. This girl is quite okay, not a stupid white sweet nose to probe the mouth. Sheep village mayor, no. You keep it. Don't worry. I don't have any excessive requirements. I see the video you sent. So many gifts. How do you dress so plain? Clothes are losing color? Are there difficulties at home? Su Lingxian returned the message while live streaming, but obviously didn't know why this one was asking. Green Grassland Lazy King, it's okay? Clothes and stuff. It's fine if I can wear them. My brother needs money more than I do. It's not good for a boy to be without money. Su Lingxian froze for a moment, his nose slightly sour. This girl is really. Sheep Village Mayor, do you like live broadcasting? Do you want to be a netizen? Green Grass Lazy King, okay, mainly like to sing, and those fans are quite interesting. As for the net red, it does not matter. They are happy, the most important. Goat Village Chief, okay, I know. Keep up the good work. Su Lingxian felt puzzled, but didn't think much about it. Su Lingxian put away his cell phone and unconsciously fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, when Su Lingxian woke up, the hotel had already sent breakfast over. Expensive has its reasons. Sleeping is really comfortable. Call Long Butler over. Shouting towards the door, he got up and headed to the washroom. When he came out, Butler Long was already waiting. Young master, you're looking for me? Well, bring someone to buy 2 cars. I'll wait for you at the hotel. Go. Su Long received the bank card and immediately left the hotel with a bodyguard. At the same time, Deep City University, 2 new students, a male and a female, came to Su Lingxuan's class. Everyone be quiet. Let's introduce the 2 new students. This is Chen Ziru. This is Li Mo. Everyone welcome. A round of applause. After a round of applause, the counselor turned his head and smiled. You guys go down and find a seat. When the counselor left, the subject teacher proceeded with the lesson. The teacher spoke about him. The students below played their own. The 2 were unrelated, very harmonious. Of course, this was only a small portion of the population. Su Lingxian listened to the class attentively, but unfortunately there were always flies buzzing in her ears, making her a little distracted. Linger, let's go eat together at noon. A new restaurant has opened in the school's 3rd floor cafeteria, and the food there is especially good. Classmate Zhang Hao, I'll say it again. Don't call me Linger again, and please don't disturb my class. Thank you. The students next to him watched Zhang Hao's actions and ate their melon. This guy chased after him from freshman year until now, and he even confessed his love during the freshman year welcome party, but unfortunately, he was rejected. Has been stalking until now, by virtue of the identity of the rich second generation, driving a Porsche 911. During the period changed no less than 10 girlfriends. I have to say, what a thick skin. Zhang Hao's face was a little unsightly when he saw that Su Lingxian was still so oily. Humph. Of the top 10 school flowers in the school, he had taken 9 by himself, and with only the 3rd-ranked Su Lingxian left, he would be 10 out of 10. Linger, I know you're working as an anchor. Like this, how about you accompany me for a meal, and I'll let you be an internet star? Said to reach out to grab Su Lingxuan's small hand, heart secretly excited. This small hand, really white, if. Su Lingxian obviously saw his intentions, quickly raised her hand and stood up and said, Teacher, I want to go to the restroom. Go. Li Mo, who was sitting on the other side of the room, had been paying attention to Su Lingxian, and of course, he was aware of Zhang Hao's behavior. Such behavior caused his face to sink and he turned his head to the male classmate beside him. Classmate, what's that guy's name? He dares to molest a female classmate in the classroom. Doesn't the teacher care? Oh, the school's famous rich second generation, called Zhang Hao. His family runs a company, assets over 100 million. You'd better not mind your own business. I heard that he's completing the task of the top 10 school flowers, and now only the goddess Ling Xian is left alone. Poor my goddess, may have to be spoiled by this disgusting guy. Damn it, I must condemn him fiercely in my heart. A few minutes later, Su Lingxian came in from outside. It was impossible for her to return to her original position. Finding a seat away from Zhang Hao, she coincidentally happened to sit beside Chen Ziru. Just as she sat down, she only saw a voice coming from the side. Hello, my name is Chen Ziru. What's your name? Su Lingxian turned her head, looked at the girl beside her whose face value did not lose to her own, smiled politely and said, Su Lingxian, nice to meet you. Does that guy harass you a lot? Of course, Su Lingxian knew who she was talking about. Her face was gloomy. Aha, when I rejected his confession during the freshman year orientation party. It's been until now, and I heard that among them, he also changed 9 girlfriends. It's quite annoying. The two chatted a lot, and time passed unconsciously. Liemo also told Su Lintian about the situation here one by one. Magic City, Western Suburb Manor, 0005. The slap on the back of my head shall not be cerebellar atrophy. Su Lintian was looking at the house here with Butler Long and a few people from Subei. A middle-aged man in a suit was inwardly excited as he introduced Su Xiao. The first manor covers a total of 6,888 square meters, 3 floors above ground, 1 underground floor, 1 main building, 2 secondary buildings, equipped with an underground garage with 20 parking spaces, a total of 21 rooms in the main building, 18 bathrooms, 1 outdoor swimming pool, 2 indoor swimming pools, 3 restaurants, which include breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which also has 3 chess and card rooms, 2 gymnasiums, saunas, etc. 2 secondary buildings, 1 for the nannies and maids, covering an area of 1,080 square meters, 4 floors, with a total of 66 rooms, and a secondary building, covering an area of 888 square meters, which is provided for the guests to live in, 3 floors, with a total of 24 rooms. The garden area is 2,666 square meters. The No. 1 manor is priced at 1,388 million. If you pay the full amount, you can be given a discount. Erase the 0. 1 billion will do. Do you see still satisfied? Su Lintian simply strolled around the indoor and outdoor areas. It was not bad. Butler Long, I'll leave the matter here to you. Take care of it as soon as possible. After saying that, he took the bodyguard and Subei back to the car. He wanted to see what happened on his sister's side. The middle-aged man was ecstatic in his heart. Is this a purchase? This butler, Su Young this? The full payment of 1 billion is it? Yes, you are going to. Full payment. Hearing that it was really a full payment purchase, the middle-aged man was instantly ecstatic. While Su Lintian was sitting on the Rolls-Royce, Subei was reporting the news that Liemo had sent back. Young master, this is how things are. Should we send someone to warn them? Hearing Subei's report, Su Lintian was furious. He didn't realize that there were such disgusting people. This way, in a few days it's her birthday. You go and prepare a car suitable for a girl to drive. Also let the bodyguard over there warn that what's his name house. If he dares to harass Linger again, I'll make him into a negative second generation. And also prepare a few airplane tickets to the rice country. You guys will come with me to the rice country tomorrow. Okay, young master. Going out of the country. The identity is given by yourself. It seems that you have to get some assets to do so. Evening. The off-campus of Deep City University was bustling with a food street. Zhang Hao was at the off-campus milk tea store with his 2 little followers, and was bragging about his historical battles. The Porsche 911's car keys were thrown on the desktop, and for a while on this street, it was a sight to behold. Suddenly 2 strong men sat beside him, scaring him. The followers beside him saw the men coming with ferocity and did not dare to make a sound at all. No, buddy, who are you guys? Haven't you seen anyone here? Zhang Hao had an arrogant and domineering look on his face, not panicking at all at the sudden arrival of the 2 men. You are Zhang Hao? It's me. What's the matter? It's just you. One of them came to his ear and said coldly, my young master asked me to warn you. Getting close to Su Lingxian again will make you a rich second generation, turn into a negative second generation, and the next time, your father won't even be able to save you. Oh yeah, I really like your arrogant look, so behave yourself. Bang! The burly man slapped the glass on the surface of the table. Zhang Hao gulped and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was because he saw that the glass of the tabletop appeared densely packed with cracks as if it was a spider's web. He should know that this was a 2-centimeter thick glass, and if he slapped it on the back of his head, he would not suffer from cerebellar atrophy. Only after the 2 of them left did Zhang Hao wipe the sweat from his forehead, while his heart could not help but have some doubts. He had been following Su Lingxian for a year now, but he hadn't seen any other men around the other party. No, have to let someone check. Just give up a little bit unwilling, not to take some drugs to operate a little. Domineering. The other side can still kill themselves not, but her identities still have to check. Brother Hao, what kind of person is the other party? It seems like it's quite powerful. Nothing, the bodyguard beside my old man told me to go back for dinner tomorrow. The corners of the 2 followers' mouths twitched. This is treating them as idiots. This slap is almost on your head. You tell me to tell you to go home for dinner? It's to go and see Tainan, right? As for all this, Su Lingxian did not know anything. At this time in the dormitory just finished showering, is planning to live, and Su Lintian, who was far away from the magic city, also moved into the No. 1 manor with his handbag, which can't be said to be fast. He also released 26 servants, half male and half female servants, 8 cooks, 14 bodyguards, plus the 2 that had been following before, a total of 16 bodyguards, 3 doctors, 4 nurses, plus a female housekeeper named Su Yumeng. Su Lintian planned to come back from abroad and take advantage of Su Lingxuan's birthday to receive his parents in Mordor. Anyway, his father was his grandfather's only son. He naturally didn't have an uncle or anything. It was safer for his parents to stay by his side. 0006 clip sound clip Big Brothers into concussion. The opulent living room. Su Lintian was holding his cell phone and brushing the Douyin video. Since he didn't have to find a job, he liked to brush the video. Suddenly, the only concern list posted a new video while still live. Posting a video before going on air. This was to attract traffic. It seemed like his sister had put a lot of effort into Douyin in the past few years. Clicking into the live room. The live room was still the same, and the number of people hadn't changed much. More than a dozen more people than yesterday. Of course, this number of people was stable. 47 level number. The moment he came in, he was noticed by the audience in the live broadcasting room. After all, the entire live broadcasting room, the highest level is only 20 or 30 levels, are some small brush Big Brother. Welcome village chief to patrol the village. Welcome village chief. Village chief wants a wife or not? How about our lazy big king? Not bad, right? Betrothed to you. I'm a fan of the lazy king. I'll marry him. I'm a fan of the lazy king. I'll marry him. You have to marry in pairs. Wow. You guys, since you're getting married, I'm getting married too. I want to go abroad now. Is it too late? Su Lintian looked at the pop-up screen. Dumbfounded. Don't say. Sometimes the live room are some live treasures. Dream Brother yesterday seems to have withdrawn from the group. Oh, still Dream Brother it. Oh, also Dream Brother it. Now is a small dream. There are 2 stinking money in the live room to point fingers. Lazy Toad want to eat swan meat. The village head yesterday brushed 100 carnival requirements. What? However, Su Lintian suddenly came up on the pop-up screen. Sheep village chief. I am the anchor, her brother. When these words came out, not only did the crowd in the live broadcast room froze, even Su Lingxian was a bit brain dead. Just when Su Lintian was joking, her brother just graduated to find a job, and now have not even found a job. Where the money to brush the gift, and it is not a small gift of 10 or hundreds of dollars. I go, the village chief. This is to accept the lazy king as a god sister? What dry sister? Will not speak. This is to accept the lazy king as his own sister. Lazy, say yes. I'm in a hurry. Our family lazy finally have their own big brother. Not easy debut 2.5 years. Finally to get up? Is our goat village going to rise? Su Lingxuan's fan title was Sheep Village. After all, her name was Green Grassland Lazy King. It was only right to name a sheep village. You guys stop it. The village head is joking. Sheep village chief, no kidding. You are very qualified to be my sister. As a kissing sister, are you willing? Seeing that Su Lintian wasn't joking, the live broadcast room started to rise up, telling Su Lingxian to hurry up and say yes. There's no more this store after this village. Promise him. Lazy quickly promised the village chief. We promised for lazy. Sheep village chief. Silence is considered a promise. Village chief. No, how can you be like this? Su Lingxian actually wanted to say, consider, forget it. Anyway, they do not meet offline on the line. Thinking this way, can't help but think a lot more openly. Online, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, they can't control it. Sheep village chief, come on. The village chief brother to take you to play PK. Live room so little people cannot. You have to keep up with the times. Playing PK can help you increase the flow of popularity. I really cried to death. This is more than pro brother Big brother with playing PK. This shall not take off Sheep village rise unstoppable. Down with the grey wolf. Su Lingxian of course knows this reasoning. After a moment of silence, the pop-ups are all for her to play PK. And in the end, she is still outnumbered. Alright, randomly connecting to a female anchor. The other party apparently often played PK to circle the wagons. Lazy king, how do I play? Either way, I'll sing if I lose. Just put on a random talent if you lose. It's okay, then close the mic. The opposite live room had double the number of people than Su Lingxian, and the leaderboard was also full of big brothers above level 30. Although it was also a small anchor, it was obviously much better than her. At least the female anchor on the opposite side was very good at what she did. Brother called out. That clip sound, pinning the big brothers into concussions. Su Lintian didn't have the slightest retention. The little anchor couldn't bring much value, so it was a quick battle. Sheep village chief sends out carnival *100. Out of the blue was 100 carnival. The opponent's blood bar instantly disappeared. Only a line remained. Su Lingtian's level also jumped to level 52. Su Lingxian looked at another 100 carnival and was a bit overwhelmed. Her little face was a bit tense. The other party was smashing money like this. There wouldn't be any intentions. right? And the fans in the live broadcast room wouldn't think so much. They would only be shocked by Su Lingtian's financial power with their jaws dropping. I'm dropping my mom. 100 carnivals reappeared. The village chief is awesome. Worthy of being the village chief of our sheep village. People are rising one level at a time. Our village chief jumped 4 levels in a row. And still jumped from such a high position. It seems like the village chief plans to work until level 60 tonight. Thank you, village chief. Village chief, don't send it. This is too much. Village chief, don't listen to the lazy goat. Quick, send more. Don't stop. Look. This software is like this. Watch and drive. Opposite the anchor woman to see the progress bar, that string of zeros, just also full of passionate canvassing, suddenly wilted. This progress bar, not to mention the passionate canvassing, that is, she is now jumping shadow dance, but also cannot win, since the big brother and the other big brother are not on a level line. Suddenly a bright spot in front of my eyes. I wanna have a body with a face. Wanna have a face with a body. Surely can hook the other big brother over. Thinking this way, also not canvassing, leaving the camera. She had to go to change into a combat suit. PK time ended, only to see her reappear in front of the camera wearing a jacket. Turning the microphone on, lazy sister, your big brother beat me up really painful. Give you guys a dance. The jacket was then taken off, and what she was wearing inside was a white halter. The waves were so rough that it made people cry out for help. Stretchy balls. Su Lingxuan's face changed and immediately kicked the other party off. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha. The other party almost scared Lazy to death. Is this something that we pennies not swipers can watch? It's also too exciting. Positive brothers, don't send pop-ups. Wait, the sheep village will be blocked. It's still the village chief. Too much charm. The other side can't wait. PK effect is also remarkable. The number of people in the live room successfully broke 100. The other side of the live room came a lot of people. Anchor, what's going on? How to kick our family anchor, so that we do not have to watch. Quickly connect back. Yes, quickly connect back. Too ungrateful. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Oh, I swiped a sports car for you. Connect back, please. Punchy gave away a Porsche *1. Of course Su Lingxian wouldn't listen to them. Sheep village chief, proceed to PK. 00071 thought to become a god. Next, Su Lingtian brought Su Lingxian to play a round of PK in the wild area. 100 carnivals across the board, beating the other side without any power to fight. The number of people in the live broadcast room sucked in. The number of people even broke 300. The effect was remarkable. Su Lingxian seized the opportunity to occasionally send a small bag of blessings. Su Lingtian's level has even risen to level 59. 100 carnivals short of being able to gloriously rise to level 60. Woohoo! The village chief is awesome. He's really going to reach level 60. 2 days from level 1 to 60. I have witnessed the rise of the village chief. Sheep village is invincible. Village chief of sheep village, one more fight. I'm going to rest after this. Just in time to level up to 60. Su Lingxian was numb. This big brother of hers had swiped over $1 million in one night. This figure was undoubtedly astronomical to her. It was already like this, so she couldn't afford to refuse, and also planned to get off the air after this fight. 3 seconds later, another random connection was made. This time, it was a man, wearing formal attire, looking a little handsome, with a small stage set up behind him. There is a certain difference with those small anchors. Sure enough, the number of people in the other party's live room was 10 times that of hers. More than 3,000 people. The number of fans is more than 1,100,000. The top 10 big brothers on the list are all at a minimum of 45 levels. And the first on the list is still a 66 leveled one named One Smoke. Sheep village people quickly discovered the end. The other side of the list 8 seems to be a familiar person. He meowed. The other list 8 is not Dream Brother? What Dream Brother? See, can't get our family lazy. Went to fencing. No strength, is still quite good at blowing powerful. The village chief as soon as he came to the tail and ran away. Dream Brother first stunned. I did not expect really narrow road. Before his own tail runaway scene, now vivid in my mind. Dream Brother, Xiao Bai. The other list one is my enemy. You understand, right? Humph. He is not a loner now. To fight a small level 59, it is not easy, and there is always smoke on his side. The advantage is in me. Wait, level 59? One day not see all rise 59 level. The anchor called Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. Big brother's enemy? This is want to fight? This good. Sheep village sheep, how do you want to play? Why don't you admit defeat now? Let your village chief apologize to my brother Meng, and let this lazy sister sing itchy to brother Meng, and I'll let my brothers give you a little bit of attention. How's that? No loss, right? Su Lingxian was exasperated and laughed. It wasn't like she had to PK, so impatient to take advantage. ********. So arrogant. I can't tolerate a little Lazy, don't be afraid. I'm going to eat a month's worth of instant noodles to support you. That's right. I can't stand this kind of bully. Come up and bark at the dog. Village chief, why don't we stop fighting? She also saw that the other party was obviously doing it on purpose. But Su Lintian were willing. This guy was too arrogant. Sheep village chief, fight. Don't be afraid. At the same time, he also sent a message to Su Lingxian in private messaging, telling her to wait for the PK to finish and say so, and then kick the other party out. Su Lintian hadn't been an anchor, but he also knew the other party's purpose. Pleasing Big Brother was one thing, but mainly he wanted to win both sides fought. The more he swiped, the more money he could circle. Unfortunately, the other side should not hit their head. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, quickly charging money. With the higher the level, the higher his single maximum recharge amount also increased. Now you can charge 3 million at a time. Shelf. Reality is impossible in the background. He didn't stop until he had charged 10 times. He's going to beat his opponent until he can't see his progress bar. At the same time, a pop-up screen was sent. Sheep Village Chief, Brothers of Sheep Village. You can record the frequency. I'll show you what it means to become a god with a single thought. The pop-up screen sent by a number over 50 levels was still very bright, and many people noticed the pop-up screen. They thought of something and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Asterisk 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 Village Chief, don't get carried away. The other party is not worthy at all. What does the Village Chief want? One thought to become a god? Village Chief is trying to get to level 75 in one breath. Is the Village Chief mortgaging the grasslands for a loan? At this time, the two sides had already closed their mics, and PK had officially begun. Xiao Bai's face is red with excitement, and he is sputtering and canvassing. Brothers, charge! Can't let the Village Chief a sheep alone. Protect the lazy king. The green grassland sheep have a responsibility. A time. What bottles and cans thrown out? Small to small hearts, big to Portia. Although these gifts do not play much of a role, but as a member of the White Whoring, can break the rule has been 100 years rare. Brother Meng, what does Mr. Smoke say? A cigarette, 300 carnival. The other side to keep up. I will stop. Jianghu is not a fight. 300 carnivals is already benevolent. Although Xiaobai helped himself to sell goods and made a lot of money, but for an anchor, and go to offend a godly man who is not clear about his identity, it's not worth it. He is more like making friends. It was just one anchor. He could support another one up at his fingertips. Brother Meng, alright, leave the rest to me. He planned to cut his meat and endure the pain to take out 200 carnival to avenge his hatred. The others on the list, at least, could put together 500 carnivals out. That would be 1,000 carnivals, totaling 3 million. In the past, if someone had told him that he would take $3 million to fight an anchor with only 300 or so people in his live room, he would have scoffed. More than 300 people more small anchor, 20 or 30 carnival, enough to press the other party on the ground friction. But now it was a bit enough. He had to admit that the Sheep Village mayor had risen 59 levels in 2 days, and was indeed very powerful. Hanging him was enough. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that Su Lintian didn't give them a chance in the slightest, only to see that as soon as the PK started, Su Lintian began to brush furiously. Sheep Village Chief sends Carnival * 1000. Sheep Village Chief sends Carnival * 1000. Goat Village Chief sends out Carnival * 1000. Sheep Village Chief sends out Carnival * 1000. The mayor of Sheep Village sends a Carnival * 1000. Su Lintian directly swiped 8,000 carnivals before stopping. The whole place was silent. The hand of the Smoke Chief pointing to send gifts hadn't even been pressed yet, but now it seemed that it wasn't necessary. This is where the ruthless people, more than $20 million just sent out? Hopefully, your money is a hot potato? So anxious to send out. Dream Brother even swallowed saliva. Finished, they are kicked to the titanium steel plate. The most alarmed still have to be Xiao Bai. Remember just said, finished, all finished. This is the success also Xiao A fail also Xiao A. Asterisk 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 the other village chief is still a human being? The other side of the village chief is still a man? Everyone slipped away. White kicked the steel plate. Get together and leave. Brothers, we Sheep Village see. At this moment, a large number of fans fled, and came to Su Lingshuan's live room, hanging the Sheep Village sign. At that moment, it felt like the whole soul was sublimated. Village chief is awesome. Sheep Village is invincible. The village head said that one thought became a god. Thought it was a joke. Didn't think it really became a god. After all, don't make fun of the village chief. The village chief, we're back. I'm the long-lost sheep of the green grassland. I'm finally back in the sheep village after 991 years of hard work. Xiao Bai, this idiot, dares to say something crazy to the village head. Village chief, lazy king, we're back as spies. There's still a difference between a live room with a big brother and one without. Just like right now, The number of people in Su Lingxuan's live room has tripled. The most shocking thing is Su Lingxian, the anchor. She never thought there would be today. The dense carnival already lost count, but she saw that Su Lingtian's level was already full level 75. That is to say, in these 2 days, the other party has brushed more than 20 million gifts in their own live room. Her mood was a little complicated. It was logical that she should be happy, but she wasn't. There was no free lunch under the sky. This truth she understood. 00082 major organizations. Forget it, just return his share to him. Thinking this way, the heart is much lighter. Little White was a bit at a loss for words. However, Su Lingxian did not forget Su Lingtian's instructions either. You're nothing more than that. After saying that, he directly kicked the other party. Village chief, isn't it not good to say that? Ha 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 ha. I told you, how could the lazy king say such words? It turned out to be the village chief who let it be said. The village chief is too bad. I like it so much. Village chief, I want to give you a monkey. Is this the excitement of crossing species? I suddenly understand. No, buddy, what did you understand? Tell me more. Sheep village chief, it's okay, I let you say it. What are you afraid of? Well, I'm leaving first. You also rest early. Don't broadcast too late. When Su Lingtian left, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room suddenly became shady. Well, I'll leave first. You also rest early, oh my lazy. Don't broadcast too late. The village chief will be heartbroken. I'm going to go. I'm knocking on the CP of the village chief and the lazy king. Su Lingxian looked at the yin and yang pop-ups and pouted. You guys are going to die. Originally wanted to sing a song for you guys before going off the air. Now I don't want to sing it. Bye-bye little goats. After Su Lingtian exited the live broadcast room, he casually brushed the video twice. Less than 5 minutes, the background message suddenly became 99 plus. Pointed in to take a look. 90% are all female. Have sent video. Send photos. Without exception all wearing a cool transparent. Let a person straight. Good black. Directly ignored these remnants of flowers. Suddenly Su Lingxian sent a private message. Village chief, can you send me your bank card number? Su Lingtian was a bit baffled, not knowing what this girl wanted her bank card number for. First of all, what are you coming for? I want to return the gift split to you. This is too much. It makes me a little scared. No need. I'm not bad at these few dollars. You take it. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just treat you as my own sister. This money, even if it's the pocket money that a brother gives his sister. Su Lingxian which would agree. This is not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. This is millions. Big brother village chief, I beg you. I really can't take this money. I won't be able to sleep. Su Lingtian thought about it. If he didn't say something, this girl designated that she wouldn't want it. It's your birthday in a few days. It's considered a birthday gift for you. Su Lingxuan's face darkened. How did the other party know about her birthday? The date on her homepage wasn't real either, and it had already passed. Sure enough, approaching herself had a purpose. Don't think too much. Let's do it this way. Next Saturday is your birthday. At that time, you can come over to Magic City's western suburb No. 1 Manor to look for me. If you're scared, you can come over with the live stream on, and I'll give you a surprise at that time. Su Lingxian was now curious about who the other party was and what purpose they had in approaching her. Suddenly she thought of the friend she had just made, Chen Ziru, when the time came to bring the other party along and then drive a live broadcast over. I believe the other party wouldn't dare to mess around. Can I bring my friend along? Su Lingtian naturally has no problem. Of course you can. Early the next morning, Su Lingtian brought the two of them, Su Bei and Su Long, on a plane to New York, a country of meters. As for Su Lingxian, she also spoke to Chen Zero and asked the other party to accompany her to the Magic City next Saturday. Chen Zero naturally had no problem with it and also pulled Liamo along. 3 days passed quietly. Su Lingtian played in New York for 3 days. He returned to the villa he just bought in the suburbs. Inside the underground parking garage of the villa, he waved his hand and released 100 spies, as well as 20 financial personnel, 20 hackers, and 1 professional killer. Xiao Bei, there are $10 billion in this card. From now on, you stay abroad. These 20 hackers are given to you. The spies are also given to you together. I need you to build an intelligence network out in the shortest possible time. Is there any problem? Su Bei straightened his waist and said confidently, don't worry young master. Give me half a year's time. I will definitely make the world unable to cover young master's eyes. Very good. I will give you the middle and high level of the intelligence network. I will stay abroad for 7 days. During these 7 days, I will give you another 300 spies every day. As for how to use them, I don't care. I just want results. Understood. Young master, promise to complete the mission. Su Lingtian nodded his head, then looked at a middle-aged man amongst the 20 financial personnel. What is your name? Subordinate Zhao Ruilong. Young master. Good. Nice name. These 4 cards have a total of $400 billion in them. Build me a group out of it. Before I leave, I want to see the results. People above departmental level. They must be our own people. How many people do we need? Give me a number at that time. In fact, you can use all of your own people, but that would be too many people. Like an intelligence organization, it needs even more people. The world is so big. If you use all of your own people, how many would it take? Moreover, his goal was not Blue Star. When the power was formed, he was going to start preparing for the formation of a research base, to prepare for the trip to the universe. At that time is the time to use people. By then 100 million is too little, but also to colonize a few planets as cannon fodder. But it is still too early to think about this. As for the blue planet, let's leave them to play by themselves. Don't dare to write about the Blue Star War. It's been river crabbed before. It's infuriating. Guarantee to complete the task. Young Master, but also ask Young Master to name the group, and the approximate direction. Su Lintian touched his chin and thought about it and said, the name will be Global Group. The direction, aviation, sea transportation and mineral resources, mainly these 3 directions. When the time comes, I want to set up a research base in the sea. You will just develop in this area. The rest is irrelevant. He didn't plan to make money, just to pave the way for the research base. There was already enough money within the space. What was the point of making so much money? It would all become waste paper when it came out of Blue Star. Understood. Young Master, after dealing with the company and intelligence, the next step was to deal with the troublesome organizations. Looking at the foreign-faced professional assassin, there were some surprises. It's better this way. What is your name? Back to Young Master. Subordinate Robert. Good. The task of cleaning up the trash from now on will be yours. Your task may be heavier. This card has $50 billion. At the same time for 7 days, you will be given 300 professional killers every day. How to do it? I won't ask. Still the same sentence. The middle and high level must be all of your own people. I just want the result. Alright, that's all for now. I hope you guys won't let me down. Go. After waiting for the people to leave, Su Lintian let out a long breath. Finally busy. Not long after, an intelligence organization named Darknet came out of nowhere, immediately followed by the assassin organization named Rakshasa. 0009 encountered $0 purchase. 3 days later, Su Lintian attended a car show with 2 bodyguards as well as the Dragon Butler. Originally, I wanted Su Bei to prepare a car for his sister, but now I can only come to see for myself. Worthy of being a financial center. As soon as he entered the car show, all that met his eyes were supercars, and those luxury cars that were above the million level. Car show is very big, but not a lot of people, after all, here to check the capital to come in. This can be the main thing is, cannot afford to buy don't enter. Bumping into the VIP how to do. Su Lintian led the people to stroll around, really opened his eyes. Most of the cars here in the country although you can also buy, but some difficulties. Although he doesn't really like to drive a supercar, after all, he needs to drive himself. He still likes to sit in a Rolls Royce. He doesn't need to drive and is still comfortable. However, not too fond of driving, also cannot be no. Standing in front of a super cool supercar, the face value naturally had no comment. The name is also very suitable for his sister. A foreigner sales saw Su Lintian's face, rushed forward and said, Sir, are you still satisfied with this Aston Martin Valkyrie? Do you need me to introduce it to you? Su Lintian of course does not need. What does this need to introduce? It's just a matter of speed. He is not buying a race car. The speed can be slower than a bicycle? Is this car available? Seeing Su Lintian's intention to buy, the foreigner was even happier, full of smiles. Of course, far away from the sky, right in front of me, those that appear in the showroom have existing cars. Oh, you speak good Chinese. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Chinese is a must for me. Yes, I'll take it. And that Bugatti 8-eyed Magic Dragon, that Ferrari Rafa, one each of black and red, that Apollo Sun God as well, and that white Koenigsegg Jesko, just these few. Although he didn't know why Apollo the Sun God appeared here, it didn't stop him from buying. The foreigner on the side was stunned. No, you're shelving your order. Oh my goodness, you must be the god of wealth of the East. I'll go and check in for you right away. Please follow me. Su Lintian was brought to a parlor place. Sitting on the sofa, immediately someone brought refreshments. Long Butler followed to go through the formalities. How much money was of no concern, but the money to ship it back to the country was the big one. 10 minutes later, Long Butler returned with a file bag and an invitation in his hand. What is this? Accepting the invitation that was handed over, he was puzzled. Young Master, this is an invitation to an auction. The time is tomorrow night, and the location is at the Sag Palace Hotel. Forget it, it's fine anyway. It's good to go for a long time. Let's go. Send people to transport these cars back to the country. After Su Lintian left with the people, The person in charge here came late. Where is the guest? Looking at the empty sofa, he asked the waiter at the side. Just left. Su Lintian left from the car show and headed directly to the biggest mall here. The mall was resplendent with gold and blue, where many famous brands from all over the world were gathered. The security naturally didn't have anything to say, but unfortunately, he was quickly slapped in the face. He had just finished buying jewelry for his family and had given all the money, just intended to leave. Just then, several old blacks, with pistols rushed in. Without saying anything, they directly controlled the shopkeepers here, and one of them was responsible for sweeping the place. Bastard! Hurry up! Su Lintian was a little confused. No, $0 purchase. Not going to the street store. Come to the mall? Is this living enough? Bold old black man. It's really an eye-opener. Don't act rashly later. If you want something, give it to him. 2 bodyguards and dragon butler crouched on the ground, surrounded Su Lintian in the center. Running is unlikely. If this situation runs, shall not become a target. Damn. Really damn messy. Even here can encounter this kind of thing. In the future, must go out with 10 or 20 bodyguards with guns. Otherwise too unsafe. Less than 2 minutes. The old black has filled the bag. You can imagine that the action has been practiced. Obviously didn't do this kind of thing a lot, and the cooperation was seamless. Teamwork was very beautiful. Go, go, go. 3 minutes in and already planning to evacuate. A teenage old black just ran out, suddenly turned his head to look at the bag in the bodyguard's hand, a greedy face, and then returned, pointing a gun at the bodyguard's head, reaching out to grab the bag. With Su Lintian's previous instructions, the bodyguard did not have a death grip, probably thinking that in the mall, the other party would not dare to shoot. After the people left, the security personnel of the mall arrived late. Su Lintian naturally couldn't count on these people and got up to leave with the people. Bah, what bad luck. Encountering this kind of thing the first time I came out. Coming to the mall parking lot, sitting in the Rolls Royce that he just bought a few days ago, the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Just bought something and was robbed without even leaving the door. Go back to the villa. Long butler, have someone check where these old blacks ran off to. Dig them out for me. Especially the little brat who ate the returning grass. It's been so many days. It's time for Su Bei to start acting. He's the one who wants money and people. It shouldn't be difficult to find a few people, and the characteristics were so obvious. Understood, young master. Also, get a batch of weapons back, as well as get the gun license done. There's money. Here, what kind of license do you need? Weapons are even more of a problem. Universal Group is capital. Back to the villa in the suburbs. Directly release 20 bodyguards. When it's time to go back, just throw it to the Universal Group. Su Lintian's front foot just left the shopping mall. The sound of gunshots rang out in the back foot. Security and those old blacks dry up. Unfortunately, while sitting and waiting for retirement, a long time, gangs out. The last security fart did not catch, but also hitched in too. When Fulblur arrived, the old black had already disappeared. Slums, dark corners, 7 pairs of eyes are turning, looking at the bag of gold jewelry in the hand, breathing heavily. Boss, you're too good. Doing the opposite, those people won't even think that we'll go inside the mall to rob it. Yeah, those security are like trash. They can't even run. Humph, they still dare to chase us. Well, don't quarrel. Remember, this thing rot in the heart. Don't say everywhere. Here's the thing. One person divided into 10%. The rest bring to recruiting, bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. Other people naturally have no problem. 10% also all they squander 10 days and half a month, waiting for a few people to take their share of laughing and smiling after leaving. Wearing long-sleeved boss looked at their own these 2 days and a half relationship brothers back. Cursed, stupid fork old black, even still complacent. Tomorrow there are you good to suffer. I'd better hurry to leave the rice country. Dare to rob the capital of the things. Undoubtedly self-seeking death. Thinking of removing the black hood worn on his head, revealing an oriental face. Hey, with these things, can go back. 0010 Walking Arsenal. Su Bei's ability wasn't bad, and the intelligence network naturally extended outward with Su Lintian at the center. Spade bar. The bar was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and under the dim lights, people's silhouettes crisscrossed. The rhythm of the music was strong and powerful, as if it wanted to drive one's heartbeat as well. People on the dance floor twisted their bodies to their heart's content, releasing their inner passion. The sound of glasses clinking was crisp and pleasant, mixed with people's laughter, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. The smell of alcohol and perfume fills the air, intoxicating people. Here, you can forget all your worries and enjoy the moment to the fullest. Wearing a few rags, you can be as eye-catching as you want to be. The people here are ethnically complex. White, old black, yellow, from all over the world. Too old black is wearing gold and silver, crazy on the dance floor twisting body. The girl is passionate like fire. If Su Lindian is there, he will surely recognize one of them. It is the teenage old black man who turned back to rob him of his jewelry in the mall. Just at this moment, the two people only feel the whole body tingling, and then fainted. The two men around them quickly help people out of the bar. Outside, a white Mercedes-Benz has been waiting for a long time. Opened the door, stuffed the old black into it, then got in the car and quickly left the place, heading towards the wild area. Hey, are these the two guys, right? The driver twisted his head to look at his target in the backseat and confirmed. Don't worry, that's right, the people the top wants are them, especially this guy. What do you guys say about the origin of our organization? When these words came out, the car instantly became deathly silent. One of them stared at the person who spoke with a deadly stare, and even the driver turned his head to look at his colleague. Are you new here? The person who inquired saw the two men so serious. His voice trembled a little. Yes. Have you forgotten that no one is allowed to discuss the organization in private? If you let the top know, you along with your superiors will have to be cleaned up. If I were your superior, you would be dead by now. The man's heart grew fearful. While he didn't know how powerful the organization was, it would be a matter of blowing off a little Kalami like him. Thanks for the reminder. There was no doubt that these people were all from the darknet, except that they were all the lowest level personnel. In order for Subei to quickly develop the darknet so as to achieve the effect that Su Lintian wanted, it could be said that he was infinitely expanding his forces. As long as there was enough merit, you could take a step upwards, and if the lowest level personnel were first level personnel, a step upwards would be second level. Only when you reach the second level, you have the right to start developing your next family. You can develop 21st level personnel, and half of their credits go to you, and so on and so forth, forming a pyramid. Not long after, the car stopped in a small abandoned house in the wilderness, tied the hands and feet of the two old blacks, threw them in, and then drove directly away. As for why their superiors were looking for these two people, they had no idea and had no right to ask. In less than 2 minutes, a black sedan came over and took the people away. Early the next morning, Su Lindian woke up from his bed. Butler Long had already been waiting outside his room for a long time. After seeing his young master wake up, he waved his hand and asked people to prepare breakfast. Su Lindian stretched his waist, opened the door of his room and saw Butler Long waiting at the side. What's wrong, young master? The people have been found, but the things have been divided and sold by them, and an interesting person has also been found. Su Lintian was a little curious. Isn't it just Old Black? Old Black still has an interesting one? Could it be that this dragon butler of his own has some kind of fetish? But obviously he thought too much. Oh, what person? It's like this young master. Among the several old blacks, one is missing. After he entered the slums, he never came out again. Darknet suspects that this guy is not an old black. When Su Lindian heard this, he couldn't help but twist his head to look at Butler Long. This was indeed interesting, haha. If he didn't remember wrongly, it seems like those people are all old blacks. Right, it's easy to distinguish. Is there still an expert mixed in there? Not old black. Has that person been found? Young master, not yet. There are too many people in the slums, but there is already a suspect. The other party seems to want to go to Hong Kong Island, and it's still a domestic. Oh huh? Old folks? Pretending to be an old black man to come over here to buy $0? Interesting indeed. Let Xiaobei look after himself. A bit of a small brain. Right, did you get the weapons? Did not bring 2 guns to defend himself. He is now afraid to go out. Bad luck but will be shot. After only 1 night, Su Bei found the person out. It seems that the darknet is developing quite well. Xiao Bei's ability is still very good. Young master, the weapons just arrived and are waiting for you to inspect them. The gun license has also been made available by the global group. Su Lindian had an excited face and was a bit impatient. Casually eating some breakfast, he followed Butler Long forward to check the weapons. But when he came to the basement, looking at the wide array of various weapons, he froze on the spot for a moment. He thought it was just small pistols. Who knows? There are even submachine guns. From small pistols to large submachine guns, rifles, grenades, and even RPGs. Su Lindian picked up a small submachine gun, MP5 submachine gun. The rate of fire is 800 rounds per minute. Give me a minute, and return a hornet's nest to you. If it is not afraid that the sound of gunfire will attract Phobler, I really want to fire 2 shots to get over it. The golden bullets were brighter than gold. Butler Long, prepare for the auction tonight. Understood. Young master, promise not to let what happened yesterday happen again. After Su Lintian left the basement, Long Butler called a few bodyguards. Distribute the pistols, and put a dozen or so MP5s and RPGs into the hidden compartments in the trunk of your car, just in case, and put a little bit of grenade shells as well, just in case. After the arrangements were made, the bodyguards started moving the weapons. A box full of magazines filled with bullets. It was damn full of security. 0011 don't know how to die. As Su Lindian proceeded to prepare for the evening auction. Inside Deep City University, Zhang Hao was finally relieved after receiving Su Lingxuan's information. An ordinary peasant family. A family of 5. Even her brother had only graduated not even 2 months ago, and even the other party's high school had been investigated. As for the other party's warning that night, the moment he got the information, he had long left it behind. He didn't think that the young master in the other party's mouth had more money than his own family, and the background of Su Lingxuan's identity made him even more convinced of this idea. There's no woman that I've set my eyes on that I can't get. I want it tonight. Thinking that, he licked his lower lip, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to a special group. What you all want, I've agreed to it. Do as you say tonight, and the benefits won't be short of you. In his mind, images of the night were already unconsciously starting to emerge. In Su Lingxuan's dormitory, she, who didn't have classes in the afternoon, was editing her short video. The other 3 girls in the dormitory coincidentally glanced at each other. A girl wearing glasses sat next to Su Lingxian and said, Lingxian, it's so boring, we haven't gone out for a long time. Why don't we go out and sing together at night? Su Lingxian, who was editing a video, just wanted to refuse. A 4-person dormitory from 3 classes, so she and these roommates couldn't be said to be bosom buddies, but their relationship had always been pretty good. After all, they were all in the same dormitory. Yes, Lingxian, you sing so well, but you must practice more. I've already booked a private room, just the 4 of us. It's a dormitory party. You can't not go, but I haven't finished editing my video yet. How about another day? Oh, the video can be edited tomorrow. Go, go. 3 people have come forward to shake her arm, a face pleading. Okay, don't shake it, I'll go. And Zhang Hao's side also got the message, an okay gesture. Humph, you've become an anchor and still want to be a white lotus. I'll make you die of lust tonight. Just in case, he also notified his 2 little followers. No matter what, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. As for what happens afterward, it's not that simple. Doesn't she still have a younger brother who's in his 3rd year of high school? Take him to threaten him and then settle it privately. Just pay out some money. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lingxian, it's time to leave. Hurry up and pack up. Su Lingxian closed her computer, changed into a set of casual clothes, tied up her hair, then said, alright, let's go. No, aren't you putting on makeup? Ahem. Our family Lingxian is naturally beautiful. What kind of makeup do you put on? A plain face can charm a large number of handsome men. Let's go. The 4 of them came to the nearest KTV to the school. The front foot just went in. A black sedan stopped at the door right after them. The 2 people in the car looked up at the door. One of them said, do you want to go in? Go in and take a look. The 2 men got out of the car and followed them in. Coming to the next private room where Su Lingxian was, and not caring if there was anyone there, they directly pushed the door in, where 2 men and 4 women were singing and shaking the dice. Suddenly barging in 2 big men, startling the crowd. Who are you looking for? Did not see this private room is occupied? Snap. A stack of banknotes was thrown on the counter, at least 5 or 6,000. We'll take this private room. Ice cold voice. Unquestionable. A few people looked at the bills on the counter, swallowed saliva. Not for the sake of these thousands of dollars. Just the other party does not seem to be too easy to mess with. 1.8 or so. That fist with sandbags so big. Well. 2 big brothers. You guys play, just as I please. Said he was going to lead the people to leave. Take the money away. We are not unreasonable people. For the sake of a few $1,000s, it would not be good to cause trouble. Although they are not afraid of trouble, but now there is no time to accept these sesame trifles. After waiting for the person to leave, he turned his head and said, I'll just watch here. You go outside and watch the living room. The other person didn't say much, nodded and left, coming to sit on the sofa in the living room, taking the book on the side and reading it. The atmosphere in the next package room was a bit subtle. Su Lingxian looked at her 3 roommates suspiciously. From the time she came into the private room, until now, the microphone hadn't even been touched. All the time, they had been playing with their cell phones with their heads down. Aren't you guys going to sing? Why are you playing with your cell phones there as soon as you arrive? Suspicion rose, and an excuse was found to bail out later. Oh yes, singing. You guys are still chatting with your boyfriends. It's sister time now. Boyfriends throw it aside first. The 3 of them then reacted and hurriedly picked up the microphone and started to order a song. At the same time, outside, a Porsche 911 was parked on the side of the road, followed by a white Wuling. Zhang Hao got out of the car in a hurry, and the 2 followers also got down from the Wuling. Later on, you guys guard outside the private room. Don't let anyone in without my order. While jogging in, he explained things. He was already a bit impatient. Tonight was the night to dominate and get things done. Passing through the living room, if he paid a little attention, he would have realized that there was a familiar figure sitting on the sofa. The bodyguard sitting on the sofa noticed it as soon as Zhang Hao came in and frowned. Such a coincidence? Su Lingxian had just finished singing a song and planned to find an excuse to leave. You guys sing first, I'm going out to use the restroom. It was an excuse and at the same time a test. Lingxian, do you need to go to the restroom? It just so happens that I'm also going. Let's go together. Su Lingxuan's heart thumped. There was indeed a problem. Looking at a dormitory sister, the other party's eyes were a bit evasive, which further made her conclude that there was a problem. At this moment, she had some chills. Fine. Together then. She had already planned to run outside as soon as she left the private room later, but before she could go out, the door of the private room was opened. Zhang Hao walked in with a lewd smile on his face. Does Linger want to go to the restroom? Come along, I'll protect you. Su Lingxuan's face sank, and sure enough, ignoring Zhang Hao's flirting, she picked up her cell phone and just wanted to send a distress message to Chenziru, but how could this be as expected? Splat! The cell phone was slapped away by his own roommate. Yeah, Ling Xian, why is there a spider on your hand? Sorry for slapping your cell phone off. I didn't do it on purpose. Young Zhang, you have to buy a new one for your Linger. But there was no expression of embarrassment on her face. All she had was gloating. Go away. I want to go back. How could Zhang Hao let her have her way? Not to mention him, even the other three did not agree. If she left, who would buy their designer bags and cosmetics for them? Ling Xian, just obey young Zhang. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Sisters, let's go first. Let Ling Xian and young Zhang have fun. You guys, you bastards, you're breaking the law. In this private room, I am the law. Zhang Hao reached out and pushed Su Lingxian back onto the sofa in the private room. The other three were very sensible and left, just opening the door. Then they retreated back, with horrified expressions on their faces. They only saw two big men outside, one carrying two people who did not know whether they were dead or alive in their hands. When Zhang Hao saw them retreating back again, he couldn't help but be a bit annoyed. Why are you retreating back? Still not leaving and want to join in? However, when he turned around, his face turned pale. An acquaintance had come to the door. Damn it, how come it's them again? It seems that eating white lotus flowers today is out of the question. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances in the future. Two bodyguards followed in, and Zhang Hao's two followers casually threw themselves into the private room, casually closing the door behind them and unlocking it in the process. 0012 Zhang Fugui, I'll be on morning 8. We meet again. It seems like the warning from the other day fell on deaf ears. The bodyguard bypassed a few people and looked towards Su Lingxian who had fallen onto the sofa. Luckily things hadn't happened yet or else he wouldn't dare to think of what the consequences would be. The other bodyguard crossed over a few people. Zhang Hao didn't dare to stop him at all. The blast from the other day was still fresh in his mind. The bodyguard came in front of Su Lingxian and said, Miss, let me send you back first. Su Lingxuan's eyes were moist. If it wasn't for these two coming in time, she was going to be defiled. How could she dare to stay here? Although she didn't know what these people were, getting out of here now was the main thing. Ling Xian, we were wrong. Please take us out of here. We really know we were wrong. Yes, Ling Xian, we were also forced. Please take us away with you. The three of them were crying with a pitiful look on their faces, which made Su Lingxian feel sick. It was already considered good that she was holding back from slapping them twice with her hands right now. After following the bodyguards out of the private room, she couldn't help but ask, nothing will happen, right? That Zhang Hao has heard that his family is very rich. For her worry, the bodyguard laughed at this. Don't worry, miss, we will take care of it. And you won't even see these guys in school in the future. And at this time, inside the private room, although Zhang Hao was a bit scared, but thinking of his dad, his waist couldn't help but straighten up even more. Family father billionaire, who am I afraid of? This big brother. It's none of our business. Please let us leave. Pa. The bodyguard did not have the slightest intention of wanting to show mercy. A slap threw over, slapping the other party over on the ground. His teeth fell out 3 times, his mouth was full of blood, and half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. The scene was silent. The other two girls look at this prospect, to the mouth words, unconsciously swallowed back. However, if you don't say anything, do you think you can escape? The bodyguard will not be merciful. One person rewarded a slap. The room suddenly became a ghost cry. 3 girls were slapped down on the ground. If you don't shut up, I don't mind rewarding you with one more slap, so maybe it's more symmetrical. The 3 of them looked like they were instantly pinched by their throats, not daring to make a single sound, even as blood dripped out of their mouths. Immediately afterward, they looked at Zhang Hao and felt the gaze that was like a wild beast, as if they were going to tear themselves into pieces. They could not help but feel a chill on the back of their necks. Their legs softened, and they fell to the ground. What are you doing? Don't come over. Killing is against the law. The bodyguard bared his teeth and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement in his heart. Now he knows to talk to himself about the law? Only the weak are restrained. You should be glad that this is in the country. Which hand just touched Our Lady? The bodyguard lowered his body and patted the other party's face, saying in a cold voice. Hearing the other party's icy tone, Zhang Hao shuddered and shook his head, saying, No, what lady? I didn't touch her. I didn't. No? That means both hands touched, reaching out for the ashtray. This move almost scared Zhang Hao to pee. Left hand. It's left hand. Please let me go. I don't dare anymore. I'll give you money. My dad has a lot of money. Give you 10. No, 1 million. As long as you let me leave. I'll give you 1 million. How about it? The bodyguard did not hesitate, took the ashtray and smashed it into Zhang Hao's left hand. Only heard a click. The sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the private room. Seeing this, the three girls embraced together with their eyes closed, silenced, their bodies shaking into sieves, thinking to themselves, compared to Zhang Hao, this injury of their own three was considered the other party's mercy. Call your father to come over. Don't let me say it a second time. Zhang Hao how dare to hesitate. His own father is now the straw that saves his life. The pain did not let himself faint, counting his own desire to survive. Who knows that fainted, can still wake up. The phone call just went through. Tears came down. Dad, help. Someone wants to kill me. Ah, it hurts. Zhang Fugue heard his son's screams, immediately panicked. He only has such a son. Heartbroken. Xiao Hao, what's wrong with you? Who wants to kill you? Speak clearly. The bodyguard snatched the cell phone and said in a deep voice, Daughter read KTV near the school. Private room number 4. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone, and Zhang Fugue stormed at home. Who are you? Hello? Bastard. Bang. Seeing that the other party hung up, he angrily slammed his cell phone into pieces. Angry or not, the son still had to be had. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man, sweating profusely, knocked on the door of the private room, with 2 bodyguards in suits standing behind him. Go over and open the door. One of the 3 girls hurriedly got up and opened the door. A pig-headed face was reflected in Zhang Fugue's eyes, and he inwardly exclaimed, I'm on the morning 8. Sinking his face, he walked in, and when he saw his son's miserable appearance, he was heartbroken and angry inside. Your Excellency, what kind of person? What did my son do to make you lay such a heavy hand on him? Looking at the man who was even stronger than his own bodyguard, his brows tightened. I didn't ask you to come here to explain. I wanted to see, what kind of billionaire can hand over such a son? Now that I've seen it, I'll leave first. The bodyguard got up, came to Zhang Fugue's side, and said once again, Oh yeah, I don't want him to appear in the school in the future. He then turned his head to look at the 3 girls on the side. And you 3, don't show up in front of the young lady again, or next time it won't be as simple as making you turn into pig heads. Zhang Fugue was burning with rage inside. Too arrogant. He was a billionaire. When did he suffer such bullying? Humph. This matter is not over. Put. The bodyguard felt a little funny. Shouldn't this sentence be said by himself? You're still not finished? You can't even finish if you want to now. My young master is still abroad. When he comes back, he will play with you. I hope that by then you will be able to hold up for a day. Billionaire. The mocking attribute could be said to have been pulled full. The angry Zhang Fugue was on fire. 0013 were here to rob, not to fight. After Su Lingxian was sent back to school, she finally asked the doubt in her heart. Who are you people? The other party had obviously been secretly protecting her, or else they wouldn't have been able to appear in the private room so promptly. But no matter how she thought about it, she could never figure out who it was. She herself was just an ordinary sophomore student, and her family was just farmers. To this question, the bodyguard just smiled and replied, Miss, don't think too much. Someone will tell you. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, Su Lingxian did not make things difficult. Early in the morning of the next day in the country, and at the same time, it was already dark on Su Lintian's side, while Su Lintian was attending the auction. The glorious, hundreds of people in the auction venue. Su Lintian and the butler were sitting in the 3rd row of seats. Above it was a huge screen, and on the side stood a beautiful auctioneer in a gown. Su Lintian sat in his seat boredly playing with his cell phone. He already knew about Su Lingxuan's matter. First let the other party have 2 more days to eat their fill. He had already asked Zhao Ruilong to open a branch in Magic City, mainly in the maritime transportation industry as well as aviation. Zhao Ruilong's intention was to directly acquire a maritime transportation business, so it would be faster. He agreed. The faster the better naturally. $24 million. Is there a higher price? This is a rare Ming Chunghua Dotsai cocktail cup, and it's still a pair. $24 million. First time. Su Lintian directly changed to a comfortable position and continued to play with his cell phone. and the arm just happened to bump into Long Butler who was sitting on the side. Then, $25 million. Hearing Long Butler's shouted price, Su Lintian raised his head and looked at Long Butler who had just finished shouting the price with some consternation. Butler Long, you like this kind of thing, ah? Hearing his young master's words, Long Butler reveals a puzzled face. Young master, wasn't it you who asked for the auction? Looking at the butler with a serious face, Su Lintian then realized that when he just changed his posture, he seemed to have touched the other party's arm. It couldn't be because of this. Well, it seems to be really. Forget it, just shoot it. It's not bad to take it back and drink it. Seems like his own manor really does not have a few valuable decorations. So thought, put away the cell phone. Seriously watching the auction. After all, came to all, do not shoot something to go back. A little loss ah. The auctioneer saw someone raise the price. His heart was happy. Someone raised the price is good. $25 million. Is there a higher price? 25 million once. 25 million second. Sold. Congratulations to the 12th VIP. $25 million won the Ming Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Jar Cup pair. Next we have the third auction item. On the large screen behind the auctioneer, an image appeared that was Snake Head. Su Lintian didn't expect to come across this thing here. This lot. I don't think I need to make too much of an introduction. The starting price is $10 million. Each increase shall not be less than $1 million. The rich people seated below began to talk, especially those from the east. This thing was of great significance. It absolutely could not be allowed to fall overseas again. Everyone, this artifact is of great significance to us. We are determined to get it. I hope you will be merciful. I offer $40 million. What? You guys mean a lot and you're going to let it go to you? 50 million, 60 million, 100 million. The price soared all the way up, directly soaring to $100 million, which was already a sky-high price. Many people had already beaten a retreat. $100 million was not a small amount. $120 million. The last Oriental Tycoon once again shouted the last number with difficulty. It was already the limit. However, it was obvious that someone was not too keen on letting it go as it should. 130 million. The other party was smug and seemed to have overcome everything. 130 million. Is there any higher? This price was already beyond everyone's expectations, including the organizer. Su Lintian looked at the other party. That guy was obviously raising the price. 130 million for the first time. Dragon Butler. The butler nodded and raised the sign in his hand. $150 million. When this price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. $150 million. One should know that the market capitalization of many companies was not this much. Not to mention the value of the snake head. Su Lintian thought it was quite beautiful, much more beautiful than the other beasts. Maybe just Su Lintian spent more than $20 million to auction Ming Chenghua Dotsai Chicken Bowl Cup reason. Show strong financial strength. Behind and no one shouting again. Naturally the snake head was also auctioned by him. Phew, it's good that it's one of our own. Who is this young master? With such wealth, he shouldn't be a nobody in the country. The domestic circle has never seen each other. Su Lintian turned a deaf ear to these people's comments. What Su Lintian didn't expect was that the lot at the back was also a beast head. A sheep's head. This was unexpected to him. One is a lot. Two is also a lot. Once again took the goat's head. This couldn't help but draw a lot of discussion from the rich people in the room. So rich? The next dozen lots. Su Lintian successively shot 7 more, plus 2 animal heads and a pair of Ming Chenghua Dotsai cocktail cup. A total of 11. The richness of the wealth is revealed to the fullest. After the end of the auction, Long Butler even received dozens of business cards. After the delivery on site, Su Lintian was escorted by his bodyguards and sat inside the bulletproof Rolls-Royce. 5 Range Rovers and 1 Rolls-Royce. 1 in front drove the road, and 4 surrounded the Rolls-Royce in the center. There were no accidents along the way, but when the convoy drove away from the city and headed towards the villa on the outskirts, the driver suddenly turned his head and said, "Young master, someone is following us from behind." Su Lintian was a bit puzzled. His face darkened. Again, tell everyone to lure them to a deserted place and find them a feng shui treasure. Yesterday was robbed. The anger is still not out. Today again, really shoot the dog. Also really cannot figure out. He brought so many bodyguards. How dare the other side It can only be said that the money has been overwhelmed by the mind. Lost their sanity. The convoy gradually drove away from the residential area, toward the suburbs and go. Behind the car biting not to let go. Obviously do not want to give up this piece of fat meat to the mouth. 3 small cars, followed by 7 or 8 motorcycles. In terms of numbers, it was already on par with the bodyguards that Su Lintian had brought out, but it would be unfortunate to compare the numbers with him. The bodyguard inside the Range Rover opened the hidden compartment inside the car from the back seat. First, there was a box of RPG ammo. then a handful of MP5s, and then 2 grenades were hooked up. The convoy quickly came to no man's land. Su Lintian ordered to stop. The 4 Land Rovers were the first to stop. The bodyguards inside the car quickly got out with their weapons and used the body as a cover, not giving the other party the slightest chance to react, only to see a bodyguard carrying an RPG on his shoulder, firing directly at the car behind him. Whoosh! Looking at the shells with white smoke, the other party was dumbfounded for a moment. Big brother, we just want to do a robbery. We didn't think about a war. What the hell is this RPG? Who's a good person to keep an RPG in their car? With such a comparison, it looked like they weren't professional enough. The Rolls-Royce drove forward for a while before stopping the car. Su Lintian originally wanted to not get out of the car, but without firing a couple of shots, his hands were always itching. After thinking about it, he still got out of the car. Then a few bodyguards from the 5th Range Rover quickly surrounded him. Surrounding him in the center, Su Lintian took the MP5 handed over by Long Butler. Inwardly frenzied, half squatting behind the car, an explosion sounded, instantly igniting the battle. A sedan was sent to the sky by an RPG with a single shell. At once the sound of gunfire rose in all directions. Small pistols compared to a bodyguard group full of heavy firepower was like eggs touching stones, collapsing in a single blow. After the explosion, the other party's motorcycle had turned around and ran away. The sound of gunfire, with the New Year's firecrackers, do not run waiting to eat peanuts? 001 for either you die, or my ammunition is empty. You single point, people are bursting, and when your small pistol to fire a few shots, people have changed several magazines. A minute 800 rounds of ammunition, with you playing then look at what Su Lintian is doing. First casually fired a few shots, familiar with the feeling, and then look around, looking for prey. Suddenly, a white figure came into view. Hey, which one of you kind sheep, don't you know that sheep are not allowed here? Said the man with the MP5, looking at the bullets that were shot out. It was good, none of them were wasted. Poured a piece of grass, the little wool did not fall one. Still eating grass there? Seems a little insulting. Oops, unexpectedly do not run, so do not give face. Directly emptied the magazine. However, it was of little use. That bullet seemed to have a mind of its own, perfectly avoiding the target. This made Su Lintian very angry. Anger rose from his heart, threw the MP5 to Long Butler, and took the rocket launcher from a bodyguard. Carrying it on his shoulder, he took aim while muttering to himself, I still don't believe it. Today either you die or my ammo is empty. Whoosh! Bah! With a bleat, the lamb was blown up. The old man who heard the gunfire in the distance and wanted to come over to drive the sheep, while hiding under a slope, watched his own sheep flying in the sky. His heart was not in the right place. He didn't dare to venture out at all, fearing that a shell would fly this way later. The battle came and went quickly. After 5 minutes, Su Lintian once again got into the Rolls-Royce and left the scene, taking a detour to return to the villa. Butler Long, have Xiaobei handle the surveillance along the way. The hacker rewarded by the system was skilled, and he could go to the corner building and stroll around for a while. After returning to the villa, Su Lintian released the 2 lawyers at the first opportunity, because he knew that it wouldn't be long before Phobler would definitely smell the odor and look for them. As expected, early the next morning, 2 police cars stopped in front of the villa. It was stopped outside by Long Butler, and Su Lintian was woken up smoothly. He meow, still letting people sleep, getting up and coming to the living room. The 2 lawyers were fighting the group of police with their tongues. Su Lintian was looking at them with a cup of hot milk. Anyway, the other party had no evidence, and he himself was not an ordinary person. They didn't dare to force their way, probably tired of talking. Not to 20 minutes, the other party drove away. I have to say, this lawyer really has 2 brushes. Just don't know which is stronger or weaker with Nanshan Pizza Hut. Well, seeing Long Butler coming in from outside, he couldn't help but ask curiously, it's fine young master. The other party is just skeptical. There is no evidence. That's good. Have someone check if those guys following us are self-organized or if someone is directing them. Although there was no loss, it was just a bit upsetting that something like this happened 2 times in 3 days. In the next few days, Su Lintian didn't go out again, and Phobler didn't find his door again. After Su Lintian arrived at Magic City by airplane, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. At the same time, Deep City University, inside Su Lingxuan's dormitory. What should have been a 4-person dormitory had now become 2. The 3 girls from before didn't know if they were scared or what and directly moved out. Chen Ziru transferred over. Ziru, what time do you want the airplane ticket to Magic City tomorrow? Are we going earlier, or later? I've already bought the tickets for you. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Ah, so early. Go early, isn't it good? This way you can play a little longer in Magic City. That's true. By the time I get there, I'll go see my brother on the way. Well, it's so happily decided. At this time, Zhang Hao's home, His left hand was in a plaster cast, and his face was aggravated. "Father, you must help me take revenge. They bullied me too much. I didn't do anything and I was beaten like this. It's also because he is Zhang Fugui's only son. Otherwise he would have already slapped him over, causing trouble everywhere, and still have the nerve to say that he didn't do anything. What kind of son is he? Can he, the father, not know? Humph, didn't do anything? Useless thing. I don't care. You must help me take revenge. Su Lingxian this stinky, I must get her." These words instantly ignited Zhang Fugui's anger, his eyes spitting fire as he angrily rebuked. Woman, all you know is thinking about women all day long. What else do you have in your head besides women? Revenge. Do you know what the other party is? Will you that classmates check the bottom of the sky? Also cannot find a bit of news. In the future you give me a little peace. If you dare to stir up right and wrong outside, to break your legs. He did not want to take revenge, but after calming down in the past few days, he realized that he did not even know what the other party was. Knowing that there are people outside the world, he checked Su Lingxian over and over again and found nothing. It couldn't be the big brother of the other party's live broadcast, could it? This joke is not funny at all. Zhang Hao looked unconvinced. Humph, if you won't avenge me, I'll avenge myself. Su Lingxian, you wait for me, don't fall in my hands, or find a dozen people. And after Su Lingxian arrived at the manor, his heart was relieved. It is still safe here. Young master, where are those decorations placed? Su Yumeng brought a few maids and moved in the other side that was photographed from abroad. Su Lingxian sat on the living room sofa, looked around, and finally locked his eyes on the living room gold Nanmu tea table, the inlaid decorative shelf behind it. Pointing to the shelf behind the tea table, he said, "Put it there. 2 animal heads, 2 Ming Chenghua Dotsai chicken bowl cups, bronze pterodactyls, spring and autumn misplaced gold and silver bronze pterodactyls, obsidian Tianmu marigolds and other 4 pieces. Bronze pterodactyl was something he didn't expect. This thing was actually all streamed for auction, and it was also one of these things, the most expensive one. 0015 I thought we were all the same, but it turns out your brother's a godly man." The next morning, Su Lingxian got up a rare morning. Last night when he watched his sister's live broadcast, he received a message from his sister. Today around noon 10:30 or so, he arrived in Magic City. Long butler, later send someone to the airport to pick up second young miss. Today is her birthday. Let people prepare for it, and then make a simple birthday banquet in the garden at night. Okay young master, I'll go down and make arrangements. With a garden of over 2,000 square feet, it was still more than enough to organize a small birthday party. By the time 10:25 minutes past noon, an airliner that had taken off from Deep City landed at Magic City Airport. Su Lingxian, Chen Zero and Liamo came down from the plane, and a Rolls-Royce drove over. Su Lingxian just wanted to go around, but the driver of the car directly got down, walked in front of her, and respectfully said, "Second miss, young master asked me to pick you up, please get in the car." Su Lingxian was a bit puzzled, and thought that the other party had recognized the wrong person. But then she thought that the sheep village chief of her live broadcast had swiped so many gifts, and it seemed only right that she could drive this kind of car, but she just didn't know why she called herself second miss. Turning her head to look at Chan Zero by her side, she saw the other party nod and said in her ear, "It's okay, we're here." Only then did Su Lingxian get on the car, and as soon as she did, she rushed to open the live broadcast. After all, this would be a little safer, and if something happened, it wouldn't be so bad that no one would know. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, fans entered in 2s and 3s, probably because it was a Saturday. There were quite a lot of people at noon. Soon the number of people in the live broadcast room reached its usual peak, more than 400 people. Little sheep, I am now in Magic City. Is there anyone who is as curious about the identity of the village chief as I am? If there is, snap a 1. What do you mean? You're going to find the village chief, Lazy King? Don't my pure Lazy King also want to collapse the room? Hey, I've known it for a long time. Which anchor will not fall under the money? Lazy Big King is planning to broadcast live? This can make the broadcast? Brother does not watch in vain. Brother give you with love power. That said, what does the village chief really look like? He's not a beer-bellied uncle, is he? Su Lingxian was a bit speechless. She knew someone would say that, but it couldn't be helped. You guys are wrong. I just have a lot of questions in my heart and want to come over to figure it out, and it will be live-streamed all the time. It's not what you guys think, whether the people in the live broadcast room believed it or not, but what should be explained should still be explained. The car quickly arrived at the western suburb No. 1 Manor. Su Lingxian looked at the scenery outside the window, and the palace-like building. The several-meter-wide gate slowly opened, and the car drove in. Looking at the scenery inside, it was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, full of amazement. No surprise, an ordinary person would never be able to set foot in such an estate in their entire life. The camera was given to the outside. From the moment they entered the gate, the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy. I'm really no good. I can't even dream of living inside such a big manor. This seems to be the western suburb of Magic City's one manor. I heard that this manor is worth over $1 billion. Is this really the home of our sheep village chief? What's so doubtful about this? The village head in the live broadcast are brushing tens of millions of dollars. Buy up this kind of manor is not rare, right? Asterisk 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 it's just like a dream castle. I'm willing to use the 20 years of singleness of my brothers in the live broadcasting room, in exchange for me living here for 2 years. Looking at the large manor that looked like a tranquil and beautiful painting, Su Lingxian felt as if she had entered the fairy tale world. The vast lawn was like a green velvet carpet that stretched all the way into the distance. The manor was covered in green trees, and the tall trees cast a cool shade, making it seem as if one was in a green world. Looking along the winding path, a magnificent building stands in front of you. This building is a blend of classical and modern styles, with a majestic appearance and smooth lines, giving people a solemn and dignified feeling. The car stopped at the entrance of the main building. Su Lingxian brought Shinzuru and the two of them out of the car, a little apprehensive and nervous inside. Stepping out into the interior of the main building, one was immediately struck by its luxury. The spacious hall was decorated with exquisite furniture and artwork, with precious paintings hanging on the walls, making it seem as if one was in a hall of art, especially the huge tea table and the things on the shelves behind it. The live broadcast room is even a sharp-eyed fan. A glance will see the beast head above. Cannot help but inhale a mouthful of cool air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is my eyes blurred? Is the beast head on the top there? Brother, you're not wrong. It is indeed. And it's still too. The snake head and the goat head. It won't be a fake, right? You're silly. What is the status of the village chief? Look at this manor to know. How can it be fake? If it's fake, putting it here, isn't it a slap in your own face? Su Lingxian didn't dare to walk around freely. Just at this moment, a maid in a palace dress walked over with a cup of refreshments and smiled. Second young miss, welcome home. Young master is upstairs and will come down soon. After saying this, she put down the things in her hand and respectfully retreated to the side. This scene shocked the eyes of the crowd in the live broadcast room. Second miss? What's the situation? Lazy king, what's the situation? Why did this courtesan call you second miss? No way. Did the village chief really recognize our lazy king as his own sister? I'm going to go to such a brother. Please be sure to give me one too. Half will do. This courtesan has made me very happy. Reward. Then a Portia swiped out. Su Lingxuan's brain was already a bit down. No way? What the other party had said earlier in the live broadcast room. Was it serious? She thought the other party was joking with herself. Just as she was fidgeting, a figure on the second floor walked down. With a smile on his face, he seemed to be expecting something. Su Lingxian was indeed expecting his sister's expression the moment she saw herself. Su Lingxian, who was sitting on the sofa, heard the sound, looked up, and instantly rose up from the sofa in shock, her eyes wide, her face full of shock, exclaiming, "Older brother?" Even though she had thought of countless possibilities in her mind, this was the only one that had not occurred to her. The sheep village chief was her own brother. Shocked, puzzled, happy, all sorts of emotions surrounded her heart. Seeing this, the live broadcast room was even more puzzled. What's the situation? The lazy great king calling the other party his oldest brother? But why does the voice sound so excited? Not only that, I also hear out incredible. No way, no way. The village chief can't really be the lazy king's own brother, right? Case closed. The clowns are our own. Okay, 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 okay. What made Su Lingxian even more unbelievable was that Shinzuru and Liamo, who were sitting beside her, after seeing Su Lingxian, they simultaneously got up and respectfully called out, "Young master." At this moment, she froze on the spot, turned her head to look at Shinzuru beside her, and then glanced at Su Lingxian. Understood, all understood, beside herself, all her own people, and she knew nothing about it. Ha 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 ha, Linger, unexpected, surprised? Shinzuru said softly, "Second miss, let me help you with your cell phone." Su Lingxian didn't make any pretense. After handing the phone to Shinzuru, she got up and jumped into Su Lingtian's arms. Her voice was a little choked, so it turned out that her brother had been protecting her all along. Stinky brother, where is your surprise? I was almost scared to death by you. Brother, thank you. Knowing that those people who saved themselves in the KTV before were her brother's people, her heart was a lot more at ease. Su Lintian touched her little head. His face was cold. He naturally knew why Su Lingxian said that. Don't worry, brother won't let them have a good time. Then with a smile, let's go. Today is your birthday. I said I would give you a surprise. Follow me. The fans in the live broadcast room, at this moment, finally realized that their village chief was actually really lazy Big King's own brother, breaking the big defense, saying goodbye to eating noodles and playing in the mud together. But you secretly took the yellow robe and became the emperor. It's over. I thought the lazy king was as poor as I am, but the clown turned out to be myself. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the girl who is poor. The lazy king gave us a female version of the return of the Dragon King. The 2.5-year period has come and gone. Welcome the lazy king back to the throne of the princess. Is this the coolness of the return of the Dragon King? Hey, good looking. Love it. At the same time, an airplane took off from Jiangchang. The Su family couple on the plane looked at the white clouds outside. The first time they took an airplane, they were a little airsick. Still in the first class. The location is spacious, barely not so uncomfortable. Just in the morning, received a call from their son. They realized that their new neighbors were actually sent by their son, and asked them to follow each other on the plane to the Magic City. Originally, the two old men didn't want to go, but Su Lindian said that Su Lingxian would also come over. Plus Saturday was Su Lingshuan's birthday, so with a curious heart, they brought Su Lintao, who had returned from vacation, on the plane to Magic City. Not only were they curious, Su Lintao sitting next to them was even more puzzled, not knowing what had happened to his big brother, who suddenly seemed to have become very rich. 0016 Lack of a gatekeeper. No. Please be sure to tie me to the side of the gate. While Su Lintian took his sister to the underground garage by elevator, Chen Zero followed behind with her live phone. Several supercars bought abroad were parked in the garage at this time. When the three of them walked out of the elevator, the garage was filled with over a dozen cars, 6 supercars, 6 Range Rovers, 2 Rolls Royces, and a Maybach Pullman S680, which was a bit long at 6.5 meters. Su Lingxian looked at these cars and didn't know what to say, and it also opened the eyes of the crowd in the live broadcast room. I'm dropping horses. Is this the gods rich and powerful? A garage of luxury cars, and so many supercars. Surprisingly, I can see the same model as me here. Apollo IE. Upstairs blow awesome it, but also and you the same model. Wake up, you even have no girlfriend. Lying is a puppy. Really the same model, but my 100 kilometers acceleration consumes a ton of battery. I saw it. My dream car. Ferrari Rafa. Or 2. Handsome. Bugatti 8-eyed Magic Dragon. Aston Martin Valkyrie. Koenigsegg Jesko. Awesome my village chief. How about it? Do you have your eye on one? Pick one as a birthday gift for you. Su Lingxian reached out and touched these cool-styled sports cars. It was like a dream. Brother, such an expensive supercar. Give it to me. Not afraid of me touching it. Cars are for driving. If it's broken, it's broken. If it's broken, you can buy it again. It's only a few tens of millions of dollars. When the people in the live broadcast room heard such Versailles words, they couldn't wait to drill out of the screen and give Su Lindian 2 slaps. No, brother-in-law, do you want to hear what you're saying? It's only tens of millions of dollars. Heck, hey, my great-uncle is different. You guys are really shameless. For the sake of money, you don't even care about your face. Unlike me, lazy king, do you still need a watchdog in the manor? Please make sure to tie me up by the gate. Just manage a meal. Su Lingxian looked at the purple sports car in front of her, her eyes full of love. Brother, what kind of car is this? Su Lindian was also very patient. This is Aston Martin Valkyrie. Those two are Ferrari Rafa, Bugatti 8-eyed Demon, Koenigsegg Jesko. The last one is Apollo Sun God IE. How about it? Which one do you like? How about this? This Valkyrie is quite suitable for you. A girl driving a red car is not bad. That red Ferrari Rafa is also for you. Then you switch to drive. In the next 2 days you will familiarize yourself with the road next to the manor. It just so happens that Alin will also come over. At that time I will teach you together. Don't worry to drive boldly. It's okay if you touch it. He has never driven a supercar, but yesterday he familiarized himself with the operation of supercars. No problem. This scene could make the fans in the live broadcast room envious. Such a brother. They said they wanted it too. Su Lingxian didn't push back. Although she wanted to ask why her brother had suddenly become so rich, it was obvious that it was not the right time. After returning to the first floor, Su Lindian took her for a walk in the manor's garden. Su Lingxian took the cell phone from Chen Zira's hand and smiled at the camera. Little sheep in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast is here. As you can see, the head of the sheep village is my brother. And this is unexpected, so you guys should not bring up the tempo anymore. I'm going to go off the air and send it out. Whoa, it's time for our little sheep to graze too. Seeing laziness turn from a passerby to a princess. Ooh, I can't eat anymore. After turning off the live broadcast, Su Lingxian then had the chance to ask her doubts. Carrying her hands behind her back and looking at the green lawn, she turned her head towards Su Lindian and asked, "Brother, didn't you just graduate not long ago? Where did you get so much money?" Su Lindian was not surprised. He had known he would ask this and had thought of a good way to say it. In the manner of telling a joke, he said, "I just came back from abroad, where I met an old man. It was pitch black night. I was walking on the beach. Suddenly a golden light penetrated the sky. Thought a white-bearded grandfather, crutches from the sky, said he was the god of wealth. See my bones amazing, is a little spendthrift, want to accept me as a disciple, to help him spend money. Of course I did not agree. Vigilant close to him, said, Master in the above, please accept the disciple a bow. Then he gave me a lot of bank cards, and then said, can make a lot of money, and disappeared. Put. Su Lingxian couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out. Ha 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 ha, brother is so powerful. It seems like you're the son of heaven's destiny. You can meet such a high person. Knowing that everyone had secrets, she didn't ask any more questions and assumed it was true. The two of them were unspoken. Su Lingxian suddenly came with a sentence. Brother, you're so good to me. Silly girl, I'm as good to you as you are to me. Besides, you're my only sister, so if I don't treat you well, who will I treat well? Su Lingxian suddenly jumped up. Ah, brother, you know all about it? Well, I asked Mom. Hey, I'm not aware that boys spend a lot of money. The 800 that Mom gave me, the food expenses are hard enough. Brother, you're a boy. You can't do without money. Hey, you need to spend more money, or be those yellow hairs a cup of milk tea to cheat away. Dad shall not break my legs ah. Humph, people are not so bad. I can make money myself. Well, not to say, count the time. Mom and Dad they should soon arrive. We go to pick up the plane. Ah, Mom and Dad are here too? How did you trick them out? This is still need to ask. Of course it is to use you as bait. I plan to let them live in Magic City often. Good, dare to use me as bait. Stinky brother, look at my small fist. The two of them were playing around in the garden while Butler Long returned with people to purchase ingredients and items for tonight's banquet. 0017 drive to the end in order to eliminate future problems. When Su Lindian took his sister to the airport to pick up the plane, the Magic City Dragon Marine Group, as the sea hegemony, Dragon Marine market value in the last year has exceeded 200 billion market value. Hundreds of large and small ocean-going vessels, the smallest of which are all 10,000 tons. But for the global group, which has hundreds of billions of dollars in hand, Dragon shipping can only be considered a bigger ant. Wang Tang sat in his office, puzzled, really do not understand why the other party insisted on acquiring their own group. Although many places on the sea are now unsafe and pirates are rampant, the group's performance has plummeted, but it is not to the extent that the group has to be sold. He wanted to refuse stiffly, but he had the will to do so. Just then, a knock sounded on the office door. Come in. The secretary walked in with her long legs, her face somewhat unsightly. Mr. Wang, the head of Global Group Asia is here. She naturally knew that the purpose of the other party coming here. Just that, she was just a small secretary of the chairman of the board of directors. She had no right to ask about these things. Hey, what's coming is still coming. Bring them over here. Yes, the secretary nodded and turned to leave. In less than 5 minutes, he re-entered with 2 men and then silently exited the office, closing the door in the process. When Wang Tang saw the visitor, he got up and greeted him with a smile. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li has missed the welcome. Please forgive me. Li Chen waved his hand. Although he was from the global group, Wang Tang's status was not low enough to put on airs. Where? After the several people were seated, Li Chen went straight to the point. I wonder how Mr. Wang has considered it? 10% dividend rights. Your position remains unchanged. And the 41% stake in your hand, we will also acquire it at a market value 15% higher. I have to say, this is very tempting, and I know what kind of material my own son is. I'm already in my 50s, when I retire. With his own son, he simply can't fight the group of old foxes in the group. Seeing that Wang Tang was still hesitating, Li Chen couldn't help but ride the wave of victory, intending to give him a head start. I'm not going to hide it from you. Originally we wanted to acquire you in the fastest and most effective way. So much so that we prepared $200 billion on the headquarters side. But our leader appreciates Mr. Wang's character, so he intends to give Mr. Wang a chance. Mr. Wang should grasp it. This could already be said to be somewhat of a naked threatening intent, and it was also telling the other party that Longtang Marine Transportation, they, Global Group, were determined to win. Wang Tang's heart was shocked, feeling very incredible. $200 billion. He meow. Their own group market value only how much? The global this is to eat their awe. Cannot help but sigh. I'm really rich. Hey, even if I agree, Other shareholders will not agree. But did not wait for him to finish, only to see the man beside Li Chen. Immediately took out a stack of information from the briefcase, placed on the coffee table, said, Mr. Wang can rest assured, they are very happy. In addition to the 41% in your hands, as well as the 10% in circulation, the remaining 49% are in our hands. Wang Teng smiled bitterly. Emotionally, people had already given themselves a chance, and this time it was the second time. If he didn't agree again, he could only say that he was a bit ungrateful. I can agree, but I have one condition. I won't hand over the group to a foreign investor, so I want to see the boss behind you for a while. If I agree, I can sign now. Li Chen froze, not expecting Wang Teng to make such a request. This is something I can't make a decision on. Give me a few minutes. After saying that, he got up and walked to the side to report what happened here to Zhao Ruilong. And naturally, Zhao Ruilong could not make any decisions without authorization and could only ask Su Lindian what he meant. When Su Lindian heard that, Wang Teng didn't want to hand over the group to a foreign investor. He couldn't help but feel that this guy was a little bit interesting, so he agreed to the other party's request, and asked the other party to come over to Western Suburb No. 1 Manor to look for him tomorrow. After Li Chen got the reply, he sat back on the sofa again and looked at Wang Teng. This guy's life is a bit good. The young master even agreed. Yes, our young master has agreed. You can come to the Western Suburb No. 1 Manor tomorrow to meet the young master. Before that, sign this first. Young master? Wang Teng was a little puzzled, but did not ask. When he met the person tomorrow, he would understand. After receiving the contract and briefly reading it over, he felt that there was no problem and directly signed it. Before Li Chen left, he patted the other party's shoulder and said in a long tone, You're lucky. The young master isn't something anyone can see. After saying that, he directly led the people to leave. As for the other matters of dragon shipping, there was no longer a need for him to manage. Naturally, someone would take over. The top management above the group department level would be replaced. Wang Teng felt a little puzzled when he heard this, but it was not difficult to understand. Such a huge capital. It is indeed not whoever wants to see can see. He couldn't help but be even more curious as to what kind of person the young master in the other party's mouth was. And at this time, Su Lintian had already picked up his parents and younger brother back to the manor. Su Lintao and the Su family couple couldn't believe their eyes. Is this the place where their son lives? Look at this big lawn. How many vegetables can this plant? Such a big piece of grass. How wasteful to put it away. It can grow a lot of vegetables. Li Jia looked at the prairie and sighed, secretly feeling some pity. For mom's idea. For Su Lindian some crying and laughing. No way. Can only slowly change. I believe that under the influence of influence, will change. After all, close to the Zhu Qi close to the ink is black. Although used here some not too appropriate, but the meaning is that meaning. Brother, I'm not dreaming, right? Such a big manor. It's very expensive. Right, is that one a welcome pine? I heard that it's old expensive. Ah, old sister, why are you pinching me? Don't you want to know if this is a dream? I'll help you. After the family had a happy meal, Butler Long led the people in the garden to fiddle with the evening's dinner. Su Lindian spoke to the crowd about his situation, but he only spoke. As for whether his own parents believed him or not, that he didn't care. After all, there was no way to explain this. What reassured him was that although Su Dad and Su Mom were rural people, they were also very enlightened. There were no really stupid people, only people who pretended to be stupid. Although the crowd couldn't possibly believe Su Lingtian's story, they didn't look deeper. As long as they didn't break the law, who cares if he is a black cat or white cat? It is a good cat if it can catch mice. The fact that there were no stupid white people in the family made him even more relieved. He was most afraid of people with a single head. Xiao Tian Ah, Dad has nothing to show for it. Can't give you too much help. I only have one request. Do anything? Can't leave a tail for yourself. Do you understand? Su Si states words. Let Su Lindian greatly surprised. Did not expect his dad will say such words. Dad, I understand. Dad's meaning should be, drive out all the people in order to eliminate future troubles. 0018 Dad, do you want to implicate the whole family? Dad's meaning is definitely to kill all the people. In order to eliminate future problems, to eliminate the roots of the grass, cannot be merciful, to treat the enemy, we must do to make the ears and eyes clean. The idea of understanding, the chicken and the dog will not be left behind, and the 9 clans, digging up the ground, earthworms chopped up and fed to the fish, killing chickens and taking eggs. But isn't that too cruel? Then leave the chicken and make a Kung Pao chicken. Mom and Dad, don't go back, just stay here. In the next 2 days I'll have the housekeeper take you around to see the great mountains and rivers. Su Sijo's eyes lit up. He was very open-minded. In the past, there was no money. If you didn't work, you would starve to death. And there was still a son and daughter to support. so he had no choice but to do so. Now that his son has made a fortune, he is thinking of making his next life a little more comfortable. So what's not to like about it? If you want to go back to work, you have to go back to work. If you are not sick, then why is your son earning so much money? Li Jiao just wanted to refuse, but was stopped by her husband. Okay, you also don't refuse. The son has grown up. This family should he take the lead. Jia Yao I haven't taken you out to travel it. This family will be handed over to Xiaotian. The two of us go out to live the world of the two of us to go. Li Jiao blankly glanced at Su Jinzhou. You're going to die. Why are you saying this in front of the child? He. Mom is shy. We didn't hear anything. Linger, little brother. Let's go out for a walk. Su Lintian brought his younger siblings and once again came to the bottom garage. Su Lintao saw the supercar parked in the parking space. His eyes were glowing. Just ask which boy doesn't like supercars. Wow. Brother, are these all your cars? Neither. Those two are your sisters. How about it? Do you have a favorite? Pick two. Have someone fly them back for you when you go back to school. But I don't have a license. I can't drive. Although he was an adult, his driver's license hadn't been tested yet, so it wouldn't be a waste to fly it back. He could only look at it but couldn't drive it. It's okay. The issue of driver's license I've already asked someone to do it for you. Probably can get it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to drive. Su Lintao saw that his brother had already prepared everything. His heart was a little excited. Brother, which ones are your cars? Su Lintao was a little surprised. Was this afraid of choosing his favorite car? It's okay, you just choose. I'll do as I please. If there is really no favorite, you can go to Douyin to take a look. See the favorite with brother. Brother will give you to find a way to buy it. These words moved Su Lintao. Brother, I love you. Who knew that Su Lingtian's face turned black? Don't force me to slap you when I'm happy. Su Lingxian covered her mouth and snickered from the side. Alright, hurry up and pick. He. Then I'll pick that white Koenigsegg Jesko, and that white Apollo IE. Obviously, it was like white. Rich people pick the color they like, and beautiful women care what color your supercar is. Okay, I'll have someone fly it back to you when the time comes. Go, to you guys go up and stroll around. Don't even recognize your own home when the time comes. Taking the two to stroll around the manor. Su Lintao had a relaxed face, as if there was a layer of shackles on his body unlocked. After all, senior year of high school will soon be examined by the university. In the past, thinking of studying hard and trying to get into a good university, so that in the future the family will be a lot easier. But often think this way, the heart pressure is the greater, so that he almost crushed him. But what can he do? The family is poor. The only thing to work hard, and then work hard, and even his favorite girl, to their own confession, he can only say, I'm sorry, I don't like you. At that moment, his heart was like a knife. Su Lintian twisted his head to look at this younger brother of his. These 2.5 years together, know his brother's person and character. The other party's efforts are also in the eyes. Moreover, what happened in the school? The person who arranged over there also passed back one by one, rejecting the person you like. It's painful, right, my stupid brother? But you know, the other side's identity. It seems that you have to find a time to talk to him before evening. The large garden was brightly lit, a long table with all kinds of food, and a bar on the side with all kinds of drinks. The surrounding area was covered with flowers, like a sea of flowers, leaving only a passageway where a dozen or so servants stood waiting for their master's arrival. There were also a few musical instruments on the side, and a few maids in palace dresses waited. Butler Long took a few bodyguards to find an open place, discharged the fireworks and instructed the bodyguards to look at his face later. Su Lintian brought his family over, and a few people saw the scene in the garden from afar. Everyone had smiles on their faces. The Su Shizhou couple's smiles on their faces hadn't disappeared from the moment they entered the manor until now, and Su Lingxian was even moved to tears in her eyes. This would be one of her most memorable birthdays. Su Lintao was just giggling on the side, not knowing what he was thinking. The moment he stepped into the garden, the music started, and the bodyguard saw Butler Long's gesture and immediately lit the fireworks. Bang! 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 The fireworks bloomed brilliantly over the garden. The colorful light illuminated the entire night sky, and also illuminated everyone's faces. Su Lingxian was startled by the sudden surprise, then revealed a happy smile. When the maids saw Su Lingxuan's arrival, they respectfully shouted, "Second miss, happy birthday." The simple 7 words, respectful and sincere, were something that ordinary people could not get in their lifetime. A melodious melody resounded throughout the garden as the maids began to serve. The family sat down around the long table, enjoying the delicious food and cozy atmosphere. Su Lintian looked at his happy family and his heart was filled with fulfillment, while thinking of Su Lingxuan's previous encounter. It seemed that tomorrow, he would have to let the other party eat without food. Letting the other party eat full meals for so many more days, he was already very kind. 0019 We don't mess with things, and we are not afraid of things. When the banquet was over, Su Lintian returned to his room, took a shower, and then came to Su Lintao's room. At this time, the other party had also just finished his shower and was sitting on the balcony looking at the night view. Su Lintian knocked on the door and after waiting for a response from inside, pushed the door in. Brother, why did you come over? Is there something wrong? Brat, nothing, can't find you to chat. Ah, why? Sad face. What do you think? Found a stool and sat beside the other party. Su Lintao held a cup of water in both hands, looked up at the sky, and said, Brother, if there is a girl who confesses to you, and after you reject it, you regret it, what would you do? Su Lintian really wanted to slap the other party. Dare I say this is for love? Older brother, don't be so melancholic, okay? You are only 18 years old. What maturity do you pretend to be? It should be the heir of the sky is the boss and you are the second. Brother, don't tease me. Haven't you heard? The poor family's children become home early. Hey, you kid, dare to educate up your brother me. When your brother peeped at the village flower bathing, you still don't know where it is. The old man eat more salt than you eat rice. That's because you have heavy taste. Speaking of childhood, Su Lintao then removed that layer of mature disguise, and the two brothers began to fight. After chatting for a long time, his hands clasped the back of his head, tilted his head back and looked at the sky, much more serious. Well, I know all about you, and my words in front of me are also serious. You are only 18 years old. There is no need to be so melancholy. As for what poor family's children become a family early, that was before. Now we do not lack money. Cheer up a little. Don't die reading. You are now reading, things are secondary. Learn as much as you can, before there is no choice. Now there is your brother. The way for you and linger, unobstructed. You can play, but you can't play without a brain. Understand? And the girl who confessed to you, I've already had someone check her out. She's a good girl, whether it's her personality or temperament. Her face value isn't bad either. She's worthy of you. If you're not doing anything, take someone out to have some fun. Don't just know how to study. It will read people silly. What should be said is almost said. Got up and patted Su Lintao's shoulder. A serious face said, going out, you represent more than just your own face. We don't mess with things, but we are never afraid of things. There is a brother to give you a pocket. Don't be afraid of trouble. Well, it's late. Go to bed early. Tomorrow we have to teach you to drive. Heavy patted the shoulder twice, turned around and went back to his room. And Su Lintao at this time, froze in place, full of doubts. How did his own old brother know about the matter of himself being confessed to? The next morning, Su Lintian had people drive the 3 supercars out to the roadside outside the manor, where there were few vehicles and the road was wide enough. Long Butler brought a few bodyguards to watch from the roadside, both for protection and to be on standby waiting for the young masters and young ladies to do their bidding. A professional butler is different. Su Lintian, while explaining the various types of buttons, as well as the operation, the two people learned very quickly. Half an hour will have already got the hang of it. Su Lintian can be said to be teaching while learning. An hour later, the 3 people slowly familiarized themselves, driving the car on the road slowly. In the distance, a car stopped in front of the dragon housekeeper. The other party handed over 2 document bags, did not do much to stay, directly drove and disappeared at the end of the road. The 3 of them practiced for half an hour, the speed of the car from slow to fast, and soon they were comfortable with the normal speed of the car. And at this time, a Rolls-Royce was driving from the western suburb side. Wang Tang in the car had his eyes closed while his son beside him had a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know where his father was taking him to. He got up early in the morning and the company didn't go. Father, where are we going now? This is the road to the western suburbs, right? What are we going there for? There were so many questions that Wang Tang kind of wanted to slap the other party to shut him up. After thinking about it, he was afraid that his son would not know the other party's identity later and contradict his boss. AI, if you were a bit more outgoing, I wouldn't have to be like this. Dragon Tang Group changed ownership yesterday, and now we're going to meet the young master. When these words came out, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, making Wang Yulong feel incredible. To know, Longting Marine Transportation was his father's life's blood. How could he possibly be willing to sell? Father, you're not kidding, right? This is your life's work. You think you're old man I want to If it wasn't to pave the way for you, would I be like this? I also don't know if the other party will agree. In short, you'll see more and say less later. Do you hear me? Seeing that his father did not look like he was joking, Wang Yulong then put away his cynical appearance. In his heart, he was a little curious as to what kind of god was the young master his father was talking about. Okay, we'll just watch later. The Rolls-Royce arrived at its destination, and just as it approached the No. 1 manor, it was stopped by the bodyguards watching the gate. Who are you people? Who are you looking for? Wang Tang hurriedly lowered the window and smiled. Hello, I'm Wang Tang from Dragon Marine. The young master asked me to come over to look for him today. Please inform me. Just as Wang Tang arrived, Butler Long, who was not far away, noticed. Seeing that the other party was here to see the young master, the bodyguard looked at the dragon butler not far away and turned his head to Wang Tang. Wait, then trotted over to Butler Long, and without knowing what he said, he only saw the bodyguard waving his hand towards Wang Tang. Speaking to the driver, he said, pull over to the side of the road and wait for me in the car. Then he brought Wang Yulong out of the car and walked towards Butler Long. Wang Yulong looked around curiously. So many bodyguards, one as strong as a calf, and this manner, not bad either. You are Wang Tang? Without waiting for Wang Tang to speak, Butler Long was the first to speak, although he did not know what the other party's identity was, but judging from the behavior of the bodyguard just now, the other party's identity was not thought to be low. Precisely under me. It was the first time Wang Yulong had seen his father behave like this, which made him even more curious as to what the identity of that young master was. Butler Long looked up and down for a few moments and said, wait here, the young master and the young lady, they are playing with the car. Wang Tang didn't dare to say anything more. He also heard the roar of the supercar in the distance. After waiting for 10 minutes, the 3 supercars drove up from below and stopped in front of the crowd. Su Lintian's 3 siblings came down from the car. Butler Long came forward and handed over the document bag in his hand, while saying, young master, Wang Tang is here. Su Lintian took it, glanced at it, and then tossed it to Su Lingxian and the 2 of them respectively. Nah, your things. Then he twisted his head to look at Wang Tang, and glanced at Wang Yulong beside the other party. I'm sorry, it's hard for Mr. Wang to stand here and wait for me. I don't dare to, I've only just arrived. Su Lintao and the 2 of them saw that Su Lintian had something to talk about. They glanced at each other. Brother, then sister and I will go in first. After saying that, they drove into the manor. Seeing this, Su Lintian couldn't stand here and talk. Let's go in and talk. 0020, it's okay. It'll be quick, don't be afraid. Inside the living room, Su Lintian looked up at Wang Tang after picking up a cup and drinking water. He didn't know what the other party had to see him for, but he could think of something. Say it, what's the matter of seeing me? Wang Tang didn't beat around the bush. Saying too much nonsense would only annoy people. Getting up and bending down, he said, it's like this, young master. I want to use my 10% of dividend rights, as well as the position of chairman of the board. I don't know if I can get my son to work in the Universal Group. I also asked young master to be able to give him a chance, although he didn't know what Su Lintian was and didn't dare to find out, because there was no longer that need. Even one Universal Group was enough to know that the young master's identity was not simple, to know that it was around $400 billion of capital flow, and that was just one Universal Group. Who could be sure that the other party only had such a group in hand? Seeing his own son still sitting stupidly, he couldn't help but kick the other side, secretly cursing. Really no eyesight stuff. Wang Yulong was just stunned by his father's words. Universal Group? Was it the same Universal Group that had gained fame some time ago? He had learned from his father before that the other party was a giant, and although it hadn't been around for long, the capital on hand was enough to buy 14 Dragon Shipping. It is such a powerful group, but the boss is in front of the age difference with their own people. Seeing his father signaling himself to speak, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly got up, following Wang Tang's example, and respectfully said, I hope that young master can give me a chance. Su Lintian calmly looked at the 2 fathers and sons, smiling at the corner of his mouth, and said something that made them unexpected, yet reasonable. I never use outsiders. Who knew that Wang Yulong made a move that made Su Lintian and Wang Tang's faces black at the same time? Righteous father, please accept my child's obeisance. Only to see the other party's hot-headedness, he flung himself on his knees, not caring about the circumstances, and directly kowtowed. Pooh! Su Lintian held the teacup. The tea he just drank in, sprayed out. Face is black. Good guy. What kind of brain circuit is this? You think you are Lubu? Taking the towel handed over by the maid, he wiped his mouth. This guy, if you say he is smart, he is too smart. If you say he is stupid, he can shamelessly recognize his righteous father. Wang Tang on the side kicked his own son over and angrily said, Brat, what are you talking about? Don't get up. Disgraceful thing. Cough cough. Okay, you guys are really generous. 10% of the dividend rights don't want the opportunity one can give you. It depends on whether you can catch it. Go to the rice country New York to look for Zhao Ruilong. He will naturally know how to do it. You listen to him on the line. Thank you, young master. In the future, our Wang family will look up to our young master as our horse's head. Wang Tang's father and son were overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. There's really something for you to do. Turning his head towards Butler Long, he said, bring over the information of that what's his name Hao. Receiving a file bag, he threw it onto the coffee table. I don't care what method you use. I don't care. There is only one request. No chickens or dogs left behind. Wang Tang father and son walked away, took the file bag and left the manor. In the Rolls-Royce car, the two took out the contents. Wang Yulong saw what was inside. His face was full of puzzlement. Just a billionaire. It is reasonable to say that the young master himself moved his fingers. Could this be a test for our Wang family? It must be. Wang Tang also thinks so. Although the Dragon Marine changed ownership, but his own network is still there. Make 2 phone calls and it can be solved. The information even has the other party's black information. This is even simpler. Chickens and dogs will not be left behind, and if they are sensible, it will be easier for them to self-terminate. The next morning, Zhang Fuguei had just arrived at the company. When he heard his secretary reporting good news with an excited face, Mr. Zhang, good news. The bank side agreed to our loan. Really? Great. Immediately get that side to start construction. We need to build up the property as fast as possible. Although he did not know why the good reason. The bank suddenly agreed to the company's loan. After all, this is not a small amount. Will all his property mortgage want to loan 300 million? Just the bank side has been stuck. He looked for the relationship he could find. However, there is not the slightest effect. He was anxious. He was not easy to get a good piece of land. C can be transformed from the catering industry real estate, but unfortunately insufficient funds. Now finally can separate hands and feet dry. But he is still happy too early. His side only started construction less than a few days. It was screwed. The restaurant is either here to rectify, or the health is not passable, requiring the closure of the business to rectify. 1-2 rooms is a coincidence. Then when he heard that closed 70% of the stores, it felt like the sky was falling. However, he did not know is that the doom and gloom has just begun. Peer suppression. The real estate side just get the foundation. Material suppliers directly refuse to provide materials, or they raised the prices for various reasons. Mr. Chen, you can't be like this. Didn't you say that the materials were all provided by your company before? Now how can you say that the contract is broken? Zhang Fuguei was furious and didn't know who was screwing himself over again and again. Mr. Zhang you also have to consider my difficulties well. The default payment I will give you at that time. I don't want your liquidated damages. I just want my materials. Do you know how much interest do I have to give to the bank in a day? Zhang Fuguei, talk to you nicely and don't listen right. You're teaching me to do things. In a word, the material is not there. To tell you the truth, the whole deep city, you can't get a single grain of sand. Don't know how to die. These words almost didn't make Zhang Fuguei angry into ICU. *******, you damn dog. I'm going to sue you. Cough cough. He was so furious that he almost didn't collapse, and no longer knew what he was saying. Whatever you want. I'll accompany you to the end. But also you cannot hold on to the end of the lawsuit. Moron. Stupid. But also want to reach out to the real estate. But also do not look at their own several pounds and two. Poof. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Fell to the ground. When he woke up again, Zhang Hai sat next to him with an anxious face. Dad, you finally woke up. We are finished. The construction site has stopped. The bank started to call for money. The restaurant is only out but not in. You quickly think of a way. Zhang Fuguei, who had just woken up, heard this news, and was struck by a bolt from the blue, almost fainted again. After calming down, he also thought clearly, it is not his hand into the real estate will be so. Must be someone is targeting himself. But he did not offend anyone. Thinking about it, it seems to be only those people who were in the KTV at the beginning. You go out first. Let me think about it. Zhang Hao had no choice but to leave the room for the time being. Zhang Fuguei looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. He regretted it. If he could go back in time, he would have shot his son on the wall. Everything was because of him. A woman buried his life's work. If it wasn't for his son messing with that woman, why would he be in this situation? A trace of hatred surged to his heart. Damn it, even if I die, I won't let you live well. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed a call that had been sealed for a long time. On the other side of the phone, a low voice rang out. What a surprise. You would call me. Say it. Who do you want to kill? You should know our rules. Even though you saved my life, what should be given is still not less. At most, I will give you one more to kill, as a way to return the favor of saving your life. Deep City University. Su Lingxian. $150 million. This is all the cash I can get out. If you can, please help me kill the person who was messing with me behind my back. If there is a son, just kill his son. I want to make him live in pain for the rest of his life. Ha 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 ha. This $150 million, in fact, is the bank's money, but this already can't care so much. The person on the other end of the phone took a deep breath. $150 million. This is not a small amount. Yes, I will help you find out. Zhang Fugui's face showed a grimace as he detached the phone card and threw it out the window. Getting up and walking out of the hospital room. Seeing his father come out, Zhang Hao rushed forward. Father, how is it? Is there any way out? I don't want to wander the streets. That would be better than dying. Why don't you give me some money to go abroad? Zhang Fugui looked up at his only son and sighed. He was still soft-hearted. Such a son should have been thrown away a long time ago. Thought of it. Let's go. It's too stuffy here. Help me to the rooftop to smoke a cigarette. Zhang Hao naturally did not think much. The two of them went up to the rooftop one after the other. Zhang Hao took out a cigarette and smoked it, while Zhang Fugui didn't know where to touch a slate. Bang! Taking advantage of his inattention, a slate slapped him unconscious. When Zhang Hao woke up again, he saw his father sitting on the parapet holding himself, and then remembered the scene just now, and seemed to guess what, and then he was scared to pee. Father, what do you want to do? Don't have a good conversation. I don't want to die yet. The body cannot help but tremble. Tears are flowing down. So high. Fall down can still live? It's all right. Father accompanies you. Very soon. They will not let you go. It is better to go with father. Don't. Father. Beg you. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. Don't be afraid. Soon. Don't worry. Don't you like that woman in your class? We'll wait for her down there. Frantically trying to get out of the embrace, but Zhang Fugui didn't give him a chance at all, holding him and jumping down together. Bang! The heads burst open like two watermelons, tender and juicy. 0021 Any interest in joining the darknet? The jumping of the two men led to a big mess downstairs in the hospital. Zhang Hao did not expect that he would die in such a way, being pulled by his own family to stack his back. Dragon Shipping Group. Wang Tang sat inside his office. Jumped off a building in the hospital? Two fathers and sons together? Good. After hanging up the phone, he came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the scenery outside. Sometimes people, they are so fragile, even if they are rich. So what? So what if they are billionaires? It seems that you have to warn your own son, don't go around dabbling in women, because you don't know what dragons and tigers behind looking at ordinary girls, and what will happen in the future, even if the company is big, often because of a woman, and lead to the destruction of the family. The Zhang family father and son's end is vivid in my mind. Mr. Wang, this is the appointment letter from above. You will be the CEO of the group, and the position of chairman will be transferred from the global group headquarters. After the secretary knocked on the door and received an answer, he pushed the door in and said with a letter of appointment. Wang Tang didn't expect that he would still be able to take the position of CEO, and that he would retire from this in the future. I know. Send someone to tidy up the office and replace all items with new ones. Okay, I'll have someone come over to tidy up now. Nodding his head, he put down the appointment letter and turned around to leave. All of this, Su Lintian did not pay attention to, since handing over the information to Wang Tang, he did not care, believing that the other party would not let him down. The reality was indeed so. The thunder and lightning character, he somewhat appreciated, so he gave the other party the opportunity to take the position of CEO. Dragon Shipping was just a branch of Universal, which was considered the headquarters of Universal Group in Asia. Brother, after playing in Magic City for a week, I plan to go back tomorrow. Alright, I'll have someone prepare a private jet and transport your two cars back together at that time. Linger, what about you? Su Lingxian thought for a moment and said, then I'll go back tomorrow as well. Su Lintian naturally had no opinion. Good, I'll make the arrangements then. As for the two couples of Su Mizu, they were in the garden, holding hoes, in the process of clearing the land and carving out a small area to grow vegetables. In their words, it was assured to eat the vegetables they grew themselves. Su Lintian thought about it and felt that it made sense. Outside, who knows what technology is inside in order to live ruthlessly, which gave him an idea. Intended to buy a small island, in which to plant vegetables, meat farming, exclusively for their own food, and it's time to prepare the research base, just together. At the same time, Xiangjiang, inside a gold store, a man took two gold chains and placed them on the counter, asking the teller, do you recycle gold here? The teller was a woman with a slim figure, a pair of long legs wrapped in black silk, wearing a professional uniform that made people look at her. Recovered, sir, please wait a moment, I'll have our manager come over. Not a moment later, an oily bald man with a smiling face walked out from the backstage. First, he looked at the man, then at the necklace, and his smile became even more intense. Hello, I'm the manager here. What's the little brother's name? Cut the crap. If you don't take it, I'm leaving. Receive. Of course receive. Little brother, this gold chain comes from the wrong way, right? We can only give so much if it's not from the right place. The manager stretched out 4 fingers. At least 405. Otherwise forget it. 402. This is the highest price. You have to know that by accepting your things, we are also taking risks. The man was a little impatient and waved his hand. Fine, fine. 402 is 402. Hurry up. When the man came out of the gold store, he looked around and saw that there was nothing strange, then quickly left. Damn it, looks like we have to hurry up and finish dealing with it back home. After walking into an alleyway, he was stopped. Good dogs don't block the road. Looking at the two people who blocked the road, his heart thumped. He wouldn't be discovered, right? Can't he wore the old black hood. This can also be recognized? Although he thought so, his face was still calm and self-contained. You really made us look for you. Not only did you rob us, but you also dare to speak out of turn. The other man pulled out his pistol and said, "Where is the gold?" "What gold? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Don't play dumb. Where is the gold you robbed at the mall? Robbing even if it's not enough. You're still robbing so much. Why do I want to play dumb? What mall gold? And not what I did. You guys looking for me, why? This cannot be recognized. Said certainly have to die. Do not say may also be able to live a little longer. Although but, maybe the end is almost the same." Just at this time, an untimely voice suddenly came from the back. "People are saying no. You guys are not forcing people to take the blame." Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 men fell to the ground in response. Tangjio was silenced. This was just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. This way of killing, so handy, ruthless. What's your name? Tangjio. Thanks to this big brother's life-saving grace. To report again in the next day. There is a prior departure. Don't be in a hurry. You robbed our gold. Don't intend to return it? Tangjio's face was dark. Mud people have 3 points of fire. Mortar, whoever's gold was robbed came to find me, is it? Well, I admit, the gold of the mall is I robbed, but I don't remember robbing 2 places. Right, and what kind of gold are you? Bullying honest people is not it. The gold we just bought was robbed by you. No, it should be robbed by your men. Turning around, seeing the other side, said with great vigor. Tangjio carefully recalled, as if at that time there was indeed an old black man turned back and robbed. After all, the other side of the 2 tall bodyguards. Let a person remember vividly. It's you guys, the old black robbed it. You guys find him. Well, they are not my men. However, the other party's next words made Tangjio's scalp tingle. They've all been dealt with. Now only you're left. Tangjio quickly waved his hand. Don't be impulsive. Big deal. I'll pay for it, can't I? Who knew the other party's words changed? I wonder if you're interested in joining our darknet. What? You guys are from the darknet? This time he was really shocked. The dark network he had heard of in foreign countries, but not much. Only know that this organization is very powerful, omniscient. No wonder he can find himself. It is estimated that he has already found himself. But to join such an organization, it is very dangerous. And one can say that one knows nothing about them. Can I refuse? No? Of course. Said about to raise his gun, Tangjio's eyes jumped straight, shouted, I join. Do not hide. I have long admired your organization for a long time, but why cannot find a middleman? Now there is an opportunity. I'm happy but also too late. How can I refuse it? He. Alright, what kind of person you are? We know exactly. Come with me. I'll be your superior from now on. Tangjio was also optimistic, calling out with a mouthful of boss. Boss, where are we going? Why don't we first get out the gold in our hands first? Go to rice. Throw away the gold in your hand. We don't lack those things. The corner of Tangjio's mouth twitched. Listen, is this human language? 0022 quick. Surround the young master's car. The following day, Su Lingxian and Su Lintao left the No. 1 manor, and Su Mianzhou and his wife were also arranged by Su Lintian to travel. He had already had someone buy a villa near the school in advance, so he could live wherever he wanted. He could not live without it, but he could not live without it. Jiang Chang, after Su Lintao came back from the Magic City, his entire body exuded full of confidence. The whole person was much more spirited. After coming down from the private airplane, what surprised him was to see 2 acquaintances, a man and a woman. It was a new student who had just come to his class not long ago, and was accompanied by 2 bodyguard-like men. This made him a little stunned. He didn't see it himself, how rich these 2 were, surrounded by bodyguards, and how they walked together. Third young master, Su Lintao had not yet had time to greet him, but unexpectedly, the other party suddenly came forward and respectfully said. Even the 2 bodyguards did the same, which made them think of something. You guys are sent by my brother? Yes, young master. Seeing the other party admit it, their faces couldn't help but show an expression that this was the case. No wonder his big brother knew everything. Dare I say that he was surrounded by his own people. A male spy pulled out a black bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Third young master. This was given by the young master before he came. and is now handed over to you. Su Lintao took the bank card and took a simple look at it. It was different from any bank card he had ever seen. The material was very different. How much money is in here? He was very curious. His own big brother seemed to be very rich. He heard that he spent 1 billion on that manor. Those cars in the garage were not cheap. These two in his own hands were $500 million. This bank card, to their own big brother's playing party. At least there are tens of millions of dollars. However, the words of the male spy shocked off his jaw. Third young master, before you came back, we spent more than $30 million in the villa area near the school, and bought a villa, and now there is only about $4 billion left in the card. When Su Lintao heard this figure, he didn't know what the concept of more than $4 billion was, but he knew that there were many zeros after it. The word only remaining was used very well, so that he couldn't find any faults. His own big brother would not be opening a money printing factory in the country of meters. Putting away the bank card, the airplane side also unloaded the car. Alright, you can drive, right? We'll do third young master. As long as you can drive, help me drive one back. Then you guys lead the way in front and go back to the villa to take a look first. Su Lintao handed over the key of the Apollo IE, while he himself got into the Koenigsegg Jesko and followed behind. The two supercars drove out of the airport, immediately attracting the eyes of the crowd, especially the Apollo IE, which is even more uncommon in China. Of course, the Koenigsegg Jesko is not far behind, and is generally rarely seen on the road. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of car is that? So handsome. That is Apollo IE. Right, in the country or the first time to see? Really handsome. Brother, you know a lot. Hey, that of course. Supercars see more. Naturally also recognize. In the Douyin often brush too. Su Lintao looked at the gaze of the crowd on the road. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The corner of his mouth is slightly curved. Very cool. Coming to the villa area, the security guards saw the two supercars driving over. They didn't dare to stop them at all, and directly released them. Even gave Su Lintao a salute. Joking. These two random one are more expensive than the villa here. Cannot be driving a sports car to steal. As for the back of the Range Rover, it seems to be some pull down, but did not go to stop. The other party back together. In case it is the other party's bodyguards and so on, it is not an offense. Su Lintao came to a set of luxury villas. The gate detected the license plate number and automatically opened. Next to the gate was a large stone with number 1 written on it, which was the serial number of the villa. And his set is obviously the number 1 villa. The whole set of villa, plus the courtyard, a total area of about 2,200 square meters, 3 floors, and a private parking garage underground, outdoor swimming pool, courtyard. There is a small golf, indoor facilities, not to mention, all top match. Parked the Koenigsegg Jesko outside, and did not follow in the garage. After all, we'll have to go to school later. There are still people waiting for him there. Last time was no choice. Already missed once. This time he didn't want to miss it. Third young master, see where else you need to improve. I'll have someone change it. The underlings at home and the butler. The eldest young master has already arranged it. They'll be here tomorrow. No need. That's it. By the way, are you guys still going back to school? Of course. Our duty is to protect third young master your safety at school. As for outside, you will be protected by bodyguards. That's fine. I'll go back to the school to take a look. You guys get busy. After placing the things in his hands, he drove away. The two security guards at the security booth saw Su Lintao going out, hurriedly raised the guardrail, then ran out and straightened their salute, until he left. The other party lowered their hands. Which young master is this? How come I've never seen him before? Snap. Are you stupid? Can't you see that it's coming out of villa number 1? It must be the new owner. In the future, you kid give me a wake-up call. Know what kind of car that is not? No, supercar pa. Told you to usually brush more videos and dream more. That's a Koenigsegg Jesko. If you scratch a few centimeters on the other side of the car, you can go jump off a building. There's no point in living for the rest of your life anyway. Su Lintao naturally did not know the security guard's conversation. Drove to the roadside cigarette store, bought 2 Chinese, and then drove to the school. The school security guards which have seen such a luxury car. Although the school does not lack some rich second generation, those parents drive the most expensive is only Rolls-Royce. Compared to Rolls-Royce, supercars bring more shocking visual impact. 2 security guards in their 60s, their eyes lit up, and they ran out of the security room, which is not often seen. This young master, who are you looking for? Su Lintao looked down at his clothes before realizing that he was not wearing a school uniform. I'm a student of the first middle school. I forgot to wear my school uniform. Can you let me in first? Looking at the school entrance, there were more and more people. If they didn't go in, they would be even more unable to get in later. 2 Moncler jackets obviously also saw this phenomenon. Gathered together for what? Have not seen the sports car side to play. Do not block the school entrance. The two said that the electronic door will be opened. Su Lintao this smooth in, parked the car in the parking space near the security room. Take two Chinese toward the security room. Seeing Su Lintao come over, the two grandfathers were full of smiles, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Two uncles, this is a gift from a friend. I don't smoke either. It's a pity to throw it away. It's for you. I'll go back to the dormitory first. The two older men wanted to push back, but Su Lintao had long since disappeared. Hey, Zhanghua, this cigarette is not cheap, or else people can drive a supercar. Send different cigarettes. Old Li hurry to bring out the guardrail. Called the old Li security guard, face puzzled. Take guardrail? Why? Are you stupid? Why did he give us two cigarettes for no reason? You're his relative, so of course you're going to surround the young master's car. If you break it, you won't even be able to afford to pay for it. So let's take shifts and keep those bastards away from the young master's car. Then the two masters moved out the school's guardrail to isolate Su Lintao's car. 0023, I'll let you chase after me. Let's see how you'll die this time. And at this time, a girl wearing a school uniform, with a pair of small white shoes under her feet and a baby fat face, wandered downstairs in the boys' dormitory with a tangled face. She muttered to herself with a beeping mouth. Why don't you go back? He has rejected you. Why are you still stalking him? Yi Sini, why are you so shameless? Why don't you go back? But he hasn't come to school for a week. Then call or send a message to ask him. But will that make him think he's pestering him? Then go back. Why are you still here? After all, you still don't want to give up. But he hasn't come to school for so long. Could something have happened? At this moment in Yi Sini's mind, it was as if there were two little people fighting. Lowering her small head, she was very torn. Just at this moment, a voice rang from the ear. Who's in trouble? The sudden voice startled her. How do you walk without a sound? Lintao? Raising her head, but after reflecting in her eyes was Su Lintao. For a moment, remembered that she had just talked to herself. The other party would not have heard it all? Thinking of this, the small face instantly read, cover the face and run to the girls' dormitory. Even hate to find a hole to drill in. Too embarrassing. Su Lintao looked at the back of the head. Some unknown. This little girl how? Yi Sini returned to the dormitory, directly buried her head in the quilt. Several people in the dormitory saw this scene and looked at each other. They thought they were bullied by someone and hid under the quilt to cry. Xiao Xin. What's wrong with you? Is it someone who bullied you? Don't worry, we'll help you go beat him up. That's right, dare to bully our Xiao Xin. Old lady will break his 3 legs. A girl sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to pull Yi Sini, who had left her buttocks out. Feeling the temperature coming from her hand, she was startled. Xiao Xin, why are you so hot? Where are you uncomfortable? Do you have a fever? Saying that, he was about to drag the person out from the quilt. And then he saw Yi Sini with a face full of redness. At this time, her eyes were closed and she didn't dare to open them. Xiao Xin, why is your face so red? Your body is burning hot. Go, let's take you to the infirmary. Seeing that she was about to be carried away by several sisters, she had to explain. I'm fine, I just saw Su Lintao. Several girls were filled with question marks. Who? Su Lintao? He came to school? But, there's no need for you to have a fever when you see him, right? After saying that, she suddenly felt as if something was wrong. It was a bit strange. Yi Sini also felt it out. Why did that sound so strange? It's not what you guys think. It's, ignore you guys. If you want me to say, he has rejected you, why care about him so much? Really can't. We will tie him to the dormitory tonight. Let him know how powerful we are. That's right, our family Xiaoxin. This little arse. This big breasts and chest. This little face. If I were a male, I would have to be charmed into a retard, said while patting Yi Sini's buttocks. Just wanted to pat her breasts, but was stopped, could only regretfully touch her nose. Well, it's not a fever on the line. We're going to class later. Let's go. As soon as Yi Sini thought that she would have to see Su Lintao again later, her mind could not help but recall the image she had just seen. Why don't you guys help me take a half day off? Suddenly a bit uncomfortable, said holding her forehead with a weak look on her face. I don't think it's Su Lintao who was mesmerized into a retard. It's our family Xiao Xin who was mesmerized into a retard. What kind of mesmerizing soup did he pour into you? I see. Xiao Xin has a real fever. Don't pretend. Hurry up or I'll go call Su Lintao over. In this way, Yi Sini was coerced by several sisters to give up the idea of taking leave. Su Lintao sat at the back of the second group, while Yi Sini sat in front of the third group. Ever since he came back from the Magic City, he had figured it out. Then this scene appeared. Halfway through class, Yi Sini leaned over the table and cautiously looked back at Su Lintao sitting at the back. Who knew that Su Lintao was looking at her with a smile on his face? feeling that her peeping was discovered. In a flash, her cheeks flushed red and she hurriedly turned her head, not daring to look again. The same table saw the scene, shook his head. Finished. This girl, hopeless. My aunt, you are the class flower, is also the school famous big beautiful. Want to see what you are doing now? It's almost like writing the word nymphomaniac on your face. Two people in the country when you love each other, while some people in the foreign cursing. Rice country. Wang Yulong drove his car and fled madly. Damn him, no one told me before coming out. This side is so dangerous. This is the first time, only to see a black sedan is chasing wildly behind his ass, shooting at every opportunity. In this half month, it was already the third time he was chased. What made him most angry was that he still didn't know why he was being chased. If it wasn't for his luck, he would be at the Naiha bridge by now. Bang! Bang! The rearview mirror was directly smashed. His forehead was in cold sweat, and he directly staged a show of speed and passion. Only then did he understand what Su Lintian meant when he said that. This opportunity, really killing him, he really can't catch it a bit. Wanted to call back to the company for help, but the people behind him did not give him a chance. So fast speed. If he drove single-handedly, he might have to flip the car. The more you drive, the more remote. The road is no car. Asterisk. Almost out of gas. Finished. Doggone it. Even if I die, I have to pull it back. Just when he wanted to die with the other party, the screen in the car suddenly lit up, and a familiar voice came out from it. It was his superior. Little dragon, where are you now? When Wang Yulong heard this voice, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Leader, help! I'm being chased right now. I don't know where I am. It's very remote. There are no cars on the road. The foibles from the rice country are trash. They are all on the road in the fast and the furious, and I don't see them coming. Son of a, don't let me know who's trying to kill me, or I'll exterminate his whole family, and the family dog will slap it twice. Don't worry, you're driving a company car. Find a spot to stop. There's a black mat in the back. There's a secret compartment underneath. What's inside can save your life. I'm sending someone there now. I don't think it's too late. If you unfortunately die, the group will make them bury you with them. After saying that, the call ended. Wang Yulong's eyes lit up. There is something in the car that can save his life? Find a place to pull the other side away. Then clenched his teeth and directly parked the car. Anyway, the car is almost out of gas. It is not a solution to drive on like this, so he can only let go of the car. Whether it is dead or alive, depends on what is in the hidden compartment of the car. Quickly drilled into the back seat. The car was obviously modified. Came to the back, and found the black cushion. Lifted up. At the same time, the car behind caught up. The sound of gunfire. When Wang Yulong opened the secret compartment and saw what was inside, his blood instantly boiled. Ha 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 ha. Heck, I let you guys chase. Let's see how you die this time. 0024 Sir, how much do you think it is appropriate for me to charge? Wang Yulong took out a MP5 from the hidden compartment. The corner of his mouth could not stop rising. Ha ha ha, can be said to be, the sky is not the limit. Dog days, now who comes to me to do who? Said so, but he is not stupid, can only wait for the time to counterattack. Now the car has stopped. The other side is even from the side of the pass. Crazy strafing, the car's glass all broken. The car has become 1,000 holes. Good thing the other side thought he was still in the driver's seat. Pursuit of the vehicle stopped in front. Looking at the two crooked people down from the car, Wang Yulong gritted his teeth and directly counterattacked. Suddenly, the MP5s. Suddenly, the sound of the MP5 startled the other party, without any hesitation, and drilled back into the car. Shit, not that it is just a rich second generation only? Not into the world? Why is there an MP5 in the car? Stop whining. The other party is just one person. Hurry up and finish him. Don't delay any longer. The dog is going to come over later. You suppress him, I'll drive through. The MP5 hit them and they didn't dare to risk their heads. Even if Wang Yulong's marksmanship was not accurate, the sound of the gunshot was enough to multiply the pressure on the other side. Wang Yulong's arm was a little numb from the shock. The first time he shot, a little uncomfortable. Seeing the other party start the car, he instantly knew their intentions. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Small pistol point can't beat me, just drive a car into it right. Okay, let you guys see the big baby. Saying that, he took out the RPG from the hidden compartment and carried it on his shoulder. Mode, let you guys chase me. Today I'll let you guys die without a burial place. In the middle of the seat, carrying the RPG at such a distance, there was no need to do much aiming. The two killers were shocked when they saw the back seat, what Wang Yulong was carrying on his shoulder. Oh shit, hurry up, the news is wrong. The other party is not a rich second generation. He is an arms dealer. He has an arsenal in his car. The driver heard his companion's voice and had a questioning look on his face. Walter? Shetter, What are you waiting for? The other party has an RPG in his car. Quickly drive away, you son of a. After finishing, he quickly ventured out and waved his hand. Hey, stop, 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 stop. Misunderstand. Wang Yulong looked disdainful. Now you know to tell me that there is a misunderstanding? What did you do earlier? My car has been hit into a hornet's nest by you guys, and you're telling me about the misunderstanding now? Misunderstanding you, eat go. After saying that, directly pull the trigger. The shell directly hit the other car but, with a loud bang, the other vehicle was blown up. Wang Yulong once again loaded a shell, which carried the RPG from the car down. Looking at the front of the burning car, the heart cannot help but surge a sense of pleasure, just in case, and also for the other party's lack of pain. After driving the car farther away, he once again reloaded a shell. This time, there can't be a way to live, right? Looking at the vehicle that was engulfed in flames, he then left with satisfaction. While driving, he called his leader. Solved it? Well, there was a scare. Fortunately there were weapons in the car, or else I would really have died in a foreign country. It's okay, got you a gun license, go out and bring a gun in the future. As for the latter, you don't have to worry about it, the group will handle it. The other party's origins have been checked out. Come to the group. Good, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yulong drove his car to a gas station. The crooked people who refueled saw this car full of bullet holes, with a shocked look. Then look at the car with a breezy face of Wang Yulong, did not dare to ask more questions, and hurriedly filled up the other side of the gas, then carefully came to the car window, just wanted to open his mouth, but suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he unconsciously glanced at the co-pilot, looked at the RPG launcher on it, and his pupils dilated. Although there will be a gunfight here from time to time, but he really has not seen this thing, who has nothing to do will put RPG in the car. The corners of his mouth shivered, not daring to look at Wang Yulong's eyes. First, sir, the fuel is added. Wang Yulong glanced at the gas attendant whose body was shivering straight, wondering if the other party was sick. How much? It was his first time refueling in a foreign country, and naturally he didn't care too much about the price of gas or anything else. However, the gas attendant's words made him a bit stunned. Mister, how much do you think it's appropriate for me to charge? Too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, directly threw a few $100s to the other party and drove away. When he returned to the group headquarters, he parked his car, and as soon as he got out of the car, he saw that his boss was already waiting at the door. The other party was the head of the security department, while he was arranged by Zhao Ruilong to be a senior staff in the security department. Since he was assigned here by Su Lintian, his status was below his own people and above outsiders. It could be said that other than the people Su Lintian released from space, Wang Yulong was the group of people with the highest rights in the Universal Group. Good guy. If you don't know, you still think that you just came back from the Middle East side. Lianren looked at the car that could all be scrapped and teased. He was aware that someone was chasing Wang Yulong. He knew before the other party made a move, but didn't tell the other party the first time. Sort of a test. After all, his own young master had said that this opportunity was not that good. If the other party died in the pursuit, then it could only be said that the other party was unlucky. The Universal Group didn't need a waste, and it was still an alien waste. If Su Lintian hadn't given the other party a chance, with the other party's identity, it was unlikely that he would have taken a step into the Universal Group's headquarters. Opportunity and danger coexisted. If he could survive, then he wouldn't mind using the other party. Wang Yulong didn't know anything about this. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lintian's test for him, this had just begun. Boss, don't flirt with me. If it wasn't for my great life, I would have died under the other party's gun. Alright, come with me. Universal Group Headquarters Building. Not in the city center. A total of 66 floors, covering an area of more than 40,000 square meters. 3-meter-high fence enclosing it, 60 to 70 bodyguards standing guard inside, and 24-hour patrols. In addition to the office building, there was also a teeny-tiny staff building. In addition to the office building was bought. All the other facilities were built by Universal Group itself. There were 2 more floors underneath the staff building. The bottom floor held a large amount of weapons, as well as a place for training, and the first floor held food. The headquarters was not in New York, but in Tris State. Otherwise it would have been impossible to make the headquarters like this. Su Lintian had wanted the headquarters to be in New York, but Zhao Ruilong gave him a little advice, and in the end, the headquarters was set away from the financial center. Wang Yulong followed to an office on the 65th floor. 0025 Your husband has no idea of my good intentions. Lianren sat on the chair and opened the desktop computer, turning it towards Wang Yulong in no time. Take a look. First, he looked up at Lianren suspiciously, then cast his eyes on the computer screen. Looking at the information on the computer, slightly frowning, scratching this mouse, When he saw his avatar, his eyes jumped straight. Above it was a bounty list, and he was hanging at number 299 with a bounty of $200,000. What made him feel even more unbelievable was that the person who ranked 10th, he still recognized. He had seen it before in the western suburbs manor, and if he remembered correctly, it seemed to be his young master's sister? This is 8 the Bear Heart Leopard Gall. Even she dares to reward. The bounty is as high as $20 million. Even the following is accompanied by personal information, such as her own. Profile, the wasted son of a billionaire worth about tens of billions of dollars. Hobbies, weaknesses horny, likes women. Level, unimpressive, garbage of garbage. A commoner can take care of it. And Su Lingxuan's character profile. Character profile, sister of the boss behind the Universal Group. Hobbies, rank, be prepared to die anytime, anywhere. Wang Yulong took a deep breath. It seems that the information on this is not very accurate. When did he like women? And that bounty, $200,000? I'm not going to do that. He is also a rich second generation, only worth $200,000 Who are you looking down on? Boss, what is this? He somewhat see not understand. He did not seem to offend anyone. How on the list? And what is this list? Nima. He saw the first in line, is a big man selling laundry detergent. The bounty is even as high as $1 billion. If their own bounty is so high, this shall not be deployed a company's strength to hunt down their This will probably have hooked up with Bullhead and Horseface, right? Lianren was also shocked after getting this news from Zhao Ruilong. Who would have thought that his second youngest daughter would appear on this list? This is the internal list of an organization called Red Spider Killer Organization. I got the news that the killers who are after you are their people. Be careful yourself during this period of time. The group doesn't have any extra manpower for you. Everything depends on you, but you don't need to be afraid. This organization dares to put second miss on the list. The group won't allow them to act recklessly, daring to put a bounty on second miss. They really don't know how to die. Lianren's voice was ghostly cold and his eyes revealed a thick murderous aura. As for the person who put up the bounty, he already knew about it, but the other party was already dead, so he could only point the finger at Red Spider. In this world, only one killer organization was enough, and that was Rakshasa. Wang Yulong looked at Lianren, whose eyes showed a fierce light, and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. After this pursuit, he also realized that the global group he was in was not just as simple as it seemed. Which group would build their headquarters like a military base, and which group kept an arsenal in their car? When he opened the hidden compartment in the car at that time, it really scared him. MP5s, grenades, RPGs. You're telling me this is a serious group? I'm afraid it's not an arms group, but he does not regret. Not only not afraid, even a little excited. Playing is exciting. Boss, what can I do? Is it to get those dog scumbags killed? Looking at Wang Yulong, who was a bit eager to try, Lianren got up and patted his shoulder. There will be a place for you to use. If you don't want to be in such a mess like today, go to the second basement level of the staff building. The group doesn't need wastes. Practice well. The young master is very optimistic about you. Hearing this, Wang Yulong only felt the adrenaline in his body soar. His body was full of strength and vigor. Yes, boss, promise I won't fail the young master's expectations. Well, go. Wang Yulong nodded and left the office. He couldn't wait to go to the second basement level of the staff building. Although he didn't know what that place was, it was definitely a place where he could become stronger. When he was brought to the second basement level with curiosity, he was stunned. It was very large. Many facilities, shooting range, boxing, and various physical training equipment. It wasn't as empty as he thought it would be. Instead it was hot. Dozens of people were topless, sweat pouring down their backs. Seeing a newcomer come in, all of them stopped and turned their heads to look at Wang Yulong, and after a second passed, they continued training again. This made Wang Yulong a little embarrassed. An instructor-like, middle-aged man with an inch hair came in front of him. You are Wang Yulong? Minister Li sent you here? Wang Yulong looked at the person in front of him. His arms were thick and powerful. His muscles were well-defined, containing endless explosive power. His abdomen was tight and flat. His 8-pack abs were like rows of neat bricks, and at 1 meter 9, that toughness came out at once. That arm was thicker than his calf. No kidding, the other party could beat himself to death with one punch. It felt like the immediacy of a chicklet facing an eagle. Yes, I am Wang Yulong. Old. Minister Li asked me to come over to practice a little. Practice a little? Poof. The other party bared his teeth and laughed out. You don't know what kind of place this is? No idea. Forget it, come with me. Since you're here, it's not a practice session. You have to stay here for a month, and after a month, you can leave, and the same goes for them. The people here are all recruited from outside, and when the training is over, they will be sent to branches all over the world. Klander City, Tris State, me. It was also where the Universal Group's headquarters was located. Venus had just returned home from the city hall. Before he had the chance to open the door, he heard unpleasant sounds coming from inside. The owner of the voice, he couldn't be more familiar with. It was his own wife. At this moment, he felt like his head was green with rage. He directly kicked the door open. However, it did not work as he wished. The door was not kicked open. A man and a woman entangled in a fight on the living room couch were startled by the sudden loud noise. Oh shit, that guy Venus, your husband, is back. Looks like I have to go or he'll get the wrong idea. He doesn't even know my good intentions. I just wanted to help him and comfort and console you. The man quickly bent down to pick up the clothes on the floor, the women's underwear, and the jacket on the couch, his mouth still whispering. Outside the door, Venus kicked the door again. The man hugged his clothes and slipped out the back, with such silky movements as well as a flow that he thought he was a good Samaritan, who often came over to help clear the drains. Unbeknownst to him, he ran so fast that a small object fell out of his jacket. However, the woman had not yet come to clean up. Bang! The door was kicked open. The woman rushed to pick up the small inner wear, could not look at it, and put it on directly. Naked and paralyzed on the couch, she looked at the angry Venus with a flirtatious expression. Honey, you're back. I missed you. Come over here. I can't wait. However, Venus directly ignored it and instead looked around as if she was looking for something. No one was there? How is it possible that the other party ran so fast? So familiar with his own home? The further she thought about it, the darker her face became. The other party hadn't just planted a prairie for himself. He was also herding sheep there. 0026 Honey, you scared me to death. I thought you knew about it. Not seeing each other, he finally had to focus on his wife. Who is that man? Since when? The woman's heart stuttered. She knew she couldn't be in the living room. Damn it, next time it would be better to go to her room. Venus, what are you talking about? What man? I don't know what you're talking about. Venus was about to say something, but then she suddenly saw what the other woman was wearing and burst into flames. Slutty woman, still say no. What are you wearing on your body? It was the third party's small inner wear. The woman looked down and panicked. This is yours. Am I like that? Venus simply ignored her and searched the house, then picked up something from the floor in the back. Seeing the object, his face grimaced horribly. It was one of the things from the state senator's body. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself, he slipped the item into his pocket, his face regaining its composure, turning around and hugging his wife. Honey, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, it's been a busy time of business and I'm a little tired. The woman who thought she had dodged a bullet, a smile appeared on her face as she comforted. Honey, you scared me. It's okay. As the mayor of Clandestine, I can understand. The next day, Venus sat in his office with a gloomy face, not knowing what to think. The other party was a counselor, and he was just a small mayor. But when he thought of those words he heard outside the door yesterday, he couldn't wait to drink the other party's blood. Just then, Mayor, there is someone outside who wants to see you. Not to be seen. At this time, he was in a very bad mood. How could he think of anything else? The other party says he can help you solve your immediate difficulties. If you don't see him, I'll go send him away. Wait, bring him in. He wanted to see what kind of person the other party was that dared to say that. Not long after, Tang Jiao was brought in. At this time, his heart was a little nervous. Who would have thought that not only did he purchase $0, not only did he come back again, but now he was here to see the mayor. Some dreamy, and a little exciting. This awesome, he can blow half a lifetime. After waiting for only 2 people left in the office, Venus then looked up at Tang Jiao. It made him a little surprised, not expecting it to be an oriental face. You have 5 minutes. Say it, what's it that you're looking for me for? Tang Jiao wasn't in a hurry. Sitting opposite it, before he took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Mr. Mayor, take a look at this thing first. It should be of some use to you. Venus opened the envelope. Inside were a dozen photos, each with a different pose, and even a USB flash drive. The photos featured a total of 4 people. Of course, don't think twice. Not 4 people in one photo. Part of it was a scene from yesterday's living room couch. Part of it was of him and his lover. Looking at these unpleasant photos, the face that had just eased down, at this moment once again blackened into coal, eyes glaring deathly at Tang Jiao. If his eyes could kill, he was already full of holes at this moment. Are you threatening me? Not afraid I'll shoot you now? Tang Jiao changed his position and sat, a relaxed face. He actually dared to come alone. Naturally he didn't come to send himself to death. No, Mr. Mayor, you've misunderstood. I didn't come to threaten you, but to invite you. Where did these things come from, and what do you mean by invitation? I don't know, Mr. Mayor, have you ever heard of the darknet? What? You're from the darknet? Venus suddenly got up. startling Tangjio, and at the same time secretly sighing, the organization he just joined, so powerful? Startling a mayor like this. Of course he didn't know that ordinary people would never know what the word darknet stood for. This intelligence organization, when it was first established, was strolling over the corner building. However, the other party did not have the slightest idea. If he was not the mayor and was in contact with some of the higher-ups, he would not have known. The other party was just like strolling in his own backyard garden, swimming with ease, which could make the people above angry. Originally, Subei didn't intend to do this, but also in order to give cover to the global group. He had no choice but to do this. That was why, as soon as the darknet appeared, it stirred up the higher-ups all over the world. Venus didn't expect the other side to come to her. You work for the East? No, 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 we like freedom. We only work for ourselves. Don't worry, it's not for you to betray. It's just that when you are needed, we will let you help with some small things. As for the benefits, we can support you to be the governor. Of course, if you want to take another step forward, it is not impossible. We will also give you $50 million a year. If you have any enemies, we are also happy to serve. To show our sincerity, we can help you out. He can die whenever you want him to. Tangjio pointed at the man in the photo and said. In fact, this was something that even he himself didn't believe, but there was no way around it. He was just the messenger, and he would say whatever his superiors told him to say. As for whether it could be done or not, that was something the higher-ups should consider. Venus looked at the mouthy Tangjio, his face a little cloudy, but remembering yesterday's scene, anger rose from his heart and evil grew from his heart. He decided to take a gamble, or else he would only be able to stay in this position for the rest of his life. But now first, he had to test the strength of the other party. You just said, when I want him to die, he will die? Tangjio was ecstatic. Was the other party planning to agree? He had never thought that the other party would agree, and was even ready to run away at any time. That's right. Then, 10 minutes later, I need to hear the news of his death. No problem. See you in 10 minutes then. After finishing, the two were wide-eyed. 5 minutes passed. Venus couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to report this to the top? Tangjio said calmly, no need. In truth, he was also puzzled. If he didn't report, how would the organization side know what was going on here? If there was no news for 10 minutes, wouldn't that be like slapping himself in the face? Forget it, just follow the script. Anyway, before coming here his own superiors had already explained. No matter how many minutes, he just needed to sit blandly. Venus wanted to say something, but finally fell silent. He wanted to see if the darknet was as powerful and omnipotent as it was rumored to be. And 2 minutes ago, in the state of Tris, a section of the road was in the middle of a speed and passion. A black Ford was frantically chasing a limousine in front of it. 10 minutes has passed 2 minutes ago. Don't drive too fast. Just finish him off in 5 more minutes. Roger that. We are trustworthy. Since we promised it would be 10 minutes, it's bound to be 10 minutes. When it's resolved, have someone take care of the roadside camera. Roger that. Bang bang. 2 shots were fired every now and then, causing the other driver to tighten his nerves. And the person sitting in the car in front of him was already cursing. Oh my, thank you. Damn. Why isn't the person coming yet? This person was the same man who was at Venus's house yesterday, helping Venus's wife to pass the sewer. 5 minutes later. Time's up. He can die. No problem. Leave it to me. Then the window of the car opened, and as he spoke, he poked out the window carrying an RPG. With a whoosh, a shell drilled under the other car's butt, directly overturning the car. Bang! Fire shot out in all directions. The road was in chaos, and the drivers who drove around them, one foot hated to step on the gas into the gas tank. Ford down on a person, a hand with a MP5, a hand with a camera, looking at the inside of the half-dead people, without saying anything. Clear Mouth Magazines. Tube you live and die. Clear Mouth Magazines again. After recording the image, get in the car and quickly leave. God of the car. The back of the Fobler is coming. Leave it to you. I'll send the video over. Okay, first, just 10 minutes. At the same time, a video popped up on Venus' office computer. 0027. Sure enough, everything is under the control of the other side. The content of the video was exactly what he wanted to see. Looking up at Tangjio, who was still calm, his heart was filled with shock. How did the other party know the conversation he had with him? And said 10 minutes really is 10 minutes. Change other people? 10 minutes can do what? Estimated that people have not found it. The darknet not only found the person, but also successfully resolved the other party. The amount of information inside, extraordinary, and the other party is really reckless. Transpose a bit. If the darknet wants to kill himself, that, Tangjio still does not know that the other party has seen the video, only know that 10 minutes time has arrived. Heart secretly thought, how no news, will not fail. No, have to find a way to run away. Thinking like this, he was about to get up. Venus saw that he was about to get up and leave, and couldn't help but nod her head. Sure enough, everything was under the other party's control. I can see your sincerity. I can agree to join the darknet, but there is one condition. If you let me know that you are working for the East, I have the right to quit. Tang Jiao, who had just gotten up and wanted to think of a way to escape, heard this and his brain seemed to go down. What? Saw that? The organization really took care of each other in 10 minutes? But no matter what, he could sort of leave in an honorable manner, secretly letting out a breath in his heart. This is certainly possible. I believe it won't be long before you can become a counselor. After saying that, he turned around and opened the door to leave. Venus was a bit stunned. Just like that? No ceremony of any kind? You don't need proof that I joined the darknet? Not afraid of my betrayal? Tang Jiao half stepped out the door. Hearing the other party's words, she just bared her teeth. Not for anything else, simply feeling funny, turning his head to look at the other party expressionlessly. No need. You yourself are the evidence. If you can live with impunity, I think, no one is willing to die, don't you think? After saying that, he left without looking back. At the same time the heart that was hanging in the air was finally able to be put down. Venus let out a bitter smile. It was him who thought too much. It could be said that there was no turning back from the bow. Perhaps the day he wanted to betray was the day he died. It might not only be him, but also the loved ones around him, who would be liquidated by the other side. A scene like this is happening all over the world. What Sube wants is these local officials. This would make it much easier to do a lot of things, and it would also allow the darknet to develop quickly. With the cooperation of these people, the speed could at least be increased by several times. Of course the risk was still there. Compared to the speed of development, that negligible risk was not worth mentioning. For all of this, Su Lintian didn't know anything about it. As long as he didn't get involved with himself and let the world's top brass turn their attention to him, then it didn't matter how much Sube wanted to make a fuss. Therefore, he wouldn't even directly contact Sube and Robert right now. Magic City. By the pool, Su Lintian, a wooden character, lying on a spacious sleeping chair, sunbathing, 6 bikini-clad maids, just one on each side, massaging, hiss gently press. Something covers my face. Half an hour later. Alright, let's go swimming. 1 hour later. After lying at home for so long, it's time to go out and move around. You guys go back and get busy. Let Butler Long meet me. Waving his hand to several bikini-clad maids, he said. Not long after, Butler Long hurriedly arrived. Young master. Su Lintian reclined back into the recliner. Butler Long, is there any news from Zhao Ruilong's side regarding the island? Young master, 2 hours ago, news came from over there that 2 small islands have been bought, both at the very edge of Indonesia. Does young master want to go and take a look? Su Lintian heard that it was the small islands over there in Indonesia. After thinking about it, he still planned to go and take a look, and by the way, set up some people in advance. Does the group have a branch over there? Yes, young master. According to young master's orders, they are now already planning to ship over some supplies first. After that, when young master goes over to arrange people, they can start work. Su Lintian had to sigh. It's good to have someone. Just give a direct order. Prepare. We'll make a trip over tomorrow. Also, tell Zhao Ruilong, I want scattered islands. Don't gather them all together, just in case you get caught in a net. And you don't need more. Besides the 2 in Indonesia, just buy 8 more. Make up a whole number, as soon as possible to put these 8 sea islands into effect. The faster the better. The big research labs were put on the islands, and the small ones were put within those small countries. He had already thought of a trip to the Middle East after the Indonesia line. Understood. Young master. Right. That Red Spider's assassin organization. As soon as possible, let Rakshas's side eradicate it. We can't let the other party hang around under Linger's nose for 3 days. Just in case, send a few more people over to protect Linger. Yes, young master. Well, go make the arrangements. I'll bask in the sun for a little while longer. 0028 The whereabouts of the famous webcaster, Choo Choo Baby, are still unknown. The next day, Su Lintian arrived in Indonesia with 2 bodyguards, as well as Long Butler. Just after getting off the airplane, the people from the global group had been waiting for a long time. Young master. Su Lintian nodded. Is the ship ready? He didn't want to waste time here. He would directly take the boat over to the island, make arrangements earlier and leave earlier. It's ready. Does young master want to head directly to the harbor? Or do you want to go eat and rest first? The meal will be eaten on the boat. Go directly over to the sea island. I don't have much time. I'll leave after I'm busy. You guys will move directly then. The subordinate who came to pick up the airplane didn't ask too many questions and nodded in response. Understood. Young master. A group of people, 3 cars, drove directly towards the pier. Indonesia was not big, and since it was a country made up of all islands, it was very close to the harbor. 20 minutes later, a 3-story luxury cruise ship came into view, 128 meters long, with all the facilities inside, as if it was a villa on the sea. There were already a dozen bodyguards on board, who patrolled all parts of the ship, preventing any miscreants from touching up. Su Lintian was just about to lead the people to board the ship, when suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him. "Hello brother, are you guys going out to sea? Can you send us to that island?" There were 2 men and 3 women, and the 2 men were each holding a cell phone in their hands, as if they were broadcasting live. The white-looking ones were wearing beach pants, and the 3 women were wearing white silk gymnastic uniforms, schoolgirl-like. The one who spoke was a man wearing sunglasses, wearing a mechanical watch on his hand, which looked to be worth a lot. When Su Lintian heard it, he just turned around and glanced at the other party, paying no further attention. Seeing him so indifferent, the 5 people just wanted to go forward, but were stopped by the bodyguard. "Brothers, also traveling from the country, right? Trouble help. We are trying to challenge to that island to spend the night. Just send us there, just as a friend." My dad is the chairman of the domestic Tianhan real estate, however did not get any response. Live broadcast more than 100,000 people. See him eat flat, have sent pop-ups to flirt. Ha 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 ha. The first time I saw the little white dragon eat flat, said don't challenge what hitchhiking boat, put their own rented boat does not sit. Why bother? People simply do not care about him. I see the identity of the other party is not simple, followed by so many bodyguards around, and there are also bodyguards on board. Little white dragon, give it up. Your face may still be worth a few dollars at home, but abroad, who are you? Ha 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 ha. Pure passerby. Anchor face is so big. Also your father is the chairman of Tianhan real estate. The father of the family is still Zhang Er. Laugh at people. Brother Long, forget about it. Honestly sit in your own boat. Song Tianhan looked at those pop-ups in the live broadcast room, felt a little embarrassed. After all, do live, no matter what, cannot lose face in front of the brothers. Otherwise, who still pay attention to themselves. Their own lifestyle is a cool word, with brothers usually cannot see. Cool brothers usually cool not. Can't help but under the heart cursed, hire a few bodyguards to pretend what to pretend. What virtue? Who do not give me a few points of face in the country. Do not dare to say aloud, only dare to let the people in the live broadcast heard. Save a little face on the line. After all, although he is a rich second generation, but also know that there are people outside the sky. There are many people he can't afford to offend. But these words were heard by Su Lintian's bodyguard. With a flash, he came in front of Song Tianhong, grabbed his collar, narrowed his eyes, and showed a fierce light. Kid, what did you just say? Say it again. Song Tianhong was scared straight by this aura, and the 3 women next to him even took a step back in unison. No, nothing. Now how dare he speak? Afraid to say something wrong again. It is estimated that all have to go out of the harbor horizontally, but the rash beside him did not think so. Seeing his backer being bullied, being a follower, he naturally had to stand up for his big brother, only to see the man beside Song Tianhong, with a disdainful face. His tone was even more wild. Humph, hire 2 bodyguards in foreign countries. Just think you can pretend to be some big shot. Brother Tian, you also dare to fight. Have the balls to go back to the country. Let's practice. Do you know who Brother Tian is? The Crown Prince of Tianhan Real Estate. Have you heard of Tianhan Real Estate? The market capitalization is $70 billion. If you dare to touch Tian's hair, you will be guaranteed to have a hard time. Hurry up and let go of my brother Tian. Su Lintian ignored the other party and led the people directly onto the boat. He hadn't even eaten his own meal yet. How could he have the time to pay attention to these idiots second generation? This behavior of Su Lintian made him think that he was afraid, and just wanted to say something more powerful. Who knows, before he could open his mouth. Sap, the bodyguard slapped him down to the sea, which was only 2 steps away from the sea. Now it's good. He went straight down to cool off. Song Tianhong shrunk his neck, did not dare to speak at all. As for the idiot who went down to the sea, he can only say that the other side deserved it. This kind of guy who cannot see the situation, only care about patting the horse's ass, and then let him say it. He wants to kick the other side down to the sea. If you want to die, die far away, but don't pull yourself. Save, help, I don't know how to swim. The 3 women looked at Song Tianhong, did not dare to hesitate, and ran over to save the people. At this time, a voice came from above the boat. Come back, don't delay the young master. Only then did the bodyguard let go of Song Tianhong, and glared at him before he left, saying in a cold voice, be careful what you say in the future, don't cause trouble for your own family. Silly. After saying that, he turned around and boarded the boat. Only until Su Lintian and the others drove away did Song Tianhong come back to his senses, his face stifled red. This time it was considered a disgrace. And it was still a live broadcast. What was the difference between this and being picked on the shrimp line by the live broadcasting room? It was simply a strange shame. But the other party was not an ordinary person. He suffocated. But the brothers in the live broadcast room are so cool. Cool. Too cool. Every day to see the little white dragon in the live broadcast to blow powerful. This is kicked to the iron plate. The little assistant and follower almost fed the fish in the sea. Ha 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 ha. I'm happy when I think of the anchor's eating expression just now. Good job. When rewarded. Then swiped a small heart. The damage is not great. The insult can be extreme. Ha ha ha. Brothers, misunderstanding. The script comes. The other party is a young master in my circle. I cannot easily ask him to cooperate. How is it? You say it is true or not? The follower who had just been rescued, at this moment was also much more sober. Thought of the reason. Came up and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. This is the script. It's all arranged. I'm also very familiar with that bodyguard. That young master. It's a buddy of Brother Tion's who came. Half of his face was swollen. One eye couldn't be opened. And his speech was a little sloppy. Appearing in the live broadcast room, he startled the crowd. Asterisk 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 what kind of pig demon? Still not quick to show his original form. Who is this piggy? Where is our little healed warrior? We rescued an ordinary citizen. The famous network anchor Choo Choo Baby, whose whereabouts are still unknown. 0029 Research Base 1. Don't tell me. You guys really don't tell me. If it wasn't for the slap marks on the little follower's face being so clear, I would have almost believed little white dragon's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Giving face is real. Not giving face is scripted. You meow. Bullying little cutie. Is not it. No strength but also learn others to pretend. Now pretend not to be almost beaten into. The little assistant is not almost, but has been hit with a concussion, and also into the water. Ha 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 ha. Looking at these pop-ups, Song Tianhong's face went black. There was nothing he could do but pretend he didn't see it anymore and could only divert his attention. Brothers, now we start our live streaming journey today, challenging to spend the night on an island. 2 men and 3 women. Let's see if we can succeed in the challenge. Those who didn't pay attention to the point of attention. And then we will give everyone a big lucky bag. Hearing such an exciting challenge, the live broadcast pop-up screen picture changed suddenly. Woohoo, this is good. This challenge I love to see. More, love to see. Watching other live broadcasts I'm not comfortable with my eyes. I love to watch deserted island survival. Especially overnight. Think about it, all thieves exciting. The content is too real to disclose. Please leave a message for details. What do you mean upstairs? Please tell me more. I can't go into detail. I don't have time. It's too late. Get in the car. I'm not even on the bus yet. After Su Lindian finished his meal, he stood on the deck of the ship and looked at the endless sea. If he didn't have a system, he might be working now, being aggravated, or in a dark factory, doing assembly line work. Never get out of the day. Every day to do a repetitive work. Walking a repetitive road? No, exactly the same people. Lying in bed after work to brush a little rubbing small video. Looking at the video of the sweetness of love. Watching other people's love giggle. And then stay up until the early hours of the morning before dawn to get up and go to work, and then is followed by the day before the exact same work. It's no different from a robot, just a robot in human skin, and swiping videos is just recharging your batteries. Over time, they do not love to laugh, do not love to talk, social fear, do not love to socialize, and finally the parts are aging, cannot afford to repair, retirement and loneliness, and finally turned into a handful of yellow earth. When the wind blows, the smoke disappears. Maybe this is his whole life. Good thing. With the system, his life became colorful, full of longing and expectation for the future. I don't know how long I stood there. The boat came to a small island. It didn't get close. It would be troublesome if it ran aground. The bodyguard put down a few small boats. Su Lindian took the boat and came to the beach of the island. It wasn't deserted up there. There were several men on the beach already waiting. Young master, we have simply built a house on the island. Let's go there first. Su Lindian didn't have an opinion and nodded his head, following behind the few men, looking at the scenery along the way, seeing many wild fruits that he had never seen before, as well as coconuts. Not long after, the people came to a house that was simply built out of wood, not big, but also about 50 or 60 square feet. Inside there was some food as well as fresh water. There were also a few machines parked next to the house, all of which would be needed to build the research base when the time came. Young master, this is only part of it. By the time the night comes, we will also bring in more than 20 various types of machines, as well as the materials to build the research base. I wonder what arrangements young master has for this island. Su Lindian was at the window of the house, looking outside. This place was quite nice, and the scenery was also good. He somewhat wanted to build a big manor here, but thinking about it, he should forget about it and talk about it later. All the research bases will be built underneath, and a few houses will be simply built on top, as well as in the future. The Su family's food will be provided from this side. When the time comes, let the group buy a batch of helicopters. Using a boat is too slow. Young master, our group's airline has helicopters, and it also has cooperation with the side of the airplane manufacturing factory. We have the right of first refusal. Currently its airline has a total of 2,000 civilian helicopters in the world. Civilian? Could it be that we can still buy military ones? Su Lintian was a little excited. Military and civilian. The gap in difference is naturally self-evident. Yes, young master, the group has this purchasing right, and so far, the Darknet has a total of 5,000 local officials under its command in the whole world. However, these people, the position size has a big difference. Mr. Subei's meaning is that he intends to put a heavy hand in this area. In this way, it will be convenient for us to act better in the world in the future. Su Lintian was still very assured of Subei, or else the Darknet wouldn't have been handed over to him. In the future, all civilian helicopters will be mobilized in Asia, Europe, and the Americas, with Asia accounting for 50%, the Americas 30%, Europe 10%, and the remaining 10% released on several other continents. Military helicopters are the opposite. Let the group purchase 600, mainly distributed in Africa, 80% mobilized there, the Middle East mobilized 10%, the remaining 10% distributed in several other continents. In the future, apart from the maritime research bases, the main distribution would be in Africa, where the land was sparsely populated and many of them were tribal, making it easier to control. As for the Middle East, just put a biological research base there. There is no shortage of people there. By the way, notify the Darknet side. Let them infiltrate over to the African side, once the research base is completed. At that time, if there is any wind blowing over there, our people need to be the first to know. Understood, young master? Well, if there's nothing else, go and get busy. Only after everyone left did Su Lintian prepare to work. Although, all of these people were released by himself from within the space, but standing here, they were somewhat in the way of the place. Waving his hand, he released 300 bodyguards, 2,000 various types of construction workers, and 80 chefs in batches. When the personnel were all arranged, he called the man who had picked himself up at the island. Young master, any orders? What is your name? Young master, subordinate's name is Su Qing. Su Lintian nodded, sort of remembering his name. Very well, from now on, this base will be base number 1, and you will be the person in charge here. I hope you won't let me down. Su Chang was instantly grateful. Never thought that he would have a day where he would be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Yes, Su Qing guarantees that he won't fail the young master's expectations, and will defend the base's safety to the death. Well, you know how this place needs to be built. I won't say more. I'll just say one word. Fast. Build it as fast as you can and put it into use. Ask the group for whatever you need. Understood. Young master. Su Lintian didn't stay on the island for too long. After the sun went down, he left by boat. The next time he came would be when the research base was built. After all, those researchers hadn't been arranged yet. 0030 bad influence in the classroom. And there's a camera. The early morning sunlight poured down on the path of the campus. Jiancheng First Middle School. Early in the morning, the sunlight through the window sprinkled in the classroom. Su Lintao rubbed his eyes and walked into the classroom. The past few days he lived in the school. Not for anything else, just lazy running. If he did not have to go to the evening study hall, perhaps he might go back to the villa to live. That Koenigsegg Jessic are parked in the school fast eating dust. No, it seems that Ken not really and his big brother said that. Ken not just no dead reading, he decided not to go to night study. When he was thinking about these things fascinated, the sunlight was covered by a silhouette. A light body fragrance pounced on his nose, so that he unconsciously sniffed. Yi Sini looked at this scene and smiled with a slight blush. In a small voice, she said, Lin Tao, have you eaten breakfast yet? Nah, this was brought for you. Su Lin Tao looked up. Only then did he realize that Yi Sini was standing beside him, her small face slightly red as she looked at herself. The baby fat little face, white and delicate, made him somewhat want to reach out and pinch it. Thank you, Sini beauty. The breakfast you brought. I'll eat it even if I brace myself. At this moment, in Yi Sini's eyes, he changed and became more confident, and his mouth became sweeter. With such ambiguous words, Yi Sini lowered her head and whispered, Lin Tao, you've changed. The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Su Lin Tao did not hear what she said. She only saw her ears burning as she returned to her position. Looking at her this way, Su Lin Tao thought about it, took out his cell phone and sent her a message. It may be that the other party did not read it, and waited until the morning reading did not see back. Not a moment later, the classroom echoed with the sound of their crisp and pleasant reading, as if it was a wonderful piece of music. Half an hour of morning reading ended. Su Lintao looked at the clear shadow sitting on the seat, pondering. His own big brother checked the other party's information, with the identity of the big brother, to give such a high evaluation. Suddenly some curiosity, this little ninja's family background. Waving his hand, letting Su Hong sitting in front come over. Su Hong was the male spy sent over by Su Lintian. Seeing his own young master looking for him, he hurriedly ran down and whispered, "Third young master, what are your orders? You go and have someone check Yisini's family background." Seeing that he wanted to check on Yisini, however, Su Hong laughed and said, "Third young master, when we came here on the first day, we knew about her. It's just that, you didn't know our identity yet, so we didn't tell you. Miss Ye's family is a bookish family in Jiangcheng. Her father is the chairman of Ye's Group. Her second uncle is the director of the Education Bureau. Ye's Group currently has a market capitalization of about $180 billion, and is involved in a wide range of fields, and it also has a cooperation with the Dragon Shipping Group. Grandfather retired down at the full ministerial level. Her elder brother is now in the military, serving as a captain. According to the news, he is currently on a mission over in the Middle East, and without any surprises, when he comes back, he will be a major." Su Lintao froze. This was something they could know? More and more curious. How much more is his big brother hiding from himself? And what exactly is his identity? It can't be that he is serving in the country, otherwise how could he be so rich? But if it was just a simple rich man, then why did he even know about the military? What was even more unexpected to him was that the girl who confessed to himself and blushed easily had such a strong family background. Grandfather is a full ministerial, even if he retired, that is still retired from the full ministerial level. Let him horrified. These own big brother are clear, know each other family background, but also say that kind of words. He wanted to say, "Brother, you are overseas to build a country? Became a prince yourself? Forget it." No matter what, he and Yi Sini liked each other, and the other party had pretended to be an ordinary family girl before. No, she was still pretending until now. She should be afraid that if she knew her identity, she would feel unworthy of her. It's really a favorite girl. There were no words in the morning. Su Lintao didn't know what he was thinking. While Yi Sini was listening to the lessons carefully, it was as if everything was back to normal. It was only during the lunch break that he received a reply from Yi Sini. Looking at the cell phone, the other party returned the message. Not even needing to meet, he could feel her joy. "Love but not allowed, Yi Sini evening? Of course I'm free." She didn't even ask what was going on, and she didn't mention the evening study session. This made Su Lintao wonder. The other party was a rich girl, and himself, before he confessed, he was just a poor kid. Moreover, he didn't think he was that handsome. He could only say that he wasn't ugly. How could the other party look at himself? Then, "Let's go see a movie at night. Don't leave after school in the afternoon." This time the other party came over for 3 minutes before replying. "Love but not allowed, Yi Sini, is this really okay? Is it really possible to go to the movies with you?" Su Lintao imagined that the other party was careful and had a look of surprise. He really wanted to slap himself. He really deserved to die. How can you hurt such a cute girl? You even rejected the other party before. Well then, it's settled. There's something I want to say to you at that time. And the girls' dormitory. Yi Sini looked at the message on her cell phone screen. The smile on her face couldn't be hidden. Her face was as rosy as a ripe peach, and she burrowed headfirst into the quilt. The smile on her face was as bright as a flower. What's wrong with Xiao Xin? What else could it be? It must be pining for her husband. Xiao Xin, do you have a fever again? Do you want Lin Tao to come over and carry you to get an injection? Hearing these words in silence, Yi Sini drilled out from the quilt. Her bangs were a bit messy. Can you guys stop poking fun at me day after day? It's so annoying. Ignore you guys. I'm going to take a nap. However, how can't sleep? As soon as she closed her eyes, she was expecting Su Lintao would have something to say to herself. An afternoon's time, change before, blink of an eye passed, but now it was her who felt so tormented. The school bell rang. Yi Sini heart inexplicably some expectations, but also some apprehension. The students in the class left one after another. Her sister looked at the unmoved Yi Sini, puzzled. Xiao Xin, still sitting silly, why? Eat to go. You guys go first. I'll finish this question. Su Lintao then looked at the other party with a smiling face. Oh, I said, why is Xiao Xin so happy at noon? So it is. Seeing that Su Lintao didn't leave either, the few people then reacted. You guys are really, if you don't have money, we'll give you in the classroom impact is bad, and there are still cameras. Forget it, it's exciting. We understand. Remember to cover up the camera. A tough-looking girl suddenly came to Yi Sini's ear. Xiao Xin, do you want us to stay and help you hold down Lin Tao? With your small body, I'm afraid the other party will escape. What's going on in your heads? it's not what you think. Yi Sinny hurriedly waved her hand to explain. These few girlfriends of hers, they really dared to say anything. Any image dared to be thought. Okay, I understand. Then we'll leave first. Su Lintao, if you dare to rebel against our Xiao Xin, my old lady will make you look good. The smile on Su Lintao's face froze, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of wolf and tiger words were these? 0031 if you don't give it. Don't give it. Why did you kill me? What is this with what I did not expect. R and Yi Sinny a dormitory? How the contrast is so big. The mind cannot help but emerge. The picture of sheep people wolves. Yi Sinny is that little sheep. After the classroom was left with only 2 people, Su Lintao got up and walked to her side, reaching out and touching the other party's small head. Such an ambiguous move. Let the lovely girl under the palm of the hand, shrunk her neck, her body froze, and her head went blank. Seeing that she did not move, she could only lower her hand. What are you thinking about? Let's go. It's still early. Let's go out to eat first, and then accompany you to go shopping. Aha! Yi Sinny nodded slightly. The 2 of them went downstairs side by side, walking on the campus path, the setting sun, lengthening the shadows of the 2 of them, and finally mingling together. The teaching building was 5 minutes away from the school entrance. Su Lintao suddenly opened his mouth, taking the lead to break the silence. Why did you hide your identity? He just wanted to be frank with her. But who knows? When Yi Sinny heard this, she was a bit incoherent for a moment, turning around and pulling his arm. No, it's not what you think. Listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to lie to you. My identity isn't even known to my girlfriends in them. Really, I'm sorry. I just don't want you guys to feel alienated from me because of my identity. I'm sorry. I promise, I'll never do this again. The more Yi Sinny said, the more aggrieved she became, tears in her eyes. Su Lintao was a little distressed. How come she cried after talking? Hurriedly comforted. Okay, don't cry. I didn't blame you. Reaching out and gently wiping away the tears in the corner of Yi Sinny's eyes. I just want to come clean. The one who should say I am sorry is me. In fact, when I first refused you, I also had no choice but to do it, and our family is a rural person. Said, looked up at the sky, sighed, a poor how dare to enter the prosperity. 2 sleeves of the wind how dare to misunderstand the good people. Yi Sinny quickly shook her head. I don't care. Su Lintao laughed, smiling happily. Do you think your family will agree? I'll convince them. If they don't agree, well, I believe you. With say these, just with you to explain, before refused you not because do not like you, but do not dare to delay you. Maybe it is destined by heaven. My big brother gave me the courage to like you. Yi Sinny heart suddenly thumped. Then you now. Just when she wanted to confess again, she was preempted by Su Lintao, only to see Su Lintao pull up her hand and look at Yi Sinny with firm eyes. I like you. Yi Sinny, are you willing to be my girlfriend? When Yi Sinny heard these words, her face immediately turned red, and her heart was filled with joy and happiness. She inhaled her nose, nodded heavily and said with a smile, I am willing. Su Lintao smiled and pulled up her hand. Let's go. Take you to eat something delicious. The sunlight sprinkled on the 2 of them, as if it had given them a golden veil, beautiful and serene. Outside the security room, a security guard brought out a stool and sat outside, looking at the Koenigsegg Jessic with some fallen leaves and dust on it. What a waste. Such a good sports car, but it was left here to eat dust. Hey, what are you little brats doing? Taking pictures is taking pictures. Why are you running in? Don't you see? If you scratch it, you'll be finished for life. Hurry up and go. The security guard turned back from the security room, took out a chicken feather duster, came to the front of the car, gently swept the leaves and dust on it. Hey, I don't know if the young master forgot the car. Speak of the devil. This is not. I'll look up. Saw Su Lintao pulling Yi Sinny's small hand, walking towards the side. The security master was so excited. Young master, you're here. I thought you forgot your car. Are you going out? Said. The movement of the hand was a few points faster. This scene made Su Lintao cry and laugh. Those 2 cigarettes were really worth it. Again pulling the guardrail. Again sweeping the dust and leaves. It was Yi Sinny who was puzzled and shocked at the same time. Why did the security guard call you young master? This car won't be yours, right? Well, I'll explain it to you later. Uncle, thank you. If there's dust, there's dust. No need to be so troublesome. Hey, how can I? My old man has nothing to do anyway. Said, reached out and picked up the last fallen leaves from the car, and moved the guardrail away. Su Lintao took out the key, opened the 2 sides of the swinging doors, and beckoned to Yi Sinny who was still standing dumbfounded. Xiao Xin, come over quickly. Yi Sinny sat into the co-pilot in a daze. This was her first time to sit in a supercar. Not that she couldn't afford it, and she still liked to sit in a Rolls Royce. However, If it was sitting in Su Lintao's co-pilot, it was a different story. Boom! The roar belonging to the supercar resounded through the entire school gate. Crowds of people on the roadside have sideways glances, full of envy looking at this dazzling supercar. Male envy sitting in the driver's seat Su Lintao. Female envy sitting on the co-pilot Yisini. Thinking the same thought, if it's me sitting inside, how nice it would be. At the same time, wild gate. People were coming and going on a busy street. It was a market that was already bustling. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and instantly the crowd dispersed in all directions, and a man only in his 20s, covering his arm, stumbled through the chaotic crowd and ran towards a building not far away. Over there was a place similar to a military barracks, but compared to a military barracks, it was much more simple, and there were 2 soldiers guarding the door. The long sleeves of his arms had long been wet with blood, and his face was pale, obviously bleeding too much, and if not treated, he would soon lose too much blood and go into shock. Behind him, a dozen armed men chased after him with their AKs. They also don't care about the crowd, directly shooting and sweeping. Here, human life is like grass. Stop, this is private territory. Outsiders are not allowed to step in half a step. The man just wanted to run forward, but was stopped in his way by a burly soldier with an uninviting look. Brother, please let me go in and hide for a night. I'll leave in the morning. Can you pay for one night? The soldier just wanted to refuse. Then the area behind him ran over a person, said a few words in his ear. The soldier's face then eased a lot. Waving his hand, he said, "Go in." The armed men who had caught up with them had to lower their stance when they saw where their target had gone in and came to the soldier. "Hello, that person just now is the person our boss wants. Can you hand him over to us?" "Don't worry, the boss will be grateful when the time comes." However, what responded to him was death. Bang! A bullet hit his brow, and with wide eyes, he fell straight to the ground with an unbelievable expression on his face, as if saying, "I'm Nima, don't talk about martial virtues. If you don't give it, don't give it. What's the point of killing me?" 0032 The second research base. Those armed men, looking at the leading elder brother on the ground, directly collapsed and fell asleep, and all of them were sweating. The sweat on their foreheads crossed their cheeks. What is the place in front of them? They are not very clear, because the clear ones are already dead. Their own captain was also a tiger, and even dared to ask for people from the other side, and now it was good. The person was not asked for, but also gave one away. Go back and tell your boss. If you want someone, let him come himself. Whoever dares to say one more word of nonsense here, he's what you'll end up with. Get the hell out of here. The soldier stepped on the corpse with his feet and said with a fierce face. The crowd didn't dare to hesitate. They nodded their heads and scattered their legs to run. Why run so fast? Take him away. Bad luck. The soldier kicked the corpse on the ground to the other side, behind the soldier's area, underneath the research room. Su Lintian was followed by a man in military uniform, and he would be the future head of this base. After visiting once, this research base that had just been built, the base was not big, only the size of a soccer field, but it was also enough. Not bad, very good, no problems with the warlords here, right? Don't let it bite you guys when the time comes. Young master, don't worry, he has already joined the dark net, and the 2 deputies beside each other are our spies. Not only that, the escorts around him, 90% of them are our people. If he has any mischievous thoughts, we will be able to solve them in the first place. Su Lintian nodded his head, expressing his satisfaction. But in this way, the darknet became impure, and wasn't a mere intelligence organization. In that case, Su Bei's pressure would have to skyrocket. It seems that one would have to be in the process of setting up an organization to separate these things. The next thing was to wave his hand and release 48 biological research experts of various types, as well as 96 assistants of various types, 100 bodyguards, and 12 chefs. When the time comes, let the bodyguards change into military uniforms, and these will be the soldiers. Looking at the group of research experts in their 40s in front of him, although he didn't know how powerful they were, but with the system's rewards, he thought it wouldn't be bad. In the future, you guys will mainly research your specialties, but I have to give you guys a heads up. Don't research things that are uncertain. I don't want the world to end because of you guys. Sulman, this will be research base number 2 from now on. You will be in charge from now on. Whatever they request, fulfill them to the fullest. Yes, young master, subordinate will definitely cooperate with them to the fullest. Well, this place is in your hands. Enter the research as soon as possible. Coming out from the research base, Butler Long was already waiting outside for a long time. Young master, the person has been saved. His injuries are not serious, but he has lost too much blood and is still in a coma. Nothing life-threatening at the moment. The research base landed here. If there was any wind and grass movement in a 100-mile radius, the Darknet naturally knew everything, including the other party being chased. The Darknet's people were following the whole process. The other party can run here. There is a darknet accredit. Even if it cannot run, Su Lintian will not let the other party die. No wonder. They would still be relatives in the future. It's good if they can't die. The person they want to save. Did they save them? The purpose of the other party to come here, and why they are being chased. He knows it all. Just what he didn't expect is that this guy is quite bold. Dare to break the back himself and let his teammates lead the retreat first. They have already safely left the wild gate. Our people watched them leave. Only the losses were heavy. 18 people came in, plus himself. Only 8 people went out safely. What kind of people are those? Daring to hijack important people. There should be someone behind them, sending people to come directly to the rescue. He thought that the other party's identity was very special, but this was not something he should worry about. Long Butler organized his thoughts for a while before he said, a small local armed force, numbering around 200 to 300 people, not comparable to this warlord under Darknet, but young master guessed correctly. The other party is the nephew of the next door's warlord leader. Su Lintian was surprised. This was sending his own nephew to plant the flag? It seems that hijacking that important person was that chieftain's idea. Have the people clean up the other side. It's a revenge for those 10 fallen warriors. As for the warlord next door, if the other side doesn't cause any trouble, keep it for now. It's not good for one family to be dominant. Inform Solman. When the person wakes up, send someone to send the other party out. Okay, young master. Well, make preparations? In a few days we'll go to the global group's headquarters. Right. What is third young master doing right now? He felt almost forgot about this younger brother of his. I don't know if there is a point through him. Yi Sini is indeed very suitable for this younger brother of his. No matter the family background, or the face value temperament, but this character still needs to be polished a bit. The most important thing is that the two are sort of. Wang Baji looking at green beans, right on the eye, cannot miss it. Young master, third young master is now shopping with Miss Yi, and the two seem to have confirmed their relationship. Butler Long also said with a smile. Su Lintian was suddenly a little envious. He himself was running around in a foreign country while his cheaper brother was shopping with his girlfriend. Think about it. Forget it. When he goes back from the rice country, he can be idle for a period of time, when he goes out to see the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. And, Butler Long, notify Su Bei. Let him look for girls in the country that can be my daughter-in-law. When I go back from rice, I want to get the information. It was time to branch out for the Su family. When he left Blue Star, his son should also be in his teens. Just right. Winning at the starting line, giving birth to a dozen or 2 dozen. By then the colonization will be left to them, and he himself can be a shirker. Of course, this is just his own imagination. The reality said and said it. Yes, young master, subordinate will inform him now, so that he can organize the information as fast as possible. It could be seen that Long Butler was also very happy. This was for them. The young master was the crown prince. That was the heir of the dynasty. Of course, the faster the better. After Su Bei got this news, he immediately personally supervised and made the domestic members move immediately. The information is simple, but the living habits, and the character, still need to carefully observe, and properly screen. Do not contaminate the eyes of the young master at that time. 0033 Encounter with Principal Wang, the 6th-ranked warlord of the Wild Gate, sitting on 2 provinces, with a total strength of 200,000 soldiers. However, it is poor, although there are 200,000 soldiers, but really have the power to fight. Only 150,000, but even so, is not those small armed forces, can provoke. It is also because of the poor. The dark network will be so smooth to accept the other side. Let it join. Inside a mansion that was only the size of a villa, Connor was looking at the documents that had been sent back from all over the world. His brows furrowed, and after 3 seconds, they were soothed again. AI. Nah, the strength is not enough. And within the jurisdiction, it's even poorer. He self-confessed that he is not a good person. His hands are stained with blood. But then where is the repair of bridges and paved roads without corpses? Horrified. Among so many warlords, he is considered the best one. At least will not exploit the people, so as to provide their own fun. Because he himself is a person who has been there before. Originally born from the same root. Why is it so urgent to fry each other? But since joining the dark net, it was a lot better. Just when he was worried, an adjutant walked in from outside. General, orders have come from the Darknet side for us to exterminate the group of armed men entrenched in Samo City. Connor was confused. Those people were not simple behind them. The leader was the nephew of the warlord next door. The other side was strong and powerful. He didn't really want to provoke the other side. At least not yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't let them do wrong in his own domain. Of course, provided that the other party didn't have heavy weapons. Otherwise he would say anything to exterminate the other party. However, now that the Darknet had given the order, It was impossible for him not to listen. After all, he himself was a member of the Dark Net. This organization was not simple. It could be said to be pervasive. Even in the rice country it was unimpeded, coming and going freely. It was because of this that he would join the other party. Moreover, he had already received financial assistance, which was a whole $2 billion. One could imagine how wealthy the Dark Net was. Alright, I know, they are only a few hundred people. Just transfer a regiment of troops and go exterminate him, and let the people at the border take precautions. Just in case, be ready at all times. Yes, a regiment's strength to fight a few hundred armed men, not to mention no heavy weapons. It's not a handful. Samo City, the place where the other party was entrenched. Perhaps it was because of his uncle that the other party dared to be unscrupulous here, certain that Connor wouldn't dare to turn the other cheek. Only then would they be emboldened to chase people on the street, and also dare to run to Su Lintian's second base to demand people. Obviously they forgot how to write the word death. Bang! A shell rang out. The armed headquarters was hit. Wood shavings flew about, dumbfounding the crowd that was having fun. Who dared to bombard them? Tired of living. Report, Chief, we're surrounded. It's Connor's men. The soldier panicked. His body couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps he only remembered, at this moment, that this was in someone else's territory. Damn, how dare he? Not afraid to start a war with my uncle? Then as soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of gunfire outside was loud. The sound of gunshots rose and fell, as if it was a response to him. Quick, call for help from my uncle. Damn it, I'm going to get Connor that son of a today. Bang, rang. Just as he finished speaking, his head was blown off by the deputy beside himself. Stupid. Still let your uncle save you. Don't look at who is standing behind Connor. Do you see your uncle dare to move now? If he dares to move, he'll end up like you. Everyone, the chief is dead. Immediately put down the guns in your hands and accept General Connor's acceptance. Anyone who resists will be killed without pardon. The people saw their leader was killed by the deputy beside them. They dropped their guns. They did not have any intention to resist. Just kidding, not to mention how many people from the other side are lurking around them. Even if they resisted, what can they do? This is someone else's territory. Several hundred people armed, killed less than 100 people, plus a leader. So disintegrated. No wonder there is the saying of capturing a thief. The speed is fast. The adjutant beside Connor was not surprised, because he knew that Connor had not ignored these people, and had already arranged for people to infiltrate. Connor did not have too much expression on his face when he got the news. This was something without any suspense. Now it was up to the other uncle to dare to make a move. However, what surprised him was that for 2 days in a row, there was not a single sign of wanting to avenge his nephew's death. 2 days later, Su Lintian left the Middle East and traveled to Clandestine City, which was the headquarters of the Universal Group. There was only one purpose for this trip, and that was to give money. The convoy hadn't long left the airport when they encountered a car accident. A Ferrari Laffa was rear-ended by a black Ford, and there was also one parked next to it, the God of War GTR. Young master, should we have someone move them out of the way? Zhao Ruilong sat beside Su Lintian and softly inquired. The young master was the first time he came to inspect the group, so he couldn't leave a bad impression. Su Lintian watched with interest the accident that just happened in front. A person came down from the GTR and just wanted to go forward to the theory. Obviously Ford is intentional. As expected, a few youths with firearms came down from the Ford. This is not going to $0 purchase. Out of the road to find a target? The person who just came down from the GTR, seeing this scene, was dumbfounded. Just wanted to re-drill back into the car, but was kicked to the ground. Shet, if you don't want to be Bayubiubiu, go over and stand. Get down. Principal, what to do? I didn't realize that I just wanted to come out to walk the car, but I ran into something like this. Xin Xiaohai, who had just been kicked over, rubbed his butt, moved his feet, and approached Principal Wang, who had just gotten down from the Ferrari Laffa, and laughed bitterly. It's really bad luck. Today's out of luck. Ran into the rash. They also have a pistol in the car, but the current situation, not waiting for him to take it out, it will be shot into a hornet's nest. Principal Wang saw a few youths with pistols in their hands, and said softly, don't be afraid. See what they do. What do you want to do? Have a good conversation. If you seek money, I'll give you this car, and the money on me can be given to you. Cut the crap. Take out the money, and the bank card. At this time, one of the other party took out a POS machine from his backpack. What does it mean to be professional? This is professional. Su Lintian, who was sitting on the Rolls Royce, saw this, also opened his eyes wide. Really sophisticated. Still carrying this with him? Professional. Too professional. It is estimated that the money has just been swiped over, and someone over there is withdrawing money from the bank. Turned his eyes to look at President Wang. This is a big red man, although a day to change a girlfriend. known as the showbiz discipline inspector. But personally, his 3 views are still quite positive, often blindly speaking the big truth. Can't let outsiders bully, can we? Let someone settle it. Zhao Ruilong nodded his head. Give the bodyguards following behind a command, only to see 4 Land Rover Range Rover, down a dozen people, each hand holding an MP5. The people in the car on the roadside, see this, not blocking the words, now has the gas pedal to the bottom, hiding in the car shivering. Shot shot. That side is still taking the POS machine, want to swipe a few people, by the sudden sound of gunfire. Reflexive shrinking neck, just wanted to counterattack, but turned his head to see a group of big men, manpower a MP5, their small pistol, not yet open, 2 shots themselves into a sieve, turned his head into the Ford, drove and ran away. POS machine are not want, very rampant, but also the most life-threatening. To put it simply, they are soft and afraid of hard. 0034. Damn, the enemy even has a receiver. Su Lintian hated these guys the most, not for any other reason, just because he had already encountered them twice, especially the first time, in the shopping mall, was also the closest he felt to death. After all, at that time, there were not many bodyguards around, and there was no gun on his body. If the other party was heartless and wanted to kill, that time, he would probably be injured without dying. What happened here? You can fix it, right? Turning his head to look at Zhao Ruilong, although he knew that the darknet was frantically infiltrating during this period of time, he wasn't sure exactly how many capable people were in his hands. Don't worry, young master. This is the group's headquarters, so the darknet has pretty much infiltrated the place. As long as it's not a mass slaughter, it can be easily solved. Knowing that, young master, you were bored, so I've already transferred a helicopter to let young master have fun today. It's kind of my subordinate's way of picking you up. Zhao Ruilong smiled and affirmed. As the location of the Universal Group's headquarters, this place couldn't be sloppy. The darknet had infiltrated the military and politics, so it could be said that the Universal Group was the emperor of the land here. Just at this moment, the sound of propellers came from the distance, and the helicopter still had the logo of Fobler on it. Su Lintian came to Principal Wang. The famous Principal Wang even had a day of being robbed. How about it? Do you want to play a game with me? Principal Wang gulped, although he didn't know what the identity of the person in front of him was, but he was followed by a large group of bodyguards with MP5s, and now he was even transferring the helicopter. What shocked him even more was the logo on top of the helicopter. The other party could not be Fobler, but it was enough to show that the identity of the other party was not simple. At the same time, he was also curious about what Su Lintian was talking about. What kind of game was it? Thank you for saving us. I don't know the game you are talking about. What is it? Ever played Luo Xingdu? At this time, the helicopter landed on the highway, which had long since run out of cars, and the front had been stopped by Fobler, on the grounds that the terrorists were being chased. Su Lintian was the first to sit on the airplane, waving his hand at Principal Wang, then twisting his head to look at Qin Shaohai, who didn't know what to do. You should come along too. Qin Shaohai smiled joyfully. After all, Su Lintian did not invite him. He did not dare to have any request. He himself still has some status in the country, but in the foreign country, he can only be considered as a rich second generation with a little bit of money. The two people sat on the airplane, and then they saw the box under their feet, and the RPG launcher on the side. Eyes are looking straight. Is this so hardcore? The helicopter took off and chased after the Ford, and the people inside the Ford, seeing that the other party didn't catch up, slowed down. Shit, almost got rich. Never mind, let's see if we can find some other prey on the way back. Oh shit, there's Fobler back there. Where? Ernie, you're blind. Fark, do you have eyes in your ass? Look in the sky. Drive faster. They're catching up. The little yellow hair called Eni anxiously patted the driver's seat. Su Lintian on the airplane was not slow, picked up the RPG launcher and opened the shell case at his feet. Load, sling it over his shoulder, aim, and fire. With a whoosh, a loud bang rang out from below. Unfortunately, it missed. Too bad. This one missed, but that's what makes it fun. Then turned his head to look at Principal Wang and the two men, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, sitting upright, their eyes looking at him with respect and fear. The heart cried out, you come for real? Ah, really think this is Luo Xingdu? Although they also occasionally go to the club to play with guns, but that is only in the club. Now this situation, in their eyes, there was no difference between it and fighting a war. It was just that they were beating others and others couldn't beat themselves. What kind of expressions are you guys wearing? I brought you guys here to play a game. What are you guys doing sitting like Guangong, not moving a muscle? Principal Wang smiled sarcastically. Big brother, are we really okay like this? We won't be arrested as terrorists, right? Su Lintian then realized what they were worried about, puffing out a smile. Usually quite a smart person, Why is your head spinning now? What terrorist? We are catching terrorists. The other party not only didn't surrender, but even dared to resist. See the logo on the helicopter. We are now Phobler. Why are you still frozen there? Do not want to do it? These words seemed to have opened the two men's veins, and their faces became agitated. He had said it so clearly. If they still didn't understand, then he would really have to let the two get off the plane. He, big brother, look at us. The terrorists are guaranteed not to run away, and we, Phobler, will never compromise. Then, one shell turned into three. The few people inside the Ford, looking at the three shells with white tails, coming towards them, their entire body went numb. Don't bring this kind of play. We only rob a robbery. Send an airplane even if, but also open fire. Know as they are robbing. Don't know still think it is some kind of terrorist. 2 rounds down. Even if the fight cannot move, the aftermath of the explosion will be broken glass. The driver is sweating like a pig. He wanted to cry. Just a robbery. As far as, bang, at the fork in the road, a white sedan drove into the main road, traveling in front of the Ford. The driver stopped the DJ, with a disdainful face. What arresting terrorists? Laugh to death. It's okay to lie to others, but also want to lie to me? Detour more so far. From here, much closer. Bang! The driver who was disdainful just now turned into a fireman. Su Lintian looked at the white sedan that was blown apart, a little confused. When was he so accurate? A hit, but not the Ford he was going to hit. Principal Wang and the two men dropped their jaws in shock and sweated. It's over. Big brother hit the wrong person. Su Lintian looked at the expressions of the two men, awkwardly touched his nose, and said in a fatalistic manner, damn, the enemy even has a receiver. Ah yes. What Big Brother said is right. The other party still dares to have a receiver. It's too damnable. The Ford's driver saw the car in front of him suddenly explode and hurriedly dodged. Then, it crashed headfirst into the guardrail of the highway and came to a halt. Several people stumbled out of the car, raising their hands high. Su Lintian saw the people getting out of the car and immediately shouted, be careful, the enemy is getting out of the car to counterattack. After saying that, he pulled the trigger and a shell flew towards the other side. Shet, Phobler, do I warp you? Bang! Everything went back to quiet. 0035 Let's see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, or 1 head and 2 arms. Regarding Su Lintian's flirty maneuvers, Principal Wang and the two of them were already not surprised. Instead, they were more curious about Su Lintian's identity. This is already considered to be doing whatever he wants, right? Those who can do this to this extent in foreign countries should not be nameless in the country. But he really can't think of such a fierce person in the country. Go down. Later you send them back. Understood. Young master. Su Lintian put down the upper hand transmitter, turned his head to look at Principal Wang and the two of them, reminding, it's not safe abroad. Pay attention in the future. Don't plant yourself outside. What Big Brother said is, I don't know what Big Brother's name is. Can I leave my contact information? And then thank Big Brother for saving my life when I return to my country. The plane landed on the highway. Zhao Ruilong stood by the side of the car. His bodyguards scattered everywhere, alerting the surrounding. Su Lintian jumped off the airplane and turned around. Su Lintian, as for the contact information, you will know. Turning around, he got inside the Rolls-Royce and drove towards the group's headquarters. The bodyguard quickly returned to the car and followed. Principal Wan was a little envious. Look, this is the Big Brother this is the world's top 2nd generation. This bodyguard, this aura, this ranking, so compared to this, he is simply weak. The airplane retook off and sent them back to their car. Looking at the faraway helicopter, the road also returned to normal. Right at this moment, Principal Wang's cell phone received a text message. It was Su Lintian's contact information. Principal, have you heard of such a person in China? Su Lintian? How come I don't have an impression? Qin Shaohai scratched his head. How could he not recall that there was such a big young man as Su Lintian in the country? Principal Wang glanced at the information on his cell phone, looked up and said seriously, I haven't heard of it either, but there is one beside him that I know. Who is it? The chairman of Global Group, Zhao Ruilong. On the other side, Su Lintian's car. Su Lintian was holding his cell phone, swiping the small video. Is the place ready? Zhao Ruilong knew what it meant, nodded his head and said back, it's ready. No further inquiries, just quietly brushing the short video. Jiangchang, a Soviet-style garden courtyard covering an area of 3,000 square meters. In the center of the courtyard was a wigwam fishing pond, and there was an artificial waterfall on the wigwam, with the smoke lingering underneath, and koi carp in the water frolicking under the lotus leaves. A beautiful scene of smoky Jiangnan. Inside a small kitchen of only 40 square feet, Yi Sini was busy with something. Next to her stood an old man, looking at her with a kind smile on his face. My precious granddaughter, What are you busy with? Grandpa is here to help you. Yi Sini wiped the sweat from her forehead. Grandpa, I'm making milk tea. Why did you come in? The old man's face was a bit puzzled. Xiao Xin you want to drink milk tea? Grandpa let someone go to buy it. Look at you. You've been busy all morning, looking at the messy kitchen. It was really an old man's sin. I'm doing it for. Oops, Grandpa, you're setting people up again. Ignoring you, said, took out the sugar meter, tested the sugar level. After seeing the desired value, his face finally showed a smile, poured the finished milk tea into a cup and packed it away. Seeing this, the old man went up and said, Is it done? Grandpa helped you taste it. Humph. No, want to drink and wait until tomorrow to make it for you. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first. Grandpa, trouble you to let someone clean up the kitchen later. Looking at Yi Sini who left in a hurry. This could make the old man angry. What's the difference between this and abducting his granddaughter in front of him? Little rat, shouting outside. Soon a man in his 40s ran in with a dark face. Old master, my name is Little Housey. What's the matter with calling me? He followed the Yi family's old master. So far there have been more than 10 years. It has not been called right once, although it has been accustomed to. Every time he heard this name, he had a kind of stealing the family's rice. Is Xiao Xin in love? Seems to be the case. It is the same classmate who was rejected for Mrs. Confession before. When the old master heard this, he was instantly thunderstruck. Rabbits still don't eat grass in the nest. Rejected, and now together. Taking my precious granddaughter for fun, isn't it? Little brat. I want to see if you grow 3 heads and 6 arms, or 1 head and 2 arms. Tell Yi Zhonghua to organize my 70th birthday tomorrow. And also, when the time comes, let Xiao Xin bring the person back. I would like to see who charmed my granddaughter like this. Little rat was puzzled. Old master, don't you have your 70th birthday next month? However, Elder Yi raised his head and glared at him. What? I can't be allowed to make decisions on my birthday? Little rat was in a cold sweat. What could he say? And what did he dare to say? Jiancheng First Middle School. Su Lintao saw Yi Sini standing beside the car from afar, with 2 cups of milk tea in her hand. After seeing him, a bright smile appeared on her face. Waited for a long time. Right, not at all. Just arrived as well. Yo, young master is here. Young lady has been waiting for you for half an hour. The untimely voice of the security master instantly shattered her not-so-skillful lie. Su Lintao smiled and touched Yi Sini's head. Let's go. These 2 days off. Take you to play. Taking a cup of milk tea, inserting a straw and handing it over. Thirsty? Nah, here. Su Lintao took it, took a sip. His eyes lit up, glanced at the package and said, What brand is this? It has a different flavor. It's quite good. Moderately sweet. Where did you buy it? Hearing this, Yi Sini's hanging heart finally put down, smiling eyes like a crescent moon. This is what I made myself at home. I'll hold it for you. You'll have to drive later. Saying this, she took the milk tea from Su Lintao's hand, and while he went to open the car door, not paying attention, she secretly took a sip. 0036 you wait. I let someone go to the museum to get it. After the two played in the scenic area, Yi Sini answered a phone call at noon, and her face became a little unnatural, and she also wanted to speak from time to time. This made Su Lintao somewhat puzzled. Xiao Xin, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Looking at the worried Su Lintao, she thought for a moment before she stammered. My grandfather's 70th birthday tomorrow. Let me take you back. Su Lintao froze for a moment. This sudden meeting of parents, let him have caught off guard, but can't escape is not it. Sooner or later we'll have to see. Just he never thought that it would be so fast. After all, now they have not graduated from high school. The heart was inexplicably a little nervous. Then Xiao Xin, does your grandfather have any hobbies? I have to hurry and prepare for it. At this moment, his mind was already thinking about what kind of gift was needed that wasn't too extravagant, was expensive, and was meaningful. Actually, I don't need any expensive gifts. Grandpa loves me very much. How can this work? It's because he loves you. That's why I have to prepare it all the more carefully. What if he doesn't agree with us being together? Seeing Su Lintao say this, she felt sweet in her heart. Well, my grandfather likes calligraphy and paintings. These literary things. Character paintings? Okay, I know. I'll think of something. If she really couldn't find a good one, then she could only ask for help from her big brother. At the same time, inside the Yi family's courtyard, Elder Yi was sitting in the courtyard. His face was a bit bad. He had just received a message from his best friend that his eldest grandson had gone missing on a mission. He didn't know what kind of mission it was. He just knew that the mission was completed and a lot of people were lost. And his grandson, in order to stay behind to break the back, had not heard from him for several days now. As for why he only received the news now, it was because there was no confirmation yet. Or rather, waiting for several days with no contact. that's why he was notified. Old master, do you want me to bring someone in to look for them? They are too restricted. Little Rat's face was much more serious for a change. It's useless. That kind of place. What can you do if you bring a few people in? Others won't find it and you'll still get yourself hitched. But, okay, didn't I say it? It's just missing. Maybe it will be contacted tomorrow. The top will think of something. The little rat is a little helpless. How can he not understand what the old man said, but cannot pin his hopes on others? Then tomorrow. Continue. And also, tell Zhonghua the news. Little Rat's eyes lit up. Right. He can't do it himself. Yi Group can. Money can make the devil grind. Looking for some mercenaries to go is not enough. When Yi Zhonghua learned that his son was missing, he was also shocked. This was his only son. Without any hesitation, he took out his cell phone and made a call. The call connected, but no sound came out. Darknet. Drops. After a long time, a low voice rang out. What is it? Looking for someone, named Yi Ziliang. Location, Blue Star. As for this location, he was helpless. After all, it was a secret mission. It was impossible for him to know the location of the mission. Although his own father's location was not low, the system was different. Wait. Another minute passed before the message came again from the other side of the phone. $10 million. Yi Zhonghua agreed without even thinking about it. $10 million couldn't be said to be high, but definitely not low. But it was understandable. After all, his son was not an ordinary person. He thought that it would take a few days to get the news, but what he never expected was that the other party was only silent for a few seconds before telling him the news he wanted. The speed was so fast that it made his jaw drop, and his heart even turned over in shock waves. Obviously underestimated the ability of the dark net. It was not his fault. This contact information, he got it from someone else. This time it was even the first time he contacted it. The person you are looking for has already left the Middle East and has now entered your territory. After saying that, without waiting for him to speak, the other party had already hung up the phone. Yi Zhonghua was a little confused. No, just hang up? He hadn't given his money yet. Wasn't afraid that he wouldn't recognize the account? But thinking of the terror of the other party, I thought that no one would think twice about it. If that is the case, 7 days later is estimated to be the 7th day of his head. Just when he was still thinking about how to pay the other party, the finance director suddenly knocked on the door and came in, and it could be seen that his face was anxious. Mr. Yi, it's not good. $10 million has just been transferred out of the group's account. Yi Zhonghua was first shocked, then shocked, and finally took a deep breath and calmly said, I scratched it out. If you're fine, go and get busy. He wanted to be quiet for a while. The dark net is really simple and rough. Don't even need to give yourself. The other party directly reaches out and takes it. Subei, not giving money? Doesn't exist. I don't take more, so you just steal it. Yi Zhonghua is a bit scared. This dark net is really horrible. This intelligence network, this means, which unlucky person to mess with each other. That is really bad luck in 8 lifetimes. If you can't contact them in the future, don't contact them. Elder Yi, who got the news about his son, experienced joy and sorrow in this half hour. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. At the same time, he also sighed. There is such an organization in this world. When he was in power, he didn't even know the existence of the other side. This official, how big is too big to be an official? He would only think that it was because he hadn't climbed high enough to know. As for why his own son knew, 4 words, profitable. Afternoon. A Koenigsegg Jesek parked in front of Ye's house, and Yi Sini came down from the car. Elder Yi witnessed this from the courtyard. The little rat beside him snickered. Elder, should we bring someone in to take a look? Rude. There's no need to arrest. The other party can't run away. He'll send himself to the door tomorrow. Su Lintao snorted and quickly left. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to leave. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. This made Yi Sini cry and laugh. Turning around and entering the door, she saw her grandfather looking this way with a smirk, shyly covering her face and pretending not to see it. This made Master Yi angry. This girl, seeing grandpa doesn't even greet him. Su Lintao returned to the villa, empty-handed, strolling all afternoon, could not find a decent piece of calligraphy and painting. This is considered to have money to buy things, or rather, also things are not here. Let's see if there's any on Big Brother's side. However, he did not know that Su Lintian was not in the country right now. In the middle of the night, Su Lintian was woken up by the phone. He picked it up in a daze and just wanted to curse out. Which asshole called himself at this hour? When he heard Su Lintao's voice coming out. Big brother, what's going on? You better have something. Su Lintao heard that the tone was a little off. Could it be that he had disturbed his big brother's good deed? Brother, do you have any calligraphy and paintings over there? Grandpa Xiao Xian is celebrating his 70th birthday tomorrow and asked me to go over. I also know it temporarily and have no time to prepare. Hearing that it was about his younger brother's lifelong event, Su Lintian sobered up quite a bit. Good boy, not ashamed to be my Su Lintian's younger brother. So soon to meet the parents. Rice also need to be cooked quickly to be able to fight for the first year to be a father. While attending classes, while changing diapers. I'm abroad now. Okay, don't worry. Later I'll let someone go to the museum to get a picture and send it back to you overnight. Who let you be my younger brother? Hearing that Su Lintian was not in the country, Su Lintao was a little embarrassed. It seems that it is nighttime on his big brother's side. Ah, big brother, you are abroad. Ah, I thought you were in the country. Is not disturbing your rest. Okay, two brothers, say what to disturb or not. Nothing to hang up. I let people give you to take the calligraphy and painting to go. After ending the call, just wanted to call Long Butler, but thought that at this point, the other party should be resting as well. One could only give Subei a call himself. I don't know where Subei is right now, but the call was answered in seconds. The speed was astonishingly fast. Young master, any orders? This was the first time Su Lintian personally contacted him. Thought it must be something important. Xiao Bei, go to the Great Poison Society Museum and get a painting or calligraphy. A better one. After you get it, send it back to the third young master overnight. 0037. No? Where's the stuff? It's over. Subei of course will not find it difficult. Young master wants something, even if it is difficult to get, cannot be set on fire, and then take advantage of the chaos. Of course, this kill the chicken to get the egg style of doing things. Not until the end. Cannot be used to use. Early in the morning, the museum was surprisingly quiet. Two security personnel, talking and laughing, patrolling. One man looked at the watch on his wrist, twisted his head and laughed. Hey, finally off duty. It's time for the changing of the guard. Let's hand over and go back to a good night's sleep. After the changing of the guard, a man and a woman were replaced. Not 10 minutes later, the man suddenly covered his stomach. Jenny, take a look around. I'm going to the restroom. Okay, go on. Who knows that the man turned his head to the monitoring room. Just wanted to knock out the people in the monitoring room. But who knows? There are two people lying in the corner. While the person sitting on the chair suddenly said, if you want to get something, go get it. I will deal with the monitoring. And, you only have half an hour. There will be someone outside to meet you, and will send you away at that time. The man didn't ask any more questions and turned to leave the surveillance room. Meanwhile, Jenny was looking at the pictures hanging on the wall. She didn't know what was so good to look at and what was the significance of such things, putting them here like rare treasures. In her opinion, it would be better to hang a piece of gold on it. Turning to leave, just as she turned the corner to go elsewhere, the pictures that had just been hanging on the wall were already empty. 10 minutes later. Shet, what the hell is that guy up to? Not coming back for so long. He's not hiding in the restroom and slacking off, is he? After another 5 minutes had passed, returning to the original place, then looking at the word painting that had disappeared. For a moment Yama froze. Cold sweat on his forehead came down. Fark quickly pressed the alarm on the wall. The entire museum alarm sounded loudly. At the same time, a black Ford was traveling fast on the road. Inside the car, where's the stuff? A darknet man, coldly looking at the man who had just come out of the museum, said. The man lifted up his clothes and nodded down a rectangular box wrapped by a black cloth from his waist and handed it over. The darknet man opened the box and looked at the contents. Stop the car. Someone will drop you off. After saying that, he got out of the car and disappeared under the black curtain. The man didn't dare to disobey, nor did he dare to have any comments. Who let his family in the hands of the other party? However, he still thought too simply, only to see the Ford driving more and more remote. He felt something was wrong, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Where are you guys taking me? I thought you said you were dropping me off. What about my family? The other party's words, however, made his heart feel like death. Your family is now on vacation in Indonesia. Don't worry, those who help us work for the darknet, we will definitely not treat them poorly. They will not worry about food and clothing in this life. Of course, provided that they don't spend lavishly. As for you, bang, I'll send you away now. A gunshot rang out. The car came to a deserted place, carried the body out of the car, and someone had already dug a pit outside. And at this moment, a private airplane had already taken off, destination east. The next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, inside the Yi family courtyard, a jeep was parked outside the door. Yi Zilian looked up at this familiar mansion. He almost couldn't come back, but fortunately the sky is the limit. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw people coming and going in a lively manner, a look of a happy family event. Yi Zhonghua, who was receiving guests, turned his head and saw his son standing there dumbfounded, smiling happily, quickly stepped forward. Brat, it's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. holding Yi Zilion's arm tightly. After looking up and down, he laughed. Dad, sorry for making you guys worry. Right, home this is? He came back this time, in order to reassure his family. Sort of came back to report peace. Naturally he didn't know that his grandfather had brought his 70th birthday forward. This is a long story. It's not because of your sister. The old man advanced his 70th birthday. Go, the old man knows that you're back. He must be even happier. Yi Zilion's brain is a bit dizzy now. Advance? Can it still be played like this? And it was also related to his sister? Dad, what happened to Xiao Xin? How come I haven't seen her? That girl? I don't know whose kid filled her with ecstasy. No, your grandpa asked her to go over and bring the person back. AI, the girl is a big girl. This little cotton jacket of his own. Before graduating from high school, he was leaking. The two of them came to Yi Elder's front. Yi Wenjun was also happy to see his eldest grandson safely back. Ziliang came back. Come. Sit next to grandpa. Tell grandpa why he disappeared for so long. It's okay, pick what you can say. Yi Ziliang wasn't ambiguous, telling about all the things he did in the Middle East. Of course the mission was definitely not something he could say. It was classified. At the same time, Yi Xini rode in her own Rolls Royce and came to Su Lingtao's No.1 villa. Xiao Liang, you drive back first. I'll just go back myself later. Saying that, she looked up at the villa in front of her and pressed the villa's doorbell. And soon, a maid dressed in a courtesan's uniform walked out. Miss Yi, you're here. Yi Xini frowned. This is still the first time to come here. Looking at the woman in front of her who was similar to a palace maid. Her face value and temperament are not inferior to her own, and her body is even more so she can't help but be a little puzzled. You are? It's not possible that Lin Tao has a golden house here? This thought just popped up and was denied directly by himself. The maid just laughed lightly, knowing why the other party asked. We are the servants of the house. Miss Yi, please come inside. The third young master is in the living room. Su Lintao, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, got up and came outside once he heard that Yi Xini had come. Xiao Xin, you're here. You might still have to wait a bit. The stuff hasn't been delivered yet. What things are? Grandpa is rushing. Want me to take you back quickly? Obediently, she took Su Lintao's arm and hugged it in her arms. Feeling the touch coming from his arm, Su Lintao unconsciously touched his nose, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this girl today? So bold. However, what he didn't know was that after Yi Xini saw those maids that were as beautiful as heaven, she secretly thought in her heart that she had to hurry up and think of a way to cook the raw rice. Otherwise, if he was allowed to stay with the maids every day, what if he couldn't help it? There was a sense of crisis. One should take the initiative. A calligraphy and painting that Big Brother had sent back from abroad overnight. He didn't know that just because of this piece of calligraphy and painting, the Rice Museum site had already blown up. Bang! Fark squid. You losers, has the person been found yet? The owner of the museum was furious and slapped his hand on the desk. The security personnel in front of him was sprayed. Is this stealing? The museum has never lost an item so far. Now not only lost, or supervised theft, this is not a slap in his face. At this time, no one dares to refute, even if the heart of the grievances, but also can only swallow the anger, which if there is a rash youth dare to touch the bad luck, get 2 slaps or light. If he said you are an accomplice, you do not die have to take off layers of skin. 0038 Good boy, come to my place to sell stolen goods. The matter here, certainly cannot be hidden. Phobler all over the city everywhere looking for people. The other side of the file information. What identity? They know exactly. But no matter how early, that guy seems to have disappeared into thin air. Even the other family members have disappeared without a trace. This is away from the big spectrum. The owner of the pavilion got this news, and there was nothing he could do about it. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Lintao took the box that had just been flown back from Rice, opened it and froze in place, dumbfounded. Isn't this something that has just been reported missing from the meter country? Recall what his big brother said yesterday. Dare to really take it in the museum or take it in someone else's museum. Isn't this the bamboo bird picture that was just in the news? The most shocked is Yi Xini, just brushed to the news in the front foot. The thing appeared in front of her in the back foot, incredibly pointing at the calligraphy and painting. Cough cough. This was originally our stuff. It's reasonable to get it back now, right? Yi Xini opened her mouth and finally said, reasonable? This is too reasonable. Let's go. Grandpa will definitely like it. Well, wait for me outside. I'll go drive. Not long after, an Apollo IE drove out from the garage. Yi Xini sat in the co-pilot and asked suspiciously, how come I've never seen you drive this car before? It's quite handsome. I'm used to driving it, and seeing it eating dust in the garage. This is why I drove it out to blow the dust off. Yi Xini bared her teeth and smiled. I'm the only one who believes this. Everyone else thinks you're bragging. What does Big Brother he does abroad? don't tell me stories. Su Lintao touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Can you blame him? After all, his own big brother is telling him so. What god of wealth and so on. He also knew a little bit about his own big brother for the sake of the family's housekeeper. Do you know about the universal group? My brothers. Yi Xini fell silent and did not ask any further. A universal group was enough to shut her mouth. She hadn't passed through the Su family's door yet. It was better not to know too much. The Yi family was already bustling at the moment. The guests that should come have already come. Yi Zhonghua was trying to organize a big special event at the hotel, but was rejected by Yi Wenjun. Only people close to the Yi family were invited, as well as old friends of Elder Yi. That girl Xiao Xin. Why isn't she back yet? Yi Zhonghua looked at the door from time to time. Dad, should we have Xiao Liang go pick it up? Just at this moment, an Apollo IE parked in the parking space outside. Su Lintao looked at the luxury cars all over the place, and had to sigh. His own girlfriend's family lineage was really illustrious. Let's quickly go in. Dad must be anxious. As soon as the two entered, they saw everyone's eyes focused on them. No, it should be focused on Su Lintao. After all of them but they know. What is the purpose of Yi Elder's early birthday? Su Lintao see this scene. Not nervous, that is a lie. Just a moment. The mind cannot help but remember, when Su Lindian said, going out, on behalf of more than just their own face, cannot help but face overflowing with a confident smile. On the wine table, Song Tianhong looked at Yi Xini, revealing a fond smile, and then look at the side of Su Lintao. What the hell? Wearing a casual dress. Poor one. Also want Toad to eat swan meat. Turning his head to look at his own father. Dad, what do you think will happen if I marry Yi Xini? Son, go to the restroom to wash your face, eat more food, drink less wine. This is not yet drunk how to talk nonsense. Dad, do you look down on me that much? How to say I am also a big netizen with millions of fans, and our Tianhong real estate is not bad, right? Song Tianhong obviously very unconvinced. Their future can be expected. The family is sitting on the market value of 70 billion companies. At that time they rise up, set up an e-commerce empire, sweeping the world. A small one Yi Xini, take the pinch. Looking at himself even began to giggle. Song Jianguo wanna say and stop. You are how much look up to Dad Mia. People Yi family not to say anything else. On a Yi Zhonghua, he did not dare to speak loudly. If not their own and each other a little friendship, cannot appear here. You are like this, but also look at other people's daughters. Yi Xini pulled Su Lintao's hand, and when she passed by Yi Zhonghua and Yi Ziliang, she laughed and said, Brother, you're back. It's been a long time since I saw you. You've become handsome again. Hearing his sister praise his handsome, Yi Ziliang couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Yi Zhonghua came forward and just wanted to speak. Who knew that Yi Xini made the first move? Dad, make way. I'm going to see Grandpa. Put. Yi Ziliang, who was standing by his side, could no longer suppress it and laughed out. Su Lintao wanted to laugh, but thought that if he laughed out at this moment, it would be a bit not so good, so he could only try to hold it in. At the same time in his heart, he thought, well, it seems that his future daughter-in-law, in the Yi family, has a very high status. Yi Zhonghua's face was dark. You girl, okay, what are you angry with your own daughter? Xiao Xin, this is that classmate of yours, right? Sister good. Xiao Xin often mentioned you to me, said you were born with beauty, looks like a flower, dumping the country, beautiful as heaven, as if the fairy descended to the earth. Today a sea, really is the face of the world. Uncle is also very handsome. Get the mother-in-law's approval. Take the old man, easily hold the daughter-in-law. Simple and simple. Tang Yinyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Is that really what our family Xiao Xian said? Beside Yi Zhonghua's face black as charcoal, really angry with me, the front boasts of the sky, to him on 5 words? You kid, will make you look good later. Who knows that Yi Xini raised her chin? That of course la. Mom is the most beautiful woman in the world. Otherwise how could I give birth to such a lovely daughter? Xiao Xin, what are you guys chatting about? Quickly come over to Grandpa. Go, let's go see Grandpa. Pulling Su Lintao's hand, he came to, beside Yi Wenjun. Grandpa, happy birthday. I wish you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. Good. This is the male student you often mention in front of Grandpa. Right. The old master looked up at Su Lintao and said with a smile. Su Lintao hurriedly stepped forward. I heard Xiao Xian say that Grandpa likes calligraphy and paintings. I specially prepared one. I hope you like it. Looking at the box handed over, this surprised Yi Wenjun. Yes Grandpa, this is what Lin Tao had someone send back from abroad overnight. Just got it. We rushed over. Yi Xini then came to his ear and whispered a few more words. This smiling Yi Wenjun suddenly turned serious, looked up at Su Lintao. Good boy, do good. Count my granddaughter did not look at the wrong person. It is that there is a sentence of MMP in the heart that I do not know when to speak or not to speak. It is true that it was sent back from abroad in the middle of the night. Received the box, opened, just looked at the corner of the calligraphy and painting, and hastily closed, called the little rat, let it get to the study. A few old friends at the same table saw this, have joked, old ye, what good things, do not let us a few old guys to appreciate. Unethical that's right, is it that you are afraid that we won't grab it with you? XIN girl, tell Grandpa Lee, what is this young man sent? Make mysterious. Well, you also don't make it difficult for my granddaughter. This really can't be said. Want to see when to go to my study to see? First say yes, seek and don't go around talking. Hey, old ye, you've successfully aroused my curiosity. This is something I still have to see. Yi Sinny saw that her grandfather had recognized Su Lintao and smiled joyfully. 0039 drinking drunk, night out, no more, buffs stacked up. Seeing that grandpa was satisfied with Su Lintao, things were already halfway done, plus just now on his own mother's side, it seemed to be quite satisfied as well, which had already become 98%. As for the father's side of 2%, well, don't want it. If He Zhenghua knew what she was thinking at this moment, he would probably be half dead from anger. Grandpa, you guys chat, let's go to mom's side. Then Su Lintao got the care of his future old husband. A heavy slap on Su Lintao's shoulder. Almost didn't take it. Sitting next to his future old husband, Su Lintao knew that today was in trouble. Daughter is the father's little cotton coat. This is not just talk. Yi Sinny has already been pulled by her mom to chat quietly somewhere. Yi Zilian looked at Su Lintao's eyes, as if to say, big brother-in-law, help In response, he could only shrug his shoulders, saying that he could do nothing about it. Xiao Tao come, have a drink with me. Dad, Lintao is still in high school. It's not good to drink white. Have some beer. Go. You play on the side. What's wrong with high school? It's not an adult. Besides, when you go out into society in the future, all kinds of socializing, I'm cultivating Xiaodao's drinking capacity. Adapt to it first. We'll be fine with a few less bottles. Su Lintao is considered to see. Today if he is not drunk, I guess he cannot get out of this door. Then, for empty bottles on the ground, Su Lintao's face was red, shaking his head, wanting to sober himself up a little. Yi Zhenghua saw this kid, surprisingly not yet down, followed by another 4 empty bottles. Yi Zhenghua was slightly drunk, while Su Lintao had already started babbling, wrapped his arms around Yi Zhenghua's neck. Little, Yi brother to admire you, person to develop the group so big. Come on, brother, respect you a cup. Yi Zhenghua is also slightly drunk. Before socializing, who dares to pour him wine so the amount of alcohol can only be said to be average. Come, then drink. Shout out you are not drunk. There are 2 bottles available. Su Lintao was already lying on the table. Tao brother, don't sleep. Get up and drink. We brothers, polite what? Tomorrow I will send you half of the group. Originally heard half of Yi Zilian covered his mouth and laughed, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he could not laugh. Drinking like this, tomorrow he himself will be sleeping on the street, and hurriedly got up to find his sister. When Yi Sinny saw Su Lintao lying on the table, she was filled with heartache. Brother, you didn't stop it. Saying this, he came to Su Lintao's side and reached out to pick up his head. Lintao, how are you? Little Yi, drink. Yi Sinny was exasperated and laughed, all drinking and calling her brother. Brother, take care of dad, and grandpa's health is not good. Watch grandpa, don't let him drink too much. I'll send him back first. Xiao Liang, help him to the car. The night was low. In the car, resting Su Lintao's head on his lap, looking at his red face, pretending to be angry. Can't drink, and still drinks so much, but who knows? Su Lintao even muttered vaguely. He is your father. I cannot not drink. Yeah, you are still sober. Come, Xiao Yi, drink. By the time the person was sent to the villa, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Liang, you go back first. I'll take the car back myself later. The housekeeper heard the commotion outside the door and came out to take a look. Seeing his young master drunk like this, he hurriedly asked people to prepare sobering soup. Yi Sinny helped Jean back to his room. The maids just wanted to follow, but were stopped by the housekeeper. Inside the room, Yi Sinny placed the person on the bed. Who knew that one didn't stand still and the whole person fell down? The 2 sides were facing each other. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous. Xiao Xin, I like you. Don't go. Don't. Yi Sinny looked at Su Lintao, who was close at hand. Her small face was red, her heartbeat accelerated, and she ghostly leaned over, then shrunk back. Yi Sinny, what are you doing? Be reserved. Just wanted to get up. Well, 100. 000 word VIP chapter. At this moment, what's sobering soup? All superfluous. The butler downstairs smiled heartily and waved his hand. Sobering soup is not necessary. All go back to rest. The next morning, Su Lintao woke up leisurely. His head felt like it was going to explode. Opening his eyes and looking at the familiar room, he suddenly felt something pressing on his chest. Looking down, Yi Xinyi's head was sleeping on her chest. Her face was flushed, like a ripe peach. The touch on his arm. It was it. Bread sandwich cake. Thinking about last night, his head went blank. Finished, but whether he was finished or not, I don't know. But someone was really finished. Yi Zhongguo woke up from the bed and rubbed his temples. His head hurt a little. I did not expect that the kid is still quite able to drink. But, oh, ginger is still old and spicy. In the end it is not for me to drink down. Small sample. Just walked out of the room. Came to the living room. Saw Yi Ziliang who was eating breakfast. Casually asked, why don't you tell your sister to get up and eat breakfast? However, Yi Ziliang's words made him only feel thunderbolts from the clear sky. Xiao Xin? Xiao Xin hasn't come back since she sent my brother-in-law back last night. His meaning was already obvious. The brother-in-law was called on. He had someone check the other party yesterday. There was no emotional history, no bad habits, no black history, and the other party's identity was not simple, although he couldn't find out the depths. But just that mysterious big brother of his, its hands of the global group, is enough to show that Su Lintao is worthy of his sister. And the two were fond of each other again. He also had a good impression of his brother-in-law. Yi Zhongguo froze on the spot. His mind was blank. This is the end of the world. Their own this is a stolen chicken not to lose rice. The other party is drunk. His own daughter is not home at night. No more. The buff is stacked. Even already can imagine that in a short time, Su Lintao appeared in front of him with an ultrasound. A slap to his face. Slap. Lao dang. Drink with me. Thinking about it makes me shudder. Yi Ziliang looked at his father, as if he had lost his soul, and spoke out to comfort him. Let nature take its course. After all, you were the one who got your brother-in-law drunk yesterday. Yi Xinyi's eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes, but looked at Su Lintao looking at herself with a smiling face. Suddenly remembering last night's events, her cheeks blushed, raising her hand in a gesture to cover Su Lintao's eyes. What are you looking at, bad egg? Who knows that the quilt slipped, and the spring light was leaked? It shouldn't be. It was fine last night. How could it be bad? You help me check. 100. 000 words VIP chapter. 0040 Rakshasa 10. Sakura country. Sakata city. Under the night, two figures just came out from a villa, and the scene inside the villa, simply miserable. More than a dozen corpses, full of house limbs and broken arms. The living room is stacked in the center of the Jingguan. The air is filled with the pungent smell of blood. The yard of the two dogs, covered with blood stains, lying on the ground lifeless. A cool wind blew, actually cannot blow the hair on the body, like a dog just fished out of the blood water. Two heads rolled down in the corner of the fence. This mission, no difficulty at all. Killing two dogs is as simple as that. It's just a pity that the commission is a little less. A little less is a little less. A small mosquito is also meat. You are right. Now our world is not peaceful. Since the appearance of the Rakshasa, those of us, it can be said that everyone is at risk. You say this Rakshasa in the end, where did it come out from? Why have never heard of it before? Cut the crap. An existence like Rakshasa is not something you can understand. Let's put it this way. Know that within our organization, the person with the #1 bounty, of course, that commission. Don't say, if I can accomplish it, I can directly quit the assassin world, and from then on live a life without shame. And like those plutocrats in the Cold Kingdom, have fun night after night. But that is simply impossible to complete. I have looked for the dark net, got the other side of the approximate information. Good guy. This sells laundry detergent. Liven the place. Station tens of thousands of troops. Also can be over there. Then let me tell you, if Rakshasa wants the other side to die, how long do you think the other side can live? One of the assassins twisted his head to look at his companion. His face was grave. It was not that he was an alarmist, but he had already seen Rakshas's people a long time ago. In his opinion, those were the ones who deserved to be called killers, and these people of his own, at best, were stronger murderers. The Rakshasa wants to kill the other party, although the possibility is high, but how can it take a month or two? After all, the other party is surrounded by outlaws. Who knows? His answer made the inquiring person laugh, or feel ridiculous at the other party's ignorance. 1 or 2 months. A big joke. Believe it or not, if Rakshasa wants the other party to die, the other party will definitely not survive until tomorrow. Don't think that I'm joking, but rather we are just sitting on a well and watching the sky. The air became silent, the cold wind of the night, blowing the leaves of the surrounding trees rustling. Just at this moment, In the darkness of the night, a pair of soul-stealing eyes were revealed, and a voice that seemed to come out from the 9 ghosts of the abyss was cold and piercing. It seems that you red spiders know quite a lot. The cold and murderous voice made the assassin who had just come out of the villa sweat, for a moment as if he was facing a great enemy. Who? Roll out. One of the killers who didn't know about Rakshasa tightened the pistol in his hand, holding the dagger in his left hand and sweeping it across his body, with a look like an enemy, interpreting the fear in his heart at this time. The name of Rakshasa, like thunder, even if he does not understand, but more or less also heard some. There was a saying that the king of hell told you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep you until the 5th night? But what he heard was that if the Rakshasa told you to die on the 3rd night, the king of hell wouldn't dare to keep you until the 5th night. Although some exaggerated, but the rumor is never empty. He did not know is, just also told him about the horror of the Rakshasa companion. At the moment pale, sweat-wet eyes, and even hands cannot help but tremble. A pair of eyes, filled with fear, looked at the direction the voice came from, only to see a man wearing a black and red power suit with a black fong mask on his face, slowly walking out from the darkness. A 2-foot-long knife was hanging on his waist, and a pistol could be faintly seen on his waist. Black and red clothes, fong mask. You are Ajura from Rakshasa. The killer world is rumored to be one of the top 10 killers of Rakshasa. I didn't expect to be met by me here. Ajura wanted to explain, but thinking about it, with a dead person, there would be no need to explain so much. The 10 assassins he mentioned was actually misinterpreted, but the Rakshasa 10 group. When Su Lintian handed over those killers to Robert, there were strong and weak, but the weakness was internal rather than external. Robert arranged these people from strong to weak into 10 groups. The number of people varied, but without exception, they were all killers given by Su Lintian, from the 10 groups downwards. That is to say, no matter how Rakshasa develops and how many people there are only 10 groups since the beginning. The killers absorbed from the outside will be assigned to the 10 groups, unified by the group leaders. Robert only needs to manage the 10 group leaders. Otherwise, if there were so many killers in Rakshasa, he would have to manage each one of them, but he would not be exhausted to death. Just like Su Lintian, set up 2 major organizations, a group, then want people to give people, want money to give money. He only need to manage the 3 people in charge. Ajura was the name of the group, and the 10 groups ranked 3rd. This kind of management is also Su Lintian's default. He doesn't want to dissolve the 2 major organizations after leaving Blue Star. Not only not dissolve, but also increase the support. Worthy of being the son of the Red Spider leader, knows quite a lot. However, Ajura's words caused the other party's head to go into downtime. Red Spider leader's son? Himself? How could this be? This was impossible. The companion beside him was also looking at him with a shocked expression. The chief's son? Looking at the other party's expression, it seemed as if he was also in the dark. I'm the son of the organization's chief. It's impossible. Ha, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. No wonder he knew what others didn't. Ajura shook his head and pulled out the 2-foot-long sword at his waist. There was still blood on the blade that he hadn't had time to dispose of, and clamped it to his arm joint, slowly pulling it out. The sword became translucent, and the cold light flickered. The voice was ghostly cold. You can die in peace now. Ah, 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 what an Ajura, pretending to be a god. The depressing atmosphere made the assassin, who was reduced to a companion, raise the gun in his hand like a madman and pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Those who could be killers, their shooting skills naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Clang. Ajura raised his hand, and the bullet impacted on the steel piece of his wrist, sending out bursts of sparks. Whether it was the costume or the weapon, it was all brought by the system. When Su Lintian saw the other party in this alternative costume, he was also staggered for a while. Whether it was reaction speed or strength, it was far beyond ordinary people, not to mention the 3rd-ranked Ajura, which was infinitely closer to the limit of human beings. Killing these 3rd-ranked killers was no different from crushing a mole cricket, so much so that it made him prefer to use a knife even more. Of course, using a gun is faster, but with a knife, the rich smell of blood, more stimulating nerves, can make him excited, thus always maintaining a high level of vigilance. Shat. Hell. Seeing that the gun was useless, he just wanted to continue, but Ajura would not give the other party another chance. Quickly approaching, the speed made the killer feel incredible. He finally realized that the original, the chief's son, what he said was true. 0041 Let the Darknet investigate. I want Rakshasa and the others to bury my son with them. Reflexively, he raised his dagger to parry. Clang. He was horrified to see that the dagger in his hand broke into 2. The other party's knife, as if cutting tofu, easily cut through his torso, and even had an illusion, as if his heart was but cut in half. Opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but at the moment could not say anything. Ajura shook off the blood on his blade, sniffing the smell of blood that filled the air, making him exhilarated. Turning his head, he looked expressionlessly at the frozen in place, the son of the so-called leader of the Red Spiders. Don't worry, you're not alone, because the entire Red Spider will be buried with you. You're just one step ahead. Why? We Red Spiders haven't messed with you Rakshasa, right? Why do you guys have to rush all of you? Ha 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 ha, when it's really ridiculous. You don't deserve to be a killer at all. There's no harm in telling you. You guys took missions you shouldn't have taken, and on the list, you got on people you shouldn't have gotten on. Some of the tasks picked up have money, but some of the tasks picked up will take your lives. After saying that, without giving the other party the opportunity to open their mouths, the Dao light flashed, and the other party's body and head were separated. The other party was very sensible not to resist, perhaps knowing that resistance will only make Azura more excited. Eyes squinted at the corpse on the ground, said in a deep voice, "Humph, Red Spider? Your nightmare has begun." From the time Su Lintian ordered the eradication of the Red Spider, Robert informed Su Bei that he wanted information on all of the Red Spider's killers as well as the top brass. Unless you don't touch the internet, you have nothing to hide in the eyes of the darknet. Even if you don't touch the internet, the darknet can still find you. Just a little more time wasted. That's all. After all the information was sorted out, Rakshasa started to take action only in these few days. The entire dark world was surging with dark currents, and it could be said that everyone was in danger. The greater the authority in the dark world, the more fearful they were, because they knew better. The terror of the darknet as well as Rakshasa, just by hearing their names, they could make people retreat, so it could be imagined that nowadays, the status of the two organizations in the dark world was no less than the status of the upper three constants in the United Nations. Inside the Red Spider, a large number of killers had disappeared, leading to panic, and what's more, some had directly defected from the Red Spider. Regarding this phenomenon, the top management of the Red Spider did not react. In a certain corner of the world, inside a building underneath, a stout middle-aged man, his face grimly looked at the corpse in front of him, between the head and the neck, covered with stitches. Obviously the head was just stitched up. "Chief, many people have already defected now. The organizations that used to have a good relationship with us are now even the first to clear their relationship with us." However, the middle-aged man replied, "Who killed my son?" The person beside him was silent for a moment and said, "Judging by the wounds, if I'm not wrong, it's the Azura of Rakshasa." Suppressing the anger in his heart, he clenched his fists. The veins on the back of his hands rippled. Find the other party for me. I want the other party to bury my son with him." "But chief, the other party comes and goes without a trace. We have no way to start. Then spend money to let the darknet investigate, no matter how much it costs. I want to know the whereabouts of the other party, as well as those things that are eating out of their pockets. Make their information public. Tell the others in the organization that if they want to quit the organization, they can. Kill one person in Rakshasa and they can leave the organization safely. Tell the outside world, kill one person from Rakshasa and I'll give him $1 million. Hiss. $1 million? Not a small amount anymore. But does anyone really take that risk? Yes, chief, I will now publicize your words. The man came in front of the corpse, looking at the pale face, somewhat blaming himself. Father is sorry for you, if I didn't hide it from you, wanting you to experience the experience so that you can take over the Red Spider in the future. You wouldn't have died. Don't worry, I'll let them bury you with them. For sure. His decision had undoubtedly intensified the turmoil. That killer had no lives in his hands, no enemies. Now that the information was released, their future days could be imagined. Not only were the enemies staring, there were also police outside who were also eyeing them. New York, on both sides of the street, skyscrapers towered over the water on the road, stating that the city had just been washed away by the rain and the dust. Suddenly, son of a, killing my son, today I finally caught you. In the past you had Red Spider protecting you. Let's see who can protect you today. A man bruised and battered from the corner ran out of the street, trembling hands, holding a cell phone. The gun on the body has not known where to be thrown. Looking at the cell phone, some hesitation, twisted his head to look behind him. More than 20 gang members with a variety of weapons. Individual still holding a pistol, but the shooting is a bit watery. Otherwise he would have become the other side of the soul under the gun. Bah! Fark! Red Spider, you give weight. Dare to publish our information. After shattering a mouthful, while dodging the pursuit, he dialed the police. Hello, Phobler PD. How can I help you? Shatter. This is Red Spider's assassin. I need to call the police. Someone's after me. I'm at XX Street, XX Road, XX. You guys need to get here. Sir, are you kidding? Seeing that the other party didn't believe me, he couldn't help but break into a rage. I'm driving you? I'm the killer of the Red Spider. Do you know that? You guys hurry over. Snap! Angrily, he smashed his cell phone on the ground. Bang! The bullet hit the foot. Sparks splattered. Warp you? Stop right there. Killer cursed. Stupid X. You are going to kill me. How can I stand still? On the street. You chased me. Your shooting skills are too watery. God can't stand it. Bang! A stray bullet hit the killer squarely in the thigh. A stagger almost made him fall to the ground. Just then, hoo, a siren sounded. With a happy face, he hurriedly ducked under a nearby cover. On the contrary, the person behind him, hearing Fowler arrive, cursed furiously. Fark squid. This dog even called the police. A killer even called the police. Fark, let's go. Before leaving, he didn't forget to fire 2 shots out of anger. Decided to go back to change a batch of guns. This gun is really trash. Hit out of the bullet. Do not know where to fly. Fobler arrived surprisingly quickly this time. The killer was taken away. Walked onto the police car. The hanging heart finally let go. For the time being, it is considered to have retrieved a life. The dark world is in chaos. As the mastermind behind all this, Su Lintian once again returned to the Magic City. Walking off the airplane, he stretched and took a deep breath. Oh, it's still good to be domestic. At the same time, Deep City University. Outside the school, a black Mercedes-Benz was parked outside the school. The 2 bodyguards inside the car looked at the tightly tied killer, slapped the other party's face and said in a chilling voice, "Kid, dare to come here and fall on our 2 hands. Your kid is blessed. Go to the old place and give him a handjob. Is the second Miss Side alright? Don't worry, with the second group, no problem." And now the red spiders are taking care of themselves. I guess this unlucky guy is the last one to sneak in. Alright then, usual place, give him a taste of our craft. The assassin in the back seat, with a horrified look on his face, whimpered and whimpered, his eyes glistening with tears. 0042 Only at home you need to pay attention. What to pay attention to abroad? The car drove toward a deserted mountain. Not long after, it stopped halfway up the mountain, and the 2 men carried the man to a hidden place. Dropping the man on the ground, the assassin bobbed his head and tail like a fish that had been thrown ashore. Looking at the surroundings, and the fresh soil on the ground, a wave of sadness ran through his heart. Anyone who had killed for a long time knew that this kind of place, and the freshly refurbished dirt, was obviously a good place to kill someone and bury their body. Usually those who kill habitually have some inexplicable fetishes, such as planing corpses, like planting vegetables, burying a little here, a little there. The 2 bodyguards took out tile jars from somewhere, then put them on the side of the killer, compared them, frowned, and said, "This tile jar seems to be small. It can't be stuffed in. Look at what you said. Cannot be stuffed into the hard stuffing, but also recustomize a how to drop for him. This way, you go find a big stone. We start from the feet, crush his bones little by little, and then stuff it in, leaving a head outside on the line. But it won't fit. How about this then? You go to the car, bring over the killing knife that was used to deconstruct those 2 killers before. We'll deconstruct him, then we'll crush the bones before stuffing them in. This should be fine. Okay, I'll go get it. Woo-woo." At this moment, the 2 men were like demons in the eyes of the killer. Killing people is nothing but a headache, asshole. The 2 men's words of you and me. In the killer's ears, it was like undergoing the torture of the 18 layers of hell. Going down to the frying pan. Anatomy. Remove the internal organs. Under the frying pan, fried on both sides of the golden brown. Don't worry, don't be afraid. The process were already very skillful, and will definitely not give you one more cut later, and definitely one less. A stream of liquid flowed out of his crotch. Scared to pee. At this time, another bodyguard went and returned, with a shovel in his hand, and without saying anything, he directly dug a pit. Moments later, the 2 dropped the man in the dug earth pit. The killer's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at the 2. Hey, look at that look in his eyes, as if he's saying thank you to us. After burying the other alive, they poured some water, then took out a packet of weed seeds from their arms and sprinkled them on the ground, then took some dry leaves and spread them. As for why the seeds were scattered, of course it was so that the grass would grow faster. Otherwise waiting for the ground to grow its own grass, how slow it would be. It's not that I'm afraid of being discovered. After all, the surveillance along the way has all been dealt with. Besides, a crooked killer, who would care? Deep City University. Inside the girls' dormitory, Su Lingxian, who was singing live in a lazy sheep's voice. Since Su Lintian appeared, the live broadcast room started to improve, and the fans had broken 500,000. The number of people seen in the live broadcast room had even stabilized at around 6 or 7,000. At this time within the live broadcast room, the sheep village chief entered the live broadcast room. Su Lingtian's appearance instantly drove the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. I'm going to today's luck is bursting. Actually see the village chief. The village chief is here. The village chief hasn't appeared in the live broadcast room for a long time. Who says it's not? The last time he appeared, it was still the last time. The village chief of the sheep village, everyone long time no see. Recently a little busy, just from abroad to move bricks back. Village chief is lying, even if he's moving bricks. The bricks he's moving are gold bricks. Su Lingxuan's face showed joy when she saw her brother coming. Brother, why are you free to watch my live stream today? Goat village chief, it's not that I just came back from being busy. I saw you live streaming and came to see you. How have you been? He actually hadn't been here for a long time, although he would occasionally brush up on the small videos, but the timing was just staggered. Hearing her brother's concern, a joyful smile spread across her face. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing her white, neat teeth. Aha, pretty good. And there are a lot more lambs in the live broadcast room. The fans in the live broadcast room were not too happy at once. Lazy king, I'm already fat. Kill me. Right, the little sheep has fattened up. Kill it. Kill the boiling lamb first, or it will be gone in 2 days. That's right, lick and lick. Lick and lick until there's nothing left at the end. I have a suggestion. Let's lock up the boiling goat and the beautiful goat together first, and then make a whole goat feast after the lambs are born. I think it's feasible. What do you think, village chief? Su Lindian also said in a very cooperative manner. Sheep village chief, well, I think it can be done. Let Wesley supervise at that time. I warped. Village chief, it turns out that we are sheep in the same path. I did not expect. The village head is such a sheep. This is the sheep old playflowers? I'll go catch the boiling goat. Then I'll catch the beautiful sheep. Not out of 2.5 minutes. Live broadcast a large number of ID boiling goat. Boiling goat, I'm here. You guys catch me quickly. If I don't have the strength, please don't hesitate to let pleasant goat push me. Brother sheep, I caught a male beautiful sheep. Okay, then lock the two of them together. Then, the boiling goat, who had just been righteous, backtracked. Boiling goat, don't do it. I'm a licking dog. I'm not worthy. You guys better lock up this male Mayang sheep and Wesley sheep together. Replace me with a supervisor. Do you think it's okay? Su Lingxian was amused by these pop-ups. The fans were too talented. Per capita movie star on the internet. In the end it was Su Lindian who ended this pop-up drama. Goat village chief, Linger, I remember you said that you like to sing, so do you want to be a star? At this time, some of the passers-by in the live broadcast room began to shade. Just can't see others pretending to be 13 in front of them. Oh, this is said, as if you want to be able to win the same, a full level number. Do not know where to rent it. Put aside to pretend. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the stupid X. Come a little sheep. Will be a small black fork out. Forget it. Blackie is everywhere. Even if the chicken is dead, the nest is still there. You better be talking about the chicken. This chicken. Is it decent? Su Lingxian didn't take it seriously and just ignored it. But Su Lingtian's words made her think for a moment and finally shook her head. Forget it. What's so good about being a star? This is pretty good. Brother, I plan to travel abroad on vacation in a couple of days. Take the lambs out to see the outside. Is there anything I should pay attention to? Su Lindian didn't expect her to have this idea. But star or something? He just casually asked. Sheep village chief, well, also don't take 2 days. Tomorrow you will go traveling. The school side I will say hello, then you ask for a month's leave. Go out to take a break. You only need to pay attention in the country. There is nothing to pay attention to in the foreign country. Remember to bring your housekeeper at home. If there's anything or you want to play something, just tell her. She'll arrange it for you. The only thing you have to pay attention to is that you have to listen to her on the safety issue. Su Lingxian knew who the housekeeper her brother was talking about. The villa she bought over here. The housekeeper at home as well as the maid were all arranged by her brother. So she thought that they were all trustworthy people. Otherwise, her own brother wouldn't have instructed so. 0043 A lifetime like an ox is not allowed to be idle. But when it is idle, it has already slept with the mountains. Su Lingtian's words made the fans in the live broadcast room excited. Listen to this domineering words. Village chief's words. I'm suddenly kind of looking forward to Lazy King's outdoor live broadcast abroad. Village chief's brother is too handsome. Too handsome. People also want such a brother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did the American sheep run out? Xianjiang, how did you supervise it? And boiling goat, how did you let her run out? You punk goat. And boiling goat, how did you let her run out? You punk goat. Su Lindian directly ignored such pop-ups. This software was just like that. Suddenly on the highway, Su Lingxian also just laughed dumbly and said, Little sheep, then today's live broadcast is here. Get off the air early. See you tomorrow. Good night brother. Shameless. People are obviously talking to the village chief. You dead-licking dog. Brothers, listen to my advice. Sexual exuberance is a plague. Cut to cure forever. Ah yes. Isn't there a well-paid security guard in Mordor? It's quite suitable for you, so you can apply for the job then. Seeing this, Su Lingxian promptly turned off the live broadcast and went off the air. Any more chatting, it is expected to be positive again. Su Lingxian casually swiped 2 videos, all of which had no edge and hard rubbing. It should be the saying, ugly people make a lot of mistakes. Turn off the cell phone and throw it aside. Turning his head, he said to Butler Long, Linger is going to travel abroad for a month tomorrow. Let the Darknet and Rakshasa side keep an eye on it. And also, notify Su Bei to set up Umbrella. And let him assign all those warlords and armed forces in the Darknet to Umbrella. Yes, young master, I will notify him later. By the way, young master, the information you asked for earlier, the Darknet side came with a message saying that it can be organized and completed by tomorrow morning. Su Lingxian nodded his head, indicating that he knew. A nationwide search for one who was qualified to be his wife was actually not that easy. He himself did not feel anything, but as a subordinate, Su Bei, there was much more to consider. He naturally knew this, so he didn't rush to hurry. In fact, he could look for it himself, but that would be too much of a show. If he were to bring his bodyguards around in a Rolls Royce all day, then the ones that would come around by then would not be what he wanted. By then, it would be all peripheral market, harboring a purpose, but pretend to be poor? Think about it, forget it, unnecessarily no bit or hard to eat, all day long dressed in plain, looking around for people to hit the face. He thought about it can be deducted out of the 3 rooms in one hall. Nowadays, which one can go out and meet? Pure love girl. It would be better to search the whole country, so that the purpose is clear, and then slowly figure it out. The next morning, Deep City Airport, Su Lingxian was carrying a backpack, followed by 6 bodyguards, 3 maids, and her exclusive butler, Shangguan Yun, with the maids manually pulling a suitcase. Su Lingxian, on the other hand, was carrying a small school bag, holding a live broadcast stand in her hand, and was opening a live broadcast. Perhaps it was because of the morning, the number of people in the live broadcast room wasn't very large, only more than 1,000 people. Little sheep, a month's trip abroad, now departing. Our first stop, is the Goose Country next door? Said leading the people to board the private airplane belonging to the Universal Group. The fans in the live broadcast room saw this line of people, and were so envious that they couldn't wait to take their place. Lazy King is considered to have made a fortune, from a small anchor with only 200,000 fans, to now, go out with bodyguards, and butler maids. I'm the same as Lazy King, just the middle difference of a brother. This is not a small anchor traveling, obviously is a small princess outing. Envious I turned my head and slapped my brother twice. Fast, do not say my brother will not live. Hang him up and beat him for more than an hour. He died and did not admit that he is a god ho, but also said to let me look good. I thought it was to let me look at the sports car he bought for me. Who knows when I put him down. Head out the door without looking back. In the stick and a thorns between the hesitation. And finally as if he made some kind of determination. Take a thorns beckon to me. I realized that the original he said this to make me look good. The airplane took off and went straight into the sky. Su Lingxian looked at the white clouds outside the window, like a cloudy fairyland. Lazy King, where are you coming to the Goose Country? I happen to be in the Goose Country. Su Lingxian thought for a moment, but still said, I don't intend to go to the city. I want to go to Siberia to have a look. I've heard that the snow scene there is very beautiful. Hearing that Su Lingxian wanted to go to Siberia, that fan could only give up with regret. By the time the airplane landed in Siberia, it was already afternoon. The sun had already set. Looking at the airport outside, the trees along the roadside were covered in a thick layer of snow, a blanket of white. Miss, it's a bit cold outside. You should put this on first. At this moment, Butler Yun came forward with a maid, who dragged a snow-white velvet jacket with her upper hand, as well as gloves, and various warm items. After getting dressed, she walked off the plane with a cell phone holder, and 3 helicopters had been waiting for a long time. Su Lingxian was a bit surprised, not expecting a helicopter to be waiting for her. Boarding the helicopter, he flew towards his destination. The number of people in the live broadcast room had also slowly climbed from just over 1,000 at the beginning to 8,000, with a tendency to break through 10,000. Butler Yun, where are we going? Looking at the scenery below, Su Lingxian couldn't help but twist her head to look at Shangguan Yun who was following her around. She had already told the other party about this month's itinerary before she came, but of course it was just an approximate area. There was no detailed plan. Just like now, she had only said that she was coming to Siberia, but Siberia was so big that she didn't know what the other party had planned. Miss, the place we are going to now, there are no residents around, so it will be relatively safer, and the snow scenery is also very beautiful, and at that time, if you are interested, miss, you can even hunt. Shangguan Yun explained with a smile. Su Lingxian's eyes lit up and nodded. Hunting? It sounded quite interesting. The fans in the live broadcast room heard Shangguan Yun's words, and once again, They were too envious to eat their dinner. Just got off work, saw the lazy king's life, then looked at my own. Forget it, just live. It's okay, brother, first bitter, then sweet. Life as a cow may not be idle. Idle has been sleeping with the mountain. That is, to eat the bitter in the bitter to be a man. You this ideological awareness cannot but also to let the boss to draw you 2 cakes. Oh, don't think too much. We are originally part-time workers. Just happen to have read a few years of books. Strong people never complain about the environment. Strong people never complain about the environment. But I'm weak, and I don't just complain about the environment. I complain about the strong people, because the environment is screwed up by them. The pop-ups have started philosophizing. The airplane quickly came to the destination. Below are 3 cabins, 1 large and 2 small. It was also possible to see quite a few people shuttling back and forth. After the plane landed, Su Lingxian only then saw clearly what kind of people these were. There were white people and yellow people, more than 20 people. They uniformly wore camouflage uniforms. Their feet wore military boots, and pistols could even be seen on their waists. Not far from the house, there are also several military off-road vehicles parked. The cabin was brightly lit, and it looked new, like it had just been built not long ago, with a layer of snow covering it. The people around her saw her coming down from the airplane. They all got up and respectfully shouted, "Second miss." Su Lingxian tightened her jacket, and although she had doubts in her heart, she still nodded her head slightly in greeting. At this time, the sky had slowly darkened. Such a sight could not help but make the fans in the live broadcast room suspicious. These people are not ordinary people at a glance. I can also see that you're just talking nonsense at first glance. 0044 The village chief is invincible. What do you guys say? What exactly is the identity of the lazy king's brother? Don't guess. With our knowledge, it can't be guessed. Su Lingxian took her cell phone and turned around in all directions, white smoke whistling out of her mouth. Little sheep, how's this snowy scene? The air here is so fresh. It's just a bit cold. When I just came, I took a look at the distance from the helicopter, and it's true that there are no inhabitants all around. As Butler Yun said, as a small southern potato, the snow scene here is really too beautiful. Looking at it makes me want to go a little bit. Looking at those snow-covered trees, just like Christmas trees, the sky goose feather snow flying. This if you have a snowball fight, I can't even dare to imagine how cool it is. Just think about it, all mass wall separation. Right at this moment, a prompt on the left side of the live broadcast room drew everyone's attention. The sheep village chief entered the live broadcast room. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room was immediately baked to a climax, because Su Lingtian's identity brought endless reveries to the audience of the live broadcast room. Goat village chief, why did you run away to Siberia? The corner of Su Lingxuan's mouth smiled. He, came here to see the snow. Ah, a white blanket. Without the hustle and bustle of the city, no traffic, no worries, let go of everything. Although it's a bit cold, but it's very comfortable. Brother, don't you think the beauty of this place? Su Lingtian looked at the scenery in the live broadcast. Indeed, there is a kind of fairyland hermitage mood. Sheep village chief, it's good that you like it, but don't leave Butler Yun's line of sight. Safety is most important. Well, I know. I want to go hunting. I just don't know if I can show weapons in the live broadcast room. It will be blocked, right? The fans in the live broadcast room saw the weapons. They were not sleepy at once, and they were up in arms. Hunting, must fight. Don't worry, there is the village chief in. Afraid of what? Who dares to seal your live room? That's it. Xiaoming he dares. Sheep village chief, according to reason will be sealed. You wait. Then the live broadcast crowd saw him leave the live broadcast room. Instantly lively. Holy, what does the village chief mean by this? What else could this mean? Surely shaking people went. It was indeed as they said. Douyin headquarters. Mr. Zhang urgently convened a shareholders video conference. When everyone arrived, several other shareholders looked at each other in dismay. General Manager Zhang, holding a video conference in such a hurry. Did something happen? Yeah, this is not your style. General Manager Zhang smiled helplessly and bitterly. He didn't want to He had just received a phone call, which forced him to pay attention. There is indeed something to discuss with you. I just received a call from Mr. Zhao of the Universal Group. Universal Group? The few people in the video expressed their puzzlement. The Universal Group they naturally knew. After all, the volume of the other party was not something they could compare to. What is Universal Group looking for you for? We don't have any interactions with them, right? Thinking about this, General Manager Zhang's face unexpectedly showed a look of envy. He also stopped selling the idea and said helplessly, Universal Group wants to inject $10 billion into us, and we only need to pay 1% of the shares. $10 billion and only needing 1% of the shares. That is to say, the Universal Group valued their company at $1 trillion. $1 trillion? Unimaginable. What kind of number was this? The wealth of the Universal Group made him envious. What shocked him even more was that the other party had done all this just for a live broadcasting room. What? Unsurprisingly, when these words came out, everyone rose from their seats in shock, along with a deeper disbelief. What was Universal Group trying to do? There was too much money to spend, right? Does the other party have any demands? Yes, giving us such a high valuation, there must be some harsh requirements. If I say, just reject it, we are not short of money now anyway. Mr. Zhang sleepily sleeps his mouth, speaking softly. Reject? How to reject? Thinking that saying a word will do? If other people in the global group called him, maybe he would refuse, but Zhao Ruilong personally called him. If he refused, then, he did not think about it, because he did not dare to think about it. Although nothing will happen at home, but abroad. Perhaps a few people also thought of a deeper level. Mr. Zhang should still talk about the other party's requirements first. In fact, it is very simple, or not a requirement at all. The other side let us not intervene in a live room called Green Grass Plains Lazy King. To be precise, as long as the other side does not live too bloody picture. There are also 3 major principles. We cannot seal the other side of the live room, and at the same time there is the power to support. This made a few people were dumbfounded. No, $10 billion for such a request. It seemed that the other party indeed had so much money that they had no place to spend it. They had thought that the other party would have some excessive request for business cooperation. Just this? Nothing more? Are you really sure that was Global Group Zhao Ruilong's call? Not a scam call? Mr. Zhang spread his 2 hands. He thought so at first, but the person transferred the funds directly. If it was a scam, wouldn't the cost be too high? There was also the fact that Su Lingxuan's identity, the sister of the boss behind the Universal Group. It's undeniable that it's indeed him personally, as the funds have arrived. What is the identity of that anchor? The personal sister of the boss behind the Universal Group. Mr. Zhang didn't hide it. After all, with the identities of these people in the video, they could be found out with a casual check. Of course, it was limited to that. What they knew was what Su Lingtian wanted them to know. Hiss. A few people sucked in a breath of cool air. How could this princess think of becoming an anchor? Thinking of being idle. Since the other party's purpose is so obvious, we can't turn away. I have no opinion. I also have no opinion. Alright, then. After Su Lingtian got the news, he returned to the live broadcast room. Su Lingxian sat by the fireboardly, waiting for news from Su Lingtian. The sheep village chief entered the live broadcast room. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again boiled. The village chief has returned. How is it? How is it? Is it possible to do whatever you want? When the village chief makes a move, it's bound to be a sweep of invincibility. Su Lingxian didn't say anything, but looked at the pop-up screen seriously, waiting for Su Lingtian's news. Village chief of Sheep Village, that's fine. From now on, you can't broadcast anything other than pornography, gambling, drugs, and overly gory images, but be careful about the impact of what you say. Su Lingxian nodded repeatedly. The fans in the live broadcast room even cheered. Woohoo! What did I say? Forget it, the village head is domineering. The village chief wouldn't be a second-generation Red, would he? Can't be. The second generation of Red can't be so high-profile, right? So, black, red and white? What do you care what kind of generation he is? It's over if he's great. Su Lingtian looked at these pop-ups and shook his head without caring. Sheep village chief, let them teach you to practice your gun, so that you also have the ability to defend yourself in case of danger. I still have things to do, so I won't watch your live broadcast. After saying that, he directly left the live broadcast room. Next, Su Lingxian had no worries. Butler Yun, do we have any weapons here? Let me practice and go hunting tomorrow morning. Butler Yun nodded. Yes, miss, wait, I'll have someone arrange it. Not long after, a maid came forward and said, Miss, dinner is ready. Su Lingxian had been hungry for a long time. Inside the wooden hut, there was a table placed inside. The dinner was all wild game and some fresh vegetables, as well as fruits. All of them were things she had never eaten before, which made her appetite go through the roof. Hey, the gap between people, why is it so big? Looking at the sumptuous wild game, and then looking at the instant noodles in my hand. This dinner, don't eat it. Half an hour later, the number of people in the live room suddenly soared. Just a few minutes. From 10,000 soared to 100,000 plus. A sudden scene, shocked off the live room crowd jaw. Asterisk. How are there suddenly so many people? I thought it jumped to another live room. What's the situation? 100,000 plus. It won't be which big anchor broadcasting off the air. Will be people dumped here. Wow, it's over. So many sheep. Not enough grass in the sheep village. Wait, this fan card. Lean is my Quan brother. How about it, brothers? I'm going to lure brother Quan here. How about this wave of diversion? before also loose gifts. At this moment is all kinds of gifts brush non-stop. The first time I heard this, I was in the middle of a live broadcast. Listen to Quan Jianbao sends Carnival *100. Listen to Quan Jianbao. I heard from my brothers that there are very open doors here, so I came to take a look. I told you, why are there so many people all of a sudden? It turns out it's my Quan brother who's here. After Su Lingxian had her dinner, she then returned her gaze to the live broadcast room, the densely packed pop-ups, and the number of people in the upper right corner. A look of surprise appeared on her face, not understanding how she suddenly had so many people when she had a meal. With that, she saw the pop-ups, and then realized, listening to the Spring Treasure appreciation, she has heard of it, and also brushed the other party's live video. The live style is quite interesting, but did not see the other party live. 0045 National Wife Selection. Looking at the other party's brush of 100 carnivals, although she was not short of money, the other party swiped it or politely thanked her. Thank you for listening to Quan Jianbao's 100 carnivals, but everyone doesn't need to brush their gifts. However, the gift special effects didn't even stop. Her own people were almost invisible. She had no choice but to close the gift reward. That's it. You guys don't need to brush your gifts. I can't even see our lazy king anymore. Lazy big king doesn't lack these 3 melons and 2 jujubes of yours. Everyone give ranking 1 big brother a little bit of report. I have a lot of money. I will brush. Okay, first VI 500 to see the strength. Listen to Quan Jianbao. Little sister, where is this? Where so much? Or cabinet? This is in the wild? Ha, Quan, you smile so lewd. Change face faster than turning over books. Worthy of being a listening spring cat. Su Lingxian picks up her cell phone and walks outside while saying, it's in Siberia now. It's quite cold over here. Just as she walked out of the wooden house, Butler Yun came to meet her. Miss, the things are ready. Su Lingxian looked out, only to see that not far away, a high table several meters long was stitched together on the snow, and it was filled with all kinds of weapons, pistols to sniper rifles to large pineapples, and even saw a wooden box with a round thing inside. Grenade shells? When she got closer, she realized that it was indeed a grenade bomb. Seeing her arrival, the 2 women in camouflage uniforms standing next to the weapon saluted. Second miss, do I need to explain these firearms to you first? However, Su Lingxian waved her hand, indicating that there was no need, and that explaining was better than practicing. At this time, Butler Yun went up with 2 maids, and the butler took Su Lingxian's cell phone. She, on the other hand, picked up a small pistol, somewhat excited. This was the first time she had touched these weapons. One of the women went up and said softly, second miss, let me teach you. After receiving her consent, she gently held Su Lingxian's hand holding the pistol, explaining how to shoot, how to aim, and the posture of holding the gun while correcting it, pulling the trigger at the large tree in front of her. With each gunshot, her heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. The people in the live broadcast room who followed hearing spring and froze when they saw this. No, these are real guns? I thought it was just for show. That said, is this something that can be broadcast live? Didn't you say that once you show it, it's seconds? Just kidding. You don't see who this is. Can I be the same as the lazy king? It's true that once you show up, you get seconds, and once Xiaoming shows his head, he's going to get seconds. Relative to these pop-ups of flirting, listening to Quan Jianbao thought deeper. Tai looked up at the live broadcast ID, never heard of this anchor. If it wasn't for the fact that some pop-ups had aroused his curiosity when he was live broadcasting, perhaps he wouldn't have appeared here. Looking at everything around Su Lingxian, these weapons just appeared in the live broadcast room so brightly, while the Douyin official turned a blind eye. This is worth investigating. It seemed like they would have to find out what the other party was from later. Half an hour later, Su Lingxian tried out all these weapons, of course, except for the sniper rifle, which she didn't feel the need to try, and the tree on the opposite side was already overwhelmed and was already full of holes. That one, before those little black people are still not in. Squeak, to what caliber of bullets to pick their own? Not to mention, the other side is really there, soon to be eyed out. I'm a big fan of the lazy king, and I wouldn't hack my dad if I were hacking her. Wouldn't you, or wouldn't you dare? I was careless on purpose. Unbridled. Answer the question. Come on, a lamb. Pull him out and shoot him for 10 minutes as a warning to others. At the same time, one manor in the western suburb of Magic City. Su Lingxian is looking at the information sent by Su Bei in the morning. It's a bit much. Hundreds of people. Looking at them one by one. Each face value and temperament looked pretty good. Suddenly a girl caught his attention. The photo was of a person who had put on an ancient makeup and was wearing an ancient costume. A bit of a motherly temperament, but it was not very obvious. The temperament could be said to be very good. There was also a photo of a plain face. Looking at her profile, frowned. 0046 Qinghua Qingcheng Chen Yunyun. The girl is dressed a bit plainly in the photo of her face. Su Lindian does not care about her family background, and does not necessarily want to be a door-to-door. After all, in this world, with his door-to-door, not to mention whether there is, he does not want that kind. Once after the door is right, then it's not just like, there's always something else mixed in. Look at each other's profiles. Name Chen Yun Yun. Age, 21. Status, graduate of the Central Academy of Drama. Current residence, Hangzhou. Artist under New Morning Entertainment. Emotional history, none. Family background, born in a small rural village in a southern oil city. Her parents were farmers and her brother dropped out of high school to work and put her through college. Aside from these, there are a few more of her movie and TV credits, but they are mostly obscure costume dramas. No wonder the temperament is so good. It seems like they specialize in costume movies or dramas, but it seems that a large portion of it is work that it didn't graduate from. It seems that wherever you go, identity background really matters. Butler Long, get ready. Tomorrow we'll go to Hangzhou to have some fun. The hundreds of girls on the list, they didn't know that they were missing out on a heavenly marriage because of Chen Yunyun's existence. At noon the next day, Su Lindian stepped off the airplane and looked at the bustling city. This was his first time. Let's go. Take a stroll first. Came to Hangdian and spent the afternoon wandering around the place, which is a scaled-down version of the Forbidden City. 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Lindian didn't forget the purpose of coming to Hangzhou. Inside a private room at the Heavenly Palace Hotel, Su Lindian, Long Butler and a few bodyguards sat in the private room, looking at the dishes on the table, and simply dealt with a few bites afterward, then sat and waited for something. Coming to dinner was secondary to the chance encounter that was the real purpose. In the next booth, Chen Yunyun sat on the wine table, her face somewhat less than favorable. She didn't think that her agent would lie to her about coming to talk about the script and meet with the director-writer, but when I arrived, I realized that the director was indeed there, and not only was the director there, but even the company's president was there. Yun, you have come to the company for half a year, and your career still hasn't taken off, but you have to work hard. We are all very optimistic about you. Mr. Zhang looked at, with a smile, the fidgety Chen Yunyun, with eyes as if he wanted to tear the other party's clothes to shreds. He'd wanted to subvert her as early as the first meeting she'd had after she'd joined the company. Otherwise, with Chen Yunyun's acting skills, as well as that temperament of the other party, how could it be possible that he had not been popular until now? Now like a canary, she wanted to fly out, but the astronomical liquidated damages were not something she could afford. All in all, she was still too simple, thinking too simply, wanting to be a maverick in this big dike. How could it be possible? Thank you, Mr. Zhang, I will work hard. All she wanted to do now was to get away from this fiend as well as think in the back of her mind that she would just find a random excuse to leave later. Hey, light efforts cannot. You see even a line director Liang director, have found you. The company intends to invest in a masterpiece. Is missing a female lead. He is very optimistic about you. Yes, your temperament perfectly fits the role of the female lead, not to mention the recommendation of Mr. Zhang. I think it's fine. Look, we do recognize your acting skills. Mr. Zhang said that he was about to reach out and grab her hand, a move that scared her into getting up in a hurry. His face was bleak, but he managed to squeeze out a smile and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm a bit unwell. I'll go back first. Didn't wait for her to take 2 steps. Bang! A cup was slammed on the ground. Mr. Zhang simply stopped pretending. His face was unsightly. Chen Yunyun, don't give your face. Even if you enter this big dye stuff tank, don't delude yourself into thinking that you are some kind of white lotus. If you walk out of this door right now, prepare to be snowed in for the rest of your life. Ungrateful thing. There is no woman I want that I can't get yet. The soundproofing of the private room was obviously not very good, and when Su Lindian, who was sitting next door, heard this, the smile on his face tightened. Chen Yunyun ignored it and directly opened the door of the private room, just wanting to leave. Right at this moment, Mr. Zhang made a face to her agent, who hurriedly stepped forward to pull back Chen Yunyun, who wanted to leave. Yunyun, Mr. Zhang is also out of good intentions. Don't want your talent to be buried like this. Just accompany Mr. Zhang to drink a few glasses of wine. It won't lose anything, don't you think so? Hearing that from her agent made her shiver with anger, and if her upbringing hadn't told her not to use foul language, she'd have broken into a fit of rage by now. Drink it yourself if you want to. Big deal. You'll be snowed in for the rest of your life. Let go of your hand. Yunyun, don't be stupid. You don't think about yourself. You have to think about your family too, right? I heard. Your family is from the countryside. It's already not easy for your brother to pay for you to go to college. Do you still want to make him lose his job? Chen Yunyun didn't expect the other party to be so shameless as to threaten her, but if she betrayed her innocence for this, it would be better for her to die. Loosen up, I won't compromise. How could the broker let go so easily? This let go, his own rice bowl will be lost. Su Lintian got up and opened the door to the private room. Long Butler and the bodyguard stayed inside the private room and didn't follow them out. Yun come in first. If outsiders see it, it won't affect you well. Come in and talk. How could she agree? This if she went in, and then want to come out unharmed. It will be difficult. Grab the open door. Just want to shout. Just then, Su Lintian happened to pass by. It was as if they had seen a lifesaver. Help! I don't know her. Seeing this, Su Lintian was furious. Stop. In broad daylight. What do you want? Is there any king's law? Is there any law left? Saying this, he pulled Chen Yunyun over and pulled her behind him. Twisting his head, he softly said, "You go first, brat. You want to be a hero before your hair is even grown." At that moment, a cup was thrown from the booth. This was something that Su Lintian never expected, that the other party would dare to make a move. Hurriedly, he took his hand and blocked. Bang! The cup fell to the floor and shattered. You leave first, they won't dare do anything without you. Thinking about it, Chen Yunyun felt that it made sense that the other party's purpose was himself, and as long as he left, he thought that he wouldn't be able to set his eyes on him again. After saying that, he left at a fast pace, not really leaving, of course, just thinking about waiting at the door later. Seeing that she was gone, the agent did not care about it, and directly pushed away Su Lintian who was blocking the way, and his center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell to the ground, and his palms pressed on the shards of glass on the ground, and blood suddenly came out. Of course, it was intentional on his part. The broker saw this and was too scared to move. Seeing blood and not seeing blood are two different things. Long Butler, who was inside the private room, took his cell phone and looked at the hotel's surveillance. Seeing this, he picked up the other cell phone and said, "That's enough. Take a piece of gauze and bandage the young master." The hotel attendant, who had not been seen for a long time, arrived late, followed by the manager of the hotel. "What happened? Sir, are you all right? Go get some gauze over here quickly." The attendant in the back nodded, then turned and pulled gauze from his own pocket. "Manager, the gauze is here." Su Lintian simply bandaged it, got up and said, "It's fine, I accidentally fell, but the people inside the private room, who broke something, may have to let you compensate for it, then turn around and leave the hotel." And the manager had the good sense to turn and enter the booth. What happened after that, Su Lintian ignored, but it certainly wasn't going to end like that, and while the injury was intentional on his part, the bleeding was real, and it was all going to be on the other guy's head. It really hurts. The cost is a little high it seems. After all this blood has been shed, it's not too much to make the other company go bankrupt and make that piece of Mr. Zhang disappear. Although he could have initially pressured people with his status, rural people know rural people, so he didn't do that. What he never expected was that Chen Yunyun didn't leave, but paced back and forth outside the door, still looking inside from time to time. Su Lintian carried his hand behind his back and swung it around, and Long Butler, who had just wanted to follow him out, saw this and stopped in his tracks. Only then did Su Lintian cover his injured hand with a pained face and walked out. 0047 The word envy. I no longer want to say it again. Seeing him come out, Chen Yunyun quickly walked forward. Su Lintian hurriedly pinched his hand hard, and immediately the gauze was dyed red with blood. Hiss! Exerted too much force. He sucked in a cool breath of pain and tears welled up in his eyes. "Yeah, you're hurt. How is it? Is it going to be alright?" God's nervousness grabbed Su Lintian's injured hand. Su Lintian only felt his own hand. Came a cold feeling. Very soft, very comfortable. "No, it's fine, just a superficial wound." Chen Yunyun looked at the red-stained gauze, some crying and laughing. This is still considered a traumatic injury? There was some self-blame on her face. If it wasn't herself, the other party wouldn't have become like this. "I'm sorry, if it wasn't me." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Lintian. "It's not a problem. I'm a boy. It's nothing to be injured. You're fine. Why don't I still take you to the hospital to deal with it once? Then I'll treat you to dinner and thank you." "Don't bother. It's really just a small injury." "Don't believe me," said without leaving any trace of pinching. The blood was about to penetrate the gauze. "I have urgent matters now. Dinner is even if you also quickly leave. Otherwise later they will come out. Don't let them see you." Then made a gesture to leave. "Eating is impossible to eat. If you go to eat now, isn't that too clear? In the future, they will have to meet each other in this way? He is stupid, the other party is not stupid. The world is so big, where there are so many chance encounters. This meal, it is better to leave us to get married and then eat it. At least to get the contact information in hand, but cannot ask for yourself. Or this is not to let her know that he has a purpose to approach her." As expected, seeing Su Lintian about to leave, Chen Yunyun called out to him, "Wait, why don't we leave a contact? When you are free, I will invite you for dinner. What do you think? This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for a boy's contact information. Although it was only to repay the other party, it was undeniable that this was the first boy she took the initiative to add. Su Lindian secretly laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to think about it then agreed. Taking out his cell phone, the two of them added their friends, and Su Lindian left without looking back. This made Chen Yunyun froze and thought to herself, it seems that he does have something urgent, then also left the place. Inside the car, Butler Long was disinfecting and redressing his wounds, and he frowned at the pain. Young master, where are we going now? Su Lindian didn't even think about it and said, back to Magic City. This made Butler Long feel puzzled. After such a show, he was bleeding, so he just went back? But he didn't ask much. Whatever the young master said was what he said. Then young master, what about that new morning entertainment? Butler Long asked in a deep voice. According to his meaning, directly pinch each other to death. And then that what Mr. Zhang to get out of the country, and then chopped up to feed the fish. No hurry first, mole crickets have their uses. Let the other party live for a few more days first. Let Zhao Ruilong acquire an entertainment company in the country, then wait for me to notify him. Understood, young master. The convoy drove directly to the airport and then flew directly back to Magic City in a private jet. He didn't want to meet up with Chen Yunyun again in a short period of time, and after adding his friends, then everything would be fine. And Su Lingxuan's side had also left Siberia, and the next stop, Paris. A black Alpha was parked in front of the Palace of Versailles. The exit door was pulled open by the bodyguards accompanying it. A girl in a cosplay outfit came down from the car with a pair of slender jade legs that stunned the eyes of the crowd, followed the staff of the Palace of Versailles inside. A long corridor, but empty. How big is the Palace of Versailles? It covers an area of about 1070 hectares. The opulent palace here was cleared directly for cos photos. Of course there were still plenty of people elsewhere. When she was halfway through the photo shoot, she seemed to see a large number of tourists being cleared out of this Versailles palace. It seemed as if she could faintly hear some sort of clearing out shouting and cursing. Couldn't help but look to the butler beside herself. We didn't clear out the entire Palace of Versailles, did we? The butler was sweating at his own eldest lady's words. The eldest lady is joking. The Palace of Versailles is usually not allowed to clear the whole place. Not money can do it. It should be that there will be some big shot coming later. So that's why it's like this. Yes, it's not something that can be done with money. It can't be done. It's just that there's not enough money. It didn't take long for the entire Palace of Versailles to become quiet, and a large number of attendants began to gather from within the palace. The person in charge of the Palace of Versailles, standing outside in an open space, he looked at the service personnel and the various stewards within the Palace of Versailles who were coming from all directions. There were about 100 people. Looking at the people who had arrived almost, he turned his head to the assistant beside him and asked, "Make sure the field is cleared, right? There's no one inside, right?" Navia's eldest lady is still there. She has wrapped up the side hall, but don't worry, I've already had someone notify her. I believe there's no problem. On the other side, excuse me, Miss Fong, we suddenly received a notice that the Palace of Versailles needs to receive valuable guests today and needs to be cleared, so I hope you can understand. Don't worry, we will double the cost. The staff's meaning was clear. They wanted her to leave. Can you give me another half an hour? Right at this moment, several men in camouflage uniforms, each carrying a barret, walked over from here. Their faces were icy cold, and when they saw that there were even other people here, they twisted their heads to look at them, as if in warning. Then they left directly to the person in charge. Didn't we say clear out? Why are there still people here? The person in charge sweated coldly and could only smile with him. I'm sorry, I'll let the other person leave right away. The camouflage-clad man didn't say another word, but just snorted coldly and led his men to start occupying the highest point. Setting up their sniper rifles, they were always observing the movements around them. The person in charge bent over and waited for the man to leave before he dared to look up, reaching out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning his head, he looked at his assistant and grunted coldly, saying, "Waste, you can't even handle this point." The assistant lowered his head, not daring to retort at all. "What are you still waiting for? Why don't you bring people to make preparations to meet them?" The assistant then panicked and brought people to the steps at the entrance of the Palace of Versailles, where a red carpet had already been laid, and the service personnel stood on both sides. Just then, a motorcade pulled up in front of them. More than 20 bodyguards got out of the car and began to stand in position, guarding the surrounding area. Butler Yun got down from the Rolls-Royce car, then quickly walked to the other side and opened the car door. Bowing slightly, he said, "Miss, we've arrived." Su Lingxian yawned and got out of the car, holding the live broadcast bracket in her hand. "Little sheep, set to take you to see the scenery outside. My lazy king is true to his word. Already arrived at the Palace of Versailles. I don't know at this time of the day. How many people are there? I'm going to take you for a stroll later. I'm going to go and rest. I'm too sleepy. Then the fans of the live broadcast saw the bodyguards around, and those attendants of Versailles Palace. The word envy, long ago did not know how many times to say. Then the assistant in charge hurriedly bowed and shouted, "Welcome the arrival of the great miss. Welcome the arrival of the great miss." More than 100 attendants followed close behind. This caused the person in charge, who was talking to Miss Fong, to break out in a cold sweat. Finished. The great miss has arrived. 0048 clearing out Versailles, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't care about the tone. Ms. Fong, please also leave immediately. We will triple the cost to compensate you. Fong Xinglan wasn't angry. If there wasn't the scene just now, maybe there would still be a little temper. But seeing those camouflaged men with sniper rifles, she didn't dare to be too unreasonable. Originally, she still wanted half an hour, so she could finish taking pictures. But now it seems that she can only wait for the next time. Fine. Sighing, Su Lingxian took her cell phone and walked while looking at the Versailles Palace in front of her. She had only seen it in videos before. She didn't expect to be able to come to the scene today. I'm really crying to death. This rehearsal of the lazy great king, can you let me act for half a minute? No, 10 seconds is fine. I'll take 2 pictures. Lazy king, really too handsome. I really want to know Lazy King's background. I'd rather know the identity of the village chief. Why is there no one at Versailles? It's so cold. Wait, you guys, is it possible that it's because the Lazy King has cleared out the palace of Versailles? Hissing, hiss. Su Lingxian also found out that the entire Versailles Palace was empty. Not a single person was there. And what was there was all service staff. This made her a little puzzled. Butler Yun seemed to be able to see her doubts and explained. Miss, there are too many people here. For your safety, before I came, I already had people clear the place. Su Lingxian was a bit stunned. Cleared the area? It could still be played like this? It was her own ignorance. Also, if it wasn't for her brother, she probably wouldn't have come here in her entire life, let alone clearing the field. Compared to her dismay, the fans in the live broadcast room were more shocked. Hissing, don't hiss, I can't breathe if I hiss again. I'm going to die. The world of Missy. I do not understand this cow horse. Clearing the palace of Versailles will not be just for us to see it. Ooh, the lazy king is too good to our little sheep. I think I want to marry her. Dude, what are you thinking about? You're not thinking about it. I think you're thinking about dying. I'm in Paris. I'm going to snatch the lazy king back as my wife. Su Lingxian chatted with her fans as she walked. Then Fong Xinglan and the others came face to face. They were thinking of leaving and were followed by the person in charge. When the person in charge saw Su Lingxian, he quickly stepped forward. Welcome, Missy. Su Lingxian nodded, then looked at Fong Xinglan in front, who knew that the other party was also looking at her curiously. At the same time, some pop-ups that had something to say about the other party were also seen in the live broadcast room. Why does the cosplaying young lady on the other side look so familiar? I also feel familiar. Let me think. It's her, my wife. I'm going. Isn't this Fong Xiao? I also pay attention to her to come. That leg than my life are long. Sent those videos or simply. All is to show that. Fong Xiao is also a big lady. Navia Group's big miss. Fong Xinglan, younger than me, lives better than me, goes to more places than I can brush up on in Douyin. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have known that the original Temple of Heaven could still be cleared. People clear out at the age of 16 at the Temple of Heaven, and I clear out my bowels at 16 on the rooftop. She was born in Rome. I was born a mule. Now that the two ladies have met, our lazy king has a slight edge. We're still the lazy king. From today on, we'll be called the Princess of Versailles. One is a great lady, one is a princess. There's no comparison at all, right? Su Lingxian looked at the pop-up screen. So the other party's family was rich. Hello, are you also an anchor? I see that many people in the live broadcast room recognize you. Fong Xinglan, who was just about to leave, froze, not expecting the other party to take the initiative to greet him, and had a feeling of being flattered. Although she didn't know what Su Lingxuan's identity was, this was the first time she had encountered this kind of scene where snipers were present. Hello, I'm a cos blogger. My name is Fong Xinglan. Nice to meet you. Just as she wanted to take 2 steps forward, she was unexpectedly stopped by the bodyguard beside Su Lingxian, and then the other party's bodyguard also took a step forward. Immediately after that, they only felt a shiver run through their bodies as a dangerous aura enveloped their entire body, and they understood that it should be those snipers from before. This made them stand still, not daring to move again. Only then did Fong Xinglan realize that something was wrong and took another 2 steps back. Seeing this, Butler Yun waved his hand. A bodyguard saw the gesture and took out his cell phone from his pocket, not knowing what he was doing. In less than 2 minutes, Fong Xinglan's information appeared on his phone. Handing it over to Butler Yun, Butler Yun simply swept a few glances without looking any further. The other party was the eldest miss of a conglomerate and should not be interested in approaching his own miss, so he did not pay any more attention to it. Su Lingxian naturally didn't know all of this. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is this a fight? Fighting? Are you kidding? You guys look at the highest part of the palace. Then the crowd in the live broadcast room, once again, sucked in cool air. I don't know. Is that a sniper? I'm invincible, my lazy king. Where is the warrior who just said he would come over to rob the lazy king? I'm kidding. I have an iron mouth, not an iron head. Su Lingxian smiled. My name is Su Lingxian. So are you taking cos photos? Are you done yet? So pretty. Although she didn't know who the other party was cosplaying, the other party had a good figure. Very slim, a big beautiful woman. Then thought of something, as if this place was cleared by herself, the other party couldn't have been kicked out as well. Thinking this, if you haven't finished shooting, you can stay and continue shooting. It's fine. Fang Xinglan did not expect the other party to be so approachable. Without losing his politeness, he smiled. Aha, thanks, it's fine. Then you take your time filming. I'll leave first. Bye. Looking at Su Lingxuan's back as she left, followed by a large group of people behind her. Envy was definitely there, but it couldn't be said to be very envious. Just as the saying goes, how big is this official to be considered big? Butler Yun turned his head and said to a bodyguard beside him, go watch the other party. Don't let the other party leave your sight. The bodyguard nodded and broke away from the group. Butler Yun did this also as a precaution. Su Lingxuan's safety was not to be trifled with. Seeing that the other bodyguard was monitoring him, Fang Xinglan understood. Su Lingxian took the cell phone holder and strolled around Versailles for half an hour. Originally, she wanted to stroll around to take a break, but it seemed like she would have to give up. It was too big to stroll around. Little sheep, Versailles is too big. Can't finish strolling around in a while. Let's do this first. I'm going to rest. The fans were also very understanding. To them, today was an eye-opener. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? It's fine. Lazy king, go and rest. For our sake, if you tire yourself out, I'm afraid that sniper bullets will shoot down the netting and into my head later. Ha 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 ha, talking nonsense. Su Lingxian turned off the live broadcast, then simply ate some of the delicacies prepared by the Palace of Versailles before returning to her room to rest. 0049 The tiger comes out of the cage. It didn't take long for a video to detonate all over the internet. Fans took Su Lingxuan's live video of clearing the Versailles Palace, edited it out, and put it on Douyin. Plus now Douyin, there was something about Su Lingxuan's live room, and it all just carried traffic. After a night of fermentation, it even made it to the hot search. That video had tens of millions of likes overnight. Which great lady is this again? Previously it was the Temple of Heaven clearing. Now it's even more bullish. Directly clearing the Palace of Versailles. Jealousy makes one's face change, and I have long been in tears. Is this a corner of the Heavenly Palace? Quickly comes someone to cover it up. Don't let me know. I don't want to see. The Princess of Versailles? I also saw Feng Xiao. Ooh, sure enough, rich people are all hugging to keep warm. And me, I can only hug my wife who just customized it from Iwu to keep warm. It's okay, it's still fair. Everyone only has one life. Right, the rich aren't afraid of you taking up legal weapons, but they're afraid of us putting down the law and taking up arms. Hey brother upstairs, if you're going to say that, then I'll just have to pick up my sniper rifle. Go quickly. I want to see the snipers around the lazy king. Is the barrett in their hands fake? Don't worry, if it's real, come back and I'll VU 200. I also with 200. When the time to open the seat call on me. Su Lingxian even gained 2 million fans overnight. Su Lindian didn't brush Douyin for the past 2 days because he still had more important things to do. That was to chat with Chen Yunyun. Of course, it was the other party who took the initiative to find himself. Chen Yunyun, is your hand better? Borrowing this topic, Chen Yunyun took the initiative to find him twice. Once on the first day back and once now. Su Lindian, it's almost better. It doesn't bleed anymore. Chen Yunyun, what do you mean it's not bleeding anymore? It's been 2 days and it's only stopped bleeding. Are you free now? I want to invite you for dinner. Su Lintian knowingly asked. I have something to go back to Mordor. Probably won't leave Mordor in a short period of time. Let's keep this meal for now. Right, what do you do? That day I saw that person in the private room is quite powerful. How did you offend him? Chen Yun, hey, this is actually not something that can't be said. In fact, I'm an actor. Just graduated more than half a year. I'm really simple. After that I was signed by the agent into the new morning entertainment. At first it's still good. But the entertainment industry, you also know what kind of place it is. I don't know why. Our boss looked at me. I didn't agree. Then snowed me for half a year. Then there was that day thing. Su Lintian, not leaving. Is it because of the liquidated damages? You can try it. Send out short videos. Maybe you'll get lucky. Chen Yunyun, that's right. I wanted to leave a long time ago, but the millions of liquidated damages, I can't afford it at all. I can only consume it. As for the short video you said, how can it be so easy? Don't look at those net stars with dozens and dozens of millions of followers. That's all behind the back of the capital and the promotion. Without the flow of traffic, it's impossible to get up. Her words let Su Lindy in big surprise. It seems, the other side is not all know very clearly, may also be snowed in half a year. See through a lot. Su Lindian, don't be so pessimistic. Things are people. The sky is not a dead end. As long as you want to go, the road is under the feet. Come on, believe in yourself. Perhaps it is Su Lingtian's reason. After a period of time, Chan Yunyun in Douyin send video, want to redeem their fate. The two also gradually and slowly became familiar with each other. Rice Country, Universal Group's headquarters. Wang Yulong looked up at the sun in the sky. His face was excited. I, Wang Yulong, have finally seen the sun again. The 1 month of closed training was finally over. Alright, stop ghosting. This is a letter of appointment from above the group. From now on, you are the acting president of Universal Entertainment. Do a good job. The young master still thinks highly of you. 0050 Rakshasa Group 2. Gold clothes and white hair. Lust for color sky. Wang Yulong was puzzled, not understanding why the Universal Group transferred himself back to the country. He thought that when he trained, he could do something else. After all, for so long, more or less know something about the group. Unfortunately, there was no place to use all the skills he had learned. Getting the letter of appointment, without making much of a stop, he directly took the airplane back to his country. And at the same time, the struggle between Rakshasa and the Red Spider has reached white heat. For the Red Spider, this old killer organization, Robert also did not want to cut off the roots, because the Red Spider to go is not the elite route. Inside, can be described as the 3 religions and 9 streams gathering place. As long as you have killed a person can be called a killer. Even the street punks may be the Red Spider's killer. It was precisely for this reason that the member base of the Red Spider organization was very large. This was also the reason why it was able to grow so quickly in the first place. Although Rakshasa had the ability to do it, it was completely unnecessary, and a large portion of the members had no loyalty to the Red Spider, viewing it as a platform, and Rakshasa was the polar opposite. So, in the dark world, Robert put out this sentence. In a week's time, those who didn't quit Starscream would be enemies of Rakshasa, and there would be no place for them in heaven or on earth. Las Vegas. In a remote and dark street, a silhouette quickly rushed into a small building on the street. Leaning against the wall, breathing heavily, the pistol held in his right hand was sweating because of nervousness. His bangs were wet with sweat, and he was beating madly at his chest, as if he could clearly hear his heartbeat in this quiet night. Shat, Rakshasa is really a doggy plaster. Can't shake it off. Wiped the sweat on his face and cursed. His heart had long regretted, had known that he should have directly betrayed the Red Spider. Unfortunately, he was still too greedy and did not resist the temptation of money. You didn't die. How can I let you run away? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. It was like a voice from the 9 hells, hitting his soul directly, causing him to stiffen, knowing that it was impossible to escape today. A young man wearing golden power brocade clothes with long snow-white hair that looked somewhat superior appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Golden clothes and white hair. The person who came was none other than the Rakshasa 10 group, the second-ranked lustful color heaven. I quit Red Spider now. No, I can help you kill Red Spider's people. Yes I can. I still have money. A lot of money. I can give it to you. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything. Looking at the killer who was close to collapsing, Lustful Sky just let out a light smile. You don't seem to understand what I mean. Then slowly, he circled around the other party, as if he was sizing up the other party. No, I understand. Without waiting for him to finish, he only saw that he seemed to have been pinched by someone's throat, and there were golden silk threads wrapped around his neck, which were emitting a faint golden light. Perhaps he knew that he was bound to die, and wanted to die with Lustful Sky before he died. Raising the gun in his hand, he fired the last shot of his life. Unfortunately, what he encountered was Rakshasa's top man. If it was an assassin absorbed from the outside, he would still have room to resist. Bang! A gunshot rang out, which was exceptionally loud in the quiet night. Then he opened his eyes wide. That unbelievable look, as if he saw God before dying. He rested in peace. Perhaps it was his honor to die in the hands of the other party. The bullet was blocked by the lustful color heavenly grid, shocking his wrist a little numb, only to see him raise his hand and grip it. That killer was instantly separated from his corpse. At the same time, in a house across the street, at the corner of the window, 2 CIA members were witnessing all this with their own eyes. This is the second-ranked Lustful Sky of the Rakshasa 10 group? Truly terrifying, but they are a bit lawless. Before they were a bit more restrained. Now it's not too much to say that they are doing whatever they want, when it's true that our CIA doesn't exist. However, his own companion was silent on his face, and even if he looked closely, the depths of his eyes were filled with the color of panic. Hey, Rue, what's wrong with you? Rue took a deep breath and looked up at his companion. The color of panic on his face, at this moment, was even more exposed in his words. Before I came here, I received information from a gold medal informant I have. Do you know what he found out? Don't sell the story. Hurry up and say it. It's a pity that he died before he finished speaking, otherwise what will be involved behind? I don't dare to imagine. Through his intelligence analysis, I suspect that Rakshasa is related to the dark net, and it also involves the Universal Group, and I'm sure that some time ago, the International Umbrella Organization, it is estimated that they are also inextricably linked. This is so involved that I don't even quite dare to report it to the top. Just as the two men, immersed in shock, a middle-aged man, with a sullen face, appeared outside the window. Your CIA curiosity is a bit heavy. There are some things you can check, but some things once you know it, it will kill people. Bang, 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 raising his hand and directly pulling the trigger. The window shattered, spilling glass all over the place. Rue, watch out. With a push away from Rue, several bullets were caught by the other party altogether. Don't mind me, quickly go. Rue didn't dare to hesitate and scrambled out the door. At this time, Lustful Sky walked out and looked at this scene. With a slight frown, he said in a deep voice, "What happened?" When the middle-aged man saw Lust-Color Sky, he hurriedly bowed his head and said, "My lord, it's someone from the CIA who knows a bit of our important information." Although he was also a person from the second group, the difference was that he was an outsider. There was a clear difference. The clothes as well as the hair were different. Only the one Su Lindian took out from space was golden clothes and white hair, and only then could he truly be called Lustful Heaven. The status was within the group, so naturally, it was self-evident. What important information! The man was also quite shocked at first, although he knew that Rakshasa and the Darknet had a great relationship, but the fact that it involved the Universal Group, as well as the umbrella organization that had appeared some time ago, was something that he had never expected. The man suddenly became cold sweat. He now knows these hidden secrets. Will, thinking of this, the voice trembled and said, "The big adult, it is about the Darknet and the Universal Group and the umbrella off. Correlation." Lustful Color Sky suddenly looked solemn, and his eyes narrowed. The man only felt that the air became oppressive, and a killing intent enveloped his entire body. The legs couldn't help but tremble a little. His chin was sticking to his chest, and he didn't dare to breathe. Is the other party dead? Saved by his companion. Saved by his companion. My subordinate just wanted to chase. My lord. Snap. Wastes. Those who know. Die. You can understand. A slap on the face of the other party. The force is so great that the other party will fan down to the ground. And the words of the lust for color sky, but also almost scared the other party to pee. My lord. My subordinate will never dare to reveal half a word. My lord. My father is in New York. My uncle is in Indonesia. My wife's brother's cousin's second aunt's husband is in Singapore. If I dare to reveal half a word, the organization can execute my 9 clans. Humph. If the other party reveals half a word, not only will you die, everyone related to your 9 clans will die. I will explain this matter to the head of the organization. When the time comes, there will be someone to cooperate with you. I hope you can save your 9 clans. Go. The man didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly rose from the ground, chasing after Rue. It was only a pity that the other party revealed 2 words in the end. 0051 The one who knows, dies. When Sube got this news, he was also shocked. The umbrella was still nothing, but if it was associated with the Universal Group, that would be bad. After all, it was about the young master. There could not be any eventuality. Notify the people over there. Monitor the entire CIA. No matter who it is, those who know about it die. Then picked up the phone and called Robert. Robert obviously knew what this call meant. Do you have any outsiders on the Rakshasa side who know about this news? There is. An assassin from the second group. Let him die. That's it. And that's CIA. He must be made to disappear before he sends the news back. Just in case. And those who are associated with the other side must be dealt with as well. I will provide you with the information when the time comes. That's all for now. I've been remiss this time. I have to report the situation to the young master. Hearing the phone call that had already hung up, Robert's face was gloomy, knowing the seriousness of this matter, and did not care about Subei's almost commanding tone. The main thing now was to get rid of all the people who knew about this matter. Someone, have the second team leader come see me. Not long after, a slim woman walked in, a pair of straight and slender legs, wearing a golden power suit, a long white ponytail of hair, swinging in the air, a devilish figure that made people look at her. What people didn't expect was that the leader of the Lustful Skies group was actually a woman. Chief, you are looking for me? Well, how many outsiders did your group 2 send over to hunt down that CIA? Lustful Sky, codename, thought for a moment and said, it's about the global group, so only 10 outsiders were sent to assist. When the time comes, together with that CIA, all of them will be dealt with, as well as those who are related to that CIA, they will also be dealt with together. The information will be given to you from the Darknet side. This matter, you will personally go and do it. This side of the matter, the Darknet has already told the young master. We can't let the young master down. Lustful Sky trembled. Yes, subordinate will go do it now. At the same time, Su Lintian was at the Magic City one manor, chatting with Chun Yun Yun, when a call suddenly came in. Looking at the call, Su Lintian frowned. Su Bei actually personally called the phone to his side. This was the first time. In the past, it was always contacting the dragon housekeeper who would then inform him. Now it seemed that there was something important that he wanted to speak to himself personally. Xiao Bei, what's wrong? Then Su Bei told the matter once and for all. After Su Lintian was silent for a moment, he said, you did a good job, but don't make a big deal out of it, at least for 2 years. I don't want to let those people keep an eye on it. Understood, young master. Well, I know about this matter, just watch and deal with it. After ending the call, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and lightly tapped his fingers on the sofa under his buttocks, called the dragon housekeeper. How are things on the island? Young master, it's all in place. The construction of the research base is being accelerated. It will probably be completed by February next year. Su Lintian's heart was relieved. The time was not too long. There were still more than 3 months only. 3 months' time. Could afford to wait. Things didn't go in a bad direction. Ru was being frantically hunted down and didn't dare to stop at all. Su Bei even prevented him from using his cell phone to distribute the information, directly invaded the other party's cell phone, and provided Lustful Sky with the location in real time. So much so that Ru was hunted down for a night. In the end, being desperate, he had no choice but to escape into the nearest police station. This is also considered broken. The doorman just wanted to stop. Ru directly pulled out his credentials. CIA, someone is after me. Hurry up and take me to your chief. The doorman looked at the evidence nonchalantly, and then looked at Ru without leaving any traces. Finally, faintly said, come with me. This is a police station. Don't worry, it's safe. Leading Ru, he arrived at the door of the director's office and knocked on the door, and the director inside was bending over, listening to the phone, and laughed. Fine, don't worry, if he comes, he won't be able to get out. Hanging up the phone, he then sat back in his seat again and straightened his attire, before saying, come in, director, this CIA said that someone is after him. The director looked up sharply when he heard that, suddenly feeling a little out of sorts. He then said in shock, CIA? How did it come to me? Ru didn't even have time to explain. Listen, I have important information about the Darknet. Before he could finish, the director immediately rose from his seat in shock and interrupted him with a panicked look on his face. Stop. I don't care what kind of important intelligence you have. Don't tell me. You can inform your superiors. Fark Squid dead and still wanting to pull a few cushions. Not even a door. Not 3 minutes after Ru had just arrived at the police station, the Lustful Color Sky team leader arrived with his men. Seeing the Lustful Color Sky that suddenly appeared in the office, Ru, even more stupid, also understood that this mother or even betrayed. Lust Color Sky coldly looked at the other party. Then his pink lips opened and closed. Kill. Brush. Ru all closed his eyes and waited to die, then realized that it seemed like he was fine. Opened his eyes and looked, then sucked in a breath of cold air. Shit, the other party is really a bunch of crazy, ruthless, even kill their own people. Then twisted his head and looked at the director. You killed him, icy cold voice, so that the director lost a short period of time to think, pull out his own matching gun. When Ru saw this, he suddenly stormed up. Fark Squid, you traitor, I can't kill her, so I will clean up the door. Bang bang bang, Ru fell to the ground, the chief's face grimaced. Shat, still trying to kill me, Fark Squid. Bang bang bang, cursing as he emptied his clip. The entire bureau, not daring to venture out at all, could only hide in their workstations. Lustful Sky waved his hand and took the corpses away, leaving the place. As for the bodies of the 10 killers, they were left where they were. When something like this happens, someone has to take the blame. It just so happened that with 10 killers, the amount was enough. Robert looked at the news that came back and sighed in relief. It seems that the Red Spider also needs to be resolved as soon as possible. How dare you buy information from the Darknet? Then you will be made whole. 0052 Horse treading on cherry blossoms. Red Spider let Darknet investigate Rakshasa. And how could Su Bei not let the other side get what they wanted? $1 billion. Not only did he tell the other party the location of Azura, but he also gave the other party the location of the headquarters of Rakshasa. Of course, the location is fake, but the person is real. It wasn't easy for Robert to find a headquarters. He couldn't just expose it. After getting the news, the Red Spider leader couldn't wait a moment longer. Heading directly to his destination, there was no time to lose. Intending to give Rakshasa a head start, "Chief, why don't we send someone to test the waters first?" "Yeah, if we can. Let's get some helpers. Just in case, with our current strength, if we go over there rashly, we are afraid that there will be changes." A few of the higher-ups said one thing to each other, almost as if they were to directly say, "You want to avenge your son? It's not my son. There's no need. Since we know the other party's lair, we should seize the opportunity. Once we scare the snakes, next time we want to find the other party, it will be difficult." At the same time, he cursed Darknet in his heart. He would really open his mouth wide, directly open $1 billion. Several senior sleep mouth, just want to retort, but heard. The other party said, "Don't worry, the other party headquarters in the Cherry Blossom country. I have already contacted the three-mouth group over there. I have already said goodbye to their chairman. They will help us with all their strength. What's more, if we don't seize the opportunity to exterminate Rakshasa, do you guys think that we, Red Spider, will have a good life in the future? You've all seen the current situation. If we continue like this, in less than half a year, who will still know about us, Red Spider? By that time, I guess we won't even dare to show our faces. Yes, I do want to take revenge, but I haven't been dimmed by hatred yet." Whether he was dazed or not, probably only he knew. As for why Rakshasa's headquarters was in Sakura country, that was of course just moved there. Wherever Robert was, that was the Rakshasa headquarters. Wouldn't it be better to place the battlefield in Sakura, so that one could let go and have a big fight? What the chief said is true. It's us who are short-sighted. Alright, a few of us have been working together for more than 10 years, so we don't need to say anything polite. Notify down. Set off for Sakura. The next day, Su Lintian learned this news from the dragon butler. He didn't expect that the Red Spider was so tenacious that it hadn't collapsed yet. However, looking at the situation, the spider didn't die, and there were still a few legs left. Sakura country? The corner of his mouth rose slightly. It just so happens that he was bored during this period of time, so he will play with you. Butler Long, did the Red Spider hire any help? Over in Sakura, the Yakuza were rampant, and the Red Spider was an assassin organization. There should be some interactions with these people. Young master, you really considered it. The leader of the Red Spider and the president of the Senku group have a bit of a friendship, plus maybe the other party promised some kind of favor, so that the president of the Senku group agreed to help them. Young master, do we need to notify the umbrella side? Su Lintian directly waved his hand and refused. This is only where to go. Take umbrella each other Yakuza. What is the difference between this and taking a cannon to hit a mosquito? No need. Now is a good time to sharpen people. I also want to play with them. Isn't Wang Yulong back? Have him come over to the manor? He naturally wouldn't risk his life and foolishly run over to the Sakura kingdom. That's right. Inform Linger and tell her not to go over to Sakura. Understood, young master. At this time, within Dragon Tang Marine, Wang Tang's office, as soon as Wang Yulong returned to the country, he directly went over to take over Universal Entertainment, and only after arranging the work over there, did he come to this familiar place, Dragon Marine. Although it was acquired by Universal Group, but Su Lintian did not change its name. For him, a name, it does not matter. Wang Yulong pushed the door in, whistling, hands in pockets. Sitting on his butt on the sofa, he poured himself a cup of tea. Wang Tang just wanted to rebuke, but when he thought that it might be someone from the headquarters, the words that came to his mouth, swallowed back. He looked up, but saw his own son, happily drinking tea. Hey, you brat, when did you come back? Not bad. Not bad, there is the appearance. Strong a lot. It seems that in the headquarters side, life is not bad. I will be relieved. Also, pay attention to the identity in the future. We are now the people of the global group. The company is not our own home. If the chairman of the board of directors sees this, he might want you to look good. Hearing this, Wang Yulong's hand holding the teacup gave a start. Yes, he almost forgot that the company is not his own home anymore. Dad, you don't say. When it comes to the headquarters, I almost couldn't come back. Wang Tang got up, came to the opposite sofa and sat down, puzzled. Oh, it's not just going to serve. It's not like I'm asking you to go to war. Who knows? Wang Yulong's face was full of bitterness. Battlefield? I would rather go to the battlefield. You do not know. I just arrived over there. 2 days, was chased and killed 3 times. If it is not my luck, driving the group's car. It is estimated that now has been born. Over there in the group, closed training for a month. Now your son not I blow, 4 or 5 you, cannot enter my body. seeing that he said it with a great deal of seriousness, not like he was joking. Wang Tang suddenly doubted and wondered if his decision in the beginning was the right one. Is it really that dangerous? Wait, you kid, you won't escape back, right? You're crazy, if you let the young master know. Stop. Dad, what are you talking about? Give me 10 lives I wouldn't dare. I'm back to serve. Take over the Universal Entertainment acting president position. Of course, the agent, this is only temporary. See how the young master will be arranged at that time. The two were chatting happily. Suddenly a man came in from outside. After looking at Wang Tang, he turned his head and said to Wang Yulong, "Young master asked you to come over." After saying that, he left without looking back. The two fathers and sons looked at each other in disbelief. However, Wang Yulong didn't dare to treat it. He got up in a hurry, and seemed to think of something. Suddenly approaching his father's ear, with a serious face, he said, "Dad, the young master is very uncomplicated, even though I don't know what his identity is. Over at the headquarters, to put it in an exaggerated way, the global group can do whatever they want. Don't ever do anything to apologize to the young master. And we, the Wang family, must follow closely behind the young master." Seeing his son so serious, Wang Tang also put away his smile and nodded. "Don't worry, your dad is not old and confused yet. When Long Tang Si luck picks up, just be at ease and do your thing. This time the young master wants to see you. Take the opportunity. Go." It seems that one's decision at first was right. I think my son was at the global group headquarters and knew or saw something. However, when he had decided to send Wang Yulong to the Universal Group headquarters, he had already made up his mind. Now, it seemed that he hadn't looked away. 0053 The arsenal on the car. When Wang Yulong came to the one manor, he was still lamenting that it was really changing. The first time he came, he was considered a rich second generation of little use. This time, the rich second generation is still the same rich second generation, but barely considered a little use. At least he himself thinks so. There are some things that one will only understand after experiencing them. Gathering his emotions, following the manor's bodyguards to the living room, Su Lintian was looking at the entire Sakura country's Yakuza information, as well as the Cold Kingdoms. The two were still different. The Cold Kingdoms appeared in the form of a company, which was considered part of the plutocracy. Young master, Wang Yulong looked at the youth sitting on the sofa, a few years younger than himself, while he had to be careful in front of him, coming back from rice. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The living room was silent for 3 seconds. Su Lintian raised his eyes and looked at Wang Yulong, who was obviously much stronger than the first time. Everything that the other party had done in the group, he knew exactly. Sit. At this time, the maid brought over a cup of tea and placed it in front of him. Trouble you. Thank you. The maid just smiled and nodded, turning to leave. How about it? This time in the rice country, it's still a fulfilling time, isn't it? Wang Yulong was somewhat flattered, not expecting Su Lintian to ask about his life. Fulfilling? Thank you, young master, for giving me this opportunity, letting me learn quite a few things. Who knows? Su Lintian waved his hand. Hey, you can learn things, you rely on yourself. I'm just providing you with an opportunity. Know what I called you over for this time? Wang Yulong secretly screamed in his heart. How could he have this kind of skill? Young master's mind. Xiao Long doesn't dare to speculate. Ever heard of Rakshasa? Wang Yulong's eyes widened. His heartbeat seemed to have slowed down by half a beat. He had really heard of the Rakshasa, but he had only heard of it. This kind of organization, if it was possible, he didn't quite want to deal with the other side. Moreover, he had also heard that the other party was now fighting with an assassin organization called the Red Spider. But now what did the young master mean by this? Is it hard to believe that Red Spider was the young master's person? I've heard a little, but not much. Su Lintian didn't beat around the bush anymore, but said in another way, some time ago, 2 CIAs found out a little bit of important news about the Rakshasa, that the Universal Group is related to the Rakshasa, but unfortunately, the two of them disappeared without a trace overnight, and even if one of them escaped to Fo Barina, that didn't help. When Wang Yulong heard half of it, he was dumbfounded. What did he hear? Rakshasa was actually related to the Universal Group. Wouldn't that mean? Raising his head, he cautiously looked at Su Lintian, yet the other party was looking at him with a smile. Wang Yulong only felt a wave of cold air that went straight to the sky. His sweaty hairs stood on end, his eyes jumped straight up, but in his heart, he was thinking, I don't know. I didn't hear anything just now. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that what Su Lintian meant by saying this with him. Just now, he thought that the Red Spider was the young master's person, but it turned out that he had still underestimated, and that the Rakshasa was the one. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if he revealed half a word of this news. The other party had even killed people from the CIA, let alone him. A rich second generation with just a little bit of money. Red Spider intends to kill Rakshasa in one go. The location is in Sakura country. The three-mouth group will also come in to join in the fun. A person who wants to grow. They want to hone. You have also trained for a month on the group side. So it's time to practice. Go to Sakura country and stir up his sky and earth. Wan Yulong breathed heavily, a little excited. To him, this was like traveling at public expense, being ordered to stir things up, and there wouldn't be any consequences. This kind of coolness, it was just too good to be true. Wonderful. Understood. Young master, just watch. Little dragon will definitely not fail you. For this kind of thing, he couldn't wait and set off immediately. Cold Kingdom. New World. On the 68th floor of this building, inside a luxurious office, Tangjio sat lazily on the sofa, crossing his legs as if this was in his own home. Ever since joining the dark net, he had never thought that life could turn out to be so comfortable, and he was a grandpa everywhere he went, with the entire dark net standing behind him. Who would dare to touch himself? Of course, the words are so, but will not be so stupid to the point of lawlessness, or to see the person under the dish. Opposite sitting is the president of the new world. Behind him also stands a middle-aged man in a black suit. Ding Zhengqing, is the president's beloved? The president looked at Tang Jiu in front of him. Without knowing, he thought he was the outsider, but he also dared to be angry. Who let the other party be someone from the dark net? How's the consideration going? Mr. President, this is a good opportunity for your new world to expand its territory. The sister on Sakura's side is very watery. Oh, however, the other party was unimpressed and just politely declined with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't have the idea of wanting to join you guys. You'd better go find someone else. Of course, won't let you make a trip for nothing. Here's a check for $1 million. Please also be sure to accept it. The president took out the long-prepared check from his arms, placed it on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Tangjio. Tangjio, who had just been all smiles, his face instantly turned cold. In the past, when he saw $1 million, he would probably not be able to walk. But today is not the same as in the past, not to mention $1 million, even if it is $10 million, $100 million, he will not look at it more than once. Money, he is not lacking now. What's more, some money, take it, but will die. Humph, old thing, don't know how to appreciate, then I can only ask you to step aside. Giving Ding Zhengqing a wink, without the slightest hesitation, the other party immediately held the president's chin from behind and sealed his throat with a knife, deadly covering the other party's mouth. The president covered his neck with both hands, both eyes staring like bronze bells, full of unbelief that his own beloved would betray him. ACI bar, the things you did to my wife, and buried my son alive, the dark net has told me. You won't think, you did it seamlessly. Don't worry, your son I will also send him down to accompany you. Tangjio looked at all this. His mind couldn't help but think of Ding Zhengqing's wife. He didn't blame the president. Put yourself in his shoes. It's him who won't be able to help it. New world, you can control it, right? No problem. This old man now is sitting and waiting to eat the empty mountain. The people below are dissatisfied with him for a long time. That's good. Take care of things as soon as possible and send people over to Sakura country in batches. The next day, Wang Yulong came to Sakura country last night. No one picked up the plane. It was quiet. Even the people of Rakshasa didn't see a single person. Thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, the 3-co group was still quite powerful here. With 4 bodyguards given by Su Lintian, he came to the address given by the other party, came to the outskirts of the countryside. It was a villa, found the key that was hidden, walked in, and there were 3 cars parked in the garage. This car model he was more than familiar with, because when he was being chased in the meter country before, it was the group's car that saved his life. Although it wasn't the same car, it wasn't thought to be any different. Opened the door and came to the secret compartment, lifted it and saw that it was so, the exact same secret compartment. Opened it and saw that it was full of guys. 0054 can't carry an RPG around, right? Entering the villa. Ordinary. Nothing special. To say the most special, it may be the basement that the information said. Coming to the study, he removed the bookshelves and pushed open the wall, revealing the downward steps. The lights instantly came on, making the entire basement illuminated. With a curious heart, I walked down the steps. The basement was small, like a living room, with a wide array of firearms hanging on one wall, as well as a 100mm mortar, and boxes of shells on the floor, like machine guns, sniper rifles, pistols, MP5 submachine guns, RPGs, boxes of grenades, and the golden bullets. Seeing these things, he thought he had come to the wrong place, not to Sakura at all. The airplane flew to Somalia by mistake. Everything else was fine. After all, he had seen it when he was in Megiddo, but this 100mm mortar, is it serious? the young master said to stir up his sky and earth, dare to literally mean it. It seems that what he told his father was still a bit conservative. According to the information, like this villa, the entire Sakura country, there are 10. Looking at the bulletproof vest hanging on the wall, life preservation is important. Hurriedly picked up one and put it on his body, then drove the car and familiarized himself with the surroundings. 2 days later, on the way to the villa, several black cars suddenly appeared, steadily parked in front of the villa. Wang Yulong in the living room heard the movement outside, did not wait for him to prepare. Just then, the phone rang. Above shows the dark network. Cannot help but be a little puzzled. Dark net? Own seems to not have each other have intersected. With a puzzled mood, picked it up. Brother Long, this is Tangjiu. I'm at the door, one of my own. Wang Yulong was relieved, so it was his own people. So many people. He wanted to take out the machine gun from the basement and set it up. Tangjiu, the person from the darknet, he knew, after all, the information Su Lintian gave him, was still quite complete. Come in. 7 or 8 cars drove into the villa. Fortunately the villa was big enough, otherwise it really couldn't park so many cars. This time, Tangjiu came to find Wang Yulong, and only brought Ding Zhengcheng, as well as Ding Zhengcheng's 25 henchmen. The others came in and let loose. Tangjiu brought Ding Qing into the living room, looking at Wang Yulong sitting on the sofa, secretly thinking, so young? It couldn't be the son of any of the higher-ups within the organization, or else he wouldn't have made all of them listen to each other. Younger than himself, vaguely still can detect a trace. Dude's meaning, what are you waiting for? Sit down. Seeing Tangjiu looking at himself out of his mind, Wang Yulong looked at the other party warily. Damn, this guy wouldn't have any dragon and young favor, right? Tangjiu also felt that he had lost his temper, touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Brother Long, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Cold Kingdom New World, Ding Zhengqing. As for Wang Yulong, he didn't introduce him. He really didn't know what the other party's status was. Seeing Tangjiu's attitude, Ding Zhengqing knew that the person in front of him had a very high status, so he hurriedly got up and bowed. Hello, alright, don't need to hold all these false heads. My name is Wang Yulong. The matter of dealing with the Three Mouths group, the above has been fully in charge of me. Tell me how many people have come this time? Black on black, killer on killer. Su Lintian sent him here just to hold off the Three Mouth group. Otherwise, what's the point of equipping him with so many weapons? The other side has a lot of people. Can't take machetes. Rookies pecking each other. Not let the gun fast. A sweep of a large area is to reduce the population of the cherry blossom. Doing good deeds. Of course, do not need to leave a name. Ding Zhengqing organized his thoughts and said, at present, there are more than 1,000 people who have arrived in Sakura country, and there are still 500 people who are coming over one after another. Wang Yulong thought about it. More than 1,000. That's quite a lot. One gun per person can form a regiment. What about weapons? Ding Zhengqing wanted to say something, wanting to achieve so many people with one gun each. It was indeed a bit difficult for him. Sorry, only 2/3 of the people have weapons. Wang Yulong waved his hand. He had already guessed. The other party did not use knives against each other. It was already an improvement. Forget it, no guns will not do. Go carry 2 boxes of pistols out, and bullets. The 4 bodyguards turned around and left. Not long after, the 4 people carried 2 rectangular wooden boxes to the living room, then opened them, turned around and went to the basement to carry out 2 boxes of magazines filled with bullets back. Looking inside the wooden boxes, neatly and orderly lined up with densely packed pistols, even Tangjiu couldn't help but gulp. There are 400 here. When the time comes for you to distribute them, remember, don't mess things up for me, or else we all won't have any good fruit to eat. Tangjiu stays, you lead the people away first. I'll notify you if anything happens at that time. Ding Zhengqing nodded his head and led the people to move the things onto the car, then left the villa. Only after the people left did Wang Yulong open his mouth and asked, shouldn't your darknet be neutral? How come you're also involved? In his impression, an intelligence organization like the darknet should be neutral, only responsible for selling intelligence and not getting involved in power struggles. But Tangjiu's words surprised him. He only saw Tangjiu first froze, then blurted out, but the darknet and Rakshasa are originally their own people. Ah! Wang Yulong closed his eyes. His heart was unsettled. His guess on Su Lintian's identity was still conservative. Even the darknet is one of their own. I'll be damned. Understood. Finally understood. Darknet is responsible for intelligence, and Rakshasa is responsible for assassination. No wonder the Universal Group can do whatever they want. Darknet is in charge of intelligence, Rakshasa is in charge of assassination, and Universal is in charge of money. Thinking about it this way, what would have happened if his own father hadn't agreed to Universal Group's acquisition in the first place? Both of them were shocked, and Tangjiu was shocked that the person in front of him actually didn't know the relationship between Darknet and Rakshasa. It couldn't be a fake. As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately rejected. Jokingly, if it was a fake, wouldn't the Darknet be able to not find out? The only possibility was that this guy's identity wasn't as high as he thought, but undeniably, it was higher than his own identity. Alright, come with me, pick your own weapon. Tangjio followed Wang Yulong to the basement with a doubtful mood. When seeing that basement of weapons, jaw dropped in shock. The Darknet wouldn't still have an arms organization, right? He wasn't the only one who had this thought. Wang Yulong thought the same thing when he first came to the basement and saw the weapons. But it wasn't the Darknet, it was Su Lintian. This thing carries power. As soon as Tangjio shouldered the RPG launcher, he carefully stroked it like he was stroking a woman's thigh. Powerful is powerful, but you can't carry it around, right? That's also true. Saving your life is important. Let's wear a bulletproof vest first. 0055 The female is left for the brother first, and then, evening. The headquarters of the Mikuchi group was brightly lit. The leader of the Red Spiders appeared here. Mikimoto-kun, it's been a long time, how are you? Being brought to a tea room by a member of the Senku group, he looked at Ichiro Makoto inside and smiled. You're here, sit down. These past few days, I detected a large entry into Sakata territory by the New World of the Cold Kingdom. When do you plan to make a move against Rakshasa? Although the New World was suspected of entering, the expression on his face remained calm and relaxed, as if he was looking at an ant. Indeed, he did not place the New World in his eyes at all, not to mention that it was still in his own territory. It was hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake, and besides, the other party was still just a snake. Oh, why would New World choose this time to come over? There can't be any foul play here, right? The Red Spider leader sat down, then frowned in some confusion. It couldn't be that Rakshasa had found help, could it? Impossible. How could the other party know about their plans? The Darknet couldn't just smash their own signboards. Makoto Ichiro softly saw his concern. Don't worry, it shouldn't be what you think. I heard that it's just that they changed to a new president and want to make some achievements so they can come to sit on the president's position. But I think you should hurry up, so as not to have a long night. Good. I originally came over to discuss with you, and the people we should have come are all here. Since that's the case, let's make it quick, and do it in the middle of the night later. Fighting alone, it was unlikely to be a match for the Rakshasa killer, so they could only take the approach of a hand-to-hand meeting. This time, Ichiro Makoto was surprised. So urgent? There are still a few hours left. I can't mobilize too many people on my side, and there's always a need to prepare for it. Let's do it this way. We'll act tomorrow night. What do you think? The Red Spider leader thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. It was only one day. He could afford to wait. Just as he left on his side, Robert's side had already received the news. Sakata City, a mountain lodge located on top of a mountain in the suburbs. The darkness of the night added a bit of a mysterious aura to this mountain villa. Inside a palace, Robert was sitting on a high seat, with 10 people dressed in different colors sitting on the two sides below him. Who were the leaders of Rakshas's 10 groups? Prepare to get ready. The leader of the Red Spider has already arrived in Sakata. They will strike tomorrow night. This is a rare opportunity to wipe out the Red Spider in one fell swoop. Notify Wang Yulong and tell him to get ready and arrive tomorrow night. Yes, Chief. Su Lintian, who was far away in Magic City, also received this news. He had been paying attention to the Sakura countryside. Now how the wind was blowing over there, he had to know. Butler Long, notify them, tell them not to kill them all in one go. And Little Dragon, tell him not to waste the ammunition. It's all money. Long Butler smiled and nodded his head repeatedly. Indeed, artillery shells are all money. Can't give the other side just loose soil. Understood, young master. Wang Yulong received the news and instantly his blood boiled. Finally going to do something big? Great. Lao Jio, notify Ding Zhengqing to act tomorrow night. Brother Long, what about the Sakura police who encountered Sakura? Bah! What was ushered in was Wang Yulong's slap, a slap on the back of Tangjio's head, cursing, what Sakura police? That's the enemy. What do you say about the enemy? He, kill the men, leave the women for the brothers. First, then, if you dare to fight back, then wait for the night. Take a mortar and bombard the mother **********. The next day, the entire Sakata city became abnormal. There seemed to be suddenly many more strangers on the streets, and most of them were youths, and there were many more cold country faces. Ding Zhengqing once again brought people back to the villa where Wang Yulong was. Are the people all arranged? Watching the other party return, Tangjio threw the other party a bulletproof vest and asked how the other party was the president of the new world. Don't let it be that when the time comes, when the gun goes off, he will die first. That will be the end of it. Well, just wait for the night. Ding Zhengqing also felt inexplicably excited at this time. In the past, when he was in the cold country, In general, he seldom used a gun, but now it was the opposite, and it was still a firefight with the famous 3-co group. If they won, then their new world would be famous. Soon, night fell, and the streets were more crowded than ever. The mountain villa where Rakshasa was located, in the nearby woods, was surrounded by people. The Red Spider leader arrived with a large number of assassins, but unfortunately, they were stopped before they could enter the mountain villa. A black and red figure stood on a boulder with a Fong mask on its face, and shadows flashed behind it. Black and red clothes, Fong mask. The Red Spider leader looked at the person in front of him and gritted his teeth, itching to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Hatred surged to his heart at this moment, and his anger seemed to overflow from his eyes. Ayura, raising his voice to the sky, I want you to accompany my son to the grave. Kill him for me. At this time, he also understood that he was fooled. Rakshasa had long known that they were coming, but what could he do if he only knew it now? Now it was. An arrow on a string had to be sent. Waving his hand, he then quickly retreated backwards himself. Let the outsiders go first. And Su Lindian also said to play slowly. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The sound of gunshots rose and fell in the jungle, and shadows and figures crisscrossed. Azura used the trees as cover and quickly drew away. At this time, even if he was strong, he would probably be buried here. After all, who could guarantee that he wouldn't receive a stray bullet? Son of a Rakshasa, I didn't want to make an enemy out of you. Let you force me. Go to hell together. The bullets were empty. Direct physical combat, only to see a Red Spider's killer, holding a dagger, eyes red, face full of blood, against the gunshot wounds, rushed up, pounced on a person, hand up the knife has not yet fallen. Bang! A bullet through the neck, blood as if the flower of life bloomed, colorful and dazzling. Who Red Spider these crazy people. Bang bang bang, without waiting for him to get up, he was directly penetrated by a bullet through his head. Killer practiced this is to kill the skill. There is no injury, either you die or I die. Doing this is the work of the head strangled in the waistband of the pants, and now it's just falling to the ground. How big a deal? 18 years later, and then pick up is 0056 in the rice country $0 purchase when used to the time. The moves are deadly. The moves see blood. Not long, here is already a corpse everywhere. The air filled with the smell of blood. Let a person straight frown. The weeds on the ground, but also has been changed to a new color. Bright colors, is telling it just experienced life and death. Fierce gunfire, attracted the distant idle house owners, rushed to turn off their own lights, holding their sons and daughters to hide, fearing that it would spread to this place, thus inviting bad luck. At the same time, a large number of personnel from the 3-co group wanted to rush to support them, but unfortunately, the convoy had just come out and was blocked on the road. Baga, what's going on? Which one of these ungrateful people has had enough of living? Our 3-co group's vehicle dares to stop. Seeing that he was stopped, a leader of the 3-co group couldn't help but lower the window of his car and curse. Hi, group leader, it's new world in them. Damn, they even rushed at us. It must be the help that Rakshasa found. What do we drop? However, what was ushered in was a slap. Slap. Baga pressure road. Surprisingly it's an enemy. Then destroy them. Anyway, he was also going to help Red Spider. Since the new world was from Rakshas's side, it was just right. Compared to those murderous killers, he was more than happy to fight these gang members. Everyone, get off and get ready to kill GG. Bang bang. For a while, the sound of gunfire was loud, and the leader of the group was the first to be sacrificed to the flag. The street was disrupted for a moment. Some unrelated small baka panicked and ran away. Some unlucky ones, even more while running to catch stray bullets. Help! Help! A slightly chubby man, crunchy nest holding a black briefcase, one hand covering his thigh, a pained expression spreading across his face, staggered into the distance. Bang! A stray bullet hit his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. The right hand blood hole opened at the beginning. The briefcase fell to the ground. One hand covered the leg, one hand covered the arm. The running action is even more staggering. The demeanor seems a little strange. Just did not run a few steps. Luck once again reached its peak. His head once again received a stray bullet, ending his painful life. Catch 3 stray bullets. The luck is outrageous, but no blessing to enjoy. More than 100 people of gun battle so, in the road began. Such a large-scale gunfight. Sakura police was also the first to receive the call. A large number of Sakura police mobilized. On the other side, inside Wang Yulong's villa. Hurry up and move in. Let's go to the 3-mouth group headquarters. Quick, move the mortar in. Move fast. Didn't eat later please eat the shells. 10 minutes later, 10 cars drove away from the villa in a line. Wang Yulong had 4 bodyguards drive the 3 cars from the villa together, and he and Tangzhou sat in the same car with weapons hanging from their bodies. Wang Yulong hand holding AM-416, The top is deliberately modified into a tactical clothing. A belt, all magazines, waist hanging to a pistol, clothing is hanging a MP5, just in case, can be said to be fully armed. Tangjio is much simpler, hand holding an RPG ready to fire, backpack a MP5. Rewind magazines are also less. Brother Long, have you been a soldier? It looks very professional. In fact, the heart is a little nervous. After all, this situation, he is still the first time. Before in the rice country at most just dry $0 purchase. Which like now, direct real swords and knives dry, RPG and mortar are used. This can fight a local war. Hey, not I blow. When the soldiers are not as professional as me. Line, you do not need to be afraid. Follow me, guarantee you are fine. Wang Yulong patted his chest and assured. Tangjio heart bitter smile. Not nervous is false, but now say more is useless. Suddenly a flash of light, pulling out 2 human head masks from his arms. Hey, Brother Long, look what I've prepared. Quick, one for each person to bring. Looking at what Tangjio handed over, Wang Yulong was quick to put them on, instantly changing into a different person. Hey, I say Xiaojio, you're quite professional too. Tangjio awkwardly smiled. Oh, are some things that can't be on the stage? Let Brother Long see the joke. In the past in the rice country $0 purchase time, often used, so habitually bring 2 on the body. The convoy was traveling on the road to the 3-ko group. Just at this moment, a dozen motorcycles suddenly emerged near the convoy. They were all youngsters who were high on something. Woohoo! Take off! The throttles tightened to catch up. Stop the car! Don't you know that the night is my speeding party's rave? Stop the car for me! Wang Yulong's car window was tapped a few times. His face under the hood was gloomy. Damn! Little brat! Crashing up on your own is it? Then lowering the car window. Tangjio even carried an RPG aimed at the window. Just now also arrogant and domineering speeding party. For a moment only feel scalp a burst of numbness. Sweating, simply do not dare to stay more. Quickly drive a motorcycle to leave. What Tangjio never expected. The back of the motorcycle sat an enchanting man, wearing black silk, face with thick makeup, on the way out, but also did not forget to throw him a flying kiss. Angry he stormed out. The first 2 days of rice almost did not give out. Damn, disgusting old me. Why don't you give him one? Can I? It won't affect our plans, right? When Tangjio heard Wang Yulong say so, he instantly felt like leaping into action. Don't worry, what can it be? We have plenty of time. Moreover, we don't necessarily want to wipe out the 3 mouths group this time. Have you ever played the game of cat and mouse? Hey, then I'm relieved. If that dead pervert just now doesn't die, I won't be able to eat in the future. After saying that, the 2 of them switched their positions, carrying their RPGs and poking out the car window, looking at the speeding bikers who were still flaunting their weapons, and finding the motorcycle that had just been there. Whoosh sound. Bang! A dozen motorcycles, blowing up several. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So lucky that the other party dodged a bullet. The sound of the explosion startled Ding Zhengqing and he thought it was an enemy attack. Seeing this, Wang Yulong spoke to the convoy. Then the car he was in broke away from the group and chased after them. Watch your aim. One last shot, or you'll be in trouble when the Sakura police arrive later. From within the ammo box at his feet, he took out a shell, handed it over, and said, "Don't worry. This round, must send the other party to the sky." After installing it, the car didn't dare to get too close to the other party, otherwise it would be easy to accidentally injure themselves. Ba-ga, what is the other party? So reckless, even the real thing. 2 people are afraid, just want to hurry to leave this damn place, especially the black silk man behind him. At this moment the black silk is wet, then they twisted their heads to look behind them, only to see Tangjio once again carrying an RPG poking out of the car window with a scowl on his face. A shell trailed white smoke and flew over. Baga! Bang! The motorcycle was blown away and flew directly to the opposite runway, just as a large truck traveled by and crashed out again. Damn it! This time even if the other party has 2 lives, they don't want to live. The vehicles on the road were a bit terrified, and thought that they had somehow arrived at Luo Xingdu while driving. 0057 Frozen Sakura Police, is there such a thing? I was listening to the DJ and singing along, but suddenly it was like a war around me. After there was no interference, the convoy quickly drove away from here and quickly headed towards the Mikuchi Group's headquarters. Sakura Police arrived late this time, looking at the messy road, and the 2 explosion craters. The other party was in deep thought. Should they take a few days off first? It's too dangerous. What kind of terrorists are these? And it's too uneventful tonight. There are shootings everywhere, and all of them are not small. So much so that the only ones who came here were 2 cherry blossom police cars, and there were only a few people in total. And with this kind of firepower from the other side, giving themselves a shot, they shall not retire early. Captain, what to do now? Should we chase? The person who spoke is obviously a newcomer, does not know the reasoning of poor enemy not to chase. Snap. What greeted him was a slap, making it know what life is precious. Baga. If you want to chase, you go after yourself. If you want to die, don't try to drag us. Don't you see what these are? Look at those 2 explosion craters. Burying you is fine. Close the team. You, go back and write me a 200,000 word review report. Hand it over to me tomorrow. If you can't hand it over, I'll give this captain to you as a captain. I'll take a leave of absence and rest for a few days first, and when you hand it over, I'll come back to work. That rash cherry blossom police officer inwardly rejoiced. There is such a good thing? Yes, Captain. Promise to turn it in tomorrow. Because of Rakshasa and Red Spider, Sakura City was now in chaos. The Sakura police were all out in force, and every now and then these cars would pass by on various streets, causing a lot of panic. The executives were furious. Pa Baga, what are you guys doing? Why did this happen? The mayor was furious, looking down at the silent people with their heads bowed. Angry, he wanted to raid the other party. Mr. Mayor, we didn't expect that the new world's target was the Mikuchi Group. Please also rest assured that the Mikuchi Group will take care of it. Yes, after all, this is the home base of the Mikuchi Group. Chairman Makoto Ichiro won't let it run amok. It will soon be pacified. Looking at his 7-voiced subordinates, this made him, the mayor, even more annoyed. Baka, you guys are good. All of you are clear about it. I'm the only one who didn't realize it until now. Immediately get the hell out of here and go back to your own area. It's best if it calms down tomorrow, or else you're all going to commit harakiri for me. When everyone had left, the mayor sighed and said to his secretary, if it's not settled by tomorrow, inform the masturbation squad directly. Rakshasa Mountain. Corpses littered the mountain, and inside the lodge at the top of the mountain, there were already 10 of the Red Spider's people left, and a few of the higher-ups were even dead or wounded, leaving only the Red Spider leader with a dozen or so members struggling to hold on. The blood on his face blurred his eyes, and everything in front of him turned blood red. The whole person was like a bloody man. Looking, killing aura. I don't know if it was luck. Don't look at him covered in blood, but he didn't have a few injuries on his body. In addition to the knife wound on his face, there was also a gunshot wound on his left arm, but also in the team, one of the best condition. A dozen members of the Red Spider, however, were not so lucky. On the legs, waist, and arms, all the gunshots, blood could not stop flowing out. There were less than 3 people who could still stand up, with the Red Spider together with the 3 mouth group members, but also all dead. Asterisk 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 him. Sanben Ichiro, how dare you fool me? By now the support is not coming. Don't let me get out alive, or you will be broken into pieces. Sanben Ichiro's people did not come, but Sakura police came early. Unfortunately, was stopped at the foot of the mountain. The Red Spider leader was now up in the air and down in the air. The sound of gunfire at the top of the mountain gradually disappeared, and lustful colored sky, who had led the men at the bottom of the mountain to stop the Sakura police, looked up at the Sakura police in front of him and gave the order to retreat. Retreat! Robert hadn't shown his face since the beginning, because he had already left. Show his face? Completely unnecessary. For a dead man, there was no need to see him at all. Even the 10 leaders of the Rakshasa group only showed up too. Azura as well as Lustful Color Heaven. Struggling unnecessarily will only make me more excited. After Azura finished speaking, he raised his hand to settle the remaining people, and the Red Spider leader finally became a bare-knuckle commander. Withdraw. Ignoring the Red Spider's leader, he directly led the people to turn around and leave. The sound of sirens under the mountain was getting closer and closer. The Red Spider leader couldn't think too much and left in the opposite direction. He couldn't let them catch him yet. The great revenge hadn't been avenged yet. He couldn't die yet. Although he didn't know why Azura didn't kill himself. But it didn't matter now. Magic capital? No. One manor. Young master, the Rakshasa side is over. Not a single member of the Red Spider is left behind. And the rats that were let go have also safely left the manor. Su Lindian said as he chatted with Chun Yun Yun. Where did the other party flee to? Back to young master. It is advancing to the next location with the route you planned. Good. Inform Robert that Rakshasa can leave the Sakura country, and leave the next matter to Shaolong. This location is not important. Just have him fire a few random shots to scare the rats out of it. What matters is the next location. Raise that place to the ground for me. The title of terrorist. Let's give it to the new world. We do good deeds, so we don't need to leave a name. Let the Darknet side cooperate. Okay, young master. Woo. Chen Yunyun, what are you doing now? Su Lintian, nothing. I'm bored playing a game. Cherry Blossom Country recently came out with a game that's quite interesting. Chen Yunyun, really? What game? Is it fun? I want to play it too. Su Lintian, it's a pity. I'm an internal test number. It hasn't been released yet, but I heard that it has a big impact, so I guess it won't be released. I won't be able to play it in a couple of days. Let's not talk about this. Didn't I ask you to send out a short video? How's it going now? Chen Yunyun, let you disappointed. There is not much improvement, but there is a media company. Let me be their anchor. But in the dark and in the opener saying some subterfuge words, I gave a refusal. Su Lintian, it's okay, this does not show that you have potential? I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to do it. Chen Yun, he. Thank you. I've been frozen anyway. Why don't I go to Magic City and treat you to dinner? Su Lintian, your boyfriend won't be jealous if you come over to me, right? Chen Yunyun, I don't have a boyfriend. I was born in a rural family. I've been poor since I was a child. Even the university tuition fee, or my brother dropped out of school to work to help me pay it. I just want to study hard, and then work hard so that I can afford my family, and my brother. So don't mess around with me. I haven't had a relationship yet. Su Lintian would think of a smile. Of course he knew these. Su Lintian, actually you cannot need to explain so much. I just casually asked. These days there are some things. May not have time. Chen Yunyun, who explained to you? I'm just being honest. By the way, I still don't know what you do. See, you are very busy. Su Lintian, hey, an insignificant little leader of a small company. A few thousand salary. I don't know what I have to be busy all day. Chen Yunyun, yoho, leader oh. Your girlfriend must be very happy. The corner of Su Lintian's mouth rose. Hey, now learning is right. Su Lintian, so poor, who would look at me? Chen Yunyun, who said no. No, I mean, how can you think so? Seeing that the more they talked, the more ambiguous it became, she hastily found an excuse to end the topic. 0058 Mortar bombardment of the Three-Mouth Group headquarters. Su Lintian's side is talking about love. Wang Yulong's side is so lively. A few cars came out of the Mikuchi Group headquarters. Wang Yulong watched from a distance with binoculars and didn't stop them because he knew what the other side was doing. As expected, half an hour later, the other party came back, and there was an extra red spider leader in the car who reeked of blood. Brother Long, aren't we going to do it? Tang Jiu was already impatient on the side, and the RPG he carried on his shoulder hadn't been sent down. Wang Yulong put away his binoculars and waved his hand to the 4 bodyguards behind him. The 4 of them began to take the mortars out of the car and then adjusted the direction. This distance was just right. Lao Jiao, don't get excited. Just watch. Ding Zhengqing, take your men and prepare to kill in. Success or failure is here. Ding Zhengqing was excited inside. Was it finally time for him to make his appearance? Please don't worry, my lord. I definitely won't let the other side get away. After saying that, he took the people of New World and drove away. It's ready. Shall we begin? The 4 bodyguards were already in position. 2 mortars were already set up, and 2 boxes of shells were each placed next to them. A total of 8 pieces. Scare the other party out only. It was already enough. Pulling Tang Jiu to the side, he then shouted, "Fire!" The next moment, whoosh bang, 2 dull sounds rang out as 2 cannonballs cut through the sky and landed at the Makoto Group's headquarters. And Ichiro Makoto was cursing with the leader of the Red Spiders. The 2 of them cursing their faces off, neither of them letting the other go. I asked you guys to help me, and this is how you did it. Wasn't it you who claimed before that the New World wasn't from Rakshasa? Now how do you say that they are the ones blocking your support? Don't worry, they have been wiped out by our people, and the Rakshasa wouldn't have risked their lives to come to my headquarters. Aren't you still alive? I can help you start from scratch. Besides, didn't the Rakshasa die quite a few deaths? We haven't lost yet. What's more, Rakshasa didn't eliminate them this time. I have already become their enemy. We are now a grasshopper on the same rope. If Rakshasa is not eliminated, it's hard for me to be at peace. Humph, it's good that you know. Hurry up. The Red Spider Chief didn't finish his words. Bang! 2 loud bangs interrupted his words. However, this was just the beginning. Explosions rang out one after another, and a shell even landed on the building next to them. The ground beneath their feet shook slightly. President, it's bad. New World's Ding Zhengqing has brought people to fight their way in. As expected, the sound of gunfire outside rose and fell, and the sounds of screams, artillery fire, and all sorts of shouting and cursing were mixed together to form a new movement. When the leader of the Red Spiders heard this, his face was as black as coal as he stepped forward and grabbed Ichiro Momoto's collar, roaring, "Damn it, heck, didn't you just say that you've wiped them out? What's the situation now? Baka, that's what I got back. How do I know where this Ding Zhengqing came from? What's the use of talking about this now? The other side even has artillery. Hurry up and run away. It's no longer safe here." Slapping away the other party's hand, bringing his hand down to the outside, the large headquarters, black smoke rose. Many buildings had collapsed. The fire burned the walls with smoke. As it was a wooden house, the fire soared. Although the Red Spider leader was furious, he now had to follow his opponent. Under the cover of the Makoto members, he drove away. Makoto Ichiro is there. Kill him for me. And in the distance, Wan Yulong waved his hand, telling his bodyguard to put the mortar away. Okay, now as long as we drive the other party to the destination, and then after raising the place to the ground, our mission will be successfully completed. Brother Long, what about Ding Zhengqing's side? Hearing this, Wan Yulong turned his head and looked at Tang Jiu. What do you think? Tang Jiu was made uncomfortable by his look. How dare he think of anything else? He's fine as long as he's fine. Who cares what happens to the New World? It says that the New World is a terrorist. You should understand what I mean, right? Tang Jiu's heart could not help but shudder. A little bit of understanding. Of course, terrorists everyone must be killed. This time they make such a big mess. What is not a terrorist? Wan Yulong let out a soft sound, reached out and patted Tang Jiu's shoulder. Smart people are different. A little goes a long way. A child can be taught. Let's follow them over and take a look. On the other side, Ding Zhengqing was leading people to hunt down Sanben Ichiro, directly on the highway, staging a great escape chase. A car driver was accidentally killed. The car lost its direction and crashed head-on into the guardrail on the side of the road. Bang! Without waiting for the people in the car to get down, the car directly exploded, and the flames shot up to the sky. From the Three-Mouth Group headquarters all the way to chase and kill, you escape and I chase. From a dozen cars, to now only 4 left, 2 against 2. Fark, are you all losers in the Mikuchi group? Looking at the Ding Zhengqing who was chasing closer and closer, the Red Spider leader cursed. His heart was suffocating. Don't die in the hands of Rakshasa, but instead die in the hands of these gangsters. That would be a bit insulting. Might as well have died in the Rakshasa villa in the first place. Baga, I tolerate you for a long time. You shut up. You are powerful, but still not beaten by the Rakshasa into a lost dog. Just as the two started a new round of choking, Ding Zhengqing at the back suddenly received a call from Tang Jiu. Turn around and leave immediately. There's no need to chase after Makoto Ichiro. Without giving him a chance to speak, he directly hung up the phone. Although Ding Zhengqing didn't know why, he didn't dare disobey Tang Jiu's order. The other side of the road's highway, Tang Jiu looked out the window and could see Ding Zhengqing's vehicle on the opposite side. Watching the other party turn around, muttering with an expressionless face, I'm counting on helping your wife and child take revenge. You should also rest in peace. Ding Zhengqing turned around and didn't go far. Met a large number of Sakura police head-on. The most hateful thing is that the other party's police lights were not even lit, as if they were deliberately waiting for themselves here. People in the car in front, please put down your weapons and surrender immediately, otherwise we will shoot. Ding Zhengqing's face was blue. Rushing over was unlikely. Their car wasn't the one Wan Yulong was in. It didn't have an arsenal of weapons. President, what do we do? ACI bar. Fight them. ACI bar. Where are the people from the dark net? Aren't they coming to save us? Save? Ding Zhengqing smiled bitterly. In this situation, he knew that he had become the scapegoat. You guys surrender. It's me who's sorry. Chairman, what nonsense are you talking about? To die. It's us who will die in front of you. Axie bar. You guys take the chairman away. Little baka. I'll fight with you guys. Not waiting for him to make a move, the Sakura police side had already opened fire. Dense gunfire. 2 cars were shot into a sieve. The new world president, who had just been on the throne for not more than 2 days, died in a foreign country, on the way to open up the territory. And Wang Yulong, several people witnessed all this. Let's go. Go back to the villa first. Our real helpers have arrived. 0059 bastard. The president is so kind to us. This revenge must be reported. When Wang Yulong returned to the villa, there were 3 jeeps parked inside the villa, and there were 10 extra burly men inside the house. Looking at these people, Tang Jiu followed behind Wang Yulong in silence, only curiously sizing them up. Hello, I'm their captain. The above told us to follow your arrangements. Please also command. Wang Yulong didn't dare to be arrogant, although he didn't know what kind of people these were. The only thing he knew was that this was the people the young master had arranged to come over. After reaching out and shaking the other party's hand, he first told the crowd about the situation here and then led the captain into the living room. It will also take some time to find the rest of the New World's members in Sakata City, so I'd like to conduct the bombing tomorrow night. What do you think? Terrorists? Of course it was going to be terrorists, yes. The president of New World was killed. They kind of want revenge, right? They are only responsible for fire support. The rest can only let them fend for themselves. Tang Jiu's eyes froze. This, dare to still need the New World as a cover. Brother Long, if we do it tomorrow night, will the other side still be there? What if it runs away? No wonder he asked this. It's just that he didn't know. Su Lingtian's purpose is the object, not the person? Of course, if the characters are together, then it's no better. The person is already inside now, isn't it? As for tomorrow night being there or not, what does it matter? Tang Jiu nodded, seemingly understanding a little. as if the organization wasn't after Makoto Ichiro this time, but that godly toilet of some sort. The captain naturally had no problem. He had originally come over to assist Wang Yulong. Of course there's no problem. Just make your decision. Finalizing the plan, Wang Yulong turned his head to Tangjiu. Lao Jio, I'll leave the New World side to you. It's no problem if there are more or less people. Just talk them into going. Understood. Don't worry about it, brother Long. I'll go find people now. After saying that, he asked Wang Yulong for a bodyguard, and then drove away with the people. The next day, the entire Sakata city seemed to have subsided quite a bit. Not as chaotic as last night, but that was for the general public. The Sakura police were not that calm. In one night, the accidents that were caused were a nationwide sensation, with countless deaths and injuries, and although most of the dead were gangsters, it was also their populace. There were only a few unlucky ones that were implicated by the chaos. Stray bullets don't have eyes. It's normal for some people to die. Tangjiu brought his bodyguard and walked into a small alleyway, until he reached the end and rounded the corner to a small house of its own, directly pushed the door and entered. Don't move. Just as his left foot stepped inside, he was pointed at his head by several guns. He nonchalantly raised his hand, indicating that he was unarmed, while smiling. Take it easy, I'm here to help you guys. His identity, in the New World, was only known to a very small number of people, and the boss in here was one of them. Otherwise he wouldn't be so emboldened. Ash Bar, drop the gun. A man with a scar on his head came out of the house, and came up to give his men 2 slaps. Sorry, they don't know you. Offense taken. Humph, it won't happen again. Tangjiu snorted coldly, taking the lead and walking into the house. When the other party followed him in, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He didn't want to stay here much longer. The risk was too great. You should also know that Chairman Ding has been killed by the Sakura police. New World is now leaderless. Scar asked cautiously. So what do you mean? At the same time, his heart began to be active. The president takes turns. Is it taking me now? Tangjiu's face was unusually ugly, as if it was Ding Zhengqing's death that made him angry. Humph. Although the person was killed by Sakura police, but it can't be dissociated from Sanben Ichiro and Red Spider's leader. Whoever can kill one of these two people, I'll support whoever becomes the president. Scar's inner feelings were revealed in his words. My lord, the chairman's revenge. I, Scar, will definitely avenge it, and please, my lord, can you tell me the whereabouts of the other party nowadays? Tangjiu didn't expect that the other party was so on the uptake, until he followed the route, which saved him a lot of effort. Scar, not bad, you have this heart. It shows that I did not look at the wrong person. President Ding's death is also a slap in my face. So tonight, I want to make them pay back in blood. They are hiding in the god's toilet. Remember, don't act without authorization. Otherwise, once you alert the snakes, you'll never have a chance again. Understand? Wait for my notice at night. At that time, you take your people and kill them. I will give you fire support. Make sure that no Sakura police can interfere with you. At that time, I will have someone meet you to retreat. Tangjiu got up, came in front of the other party, reached out and heavily patted Scar's shoulder. Do a good job. You're the most suitable person for the position of president of the New World. I'm very optimistic about you. Hearing Tangjiu look favorably on himself, Scar was so excited in his heart that he was close to kneeling down and calling out to his righteous father. Thank you for your lord's cultivation. Scar has no teeth to forget. Lord, please rest assured. Wherever you point me in the future I will fight. Alright, get ready. Wait for my notice at night. I'll leave first. When Tangjiu left, a junior brother ran in. Looking at the exuberant Scar, he asked suspiciously, Boss, what's so happy? Who is the other party? However, Sap. Scar threw a slap on its face. The little brother covered his face and lowered his head, his face full of aggression. Inform our people. Take revenge for the president at night. When the little brother heard this, he didn't care about the slap mark on his face. Boss, still have to stay here anyway, the chairman is already dead. Or else, let's go back. Have already died so many brothers. Can't all be folded here or else the new world will be finished. Slap. Another slap. Scar angrily rebuked. What nonsense are you talking about? Is the chairman's revenge not going to be taken? The chairman has been so kind to us. Have you forgotten? You ungrateful thing. Read your loyalty to the organization. This time forget it. Let me hear your nonsense again. Don't blame me for clearing the door. No one can stop me from being president. When I die. Tangjiu was unaware that Scar had been overwhelmed by his words, and was bent on taking revenge, becoming president of the new world, going to the pinnacle of his life, and then going back to the cold country, eating milk and drinking milk and sweetness. After returning to the villa, he was relieved. How did he feel that it was not so dangerous before? Did he do something wrong? Tangjiu thought so, then shook his head in seconds. How could he do something wrong? How was it? Wang Yulong saw him return and asked curiously. He didn't know much about the new world. The whole thing was the other party in charge, so it was hard to say if the new world was still there in Bantian City now. Don't worry, it's taken care of. The other party is now itching to rush into the god's toilet and whip Ichiro Makoto's body. Okay, that's good, as long as someone was there. It didn't matter what kind of person it was from the new world and how many there were. 0060 Dabayo, Daba. Meanwhile, inside the sacred toilet, someone's taking a line up, one at a time. Gabba, what kind of person are you? How dare you do such a nasty thing here? You're insulting the spirits here, you know? The man ignored the other party's accusation, but calmly pulled out the cherry blossom coins, wiped his ass, felt a bit of weight, waved his hand and flung it at the other party's face. Reward you. Then pulling up his pants he ran out the door without looking back. Little Baka frowned, a cherry blossom coin on his face, raised his hand to remove it, and reflected in his eyes. There is a pile of yellowish, sticky stuff on it, and the brain went down for a split second when he saw the yellow and the people on it. Looking around pinching his nose, away from his crowd, he even wanted to die. Sanben Ichiro with the red spider leader mixed in the crowd. Looking at the people coming and going, his heart is a little puzzled. He really cannot figure out the new world where to get the gun. He, Makoto Ichiro, didn't even have that thing. Red Spider Leader looked at the other party, did not want to leave the signs, could not help but whisper in the other party's ear, Sanbun-kun, what are we doing here? There are so many people. What if Rakshas's assassins get mixed in? However, Makoto Ichiro just smiled calmly. Don't worry, I've gotten word that the Rakshasa has already withdrawn from Sakura. And didn't you leave from Azura? The latter half of the sentence the Red Spider Leader did not think much of it, but instead said in disbelief, how did you know that the other party had left? You Makoto Ichiro still have that skill? Ichiro Makoto was a bit embarrassed by this question, his eyes glancing away. Humph, we don't have it, but the Darknet does. Bought the information from them. All the more reason to get out of here then. Humph, leave. Don't you forget how we escaped from Mikado's headquarters. The new world has a cannon in their hands now. Not to mention, don't you forget what this place is. But if New World has some brains, they wouldn't dare to bombard this place with cannons. As for other places, it's hard to say. Even if they dare to do that, the masturbation team will arrive as fast as they can, so it's safest to stay here. You don't have to be discouraged. I've already had people scouring the entire Sakata city for new worlds, and with the capabilities of the Mikuchi group, I believe that it won't take more than a few days for us to leave. Saying that, he brought the Red Spider Leader to a room in the corner. Night came quietly. The crowd inside the divine toilet gradually became smaller, but the square outside was still quite crowded. Without exception, all of them were little Baka, and even if there were others, they were the same as the man from before. Coming in to take a Wang Yulong is leading people at this time, moving all the mortars in the basement onto the car, as well as those shells, which are hundreds of rounds, enough to level that place. Brother Long, 8 mortars, they've all been moved onto the car, along with the shells. Shall we go over there now? Tang Jiao rubbed his hands together, the exuberant expression on his face. It was hard to suppress. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the back of his ears. Wang Yulong nodded at the equipment on the car and turned his head to the captain. Let's split into 2, 1 on each side. Together with him and Tang Jiao, there were a total of 16 people, just 8 on one side and 4 mortars. The captain nodded, since it was no problem. Okay, set off. When I order it, quickly finish the shells, then quickly leave. Otherwise it will be a bit troublesome when the masturbators come. Lao Jiao, notify the people of the new world that they can move. Tell them to charge straight ahead. We'll cover them with fire. He. Understand, Brother Long. 6 vehicles, split in 2 directions, finding a good position, within the effective distance of the mortars, while making it easy to run away in a while. The darkness of the neighborhood was just a natural cover. The bodyguards set up the mortars, and Scar-led New World's people has come to the vicinity of the god's toilet. This time, they are not small pistols. There is also a MP5. This is still given to them by Wang Yulong. Otherwise what can they do with their small pistols? Waiting for you to fire 2 shots. People have you into a hornet's nest. A line of more than 50 people. Looking at the place in front of them, Scar gritted his teeth, waved his hand, directly on, for the future, spell, ACI bar. Brothers, the president treats us not bad. The opportunity to avenge the president has arrived. Don't worry, later we still have fire support. We only need to get Ichiro Sanben and the leader of the Red Spider to die and withdraw. There will be someone to receive us. Kill. The security officer was a bit sleepy and fell back to sleep when the gun went off. Baga. What's happening? Enemy attack. The square was in chaos. The crowd fled in panic. Scar directly led the people to rush in. Those who blocked the front, directly rewarded each other with a peanut rice. Let the other party get drunk and fall back to sleep. On the other side, when the gunshots sounded, Wang Yulong directly ordered to open fire. The captain's side had a heart-to-heart and didn't hesitate. 8 shells at a time, with white tails, crossed the sky and landed above the divine toilet with precision. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions rose and fell, completely igniting the atmosphere of this night. The deafening sound of the explosions caused the people nearby, who had just fallen asleep, to jump up from their beds. A slap on the ass of the girlfriend next to him. Slap. Baga. Quick, don't sleep, there's a war going on. Run. Due to being too close, the aftermath of the explosion made the ground shake slightly, seeing that his girlfriend was still getting dressed. Another slap. Pa, don't wear it, hurry up, said, pulling the person to run out. The girlfriend Benjamin, a step of 3 trembling, just ran out of the road, only to see the god's toilet side of the fire. The sound of explosions, can even see the shells dragging white tails in the air. The road was no longer in order it was in chaos. Yossi, you drop girlfriend. Big Yossi. A man ran by his side. The man just ran past and was instantly attracted by something. Twisting his head, his eyes glazed over, and he didn't forget to give the other a thumbs up. Ah, da ba yo, da ba. The girlfriend seemed to realize what. Looked down. White flowers, immediately covered, lowered her head and flung into the boyfriend's arms. Sakura police side. Report, not good. God toilet side. The new world do not know what madness again. Led people to kill in. Bang. I'm not deaf. Immediately send someone over. No matter who the other party is, but dare to resist. Shoot on the spot. Also, immediately notify the masturbation team. Immediately after, a large number of Sakura police cars were dispatched. The fire trucks followed closely behind, and there were ambulances behind them. And at this time, the divine toilet was already full of devastation. Mamoto Ichiro wanted to take advantage of the chaos and run out from the back with the Red Spider Chief, but unluckily, before he could reach the door at the back, he was blasted back by the cannon, and the huge explosion shook his ears briefly. His head buzzed. Damn, the new world doesn't want to live. Right, here also dared to bombard. And the answer told him that the other party not only dared, but was on the verge of leveling the place. 100 shells would be enough to plow this place over. 0061 Unexpected ending. In looking at the Red Spider Chief, now killing Sanben Ichiro's heart, one foot just said that the other party did not dare. The next foot people brought people to kill in. That gun has not stopped until now. Fark, quickly call for someone to come. Where are your people from the Makoto group? And you Sakura police are also losers. They haven't come until now. Shatter, why do I want to stay with you? I should have left a long time ago. Fark squid, you son of a baka. What's the point of talking about this now? What we want is to find a way to leave. Go positive. Then he met Scar and the others. ACI bar. Finally let me find you too. Kill them and avenge the chairman. Now he had killed Red Eyes. More than 50 people. Now only a dozen people left. Don't ask. To ask is to be blown up. Wang Yulong never thought of letting them come out alive from inside. Red Spider leader cursed. Unlucky. Then began to counterattack. Fighting and retreating. How to say is also the leader of the assassin organization. Shooting skill. The people of the new world, surprisingly, could not take him down for a while. Boss, let's hurry up and leave. We won't be able to run away later. The little brother was a little panicked. This matter was too big. If we don't leave, we really can't leave. No, must kill these 2 guys. The president's seat is right in front of him, at his fingertips, so how can he be willing to give up? Boss, you insist on this. You can't blame me. The brothers can't die for nothing. Bang! Before Scar had time to react, he was violently headbutted by his own little minions. Until his death, there was still an unbelievable expression on his face, unable to believe that his own little brother betrayed him at the last moment. ACI bar. Brothers, the boss is dead. Let's retreat. Sanben Ichiro, 2 people, looked at each other. Both sides saw the doubt in each other's eyes. How to fight? The other party himself died? But now is not the time to solve the confusion. The other party withdrew. They can also leave. However, didn't wait for them to turn around and leave. A shell landed in the middle of both sides. Bang! The aftermath of the explosion lifted everyone out. Only a cannon crater was left in the center. A large number of Sakura police arrived, and looking at the devastated god's toilet, everyone only felt a cold wind rising. The square was littered with wailing. Human tissues were scattered everywhere. Blood stained the ground, and the entire square was like a hell on earth. Looking at such a tragic scene, everyone's body was chilled. Wang Yulong, however, was extremely excited, turning his head to Tang Jiao and said, Lao Jiao, go see how it's going over there? Understood, Brother Long. Wait, take this with you. Saying that, he threw the other party a walkie-talkie. Not long after, Tangjio sent back a message. Brother Long, the masturbation team is here. Trough, there are a lot of people coming. Brother Long, they want to put out the fire. When Wang Yulong heard this can't be done. Lao Jio, we can't let the other side put out the fire. Tell me the location. The remaining 3 shells will be given to them. No problem. Brother Long, the direction is, okay, come back. We should go. Who knows? Tangjio's voice was suddenly in a big hurry. Brother Long, hurry up. The other side sent someone over. Wang Yulong didn't dare to hesitate. After waiting for the bodyguard to adjust his position, he directly shot out the remaining 3 shells, and then called to notify the captain's side to retreat. He didn't care if he hit or not. Quick, the other side is coming. Pack up and hurry to slip away. Tangjio also rushed back. The masturbation team rushed to the god's toilet and saw such a tragic scene. Their faces were horribly gloomy. Who can tell me why this happened? What are you Sakura police for? Have you caught the murderer yet? Sir, without waiting for the head of the Sakura police to finish speaking, 3 shells completely shattered their moment of putting out the fire. The person in charge was trembling with anger, while cold sweat was pouring out. In his heart, he shouted, it's over. The masturbation squad and Sakura police who were close by were out of luck. The consequences could be imagined. Baga. Continue. The head of the masturbation team took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At the same time, he waved his hand for his deputy to bring someone to find the gunner in the distance. Sir, it's the people from the New World. They suddenly brought people and killed into the god's toilet for some reason. Who knows that the head of the masturbation team was furious, and threw a slap on the face of the other party. Eyes open Caracal. Bastard. The New World is nothing more than a bunch of gangsters. Where did they get the mortar? All of you losers? You should all die for your sins here. Forget it now. Can only be like this. This matter, is the New World did. They are terrorists. You drop can understand. Sakura police how dare to say a word. The fact also proved that this matter is indeed the New World did. Otherwise they do not want to face can't say, don't know who the murderer is, right? Both of them realized that it didn't matter who it was. What mattered was that the finger was pointing at New World. There must be someone to calm the anger of the above. Not the New World. Then it can only be themselves. So it had to be New World who did this. They wiped out the people inside as fast as they could. Fire trucks were resent, and before long, the fire was extinguished. A large number of bodies were brought out, among them Ichiro Makoto's as well as Chief Red Spider's. Final identification was made, and the body of Ichiro Sanbon was identified, while the body of the Red Spider Chief was still to be confirmed. The last 2 people in charge, discussed for a long time, based on yesterday's variety. A large number of killers died in Sakata City, and finally decided that they are the killers of the Red Spider, and the one with Ichiro Mikamoto is inevitably the Red Spider's leader's body. Thinking about it like that, hey, it's still a great achievement. Not only did he solve the chairman of the Makoto group, but he also took out the Red Spider, an assassin organization, in one fell swoop. What? You said Rakshasa killed him? Are you kidding? Inside Sakura country, it was us who killed them. Sir, this bombing of this place, could it be done by Rakshasa and the others? Impossible. Rakshasa left Sakura last night. What's more, the other party is an assassin, trying to kill the 2 of them. Do you think you need to make such a big deal out of it? Wouldn't sending a few assassins and solve the problem? Just now, I wasn't quite sure if it was the New World that did it, but now it's even more situational. Just where did they get their mortars from? Forget it, whatever. With these things, not only will we not be scolded from above, but we've also gotten credit. As for the gunners who ran away, as long as they don't show up again, one doesn't bother with them. The other party's calmness surprised Wang Yulong. Surprisingly, he ran away so easily. The other party didn't even chase after him. He RPG was ready. Brother Long, the other party surprisingly didn't care about us, but it can't be cared about. Our trail, the dark net will help us cover it up. Everything has nothing to do with us. As expected, the next day, Sakura announced with great fanfare that the events of the past 2 days were all the work of the New World and the Three Mouths group, even not forgetting to brag about her own battle results. 2 things were loudly announced. They eliminated the Red Spider, a killer organization, defined New World as terrorists. 0062, Tianhong Real Estate? Why is that familiar? When the Cherry Blossom Kingdom came out, some people were happy and some people were sad. The cold country, the New World, they felt that the sky had collapsed. The old chairman hadn't even celebrated his 7th birthday yet, and the new chairman had died, and now they are like lambs to the slaughter. A large number of members went to Sakura, with no return. Now they're being called terrorists by Sakura. Outside the enemy has not yet begun to act. At this moment they have already first chaos, directly separated from the New World. Another portal. In 2 days, the New World was either eaten up by other forces or emptied. In just a few days, the new world went from flourishing, to decaying, to extinction. The properties were all eaten up, and Wang Yulong is already on his way back to China. After solving the enemy of the red spider, Rakshasa was in the third world for a while, forming the two giants of the third world with Darknet. Other individuals or small assassin teams have chosen to join Rakshasa. In this way, the power of Rakshasa increased instead of decreasing, and it still skyrocketed several times. The Darknet and Rakshasa complemented each other, so naturally, they wouldn't stop moving forward. Magic capital? No. One manor. Su Lintian looked at the video that Chen Yunyun sent in Douyin. A total of 6 were sent. The flow is not very good. The highest number of likes is only a few hundred. The least is only a few dozen. The amount of fans was even in the triple digits. It was a bit bad. No wonder she was so depressed. However, Su Lintian also understands that Douyin doesn't mean that if you are pretty, have a good temperament, and have talent, you will definitely have traffic. Without capital pushing behind you, it's useless even if you're an angel. Saying that, Su Lintian directly charged 1 million traffic to the latest video. Hangzhou. Chen Yunyun looked at her cell phone in boredom. She hadn't been to the company for a while, and her previous agent had been taken back. Just at this moment, a familiar phone call came in. Looking at the caller ID, she frowned, somewhat hesitant to answer it, but thinking about it, she still picked it up. Without waiting for her to speak, the agent on the other side of the phone could not wait to say, Yun, good news, you have a job. Come to the company, hurry up, we will be leaving later. Chen Yunyun was a bit confused. Didn't she say she was snowed in by her boss? The boss will let me take it? This you don't understand. The boss is unable to refuse the other party. The other party looked at the other artists in the company and finally designated you. It's a commercial show, and the other party is very generous. Give you 1 million appearance fee it, you hurry over to the company. We will be leaving later, otherwise we won't be able to catch the plane. She still always feel we're not right. The boss to hide themselves, will not give their own information to the other party. The other party will naturally not see. And how could they designate themselves? Then where are we going for a commercial performance? The agent very pleasantly on the sentence. To Magic City, you quickly come over. I let the car to pick you up. Then hung up the phone. Going to Mordor? Chen Yunyun thought about it again and again. It seems that Su Lintian is also in Mordor. Forget it, it's just like going to see him. Thinking so, happily changed into clothes and simply put on a makeup. And at this time, the agent who hung up the phone, gave a okay gesture to Mr. Zhang. Humph, Chen Yunyun. This, pretending to be a white lotus in front of me. Let's see how she'll still pretend when she gets to Song Xiao. When the time comes, make sure to let Song Xiao send a video for me to observe and watch. Mr. Zhang, you can rest assured, with Song Xiao's character, the person he sees, never can't get it. With the Song family volume, with the strong so what, I will watch over her. Definitely won't let her run away again. Good. After the matter is accomplished, the benefits will not be spared for you. Then, thank you first for cultivating Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is tired. Right, I will help you press your shoulders. Then, for some reason, also lock the door. Be generous. What's wrong with that? Chen Yunyun came to the company, and before she could figure out the situation, she was directly pulled into makeup. 1 hour later, get in the car and head to the airport. The mood did not know why. Some excitement, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to Su Lintian. Chen Yunyun, I took a commercial show in Magic City, now on the way to the airport. Unexpected? This time you are free to accompany me for dinner, right? Even she herself didn't know why it was if she accompanied her to dinner instead of her treating her to dinner. The agent saw Chen Yunyun who was smiling while typing and asked curiously, Yunyun, who are you messaging with? So happy, are you in love? I'm telling you, you're on the upswing of your career right now. You can't fall in love so quickly, and even if you do, you can't let anyone find out, or your star will be ruined. Tell me, who is he? What does the family do? You don't want to be fooled by poor boys. They can't give you any help. They will only ruin you. Hearing the agent's words, Chen Yunyun's cheeks couldn't help but blush before quickly regaining an icy face. No, it's just a family matter, right, Sister Hong? Which company are we going to for a commercial show this time? A commercial show was still her first time, but thinking about how she had been snowed in for so long, it was normal. What kind of person her own agent was, she knew in the hotel's private room before. If she wasn't going to Magic City this time, she wouldn't have been happy to take this commercial show. Of course, she probably couldn't refuse it. After all, there was a contract in place. Yunyun, I'm telling you, you have to grasp the opportunity. This time is Tianhong Real Estate's commercial show. Their senior management will be there. With the connections of these people, casually pull you. your chances are several times more than others. Chen Yun directly ignored the words that followed. If she really wanted that, with her face value and temperament, she wouldn't be a small star with even a little bit of fame now. And she also heard out. Such a big real estate company, but want her to go to the commercial performance. There is no catnip. Who believe the face of sadness. Mind unconsciously floated out of Su Lintian's figure. Is it necessary to trouble each other again? The other party is only a small leader with a monthly salary of several thousand. This will make him offend people, right? But I only know him in Magic City. Forget it, let's see how it goes. As a last resort, it is better not to trouble him, if it is because of himself, so that the other party lost his job, then I do not know how to face him in the future. Shaking his head, he shook this thought out, and after Su Lintian received her message, he was first stunned and quickly reacted. Wasn't she hidden by the company? Now how come she would suddenly receive a commercial show again? Butler Long, have someone check which company's commercial show Union received when she came to Magic City this time. Butler Long nodded silently and turned to leave. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with a piece of information. The speed could be described as astonishingly fast. Young master, the commercial show that Miss Chin picked up this time was the annual meeting of Tianhong Real Estate. Tianhong Real Estate? This name so had a familiar feeling, as if she had heard it somewhere before. 0063 Damn, isn't this pulling the tiger flag? Perhaps seeing his doubts, Butler Long reminded in a low voice. Young master, it's the anchor he met in Indonesia before. Song Tianhong. This is information about their group as well as the Song family. As a personal butler, he naturally prepared some things that the young master did not mention. Although Su Lintian didn't say that he needed the other party's information, he couldn't live without it. Su Lintian received the information. His face was full of satisfaction with the dragon butler. With the other party there, he seemed to have a lot less worries. By the way, young master, Wang Yulong has returned. Su Lintian swept a glance at the information in his hand. It was flat and uneventful. Nothing special. Of course, this mediocre nothingness was only for him. After all, Tianhong Real Estate, no matter what, had a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Hearing that Wang Yulong had returned from Sakura country, he looked up and looked outside the manor. Back? Then, let's settle the matter of Yun. And that knew what entertainment company. This Tianhong Real Estate, well, see how to say when the time comes, cannot be given to the younger sister's family, as a brother's bride price. Xiaolong came back? That's just right. Let him come to see me. There's something for him to do. This time, he's done a good job. Let the group draft a letter of appointment. Appoint him as the CEO of Universal Entertainment. Understood. Young master, Wang Yulong came back these 2 days. It can be said that he is full of vigor, either in the domestic identity, or in the cherry blossom country. To do those things, are enough for him to blow a lifetime of awesome. On that place razed to the ground, not anyone can do. This thing if exposed on the internet, overnight fire, up 10 million powder, is not impossible. Of course, just think about it, great can only be hidden in the heart only. No Su Lintian sent word. If he dares to reveal half a word, it is estimated that will die very ugly. The headquarters of Universal Entertainment is located in the center of Magic City, a 70-story building. At this moment, Wang Yulong was sitting in his own office of more than 200 square feet, listening to his secretary report on the events of this period of time. Universal Entertainment itself was a veteran entertainment company, and since it was acquired by the Universal Group, the resources had become even more extensive, and the company had already had quite a few artists step out of the country. There were not a few artists who could hold up the front door. Mr. Wang, these are all the things that happened during your absence. Wang Yulong tapped his fingers on the surface of his desk, thinking carefully about what his secretary had said. It was nothing more than the fact that some of the artists under his banner were out there, relying on their backgrounds, looking at others with their noses in the air, and were a bit unable to recognize themselves. The group gives them resources and cultivates them, not to let them be arrogant and domineering outside, although we are not afraid of things, but don't give me trouble everywhere. Tell everyone, who dares to make trouble everywhere in the future, the company can take it back since it can give it to them. He wasn't the same dude from before. After going through so many things, the blood stained on his hands was enough to be used to drown anyone. Understood. I'll send out a circular. Not long after the secretary left, a man in a black suit pushed his way in, the right side of his clothes embroidered with a universal group pattern. What this represented, Wang Yulong could not be clearer. Anyone in the country who dressed with this standard was invariably Su Lintian's messenger. Seeing this person was nothing more than seeing the emperor's token in ancient times. Seeing this person is like Su Lintian's personal visit. See someone without knocking on the door to come in. Just want to rebuke. A look up. The buttocks unconsciously panicked rise. A face of anger also disappeared into thin air. Why are you here? Sit. What are your orders? At the same time the heart was filled with anticipation. Could it be that the young master's reward has arrived? No need. The young master said that you have done a good job. He is very satisfied. With immediate effect, you are the CEO of Universal Entertainment. This is the appointment letter. Also, the young master wants to see you. Don't keep the young master waiting. After saying that, the man put the appointment letter down before turning to leave. Wang Yulong's face flushed with excitement as he put the appointment letter away, hurriedly tidied up his grooming and drove to the western suburbs manor. Compared to the CEO of Universal Entertainment, he preferred the latter half of the sentence. What better accolade could there be than meeting the young master? Other people wanted to see it, but they couldn't. The car quickly arrived at the manor. The bodyguard looked at Wang Yulong in the driver's seat and did not stop him, directly letting him go. At this time, Su Lindian was taking care of the vegetables that his parents had planted, watering and weeding and whatnot. This is the only way to have a sense of life. Wang Yulong was brought here by the bodyguard, and seeing Su Lindian busy, he also hurriedly pulled up his sleeves and squatted down to pull out the weeds around the vegetables. There was also a smile on his face, as if being able to do this kind of work was something to be celebrated. Su Lindian looked at the other party's movements and smiled, and after a moment, he got up and stretched, shaking off the dirt on his hands. The maid carried a basin of water and walked over, followed by one person, holding a towel in her hand. Su Lindian first washed his hands, took the towel and wiped it off. Alright, get up and accompany me for a stroll. Wang Yulong had a big smile on his face. He got up in a hurry, not caring whether his hands were dirty or not. He wiped his hands on his pants. When Su Lindian saw this, he was somewhat speechless. You don't mind getting dirty? Hurry up and wash. He. Young master, here dirt. How can it be dirty? To be able to stain that is my honor. Smilingly said, also did not dare to resist, obediently gave his hand to wash. Okay, when did you learn to kiss ass? What I need is people who can do practical things, not full of talk. Cherry Blossom side of the matter. You did a good job, at least very safe to get out of it. Need what reward to say? Wang Yulong quickly waved his hand. Young master, for what Sakura did, I don't think there's a single person in the country who would refuse. It's a matter of honoring the ancestors. How can you still want a reward? Moreover, young master has already given a reward. Hey you boy, indeed, what you have done is enough to warrant a single page in the family tree. Do you know what I have called you here for this time? I still ask young master to show me. The two of them walked in the courtyard as they spoke. Butler Long followed beside them, holding a piece of information in his hand. You know about Tianhong Real Estate, right? Tianhong Real Estate? That kid Song Tianhong's family's company? Previously, Dragon Tang Shipping also cooperated with the other party for a period of time. If it wasn't for Song Jianghua knowing the Yi family, with that temperament of my father, it's impossible to cooperate with it. Su Lindian didn't expect the other party to know the Yi family? Not right. Why is there no this Yi family on the information? Doubtfully, he twisted his head to look at the long butler beside him. Young master, the two families don't have any relationship. Song Jianghua only knows Yi Zhonghua of the Yi group, and the relationship between the two is also very shallow and can be ignored. Of course, this was the real situation. On the surface perhaps Song Jianghua thought that he and Yi Zhonghua had a good relationship. When Wang Yulong heard this, he cursed Song Jianghua in his heart for being shameless. For that matter, he could also involve himself with the Yi family. Really should be the words. Starve the timid, support the bold. 0064 Eat bear heart leopard gall. Anyone dare to touch? Wang Yulong did not dare to interrupt, can only silently spit in the heart, and resolved to wait for the time to be sure to go to teach a lesson that day and night. The sky boss is oldest to Song Tianhong. This little bastard, in the beginning, but in front of himself to show off his strength. I guess the other party also thought that their family and the Yi family relationship is good. Song Jianghua even lied to his own son. When Su Lindian heard Butler Long's words, then he thought, Yi Zhonghua? Isn't this his brother's future old man? What a fate. Surprisingly, then there's nothing more to say. Xiao Long when their company's annual meeting is coming up, you go over there and sign this person to Global Entertainment. Tianhong Real Estate had asked Chen Yunyun, a small star, to go to a commercial show. No matter why, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Wang Yulong took the information handed over by Butler Long and just took a brief glance, instantly astonished as he looked at Chen Yunyun's simple information. There was only the name and a photo. He thought that he was once considered to be a playboy who had appreciated 10,000 flowers, but compared to Chen Yunyun, it felt like what he had appreciated in the past was a flower, simply as a piece of awe. Raising his head, he looked at Su Lindian, and then looked at the photo on the profile. A thought surfaced in his mind. This can't be. Seemingly seeing what he was thinking, Su Lindian said bluntly, that's right, it's what you're thinking, but she doesn't know my identity. so you just say that you found her on Douyin. Her current company, the boss wants to subvert her. You should understand how to do it, right? This kind of thing. Of course he had to say it himself. Understood. Don't worry young master. Promise to complete the task. Alright, go. Maldives, known as a vacation spot with picturesque scenery. Don't know. Can't afford to go. A couple came out from a jewelry store, clothing bright and shiny, wearing gold and silver. It seems to be a rich and noble family. Hubby, isn't it not good for us to be like this, only to not reveal ourselves without knowing it? The woman looked at the gold bracelet on her hand, pulled her sleeve, wanting to cover it. Her face was a little worried. Hey, see what you say. Jewelry is not just for wearing. Do not wear it outside. Do not wear it at home. Then why buy it? Don't worry. Now is a legal society. And we came here to play for a few days. I feel that the security is quite good, although not as good as the country, but cannot be robbed in broad daylight. After saying that, he pulled the woman into the Rolls Royce, followed by 2 Range Rovers. When they left, on the opposite side of the building, 2 men looked at their backs as they left. Big brother, how was it? It's just them. Should we tell the boss then? Are you stupid? What's the point of telling him? After this job we'll leave here and go somewhere else to go solo. Notify the brothers. Act at night. Susie State came to Maldives for 4 days. Feel here is not bad. Intend to play here for a few more days. From the jewelry store out, took his wife to walk on the sunny beach, looking at the clear seawater, the sea breeze blowing across the cheeks. Very comfortable. The 2 of them have also learned to dress up from the plain and simple that they just came out, to the exquisite now. In Su Minjo's words, even if not for his own face, he should pay attention to his son's face. Li Jiayao refused at first, but on second thought, her husband was right. Indeed need to pay attention to, cannot go out, they are still dressed so plain. Do not know, thought his son treated himself. If this falls into the eyes of the son's business partners, do not know how to think it. So she is slowly getting used to this kind of life, looking at the beautiful beach, and the endless sea. Everything is so beautiful. Do not have to worry about 3 meals. Life is so good. In the afternoon, after dinner, the 2 of them wandered around for a while. Su Di Lin Butler was not far behind. There were also 8 bodyguards traveling with them. The sun was setting. Watching the sun go down in nightfall, Su Sizhou tightened the clothes on his body. The sea breeze was a little strong at night. Slightly cool. Let's go back. It's a bit cool. Li Jiao snuggled beside him. The 2 of them left the beach. Butler Lin hurriedly followed in quick succession. The crowd got into their cars and left, heading to the villa they had purchased in the Maldives. The 2 Range Rovers traveled to the villa one after the other. The closer they got to the villa, the fewer cars there were on the road. Suddenly, a van rushed out from the corner and crashed into the Range Rover in front, forcing the convoy to stop. At the same time, a van also drove over from behind. Seeing that the other party seemed to be coming from a bad place, Su Minjo hurriedly told Li Jiayao to get down. What's the situation? Although he was also panicking in his heart, as a man, and with his own wife still by his side, he had to calm himself down. Panicking would not solve the trouble. Master, ma'am, you lie down inside the car. No matter what happens, don't get out of the car. Don't worry, the car is bulletproof. It will be fine. I'll handle it. Then opened the Rolls-Royce co-pilot feet of the hidden compartment, from which took out 2 sets of bulletproof vests, as well as a MP5. Backward hand to Su C State. Su C State in reality, which has seen this kind of thing, froze on the spot, but quickly reacted. Now is not the time to think more. Come on, wife, put this on. Although the car is bulletproof, but just in case, it's safer to wear a bulletproof vest. Butler Lin didn't give Li Jiayao a weapon. After all, if the other party were to go off due to nervousness, it would be over. At this time, the bodyguards inside the 2 Range Rovers, unhurriedly, opened the hidden compartments under the seats and took the weapons out from inside. Even the cars of the Universal Group of companies had an arsenal of weapons, let alone the fact that they were protecting Mr. and Mrs. Su Minjo. Chut chut chut. The sound of AKs rang out. A dozen or so robbers had an AK in their hands and shouted at the 3 cars. There were even warning shots fired. Butler Lin's face sank. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed a call. On the other side, the police chief received the call. His brows furrowed. His heart couldn't help but thump. This one called himself at this time. Could it be that something went wrong? Thinking of the person the other party was protecting, his face instantly turned white. Not daring to have any hesitation, he hurriedly picked up the phone. Listen, there is a group of a dozen people, is hijacking our car. The location has been sent on your cell phone. 5 minutes. I want to see your people. What kind of people are sitting in my car? You should understand their importance. If they are missing a hair, I think, you should understand the consequences. Understood. I'll bring someone there now. The phone hung up. Snap. Bang. A slap on the desk shook the glass on it and it fell to the floor. The huge commotion startled the people outside the office. Damn bastard, dare to mess with me at this time. Picking up his own hat, he walked out of the office. With an eager face, he said to the crowd, quickly, everyone move for me, that part of the villa area. Immediately block off all of them for me. No one is allowed to leave. Dog days, ate the bear heart and leopard gall. Anyone dare to touch, I would like to see, whether they have any 3 heads and 6 arms, or 1 head and 2 arms. 0065 brothers, the point is a bit hard. Withdraw first. The road style suddenly changed. A large number of police cars on the road all the way speeding. The director even pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, his face sweating. If anything happens to the other party, not only will he be finished, but all the members of the Darknet here, regardless of their positions, will be finished. Several motorcycles in front of them opened the way, speeding along. Get out of the way. All cars all get out of the way. Woo-woo, there was no way out. They had to clear a path for the cars behind them. The cars on the road were a little confused when they saw this. What was going on here? So many police cars, that speed, smacking fast. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? People in the houses on both sides of the road have run out. Looking at such a scene, unknown. I don't know. After coming here for so long, it's the first time I've seen so many police cars. Something big must have happened. Isn't this nonsense? Blind all know well. Not something happened. How can this be? Look, look, the beginning of the 2. 4 wheels are smoking. That's speed, rare in life. And Susie stateside. The robbers have just approached the Range Rover, just pulled open the door, and saw a scene that he will never forget in his life. Inside, there was a handful of MP5s, which were currently pointed at him. Suddenly, the gunshot. The sudden gunshots broke the quiet of the night, and the robber who opened the door became a hornet's nest in an instant. His fall was like a fuse, and the entire atmosphere of the scene instantly boiled over. The sound of gunfire was loud. Mututu, AK versus MP5. No one letting anyone in. The robbers were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the other side to have this kind of weapon in the car. Whose serious bodyguard will keep the MP5 in the car? Ah, this is not bullying honest robbers. The sound of gunfire is like firecrackers on New Year's Day. Inside the Rolls-Royce car, Lee Jiayao covered her ears, lying in Su Nianzhou's arms shivering. It's okay, wife. Don't be afraid when I'm here. Just think of it as firecrackers on New Year's Day. Su Sijou looked at Li Jiao who was shivering, and kept pacifying. Butler Lin's face was horribly gloomy. His master was frightened. It was his dereliction of duty as a subordinate. The leading robber saw that the other party was so hard, and gave birth to the idea of retreating. But no matter what, this place couldn't stay. He was careless. The other party was obviously not an ordinary person. Brothers, the point is a bit hard. Retreat first, said. Also do not care about the others. Get into the van. The others see the big brother are going to run away. Panicked and jumped on the car. A foot throttle rushed out. The bodyguards saw that the other big brother was going to run. Turned their heads and came out from the car carrying RPGs. The leading robber's heart jumped out of his chest when he saw the scene from the rearview mirror. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who found the target? So hard. RPG are out. In the end, who is the robber? Ah. At this moment, he began to suspect the bandit born. Big brother, have you forgotten? It's me and you. Ah. You pull aside, drive quickly and avoid the other party's RPG, or we'll all play together. The driver curiously glanced at the rearview mirror, and immediately the hands holding the steering wheel shivered, almost overturning the car. He hated to step on the gas pedal into the gas tank. With a whoosh sound, a cannonball came at them with a white tail. With a flick of the steering wheel, the shell brushed past. Bang! The shockwave of the explosion nearly toppled the car out. Even so, the glass was all shattered and several people's brains buzzed. The only 2 words left in their full brains were, run fast, do not care what is in front of you. First step on the gas pedal to the end and then say, did not run far, met the director head on. The 2 vehicles rubbed shoulders, and when he saw the van, those people with AKs, the director was shocked. Damn, the situation seems to be a bit bad. The other side all holding AK. Hastily picking up the walkie-talkie in the car, he informed the people behind him. Those behind, stop that van that just passed for me. They have weapons on board. Don't let them get away. After saying that, he himself continued to drive forward. The other car was not so lucky. The shell directly crashed into the car from behind. The whole car directly exploded. The robbers inside turned into a piece of east and west. Don't chase. First escort the master and madam back. The bodyguard just wanted to chase, but was stopped by Butler Lin. It's okay, the firecrackers have finished. Su Nianzhou handed the MP5 to Butler Lin, then patted Li Jiao's shoulder and said softly. The director arrived and looked at the mess around him. The cold sweat on his back had already wet his clothes. Even the Rolls-Royce car had many bullet holes. Not daring to hesitate, and not daring to reach out and wipe the sweat on his face, he hurriedly got out of the car and walked towards the Rolls-Royce with apprehension. In his heart, he couldn't help but pray that the people inside must not be okay. Lynn Butler on the co-pilot, naturally saw the other party. This could make him angry, and he came only after the fight. Looking at the people in the car was fine. The heart that was hanging, finally let go. "I'm sorry, let you be frightened," said to Su Mianzhou. Seeing that Su Mianzhou was pacifying Li Jiao or didn't hear him, Su Mianzhou ignored him and could only helplessly come in front of Butler Lin. "I'm sorry, it's my dereliction of duty. Please give me a chance." "Humph, this is not the answer I want. Tomorrow morning, I want to hear the answer I want." Turning his head to the driver, he said, "Drive, go back." Not long after they returned to the villa. Magic City. No. One manor. What did you say? Su Lintian expressionlessly stood up from the sofa and looked at the vegetable fields in the distance, thinking, is it because he sent fewer bodyguards? Young master and madam were attacked in the Maldives. What kind of person did it? Was it an accident or? It was reasonably unlikely that it was directed at himself. According to the information coming from the darknet, the other party specializes in this line of work, kidnapping rich people for ransom, and this time, it was an accident. Thailand has already safely sent the lord and lady back to the villa. Okay, it's good that it's okay. Having said that, he still called his dad. On the other side of the phone, Su Mianzhou's voice soon came out. "Xiao Tian, calling so late. What's the matter? Dad? Mom, is she alright?" Su Sizhou was obviously stunned, not realizing that his son knew so quickly, and hadn't seen Butler Lin call or send a message. "Ah, you know all about it? It's okay, your mom had a bit of a shock and just fell asleep." Suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Right, son, you didn't do anything illegal, right? Why are there so many weapons in the car? Will it be alright?" Su Lintian thought he was going to ask something. It turned out to be this. "Dad, what are you thinking? How could I do something unlawful? Something that doesn't make sense? As for the weapons, it's fine. It's just for self-protection. No one will have a problem with it. You and mom are fine. Just take an early rest. I'll send you more bodyguards tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, he sent another 12 bodyguards over to the Maldives overnight. 0066 The other party is carrying an RPG, and you still want to go to jail? The director returned to the bureau only to get a bolt from the blue. He had just put down his hat, and the chair under his but hadn't even warmed up yet. "What did you just say?" Getting up, staring at the police officer who came to report. He even wondered if he had misheard. The constable looked at the chief's unruffled face, swallowed his saliva, thinking, no wonder everyone doesn't come to report, letting himself, the newcomer, come over. What else did he say? The opportunity should be left to the unprepared, so as to minimize the damage. Dare I say that I am sacrificing my life for the sake of righteousness. Now a little bit of riding the tiger is difficult to feel. There is a kind of twisting head and running impulse. Really is the director's face now is too scary. Bureau, director, the other party ran, but also injured 3 of our brothers. Dead 5. Pa. The police officer feels that he has left the blue star and is out of the universe, and there are many stars on his head. The hat has not known where to fly. Obviously, this slap did not leave any mercy, and turned in place twice before stopping and falling to the ground. The corners of his mouth are bubbling with blood, covering his face, not daring to get up at all, for fear of standing up and calling over another slap. Hoo, trash. Are so many of you dead men? Where are your sidearms? Are they burning sticks? Bang! The teacup was slammed to pieces, and the chief was out of breath. With so many people, stopping a few people was impossible. Still lying there pretending to be dead, isn't it? Still don't go to find. Can't find someone before dawn. You don't have to play dead. I'll fulfill you. You one by one give me some self-awareness. Dig a pit. Bury yourself. The police officer did not dare to continue to lie flat. The hat did not pick up, rolling and crawling away from the office. Check the surveillance. Spread out the sky. Half an hour later, Kung Fu finally found a little trace. This also made a panic, and thought whether there was some terrorist. So much noise. Outside a remote house. Several plainclothes looked at the distant house. It was a tin room. Not big, but the place was remote enough. How's it going? Sure it's in there? Pax, I've been keeping an eye on it. I just saw someone come out with an AK. Guaranteed it's them. Then what are we waiting for? Call for backup. Aren't we taking credit? Asterisk. You're stupid. Right, before I didn't see you so brave. Your little body can hold a few bullets. I'll call to inform the director. You guys watch, said, walked to the corner, took out his cell phone. Call the director. Unbeknownst to him, the bright light of the cell phone screen, reflecting the faintly glowing outside, After the director received the news, he didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed over with his men. Before they arrived, they heard gunshots. It turned out that they were discovered by the people who came out to relieve themselves. Damn, these guys, they came over on the smell. Big brother, what do we do? The leading robber cursed. There was nowhere to vent his anger. This time it was really a stolen chicken. Go, wait no more. Directly take the boat to leave. But big brother, the speedboat has not yet arrived. Not to not sit on the speedboat. The little brother was puzzled. Not taking the speedboat? Swimming away? Shot. Several police officers did not dare to risk their heads at all. The other side's firepower was too fierce, and this small pistol of theirs was just to hear a sound. Several robbers drove the van, which was covered with grass, straight to the pier. By the time the chief arrived, the people were already far away. Damn it, you losers, couldn't you drag it out for a few more minutes? They're supposed to be going to the pier. Chase them, we can't let the other side get away. The pier was only a few minutes away from here. The other party was hiding here now. They must be trying to leave by boat later. As expected, by the time he arrived, the few people had already run away in a boat. It wasn't a speedboat, but the other party's rowing wasn't slow either. Damn, think I won't chase them if they leave the ground? Get me a helicopter. At this time, his phone rang. 10 seconds later, sighing, he said, no need, close the team, check the identity of the other party clearly. If there is someone behind, give all of them to catch back. The robbers looked at the back. No one came after them, thinking that they were already safe. They cheered. Only the leader's face was ironic. This was too abnormal. He had dealt with the other party for so long. It was the first time he had seen them in hot pursuit. And this time they did not kidnap successfully. The other side biting not to let go. Why? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Could it be that their target this time? Identity is too special? Damn. He was too hasty. He should have checked his identity first. His guess was not unreasonable, because behind them, a helicopter was flying in their direction. The sound of the propellers quickly reached the ears of several people, and the lights from the aircraft shone on their small boat. It gave them nothing to hide from, and the umbrella people wouldn't go easy on you, only on the airplane. One man had an RPG on his shoulder and was aiming at the small boat below. We surrender. We're not running. Yeah, we're not running. I want to go to jail. Puff. A sound of falling water rang out. Big brother, what are you doing? Right, brother Hal. Why are you diving? Caught by them, the big deal is to go to jail. There's no need to think about it. Brother Hal, who was madly diving down under the water, had to curse in his heart. Silly X. The other party is carrying an RPG. You guys are still naive enough to want to go to jail. Whoosh. A shell came straight at the small boat. Son of a, you're coming for real. Bang. Flames shot up into the sky. Wood shavings scattered in all directions, and both the man and the boat were in pieces. Even if they jumped into the water, it was already too late. One more person jumped in the water early. Got it. Fly low. I'll see how long he can dive, said the man, putting down the RPG launcher and picking up the large pineapple next to him. The helicopter slowly lowered its altitude, only a few meters above the water. Shot. The big pineapple directly swept around the neighborhood. The power of the bullets was greatly reduced underwater, but it was enough to kill one person, and the other party couldn't possibly be underwater that deep and dive for that long. After about 10 minutes of searching, 10 meters away from the boat, a flash of red emerged from underwater. Found you. Chug. Directly emptying Big Pineapple's bullets. Below, a large area of seawater turned blood red. Let's go. And at this time, underwater, Hal was holding a corpse on top of him. His calf was unfortunately hit by a bullet. The corpse on his hand had also long since turned into a hornet's nest, and the bullets on his body were estimated to be 500 grams without 2 pounds. It also showed that the gunman on the helicopter was very professional. After not hearing the sound of the propeller from above, this carefully ventured out, big mouthfuls of heavy breathing, turning his head to look at the endless sea, the blackness. The fear in his heart immediately surged to his heart. Just as he was planning to swim in a random direction and take his chances, a speedboat came quickly traveling from the distance. At this time, he couldn't care less. The wound on his leg had to stop bleeding immediately. Hey, help me, shouting. He managed to attract the people on the speedboat. Big brother, where does it seem like someone is shouting for help? It seems to be true. Quick, grab the other person. If the marine police catch up, then take him as a hostage. Hal was rescued, but looking at the 3 people on the speedboat, holding guns in their hands, the speedboat also had a few bags of dollars, as well as a bag of white, which should be powder. He himself is just out of the wolf's den, and into the tiger's den. Thanks, shut up if you don't want to die. Steer the boat, Xiao Hu. You tie his hands and feet, blindfold him. If he resists, kill him directly. How heard the words of the other party. The heart has a thick gift, crab to say. It seems that compared to it, he was still too kind before. 0067 I'm being honest now. Do you think it's too late? The speedboat rescued the man and quickly escaped. At this time, when the director went back, it wasn't for nothing, and he quickly caught the person who had a relationship with the robber. It was a mobster. At that time, when he caught the other party was still doing sports at home. Halfway through doing so, the door was broken into, and by the time he reacted, he had already had a dozen guns pointed at his head. Shrinking up and down, showing a seemingly kind smile, uncomprehendingly asked, everyone, it is not necessary. What virtue I can let you send out so many people? Hey, don't shake. Be careful of fire. Looking at these police officers in front of him, each as if they were on the verge of an enemy, as if once he had any movement, the other party could not help but directly shoot. This made him very puzzled. When was he so scary? How did he himself not know? Cut the crap. Don't move. Crouch down with your hands on your head. Don't play tricks on me. We now have the right to shoot you on the spot. If you don't cooperate, we don't mind sending you a peanut rice each. Boss, so do I stay still or crouch down with my hands on my head? Bang! Responding to him was a gunshot. Looking at the marks on the ceiling, his face turned white with fear. I didn't expect the other party to come for real. No longer dared to say one more word, obediently holding his head and squatting. After the person brought back the interrogation room, the director looked at the person in front of him. Can be said to hate, if it is not the other party. No, should be the other party's little brother? Would not have happened a series of things. You guys go out first, I will personally interrogate him. The director waved his hand at the police officers inside. Then he sat down on the stool and narrowed his eyes at the captured gangster. Is there a man named Ahao under you? What how? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know. I have so many under me. Who remembers their names? Bang! Gunshots rang out. This time it wasn't the ceiling, it was his arm. The blood on his arm was straight up. The intense pain was so intense that his forehead was in a cold sweat and his face was twisted in pain. This interrogation room. He had been here no less than 10 times. The process was familiar. How come this time was different? I don't want to say the same question twice. You'd better be honest with me, or the next shot might hit your head. You dare to use lynching indiscriminately. Where's your director? I want to see your director. I want to file a complaint against you. Bang! Just then, a police officer ran over and said, Director, should we get something to stuff his mouth? Director? Hearing the police officer's words, the black boss immediately felt that a big disaster was on the horizon. Showing an expression worse than crying, he said, I'm being honest now. Chief, look, is it too late? Yes. I do have a man named Ahao under me, but it's only just been a short time since I received him, so I don't know much about him. Did he commit any crime? Don't worry, I'll have someone get him here. The director got up and said, okay, it's good that you confessed. Death penalty, immediate execution. Then turned around and left, while the black boss was filled with panic. Death penalty? Hey, what confessed? What did I confess? I didn't confess. No, I didn't commit a crime to confess anything. No one responded, but the gunshot responded. The next morning, as soon as Su Seijo got up, he was relieved that there were more than a dozen bodyguards in the house, and there were also 3 more cars. Butler Lin, who are they? Master, these are the people sent by the young master. Oh, I forgot. Last night Xiao Tian said he was going to send bodyguards over. This head of mine, reaching out and gently slapping his forehead. He then remembered what Su Lindian said last night. Just what he didn't expect was that it would be so fast. He just said it last night, and it arrived this morning. Li Jiao held the staircase railing and came down from the 2nd floor. Looking at so many extra people outside, she was a bit puzzled. Why are there so many more bodyguards? Seeing his wife coming down, Su Jinzhou smiled and explained. Xiao Tian heard about us. No, he sent 12 more bodyguards over overnight to protect us. We didn't hurt that kid for nothing. Aren't we fine? What are you telling Xiao Tian for? Aren't you letting him worry? Although his mouth said so, his heart was still sweet. Hey, then you have wronged me. Not I said. Last night or son he took the initiative to call me it. You do not know? This is a big thing. Even if I do not say, he will know. Let's not talk about him. How are you? Feeling better? Eat breakfast first. I'll take you out for a walk later. Li Jiao didn't refuse either. Not choosing to go back to her country because of yesterday's incident. She thought about it a lot. Now that things have come to this point, there are some things that should be experienced, and she can't retreat when she encounters them. The identity of the son, destined her as a mother. The future life will not be ordinary. I can't help myself, but I can't drag my feet. While eating breakfast, she couldn't help but suggest, see state, how about we go practice shooting later? Put, the hot milk that she just drank in was sprayed out by Su Mienjo in one gulp, an expression of seeing a ghost filled with incredulity. It was really impossible to believe that this was coming from his own wife's mouth. With a much more serious expression on his face, he looked at Li Jiao, who also had a serious face, asked, "Are you sure?" In fact, last night, he thought about it for the whole night. His own son seems to be a bit unusual, not as simple as having money. He, who is a parent, can't have his hands free. The idea of practicing guns naturally appeared. He just wanted to mention it to her after a few days. After all, only last night was stimulated. First let her slow down. What he never expected was that he hadn't said it himself, but his own wife proposed it first. Seeing her nodding, Su Mienjo laughed out loud. His own wife really had a heart-to-heart with him, thinking and worrying about the same things. No problem, no matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. What Su Lindian didn't get to is that he hasn't even touched a gun a few times. His own parents are thinking of practicing guns. It seemed that what happened to him last night didn't do any harm. 0068 New hatred and old hatred together. Soon after, Butler Lin received a call from the director, then hummed a few times and fell silent again. Last night, the Umbrella's people went out. He was aware of it, and now with the director's phone call, the meaning was also clear. The people related to those robbers had all been executed. The traveling life of Mr. and Mrs. Su Mienjo once again returned to peace. It is worth mentioning that in addition to traveling, there was also practicing guns, as well as having bodyguards teach some simple fighting techniques. Being in their 40s, there was no problem at all. Su Lindian was also surprised when he received the news from his parents. He didn't expect his parents to be very open-minded. They didn't stop traveling because of the robbers, but instead they exercised with interest. It is also good, while still young, more exercise, for future preparation. Magic City, Palace Hotel. Chen Yunyun had already stayed here for a day. She had thought that there would be a performance here that night. After all, before Sister Hong's tone was so urgent, now it seemed that it was not her own agent, Sister Hong, who was in a hurry, but rather the Prince of Tianhong Real Estate was in a hurry to see himself in real life. Yun Song young man is good, much younger than Mr. Zhang, and the family is good, but also to you a piece of heart. You see, yesterday, as soon as we arrived, he hurried to see you. Do not think of your poor boy, not for their own sake. You also have to think about the family. Sister is the past. Sister does not want you to take a detour, know it. Hey, you think about it, prepare, adjust the state. The evening performance, Red Sister knows you are thin-skinned. Embarrassed to say, don't worry, Song Yun side I'll go to say. After the evening performance, I take you over to see him. Without giving Chen Yunyun a chance to retort, she finished and turned to leave. Chen Yunyun didn't want to retort either, because you can never wake up a person pretending to be asleep. More to say no good. She has already planned a good. Wait for the show is over. Find an excuse to directly taxi away. She does not believe that the Magic City or his Song family is not. The company is also in the magic of this place. Lawlessness is not. Song Tianhong these 2 days can be described as a red light, under the misfortune, even to their own discovery of such a superb, small company. Fierce material is more, but also hidden quite deep, sitting in his own live broadcast room. Think about tonight will be open meet. The heart is a little excited. The corners of the mouth smile has been suppressed upward. Woo. At this time, the phone rang, picked up a look, a face of puzzlement. How could he call himself? Their two families are not even at the same level, and I heard that the other party has been acquired by the global group. But Dad has also become one of the top management. The status had risen instead of falling. Hey, Mr. Wang, it's been a long time. What kind of wind has blown you here? If I remember correctly, it's just the first time you've called me, right? Although the other party's identity was the same as his own, but his own family had a good relationship with the Yi family, so he felt that his identity was a little higher than Wang Yulong's. At the very least, he was on the same level. Of course, this was what he thought himself. Wang Yulong on the other end of the phone, hearing the other party's somewhat complacent voice, secretly thought in his heart, first let you be arrogant for a few more hours. If I don't beat you into a pig's head at night, I, Wang Yulong, will take your surname. Ha. I heard that your Tianhong Real Estate annual meeting tonight. You Song Young invited a lot of beautiful women. How? Want to eat alone? Not going to bring me over to have some fun? What did you say? You Wang Yulong still lacks beautiful women? But since you have personally opened your mouth to ask for it, I can't not give it no. It's fine to take you to have fun, but I'll pick first. If you agree, you'll come over in the evening. If you don't agree, forget it. You are the host. What you say is what you say. People you don't touch first. I have a fun game to play together at night. If you touch it now, it won't be fun at night. Although Song Tianhong was puzzled, He didn't ask more questions, just take it as the other party wanting to play a more exciting game. Don't worry, I'm not a starving ghost, there's no rush. I'm looking forward to your game, guaranteed to satisfy you. Let's see you tonight. Won Yulong hung up the phone with an intriguing smile on his face. Damn, Song Tianhong, as arrogant as ever. Let's see how many days you can be arrogant. Evening, Palace Hotel, luxury cars gathered, saying that it was Tianhong Real Estate's annual meeting. There were actually still quite a few people from Song Tianhong's circle. For this phenomenon, Song Jianghua also just turned a blind eye. After all, these young masters one by one are all rich second generation. This annual meeting, the Song family has even chartered the entire hotel. The hotel has been parked outside a variety of luxury cars. A Lamborghini Poison drove over, followed by a bunch of supercars. The people on the road avoided it, their eyes all focused on this row of supercars. Song Tianhong got out of the Lamborghini car, and the hotel attendant rushed forward to take the keys and help park the car. Good day, young Mr. Song. Good day, young Mr. Song. Song Tianhong was greeted everywhere he passed. The smile on his face never disappeared, enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. At this moment, he was as if he was the favorite of heaven and earth, and everyone was admiring him. There was a feeling of floating. The venue was huge, more than 100 tables, and there was a big stage above. Underneath the stage, there were 3 tables spliced together in a large round table, which could sit 20 people. The center table was Song Jianghua's seat for the older generation, and the right-hand side was naturally Song Tianhong's, the crown prince, and the left-hand side was reserved for some inconsequential senior personnel, with nameplates placed on it. Won Yulong's name was clearly among them. The annual meeting was bustling at the moment. The tables below were filled with people. At the same time, Won Yulong drove his Bugatti Veyron to arrive late. Behind him was a large group of playboys. He is here to cause trouble today. How can he not bring some people? These people have long been looking at Song Tianhong, not I, just today to bring over, to give them out of anger, so as not to say that he did this, big brother, not righteousness. These people can be better than the bodyguard. The bodyguard will also be merciful. These second generation, it is not the same. The hand cannot be merciful, a word. The most important thing is that people don't dare to hit them, which gives them room to play. Second generation, dry second generation. You all don't give me to interfere, or let you eat and go. A line of a dozen people came to the venue. Exempt. Oh, it's quite lively. Hey, can not lively? You think it is your home that the market value of only 30 billion small companies. They are known as the 100 billion group. Fierce a horse. Asterisk. Brother Yulong. Song Tianhong, that mother asterisk are in front of the blow powerful it. Very good. One by one. Today we will end them all in one pot. Save one by one defined. Song Dishao is a good person. Won Yulong looked at the table in front of the stage, and sure enough, Song Tianhong was dressed in a mannequin, blowing awesome with his followers. Let's go over there. Remember, when I'm done with my business, you guys can make as much trouble as you want. I'll cover it. Whoever screws up my business, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Brother Yulong, it's just a small star. You are now the CEO of Universal Entertainment. As long as you hook your finger, she won't give a tail wagging over. However, his horse's ass was slapped on the horse's leg. What was ushered in was a slap. Slap. Won Yulong did not show the slightest bit of mercy, twisted his head and glared at the other party, coldly saying, keep your mouths clean for me in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. Be careful of the trouble that comes out of your mouths. Humph. The crowd was startled by the sudden slap, and Won Yulong's ice-cold tone did not seem to be joking. It was also true that the slap had landed on his face. This could still be a joke with you. They then realized that it seemed that the little starlet was someone that some big brother had his eye on, and was most likely a senior member of the global group. Otherwise, why was Won Yulong so serious? Thinking of this, the crowd shuddered. Fortunately, they didn't chew the cud. Yes, Brother Yulong's lesson is right. Thank you, Brother Yulong, for the reminder. The other party was beaten. Not only did they not complain, they were also grateful. Okay, in the future all give me attention. Can be a dude, but cannot have no brain. I beat you because of our friendship. Otherwise it is not as simple as beating you. If you have anger, give me all of it to spread on our Song Dishao later. Brother Yulong, what about the Yi family? We offended the Song family. The Yi family won't come after us, right? Who knows? Won Yulong smiled disdainfully. His Song family has a FARC relationship with the Yi family. Song Tianhong, this stupid X, is still being kept in the dark by his father until now. Asterisk. Song Tianhong, this dog day. Today must let him know what is called pain. 0069 Song Tianhong, if Won Yulong dares to make trouble, let him go out horizontally. Won Yulong led the people. came to the table on the left side of the stage. The original crowd that was sitting well, after seeing Wang Yulong after them, they hastily got up. Ha ha, young Wang, you guys sit, said and gave up his seat. Wang Yulong's arrival. Song Tianhong's side of the crowd of young masters exchanged words. Young master Song, Wang Yulong brought so many people over. It can't be that he wants to cause trouble, right? Who knows? Song Tianhong smiled disdainfully. Make trouble? If he, Wang Yulong, dares to make trouble, I'll let him go out sideways. The two sides were separated by the large table in the center, glaring at each other, with an air of having to start a fight at the drop of a hat. Song Jiangbao frowned. He knew that Wang Yulong was coming. What he didn't expect was that the other party had brought a group of second generation along. The Wang family is different nowadays, and is on the global group's big boat, and the two fathers and sons of the Wang family are both working under the global group's banner, so it's not good for him to start a conflict with them. So he didn't say much. The annual meeting started soon. A dish was brought up. Song Jiangbao went on stage and said some words without nutrition. Then the program started. The programs of the annual meeting went on one after another. Chen Yunyun only went on stage to sing a song. Looking at Chen Yunyun, who was wearing makeup, Song Tianhong's eyes went straight. Too beautiful as heaven. He. Tonight it looks like young Song has a target on his back. That's right, it's still Song Xiao's discerning eyes. This face, this body, these legs, invincible, and that cold temperament. Only a proud son of heaven like our Song Xiao can enjoy it. Song Tianhong was complimented very happily, and waved his big hand. Hey, women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet, when the time comes to give you guys a taste as well. Asterisk. Really Song Xiao atmospheric. On the other side, Wang Yulong looked at Song Tianhong's direction. The other party looked at Chen Yunyun with that look. Lazy haze was flowing down. No need to think to know what the other side is talking about. And those second generation who are emptied of their bodies by alcohol and sex. Damn. Looking at Song Tianhong's appearance is disgusting. Looking at Miss Chen's eyes, you know that you are getting horny. Doggone it. Not afraid of chipping your own teeth. Don't all of you grab it from me later. I'm going to stomp on his face twice to take out my anger. Chen Yunyun finished her song and left the stage. Seeing this, Wang Yulong turned his head and said to one of the second generation sitting beside him, go backstage and ask Miss Chen to come over as me. Remember to be polite. The other party's age is the largest among them. Doing things calmly. Is the family's company is smaller? In the circle does not have much presence. Chen Yang did not expect that Wang Yulong would let him go. After all, his own identity is the lowest among these people. Understood, brother Yulong. I will go. Backstage, a conference room in the hotel was temporarily converted into a dressing room. Chen Yunyun was packing up her things, intending to leave this place later, as her performance was already done anyway. However, before she finished packing, Sister Hong hurriedly ran over. There was a lot of excitement on her face. Yun, let's go. I'll take you to see young Song. Sister Hong, can you let me go to the bathroom first? Sister Hong seemed to have seen through her purpose. The smile on her face solidified. Yun, don't think of anything else. If you don't go to see young Song tonight, you won't be able to leave the hotel. It's fine if you want to go to the bathroom. I'll accompany you. Saying this, she was about to reach out and grab Chen Yunyun's arm, pulling it outward. Today she had to pull Yunyun to see Song Tianhong no matter what she said. Otherwise she would be finished as well. Let go. Don't touch me. Chen Yunyun shook off her hand. Right at this moment, Chen Yang just walked in, saw the two people who were pulling and tugging, and looked at the angry expression on Chen Yunyun's face. Not caring what Sister Hong was, he quickly stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. Damn, dog thing, dare to make a move. Is it Song Tianhong that scumbag let you come? Not relieved. He kicked a few more times. Sister Hong covered her stomach and wailed on the ground. The sudden scene startled Chen Yunyun, viciously glaring at Sister Hong. Chen Yang then revealed a smile and said to Chen Yunyun, Miss Chen, hello, the CEO of Universal Entertainment, Mr. Wang, asked me to ask you to come over and want to have a chat with you. Of course, you can also refuse not to go. Chen Yunyun looked at Sister Hong on the ground, and the other party seemed to be at odds with that what's-her-name Song Xiao, so it seemed like it wasn't safe for her to go to either side. Just wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but an arrogant and domineering voice once again came from outside the door. Yo Chen Yang, what a big bully. What? You dare to rob the person that Mr. Song wants? You're tired of living, right? Hurry up and get lost. In the past, Chen Yang might have really left, but now it's different. Now he is representing Wang Yulong, not to mention that the one who came is just Song Tianhong's lapdog. Even if Song Tianhong came, he dares to be tough. Miss Chen, don't worry. Mr. Wang won't think ill of you, unlike certain people who look like dogs and are full of Chen Yunyun sighed once. There was no choice now. There was no way she would go to see Song Tianhong. She only hoped that Universal Entertainment's Mr. Wang wouldn't be like her own company's Mr. Zhang. Alright, then I'll go meet Mr. Wang. You can't go with him, Chen Yang. You have to think about it. Your family company. It's just a small business with more than $1 billion. Song Shao can crush you with one finger. I'll warp you. Seeing that the other party dared to threaten himself, without saying a word, Chen Yang kicked the other party out, with the other party's frail body. With this kick, it was estimated that he would have to go to the hospital and lie down for a few days. 0070 Wang Yulong, he does not want to do. Then do not do it. Damn. I've tolerated you for a long time. All day long Song Shao. He counts as a deceiver. Chun Yang glared and said angrily, if it wasn't for the fact that he had to bring Chen Yunyun to Wang Yulong, he would send the other party to the hospital for 2 months right now. Afterwards, he turned his head, changed his smiling face, looked at Chen Yunyun and said, sorry Ms. Chen, I'm sorry to have frightened you, please follow me. Following behind the other party, she thought that the other party would meet her in a private room. What she didn't expect was that it was actually at the annual meeting. This made her sigh in relief. Seeing Chen Yang return with Chen Yunyun, Wang Yulong hurriedly got up to greet him, and as soon as he did, all the people at the table stood up with a crash. None of them dared to sit down. Miss Chen, I'm sorry to invite you over in this manner. Come. Sit first. Chen Yunyun's heart was full of doubts at this time. She didn't seem to know the other party, and she wasn't a big star. The other party seemed to be a bit too enthusiastic. Mr. Wang has something to do. Why don't you just say it? I still have things to do. Forgive me for not being able to stay longer. Wang Yulong waved his hands repeatedly. I don't dare to dare. It's like this. I've already understood Miss Chen's information, and we've paid attention to the video you posted on Douyin. It's very good. Our Universal Entertainment is very optimistic about Miss Chen's potential. I don't know if Miss Chen would be willing to sign up to our Universal Entertainment. Don't worry. We, Universal Entertainment, will take care of your breach of contract. We don't need you to pay anything. Seeing that she was a bit hesitant, Wang Yulong had to continue. You can go back and think about it first. My words, they are always valid. Song Tianhong looked at Wang Yulong, who was talking and laughing, and was instantly enraged. The person he had sent also limped back, then added to what happened backstage and said it all. Damn, Wang Yulong, this asshole, even robbed the woman I had my eyes on. With a brainwave, he grabbed a red wine glass and threw it in Wang Yulong's direction. However, it was thrown off course and smashed over towards Chen Yunyun. Fortunately Wang Yulong had trained for a month in the rice country and had not practiced for nothing. He quickly reacted and hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Yunyun. The red wine inside the red wine glass that had not yet spilled out poured all over his face. His face felt wet. A wave of anger surged to his heart, his chest heaving up and down, but he still took a deep breath. Smiling at Chen Yunyun, he twisted his head to look at Chen Yang and said expressionlessly, help me send Ms. Chen off. Looking at the red wine on Wang Yulong's face, the second generation around him froze. Chen Yang listened to the emotionless voice and nodded his head in a hurry. Chen Yunyun did not want to stay much longer in the first place and followed the other party out of the venue. After waiting for the person to leave, his anger could no longer be suppressed. Damn, think of me, Wang Yulong, crisscrossing the cherry blossom country, carrying an RPG on my shoulder in the rice country, and raising the divine toilet to the ground with a mortar like it was nobody's land. Even so, have not suffered this kind of humiliation. Brother Yulong, what should we do? Song Tianhong, this scumbag, how dare he hit Brother Yulong with a cup? What else can we do? Get him. A second generation brought a hot towel from somewhere. Wang Yulong took it and wiped his face. At this time, the one who was most panicked was not Song Tianhong, nor those second generation around him, but Song Jianghua. He was going to be scared silly. Song Tianhong was not only not afraid, but also had a smug look on his face, as if he had done something extraordinary, no different from the landlord's stupid son. What to do? Since Song Tianhong doesn't want to organize this annual meeting, then don't do it. Looking at the large table in front of him, it was a bit heavy. It shouldn't be able to topple over. Bang! Picking up a wine glass and smashing it on the tabletop. The sound of glass breaking resounded. Get him for me. Just leave the breath. Seeing him give the word, a dozen or so second generation instantly wailed. Having long endured the other party for a long time, without saying a word, they directly pounced on Song Tianhong and the others. The venue was in chaos for a while. The people sitting at the back were still drinking. In front this was already a fight. What's happening in front? Why does it seem like there's a fight? Is this a new program? Program my ass. The company's crown prince and Wang Shao are fighting. Then why are you still watching? Go forward and help. I advise you not to mind your own business. If they beat you up, you deserve it. If you beat them up, then you're just looking for death. Then leave them alone. Let's keep drinking. We can't hit this side anyway. Then there was this scene, drinking in the back and fighting in the front. Every now and then, they commented a couple sentences. Cock you, Lee Dog Dan. I've put up with you for a long time. Song Tianhong, today it's either you die or I live. More than 22nd generation twisted into a ball. Song Jianguo wanted to block Wang Yulong. After all, he was the leader of the group. Unexpectedly, Wang Yulong did not give him any face at all. With one kick, he kicked this chairman of Tianhong Real Estate to the ground. Asterisk 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 off to the side. Old thing, if your son can walk out of this door by himself today, I, Wang Yulong, will take your surname. Striding forward, he saw Song Tianhong riding on top of a person. Waving his kingly fists, he kicked him down and glared at his own people who were being beaten. Wastes, I told you to exercise more. Even this trash who only dances on women's bellies. You can't even beat it. What's the use of having you? Another kick on Song Tianhong's stomach. What he just ate. From where it went in, now from where it came out. Grass Wang Yulong. Warping you? Have the balls to fight one-on-one. Song Tianhong covered his waist, covered his stomach. His face showed the color of pain. His body was soft, but his mouth was quite hard. Want to struggle to get up. Slap. He was slapped again by Wang Yulong and fell to the ground. A foot stepped on his palm, drilling pain, so that it issued a heart-rending scream. The surrounding watching, all felt numbness, did not dare to stay more, directly left the venue. The hotel waiter wanted to go up to pull the fight, but was pulled by the manager. Immortals fight, mortals suffer. Song Jianguo couldn't care about getting up. Even if his son was beaten, he still kept his cool. No matter what, he couldn't do anything. You guys don't look. Hurry up and pull people away. But no one dared to go forward, so he had no choice but to go up himself. And at this time, Song Tianhong was being beaten by the group. The crowd kicked and punched. A few minutes later, perhaps tired of beating, Wang Yulong stopped and looked at the ground, his face swollen, already unrecognizable. Song Tianhong. Let you fight one-on-one. Let you think about fighting one-on-one. Give you 1 day of hospitalization. Find you one-on-one another day. Let's go. Wang Yulong reached out and patted Song Tianhong's face, then turned his head to look at Song Jianguo. If you want to play, our Wang family will accompany you to the end. 0071 Super Recovery Potion. A dozen or so people, more or less colorful on their bodies, but in comparison, Song Tianhong's side is a little more serious. Not long after they left, Uncle had arrived and looked at the messy venue with some surprise. Who didn't know about the Song family? But there were still people who dared to cause trouble here. What shocked them even more was that Song Jianguo was still here. What kind of overgrown dragon was this? Mr. Song, are you alright? What happened here? Who did this? It's really lawless. However, Song Jianguo's reply surprised them greatly. It's fine, they drank too much and fell. He couldn't make a big deal out of it. Right now, the Song family was not on the same level as the Wang family. Not to mention now, with the global group backing them up, as long as the Wang family didn't do anything to die, who could get them? And who would dare to offend them to death? What's more, it was his own son who started it. Uncle Hat looked at the second generation on the ground, one by one. Into what kind, especially Song Tianhong, have become squinting eyes. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This? Fall into this? This is to bump into someone else's fisted. However, the other party obviously does not want to pursue. They do not need to say anything more. The annual meeting ended sparsely. Chen Yunyan refound a hotel to stay. Lying on the bed, opened the cell phone. Just wanted to send a message to Su Lintian, sharing today's events with him, wanting him to give an opinion. The screen lit up, and then it was full of notifications from Douyin. Likes, comments, and follows. Strange, why are there so many notifications? With a curious mood, he opened Douyin. 99 plus in the background. The latest video. The likes even surpassed 200. 000. And there were more than 20. 000 comments. The number of fans even exceeded 5 digits. It is considered a small fire, but I don't know that it is all the dough plus that Su Lintian voted for. A full million of it. Chen Yunyan was happy beyond words, feeling that Magic City is her lucky spot. Once she came, good things came one after another. First it was the olive branch from Universal Entertainment, and now her own short videos have taken off. No, it wasn't Mordor that was her lucky spot. It was Su Lintian, the boy who got hurt for her. He was her lucky star, because he was in Mordor. Unable to resist wanting to share the joy in his heart, he sent a message to Su Lintian. Chen Yun, Lin Tian, guess what good thing happened to me today? Magic City is really my lucky spot, and you are my lucky star. Su Lintian, who was far away from the know, one manor in the western suburb, was still listening to the report from Long Butler, and receiving this message made him cry and laugh. So it's true. Things are what they seem. Literally. Alright, let the group clean up Tianhong real estate. Its mission has been accomplished. There is also that new morning entertainment. Let Xiaolong go and settle Yunyun's matter tomorrow, and by the way, settle this company as well. Understood. Young master. Picking up his cell phone, he looked at Chen Yunyun's message and smiled gently. Su Lintian, it seems that today's performance went well. I can see that you're very happy. I guess it's not time to leave the company? Chen Yun. How did you know? Can you guess this too? Su Lintian, looks like I guessed right. Is there a reward? Chen Yun, yes. Treat you to dinner. Happy or not? By the way, at the annual meeting, I met to come to a self-proclaimed Universal Entertainment's Mr. Wang. He said that he wanted to sign me, and that they will also bear the liquidated damages. I checked the information, and he is indeed the CEO of the Universal Entertainment. Do you think, should I agree to him? In fact, she already had the answer in her heart, because it would only benefit her. No harm, just wanted to see Su Lintian's opinion. Su Lintian didn't expect such a good opportunity. She still hesitated? This made him a little surprised. Su Lintian, wait a moment, I'll check how about this company. Then after playing a game of elimination, replies, Su Lintian, well, this company's qualifications are very good. There are also many first-tier stars under its banner. The treatment is also very good. The most important thing is that their executives are very indiscreet. It is considered to be one of the best companies in the country. It always felt a bit strange to praise one's own company, and Chen Yun thought even more, that he was so attached to his own affairs. Then the two of them chatted some more about Douyin, and Su Lintian smiled and was viciously shocked. Then set a time to have dinner together tomorrow night, which ended the chat. Wild Gate, Samo City, No. 2 Research Base. Inside the underground research base, a large number of researchers were coming and going, and inside the various passages, there were several armed personnel guarding them. They were wearing light gray military uniforms, with a red and white umbrella armband on their right arm, and below the armband were 2 golden horizontal bars, and they, the armed members of Umbrella. The 2 golden horizontal bars represented that they were the armed forces of the second research base. Since the establishment of the research base, Su Lintian had taken out hundreds more bodyguards one after another, assigning them to the 2 bases to act as Umbrella's armed forces in the base. Military uniforms and whatnot. These little things, he didn't care. All of them were taken care of by Umbrella's commanders. Inside a laboratory, several researchers were busy with something. Inside the lab were a large number of clear glass bottles. Inside were all sorts of creatures, from small mosquitoes, to all sorts of venomous snakes, including vortex worms, and salamanders. Now what they were studying was how to research a kind of vortex worm as well as salamander that could allow people to recover quickly after being injured. This might be difficult for other people, but for them, it was nothing difficult, because they had already researched it now. But the results were a bit poor. Only a researcher was seen holding a test tube that housed an unknown yellow liquid, probably only 2 milliliters. Coming to a immobilized mouse, he picked up a pair of scissors and cut off its tail, the pain making the mouse squeak. How quickly the yellow liquid was injected into the mouse. The next second, the mouse slowly calmed down. 3 seconds later, the tail at a speed visible to the naked eye stopped bleeding. 5 seconds later the wound scabbed over. 1 minute later the wound was completely healed. How? Only to see the researcher rebringing the potion and waving the scissors once again, cut off all of the mice's limbs, injecting the potion. Exactly the same time. 1 minute later, the wound is completely healed, and the mouse is alive and kicking. It just looked a little weird without its limbs and tail. Final blood tests were drawn and studied. Final data registration. The second research base. Several doctors with the highest status gathered together. Looking at the report that had just come out, they shook their heads one after another, obviously very dissatisfied with such results. Merely being able to get a fast healing effect was not what they wanted at all. What they wanted was rebirth. I wouldn't dare to report such an effect to the young master. The direction of amputation rebirth is correct. The regeneration signal modulation and regeneration regulation can be done quickly. The only thing is, the stem cell division is too slow, resulting in not being able to achieve the desired effect. Knowing the reason, the next step is good. Although the rapid recovery potion is poor, but we have been researching for so long, we can't not have some results coming out. How many potions are left? Since we don't know the effects, we didn't prepare much. There are still 10 left. 10 is 10. Send them all back to the young master. At least let the young master know that we didn't do nothing. Understood. If their opponents were put in the outside world, they would probably stun the world's jaws. In 1 minute, the wound could be completely healed. What kind of terrifying recovery speed was this? With this, they were still not satisfied. 0072G. You're super sweet. 10 potions, enough to shock the world, were packed into suitcases and escorted to the airport by 5 jeeps. Since this place is Connor's territory, and Connor is an umbrella person, naturally the whole way is unimpeded. The 5 vehicles, which could be described as a rampage, went all the way to the airport, where a private airplane, waiting 24 hours a day, was waiting. After handing over the stuff to the person in charge on the plane, 5 minutes later, the plane took off. When Su Lintian got the stuff, it was already noon the next day. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the suitcase placed on the coffee table, reaching out to open it, what met his eyes was 10 yellow potions. Picking one up casually, he took a closer look at it, as if he couldn't see anything special about it. This is the potion that was sent back from base 2? Long Butler stood aside and returned. Yes, young master. According to the information, this is the potion that can make wounds heal quickly. Su Lintian was secretly surprised. It really gave him a surprise. He didn't expect to have results so soon. It seems that the other bases are imminent. Fast wound healing? How fast? Long Butler smiled and said, 1 minute, young master. How much? 1 minute? Thinking that he had misheard, he rose up from the sofa in shock, and his heart was flooded with even more shocking waves. 1 minute? What could 1 minute do? The ambulance hadn't even left the hospital yet. In 1 minute, the wound would have healed before the gauze could be found. I don't know why, but an image suddenly appeared in my mind. Candy super sweet training, playing basketball with his backpack pants. His finger was stabbed, and a drop of blood flowed. Confusing pairing. Candy, you super sweet. Quickly, send it to the hospital. Otherwise the wound will heal later. Yes, young master. 1 minute. For this, the base side is a bit dissatisfied. They request you, young master, to give them a little bit more time. They will research the potion to revive the broken arm. Su Lintian quickly calmed down after his excitement. It seems that he had underestimated the ability of these people. Or rather, the people rewarded by the system. Their abilities were all extraordinary. If it was really possible to realize rapid arm-breaking regeneration, theoretically, wouldn't it be possible to solve all the diseases in the world? Not bad. Base 2 is doing well. Let them continue their efforts, and if they need any help, let the Darknet and Umbrella cooperate fully to put it away. Yes, young master. Long Butler bent down, closed the suitcase and took it down. 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Lintian came to bring the agreed location with Chen Yunyun, a restaurant that looked fairly upscale. Chen Yunyun had already found a good spot inside and waited for a long time. As soon as Su Lintian went in, he saw that the other party was walking away in a big way with a full-body brand-name son. Chen Yunyun, a little puzzled, had known to wear a mask good, too annoying, sat down not 20 minutes. This time he sent away the 6th. A look up. They saw just come in from the door Su Lintian, depressed mood, instantly disappeared, face overflowing with joyful smile. He waved his hand to Su Lintian. Yo, my big star, today is so beautiful. There are fans looking for your signature. Aya, don't tease me. If you don't come again, I won't dare to stay. Chen Yunyun beamed, blanked him and said, what? Afraid that someone else will kidnap you away? Humph, are you happy that I was kidnapped by someone else? That depends on who it is. If it's kidnapped by me, then I'm definitely happy. Who knows? Chen Yunyun lowered her head and muttered in a low voice, I would like to be kidnapped by you, just afraid that you won't be willing. Su Lintian looked at her lowering her head, not knowing what she was muttering, reached out and shook his hand in front of her eyes, wondering, where are you muttering what? What willingness? No, nothing, order something to eat first, I'm hungry. Chen Yunyun ordered 4 dishes and they were soon served. Seeing this, Su Lintian just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. A meal the two ate for nearly an hour and a half, in which they chatted a lot, from the south to the north, from childhood to adulthood, perhaps the reason why both of them grew up in the countryside. There were many endless topics to talk about. The smile on Chen Yunyun's face has not disappeared since Su Lintian came in. After checking out and leaving the restaurant, Chen Yunyun twisted her head to look at Su Lintian's side face and froze for a moment. What are you looking at? Are there flowers on my face? Can't you look without it? Can't you look at a handsome man? Go, accompany me to the mall. 10 minutes later, the two came to a relatively large shopping mall in Magic City. It looked very grand. Go, this way. Once inside, Chen Yunyun pulled him to a watch store. Su Lintian looked at Chen Yunyun who was pulling his hand, smiled and silently followed. This little ninny, this has a purpose. Shopping in the mall is fake, buying a watch is real. Welcome. Then Chen Yunyun came directly to the counter, pointed to the counter, a large and small white mechanical watch, said, can you take this out for me to see? The counter clerk smiled and nodded, reaching out to take the watch out. It's so handsome, it feels so suitable for you. Then, directly pulled Su Lingtian's hand and put the watch on. Look, I told you it suits you. It just so happens that my previous one broke. This one is good. Lingtian, what do you think? Su Lingtian originally wanted to quietly watch her perform, but did not expect to suddenly ask a question. This look is a couple's watch. Is this a disguised confession? Well, I also think it suits you. It goes well with you. He. I feel the same way. Then they are. Seeing that the watches were sold, the counter clerk was also happy. Beauty really has an eye for beauty. This is our new couple's watch. You and your boyfriend are a good match with this pair of watches. Suddenly being pointed out, Chen Yunyun slightly sideways, carefully looked at Su Lingtian, but saw that he was smilingly looking at himself. Her small face reddened and pretended to be surprised. Ah, couple's watch Lin Tian, do you want to change it? Su Lin Tian looked at her cute appearance, really wanted to reach out and pinch her face. No, just this one. I like it. How much is it? Can I swipe my card? Just wanted to take the bank card out, but was stopped by Chen Yunyun in a hurry. No need. This is my gift to you. I'll pay for it. Without giving Su Lingtian a chance to retort, he quickly paid. 2 watches, not a famous watch, so not expensive. 6,888. Su Lingtian looked at the watch worn on his wrist. Tens of millions of dollars of sports cars in the manor. Once did not open. More than $3,000 of the watch. Extraordinarily cherished. More than $6,000. It's nothing for him, but for the current Chen Yunyun, it's also a lot of money. After all, it had been snowed in for so long. The two walked side by side. This time Su Lingtian took the initiative to grab her hand. Chen Yunyun didn't resist either. Perhaps the moment she put on her watch again, she acquiesced to Su Lingtian's boyfriend status in her heart. He thought about it and felt that there were some things that the quicker he confessed, the better. Taking a deep breath, he stopped walking. Yun. Chen Yunyun looked up and looked at Su Lingtian, who had a tender face, a little nervous in his heart, thinking that Su Lingtian was trying to confess to himself. Aha! Some anticipation, some nervousness. Actually, the king of Universal Entertainment. I guessed it. You know Universal Entertainment's Wang, right? It's you who begged the other party to give me a chance, right? You said that you are a small leader with a monthly salary of a few thousand. It can't be that you lied to me as well, right? But no matter what, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have become of me now. I probably wouldn't have been able to think straight and killed myself. Chen Yunyun hugged Su Lingtian. Her voice was a little choked. Her words let Su Lingtian's heart can't help but tremble. Yes, the other party is nothing but a rural girl. No background, no money. It's hard to get into a good university after graduation, and then was snowed in for half a year, being missed by the company boss. All kinds of pressure swept over. In other people's place, it is estimated that they would have already been crushed, and it is not surprising that they would have such thoughts. 0073 let him leave the country by himself and deal with it. Su Lingtian reached out and cupped her face, saying seriously, actually, I am the owner of Global Group. Sorry, didn't mean to lie to you. When Chen Yunyun heard this, she didn't know how to respond for a moment. Tears overflowed from her eyes slightly red as she tilted her head back to look at Su Lingtian. Thank you. Is it okay to give me 2 days to calm down? Hug. No, there's no need to say sorry. It's not like I've lost anything, so you don't count it as lying to me. On the contrary, without you, I really don't know what to do. After saying this, quickly ran away. Looking at the other party's back, Su Lingtian did not chase after her. Let her calm down for 2 days and then say it. Seeing this, Long Butler brought his bodyguards to walk quickly from a distance. Young master, well, send a few female bodyguards over to her as assistants. The people will be given to you when they return. Butler Long nodded his head, indicating that he understood. After returning to the manor, he sent a few messages to the other party before returning to a calm and leisurely life once again. Early the next morning, Chen Yunyun returned to Hangcheng, and just after returning to the company, she was brought to General Manager Zhang's office by Sister Hong, and was scolded by General Manager Zhang pointing at her nose. Chen Yunyun, are you hardening your wings? I'm telling you, tomorrow give me the opportunity to go back and apologize to Song Xiao and pray for his forgiveness, or else your whole family won't want to rest in peace. The matter of Magic City. He also only heard about it from Sister Hong's mouth. Of course, it was to add oil and vinegar to say a bunch of bad words. Global Entertainment was not to mention a word about it. Apologize, you can go. I came here today to inform you that I'm going to terminate my contract with the company. She had had enough. No matter what, leave New Morning first. You want to terminate your contract? Where did you get the money to break the contract? Mr. Zhang couldn't believe his ears. A rural family, and just graduated not long ago. It's great to be able to take out a few tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention that the liquidated damages that are astronomical for ordinary people. No, you cannot terminate the contract. Don't think that you have tied up the global entertainment. Sister Hong just said this. Her heart suddenly thumped. Bad, said exposed mouth. Mr. Jung only then reacted. He was cheated, turned his head and looked at Sister Hong with an angry face and asked, "What universal entertainment? Is there anything you haven't told me? Damn, dare to lie to me." Sap. A slap was thrown on the other party's face, and Sister Hong staggered back a few steps before stabilizing herself. Just at this moment, the office door was opened, and the secretary hurriedly walked in and said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang from Universal Entertainment is here to see you." Damn, you'd better pray that there won't be any trouble in the company, otherwise, I'll be the first to get you killed. Glaring at Sister Hong, who lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, she said viciously, "Yo, to hear dying people outside. Mr. Zhang really has a big fire." Wang Yulong's voice traveled into the office before the person arrived. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wang, what wind blew you here? What's the matter? Give my little brother I make a phone call on the line. How dare I bother you to personally run a trip? More delay your time on." Mr. Zhang, face piled with smiles, around the desk, came to Wang Yulong in front of him, covering his waist and said, "Humph, sign this, then you can get lost." The lawyer behind him handed over a contract. General Manager Zhang took it in disbelief and opened it. The anger in his heart bubbled up, but in the face of the mountain that is Global Group, he just dared to be angry. Even if he was angry again, he didn't dare to show it in front of Wang Yulong. Mr. Wang, this is a bit strong. He had 80% of New Morning Entertainment's shares in his hands, while Wang Yulong wanted to acquire it for $2 million. One should know that New Morning Entertainment's profit amounted to more than $10 million in a quarter. $2 million to acquire 80% of the shares. What was the difference between that and $2 million to acquire New Morning Entertainment? It was too much of a bully. Wang Yulong didn't even want to say a single word to this kind of little person. Even in the past, when he was still just the young master of dragon shipping, he wouldn't even put the other party in his eyes. Let alone now. Pa 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 pa. Reaching out and slapping the other party's face, he said coldly, "I'm not discussing with you. I'm just informing you. Sign it. You still have 2 million. If you don't, then I'm sorry. Not only is the 2 million not there, but you'll be in jail for the rest of your life. I don't need to list all the things you've done, do I? Sign now. Take the money and leave the country. You only have 1 day. By this time tomorrow, if you're still in the country, then I'm sorry. I can only ask you to go in for labor reform." If it wasn't for Chen Yun, he wouldn't have even made the trip over personally. Mr. Zhang's face was ashen when he heard the almost threatening words. He did not doubt, in the slightest, Wang Yulong's words. "Mr. Wang, 2 million is too little. Can you add more? You also know the value of New Morning. I'm not greedy. 10 million I'll sign immediately." Sap. Wang Yulong directly slapped the person dumbfounded. "Talking to you properly, you haggle right. Change the contract to 1 million. If he says one more word of nonsense, directly change it to $1. Give face to face. 0074 You have 1 day to escape. That is, this is the country. Put abroad." He is too lazy to speak. How could Mr. Zhang dare to say more? "Sign. I'll sign. 2 million is 2 million. Facing the Global Group, he didn't even dare to have the thought of resisting. Get lost. Remember, you only have 1 day to run away. Mr. Zhang didn't dare to make too many stops. Directly picking up his cell phone and buggering off, booking flights, informing his family to pack their luggage. It could be said that it was a breath of fresh air. On the side of Chen Yun see Wang Yulong so thunderous, looked dumbfounded. Just, so the New Morning Entertainment acquisition law? Before and after less than 5 minutes. 2 million? What is the difference between this and open robbery? Of course, not to sympathize, just lament the cruelty of reality. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Shrimp can only eat the same kind. Miss Chen, now New Morning Entertainment has been merged into Universal Entertainment, so you are now an artist under Universal Entertainment. We will build you into a global superstar. At that time we will equip you with a professional agent, as well as assistants. What other people have, you also have. What other people don't have, you will also have. If you have any requests, you can mention them to the company. Even if you want to go to Hollywood to make a movie, it's not a problem. If possible, return to Magic City as soon as possible." Sister Hong, who was standing next to her at a loss for words, heard this and her eyes reddened with envy. This is a leap to become a phoenix. Yun, Sister Hong is wrong. Please forgive me. What happened in the past? It's all because Mr. Zhang forced me. I also have no choice. Please, let me stay by your side. Okay, I know I'm wrong. Chen Yun ignored Sister Hong who was kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. Instead, she said to Wang Yulong. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Then I will go back and pack up my things later. And I will go to the Magic City headquarters. No problem. The company will have a special plane to pick you up, as well as, your assistant as well as your agent are already waiting for you downstairs. After Chen Yunyun left, Wang Yulong squinted at Sister Hong on the ground. Throw this trash out of the company, as well as, send the video of her having an affair with Mr. Zhang to her family and her man. Sister Hong's face instantly turned white. If this was known by her husband, with the other party's violent temper, he would probably dismantle himself if he cuckolded the other party. Please don't do this. Let me do anything, please. Rolling and crawling holding Wang Yulong's calf. She is really afraid. But who is Wang Yulong? Did not reward her 2 slaps. Is considered to be dirty their hands. A foot will kick it away. Turn around and leave. Chen Yunyun had just left the company and was greeted by 6 women. Hello, you're Chen Yunyun. I'm the agent the company arranged for you. Just call me Xiao Chang. They're all your assistants. Hello Sister Ching. I want to go back to pack up my things first, and then return the house. Before going to Magic City, you guys are, together, we are your brokers as well as assistants. Of course we are following you. At the same time, Dragon Tang Ocean Transportation. After Wang Tang received the news from Hangzhou, the order from above the group followed closely. You can make a move on Tianhong Real Estate, the stock and the news in hand together, as well as notify the bank side to pressure him together as well. The secretary nodded and left. Leaving the office chair, he came to the floor-to-ceiling window, stood with his hands on his head, looking at the distant scenery, with the grandeur of a view of the mountains. Is this the feeling of having a mountain to lean on? In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. After all, Tianhong Real Estate was not small. It was 1/2 of the former Dragon Marine, but now it is different. And the center of the vortex Song Tianhong is now thinking how to retaliate back. Wang Yulong had beaten himself into the hospital in front of so many people. This face must be recovered. However, without waiting for him to implement his plan, Tianhong Real Estate is in critical condition. The internet is full of negative news about it, as if it suddenly appeared, and suddenly became well known. A large number of projects were called off. What safety hazards? Cutting corners? Unqualified. Anyway, real estate fatal elements. Tianhong Real Estate body did not let go of one. All stained. Tianhong Real Estate headquarters. Song Jiangbo looked at his company's stock with a gloomy face, and a series of things online. No, this is someone wants to engage themselves. Did not wait for him to find a relationship. The bank a phone call over. The reason is very simple. Return money. As we all know, real estate companies do not owe the bank money, do not deserve to be called real estate. Have no choice but to find a relationship to borrow money. Not over. That is finished. Over. That may be behind. Do not know what storms are waiting for them. A phone call after a phone call. However, the reality is still too cruel. Walls fall down. Those who used to be called by the brother, now either the phone cannot be reached, or no one answered, or all kinds of reasons to put off. There are even straight words. Let him wait for death. This could make him angry. Bang! Damn! One by one. Before nothing, all kinds of ass-kissing. Now when something happens, it's like meeting the plague, avoiding me. Tianhong Real Estate suffered. The crowd gathered around to see if they could have a mouthful of soup, and in the meantime, they fell on the well. Instead, Su Lin Tian had nothing to do and brought Butler Long to Jiangchang, the entrance of the first middle school. Looking up at this campus full of youthfulness, Su Lin Tian recalled his high school days, remembering the running under the setting sun. That was his lost youth. Lifting his feet, he walked towards the security room. Master Security, I went out and forgot to wear my school uniform. Can you let me in? Butler Long handed over the 2 huazi in his hand, putting the security master in a complete daze. He looked at Su Lindian, who had just gotten down from the Rolls-Royce. Looks quite young, like a student, and looked at the 2 huazi on the table. Why is there a familiar feeling? You said you are a student. Then who is he? The security master pointed at Butler Long and asked, Hey, isn't this the one who was called by the teacher as a parent? He is my parent. After hearing this, the security master stroked his chin and muttered, Well, this reason should make sense. Then looked up at Su Lintian. Go in. Remember to wear your school uniform next time. Saying that, he put the huazi away. The other party is just a student. What kind of bad intentions can he have? It can't come to school in a Rolls-Royce to steal something. It doesn't look like a bad person. Su Lintian brought the dragon butler. Walking on the campus path, looking at the basketball court, waving sweaty students, remembering his own high school, shooting a 3-point shot. Was the other side of the pants off the scene? His soul felt a bit stormed. Walk into the school building, come up to the 7th floor, and walk towards the 3rd class of the senior year. Classes hadn't ended yet at this point. and the hallways were quiet, with the sound of the teacher's lectures coming and going. Wait, what's with the interspersed grunts? 0075 I won't make it difficult for you. Su Lintao was not knowing what he was writing. Then as soon as he raised his head, he was attracted by the figure outside the window. Looking over, he saw that when he saw that Su Lintian was looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately froze. This, kind of can't believe it, thought he didn't wake up. His big brother's day-to-day life, how could he appear here? Rubbed his eyes, seriously fixed his eyes to take a look. Big brother? Su Lintao exclaimed, interrupting the lecturer, and then many students had sideways glances. Even Yisini looked at him curiously. Su Lintao said something in Butler Long's ear, only to see Butler Long wave to the teacher on the podium. Only then did the other party realize that the other party was Su Lintao's brother. Su Lintao come out for a moment, then Su Lintao came to the corridor with a happy face. Brother, when did you come back to Jiangcheng? Is there something going on? Su Lintao nodded, then looked at Yisini, who was curiously looking this way. When the four eyes looked at each other, Yisini hurriedly turned her head, having the nervousness of meeting her parents. Good eye, Su Lintian said to himself, then smiled and said to his brother, I let you guess, there's really something. Go outside with me and talk about you. Su Lintao immediately expressed confusion. Something about himself? What matter did he have that he had to make this big brother of his come on a personal trip? Although puzzled, he still followed out. Walking out of the school entrance, after the security master saw Su Lintao, he said smilingly, Young master, is this something to go out? Su Lintian looked meaningfully at the somewhat embarrassed Su Lintao. My car often goes in and out of the school gates, and after a while, I became familiar with it. The three of them got into the Rolls-Royce and returned to the villa. Looking at the environment here, Su Lintao was a little less satisfied. To him, this villa was a little too small, but thinking about what this place is, he also let it go. After drinking a mouthful of tea served by the maid, he said, You don't need to take the college entrance exam. When the year is over, I will arrange for you to study abroad, and I will go out to live outside at that time. Domestically I'm coy, abroad I'm a heavy-handed chicken. Su Lintao was obviously stunned and frozen by this. Not taking the college entrance exam? For him there is a little regret, but it's not a big deal. Don't take the test. Just, seeing his face a little tangled, how could Su Lintian not know what he was thinking? He came to Jiangcheng to settle his brother's marriage. It was just the right time to meet the Yi family. Don't worry, your little girlfriend can also go with you. However, it depends on whether she is willing or not. You're not too old. You're already an adult. It's time to start a family for our Su family. Su Lintao was a little embarrassed by what he said. He is just now turning 18. He wants to start a branch for the Su family. Would it be a little too hasty? What? You don't want to grow my Su family? You have to know. I manage so many industries by myself, but it's very tiring. You have to understand brother's pain of doing this. You give birth to a few more. When you grow up, you can also burden my pressure. Su Lintao was originally quite touched, but the more he heard, the more wrong. What do you mean by growing up and burdening the pressure? This is 20 or 30 years later, right? Brother, are you thinking too far ahead? Or else I'll study abroad, follow you around to learn, and then help you? When Su Lintian heard this, he was not happy on the spot. I said that to let you help me? I was asking you to have a baby earlier, preferably one a year. Well, I have to work hard myself. No, Yun, this little ninny, can't let her go. It seems that after the new year, I have to let her get pregnant. Sap, a slap on the head of Su Lintao. Hey, how can you not understand the good words? Okay, don't say anything. 2 days later, go with me to the Yi family, go to propose marriage to you. Originally this matter should be by mom and dad out of the door, but they are traveling abroad, so I will take over for them. Butler Long, let the group side speed up a bit. 2 days later, I still have to take Tianhan real estate as a bride price. Right, I remember you said that her grandfather likes paintings and calligraphy, right? This way, have someone go to the museum to get a few more. Su Lintao listened to what his big brother said with an expressionless face, already numb. Still going to the museum to get them? Although he didn't know how powerful his big brother was, he still couldn't help but remind him. Brother, going to the museum to get them again? It's already martial law over there, right? It shouldn't be good to get it. When Su Lintian heard it, it felt very reasonable, but on second thought, it's not right. It's not like it has to be in the same museum. Well, you have a point. In this case, Butler Long, let's forget about the meter country and go to the eagle country. Understood, young master, I'll inform down. Su Lintao returned to his class, then sat dumbfounded in his seat under the curious gazes of the crowd. Thinking back to the words his big brother had said, it was still a bit of an unbelievable feeling. School was dismissed at noon. Senny, let's go eat first. so I won't bother you two on your date. Yeah, be careful and take safety measures. Bye. Looking at her roommate's flirting voice, Yi Sinny blushed and glared at a few people. After waiting for all the people to leave, she came to sit beside Su Lintao and asked with apprehension, Lintao, who was that just now? Su Lintao looked up at the girl in front of him and suddenly asked, Xiao Xin, if I let you study abroad with me after the year, are you willing to join me? Yi Sinny first froze, then looked at his eyes and said seriously, I'm already your person. I'll go wherever you go. As the old ancestors said, marrying a chicken follows the chicken, marrying a dog follows the dog. In this life, I only recognize you. Obviously she was a very traditional girl. Su Lintao was touched and hugged her into his arms. Yi Sinny didn't struggle, but enjoyed his warmth. Thank you. Just now that person is my brother. My own brother, Xiao Xin. In 2 days my brother will bring me to your family to propose marriage. After the new year, we will go abroad. Okay. Propose marriage? Really? But will it be a bit too fast? But I'll listen to you. Whatever you say. A look of shock filled her face, which was then replaced by a happy smile. Aha, of course it's true. By then, you'll be my fiancé. By the way, why don't you ask me if I'll still go if you don't study abroad with me? Who knows? Yi Sinny looked up at him. Fool, I won't make it difficult for you. Magic City. Song Jianghua seemed to have aged 10 years at this moment. The office was filled with smoke. He had just called Yi Zhonghua for help, but was decisively rejected by the other party. This result, in his expectation, to make this phone call, but also just take a chance. It was only now that he realized who his enemy was. What he never expected was that at first, he thought it was the Wang family that moved, but in the end, he realized that it was the global group that wanted to take him on. If it was the Wang family, he still thought that he could still resist a bit, but the universal group, a sense of powerlessness surged to his heart. He wanted to break his head, could not understand. Global group, this is why. Said to look at his own this 3 melon 2 jujube. He did not quite believe. Just at this moment, the cell phone placed on the table rang. Looking at the incoming display, Wang Tong, previously cooperated with Dragon Marine, so has always saved the other party's phone, just the other party at this time to call themselves. What is the meaning? Straightened his body, picked up. Hello Mr. Wang, calling me at this time? I don't know what instruction. On the other side of the phone, Wang Tang didn't want to waste any time. Su Lintian had come down with an order to take down Tianhong real estate within 2 days, so straight to the point. Instruction dare not. I think you should know. Who is going to move you? I came to tell you, do not make unnecessary resistance. Your good son fought the thoughts that should not have. Our boss is very angry. Song Jianghua was shocked, got up from his chair. His forehead unconsciously started to break out in cold sweat, but there was one thing he didn't quite understand. What kind of son he had. He knew, but if he had messed with that person, he really didn't quite believe it. After all, one is in the sky, one is on the ground. Please also ask Mr. Wang to speak clearly. How can my uncontested son? Oh, forget it, let you die in understanding. The conflict of your annual meeting. Chen Yun, she is our boss's girlfriend. Your son even dared to hit her idea. Courage is commendable. Hearing this, the anger in Song Jianghua's heart could no longer be suppressed. So it turns out, all the trouble was caused by his own son. Damn it, had I known this, I should have shot him on the wall in the first place. Bastard, what did you say? Wang Tang's face instantly became incredibly gloomy, and his tone was much colder. Seeing that he had lost some of his temper, Song Jianghua hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I was scolding my damn son. So you see, what would it take to calm that person's anger? Please also ask Mr. Wang to point out a clear path. My little brother is grateful. Humph, that son of yours does deserve to die. Yes, I shouldn't have let him be born in the first place. In this case, I will let him leave the country tomorrow and pretend that I don't have him as my son. His words made Wang Tang greatly surprised. It was said that a tiger's venom does not eat its son. Now it seems that it is not the case, but the things that Song Tianhong did, in his place, he would probably choose the same way. Moreover, Song Jianghua was still young. Opening another small number was just that. In that case, he had to look high on Song Jianghua. Not bad, you have this realization. Also do not presume that I play this groundwords. Tianhong real estate in addition to the shares in your hands, the other are in my hands. Originally I want to buy 60% of your hands with 8 billion, but see you so sincere on the part of 8600 million will be your hands on the shares sold to me. You have 1 day time to think about it. 6 billion. 60% of a company with a market capitalization of over $70 billion. Song Jianghua's anger towards Song Tianhong intensified a few more points. Itching to go back and get the other party killed right now. Gritting his teeth, he finally agreed. no need to consider. I agree. Being able to take $8.6 billion and walk away in one piece. He didn't ask for anything anymore. Mr. Wang can send someone over in the afternoon. Noon? He had to beat his son at noon. He didn't have time. 00760 So serious? You want me to go abroad and hide? Wang Tong begged for this. At this time, lying at home, Song Tianhong, who had just finished the exercise, took out a cigar and lit it, and inhaled it comfortably. Smoke filled his face. His expression was recalling the pleasure he had just felt, completely unaware that this time was his last sexual bliss. Young master, master found out. Won't beat me, slave is so scared. Young master, look how fast my heart is beating. He, how could it be? My father, he loves me the most. It's fine, there is young master. Young master will protect you. Just then, Song Jianghua, who had just rushed home, angrily asked the housemaid, where is the young master? The maid shrunk her head and said tremblingly, young master is upstairs. It was the first time she had seen Song Jianghua get so angry, and she didn't dare to say one more word of nonsense, fearing that the other party would spread the fire on herself. Song Jianghua looked left and right, trying to find something to take advantage of, the best to pick up a small vase. Stump. Enduring his anger, he ran upstairs. The two people in the room are still in the middle of their relationship, unaware that danger is coming. Bang! The door of the room was kicked out, and I don't know if it was a quality problem or if Song Jianghua was fierce. The room door directly detached from the doorframe and flew into the room. Song Tianhong heard a loud bang and then saw the door to his room fly in. Looking at the door on the floor, he trembled and swallowed, then turned his head to see his dad, holding a vase in his hand, with no expression visible on his face. He understood that before the volcano erupted, it was quiet. Trembling voice, cannot help but want to jump out of the window to escape. But think about it, this is the second floor, and finally gave up this idea. In his heart, he kept comforting himself, don't be afraid, at most, he will be beaten. I am his son, I can't beat myself to death. Thinking this way, his heart is much more at ease. When the maid in the room saw Song Jianghua, she didn't know what she was thinking, but she even said bluntly, Master, the young master and I are true love. This was an opportunity that would allow her to fly to the branches and become a phoenix. As long as she gained Song Jianghua's approval, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Dad, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Song Jianghua had already been overwhelmed by anger. He didn't care what he said. He took the vase and kicked Song Tianhong to the ground. Song Tianhong didn't dare to resist at all. He could only endure silently. As long as he let his dad hit him twice to take out his anger, he should be fine. The maid saw Song Jianghua move for real, panicked and ran out with the clothes. The phoenix, of course, flies separately in great trouble. Dad, I was wrong, really wrong, never dare again. However, what made him dumbfounded was that he only saw a vase smash toward his head. Bang! He was hit solidly, and a hot stream flowed down from his head, covering his eyes, and his head was a little dizzy. How? So many stars. Bang! Fell to the ground and fainted. Song Jianghua saw that he fainted and threw away the pieces of the vase in his hand. Started to sell the family property. In the afternoon, Tianhong Real Estate completely changed ownership. When Song Tianhong woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lying on the hospital bed, his head was bandaged white. Looking at the expressionless Song Jianghua next to him, he suddenly felt that his father had become a stranger. Tomorrow morning I will send you out of the country. Be good. After saying that, he left the hospital without looking back. Song Tianhong didn't dare to say anything or ask, because this time things were a bit serious. But he couldn't figure out what trouble he had gotten himself into. So serious? And also let himself go abroad to hide. 0077 The people are all here. We can send you on your way. Early the next morning, a plane to the United States took off from Magic City. Song Tianhong sat in the economy class with some apprehension. His mind was a little dizzy, not understanding why it was not first class, but there was no point in thinking about this now. The problem now was that the economy class was even so, but there wasn't even a bodyguard around. What in the world happened? Not even a bodyguard for me. With a bitter face, Beware muttered. However, what he didn't know was that he didn't even have a penny left in all his cards now. The airplane landed at an airport in New York, a country of rice. Song Tianhong looked at this international metropolis. His heart couldn't mention half a ripple. He now only wanted to hurry up and find a way to go back to his country. He always felt that he would not be safe staying abroad. After leaving the airport, he came to a nearby hotel, a presidential suite. Taking out his old bank card, he said with great bravado, "Hello sir, how long do you need to stay?" The front desk was also very polite and smiled. After all, their presidential suite here wasn't cheap, and it was close to the airport. 48,888 a night. It was simply a child's play. Song Tianhong didn't even ask about the price. Open for a month first. The receptionist was happy. Rich second generation reaching out to take his bank card, but also left no trace of touching Song Tianhong's hand. The silky skin, looking at the body wrapped by the uniform, the big ocean horse. A current passed through his body, making him shaken, and instantly smiled and apoplectic up. Who knows, did not wait for him to be happy for a minute, just now also smiling front desk attendant. At this moment some upset. At this moment, the heart secretly cursed, and at the same time also despised Song Tianhong. Fark, no money but also to come here to pretend, completely waste their expression. Thinking of his actions just now, it was as hard as touching a pile of. Sorry, you don't have enough balance on this card. Song Tianhong froze, then changed another one. No surprise, still insufficient balance. The third, the fourth, even the credit card was taken out. The result was still the same result. His face was a little embarrassed. At the same time there was an inexplicable tension in his heart. What if he had no money? It suddenly occurred to me that I have to leave New York tomorrow for something, so let's stay for one night first. The front desk, although very upset, still changed it for him. Then, only to see her look up, a cold expression on her face. She wondered if the other person was here to trick her. Sorry, it's still the same. Song Tianhong clearly felt the other party's somewhat impatient tone, but still said stiffly, why don't you change the regular suite and see? A few moments later, the receptionist gritted his teeth and said, same, I say, are you here to tease me? Song Tianhong was instantly anxious, hastily waving his hands. No, how could it be? Can you guys scan and pay here? With that, he picked up his own cell phone, then opened it and froze on the spot for a moment. No money on the cell phone either? Where is his own money? Finished, this thought surfaced in his mind, looked up at the front desk attendant. His face was a little unnatural, said, a little something to leave for a while, come back later, grabbed his things, lowered his head, and quickly left the hotel. No money, but also came to pretend what pussy, but also the presidential suite, but also first a month, the receptionist's self-talk. He heard, and angry, but now cannot care about the face. His money is gone, have to hurry to contact his father. However, the number had expired. At this moment, he felt that the sky had fallen, contacted his followers again, the same result. Night, muddled, he was walking on the road. A motorcycle stopped in front of him. Sitting on the motorcycle were two old blacks. Seeing the cell phone held in Song Tianhong's hand, immediately his eyes glowed, quickly got off and took out a pistol. Seeing the weapon in the other party's hand, he panicked and tried to resist, but it was of little use. A kick was kicked to the ground, and the cell phone was snatched away. Looking at the motorcycle that went away, Song Tianhong, who was sitting on the ground, suffocated and almost cried out, Young Song? A voice full of shock and doubt came from the ear. Song Tianhong looked up. Looking at the person in front of him, a wave of hope surged in his heart. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? This person was none other than New Morning Entertainment's general manager Zhang. It was just that at this moment, he was not as brilliant as he used to be. The two could be said to hate each other, but 5 minutes later, the two were both desperate. It seems that your father is trying to throw you out to fend for yourself. I'm the same as you. Offended the global group. You're better. Just arrived. I'm miserable. 2 here 2 days. Just arrived on the first day was hunted down. All the finances were swindled. Looking for Fobler is useless. Not only is it useless, they also detained my wife and daughter, saying that we are stowaways. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been arrested by now, but I suspect they let me go on purpose, because, in the morning, I was chased. Again dog days, again, quickly go. Without waiting for him to finish, his face suddenly changed. Pulling up Song Tianhong turned and ran, only to see a black Ford coming towards their side. Inside the car window, a man is looking at the two with a fierce smile, the MP5 in his hand, as if it is like the god of death's life-threatening scythe. People are all here, can send you on your way. It didn't matter if there was anyone on the road. The MOP5 in his hand opened fire all of a sudden. Bullets were like a fiery snake. The bullets were like a fiery snake, wrapping around the two people in front. Song Tianhong's face was terrified at the moment. He really couldn't understand why his father had abandoned him. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to get an answer in his life. Plop. The bullet entered the two men's bodies unstoppably. Blood splattered. The two men instantly collapsed on the ground, twitching twice, and then lost their breath. Ford stopped. Will carry the body on the car? Good people do in the end. Send Buddha to the west. Tube kill that tube buried. Far away in Jiangchengsu Lintian. After hearing the news, there is no expression on his face. 2 damned people only. Let the other side live for half a day more. Already he is extraordinarily open to grace. At the same time, Eagle Country. The museum was in chaos. The museum owner was even more furious. You bunch of losers. Losers, do you know how many things are missing this time? 8 pieces. 8 whole pieces. Ah, damn it, you bunch of damn it. Check for me. If you can't find out who it is, all of you give over to roll to jail. The pavilion master looked at the several executives in front of him, as well as the staff on duty, and shouted in hysterical rage. However, nothing was found, not even knowing who stole it. The security system was simply like a sham. The one who had this handiwork was of course the Darknet under Su Lintian's command, which could be described as full of talent. By the time Su Lintian got the stuff, it was already the next day. Jiancheng Villa. Su Lintian looked at the 8 pieces in front of him, very satisfied, taking his own things, not burdened in the slightest. 8 pieces more? Not much at all. 0078 going to the door to propose marriage. Su Lintao just came back from school. As soon as he entered the door, he saw what his big brother had in front of him and sucked in his breath. So much? Brother, this will be okay, right? This is if the other side to find out what traces. Domestic they have no way to do anything, but once out of the country is different. It's okay, what can happen? I just get back what belongs to us. They dare to say anything. Don't worry, they can't check on us, even if they do. How about, okay, talk about tomorrow. Su Lintao swallowed his saliva. Since his own big brother said it's fine, then there is definitely no problem. There is no problem. Tomorrow the things that should be prepared are ready. Xiao Xian also went back to talk to their family about this matter. Okay, tomorrow brother take you to propose marriage. 8 paintings, plus the Tianhong real estate with a market value of $100 billion, plus some world-class treasures. This bride price, it should be enough. Yes, the current market value of Tianhong real estate is not 70 billion, but the whole 100 billion, to make up a whole number. At the same time, at this moment, the Yi family, a large family, with a shocked face, looked at Yi Sini, and embarrassed the other party, lowering his head, his cheeks flushed, especially Yi Zhonghua, looking at his precious daughter with an unbelievable face, recalling what she had just said. Su Lintao is coming tomorrow to propose marriage? How could he stand this? How could he not be shocked and even a little angry? But in the last thought, his daughter seemed to have lost her body to the other party. Even if he is angry again, there is nothing he can do. It is not that he is not satisfied with Su Lintao, but he feels that the two of them are still young, just turned 18. This is not a little too fast. It would affect the two people's studies, right? Even Yi Ziliang was filled with shock. Yi Wenjun looked at his own baby granddaughter. He is very open, just to propose marriage, but not married, even if married, in his view, did not think there is something. This age, in ancient times, the child will play soy sauce. Xiao Xin. You can think carefully, this is not a joke. No, Dad, how can we let her fool around with this? And Xiaoxin, she's only in her 3rd year of high school. It's the critical stage of sprinting for the college entrance exam. I'm not dissatisfied with Su Lintao. I just want to wait until the college entrance exam is over before it's too late. Yi Zhonghua reminded. Humph, do I still need you to remind me of this? I don't have Alzheimer's yet, and I didn't ask for your opinion. Your opinion doesn't matter. Even mine doesn't matter. What matters is Xiao Xian. Let her decide for herself. Yi Sini raised her head, with firm eyes, looked at Yi Wenjun, and said, Grandpa, I've already thought about it. I'm not married to Lin Tao in this life. It's the same sooner or later. Okay, you think good on it. Grandpa support you. I see Lin Tao that boy person is also good. Just why is not the other side of the parents over? But his brother? Perhaps for fear of her grandfather thinking too much. Yi Sini hurriedly explained. They have something abroad. They can't leave for a while. So his brother came. Alright, all of you go and get ready. Wait for the other party to come over tomorrow to propose marriage. Zhonghua stays. The rest of you disperse. Yi Wenjun waved his hand and sent the others away, obviously having something to talk to Yi Zhonghua about. After the others left, Yi Zhonghua couldn't wait to say, Dad, how can you let Xiao Xian fool around? What? You're not satisfied with the Lin Tao kid? That's not true. It's just, alright, letting you stay wasn't for you to talk about this. What's the situation with the Su family? He was very sure that his son must have checked the other party's background, and staying the other party was also to understand the Su family through his mouth. After all, this was going to be in-laws, and he still knew nothing about it. This is a bit unjustifiable. Seeing his father asking about the Su family's background, Yi Zhonghua put away his expression and said with a grave expression, It's very uncomplicated. Dad, you should have heard of the Universal Group, right? Elder Yi nodded his head. This group, even if he couldn't leave his house without hearing about it, it was evident that the other party was not ordinary. The existence of a global giant in general. Could it be that the Su family was a shareholder of this group? Don't give me a hard time. Hurry up and tell me what you know. Is it possible that the other party is still a shareholder of the global group? Shareholders? Then you're underestimating the Su family. Su Lintao's brother is the helmsman of this group? This is still the news I got from the darknet, but that's all. The rest can't be checked at all. When he learned this news at that time, it scared him a lot. It looked like a simple and honest boy. He didn't expect to have such a horrible background. In that case, it's still us who are high on the list. Dad, how can you say that? If money is concerned, it's true. Yi clan is nothing in front of the other party. But this world isn't just about who has more money. How could Yu Wenju not know what his son meant by what he said? But was it really like what they saw? In response, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Alright, I know. Go prepare. And also, call Weigwa back tomorrow. Got it. I'll inform him later. Yi Weigwa was Yi Sini's second uncle, and also the director of Jiancheng Education Bureau. The next morning, when Su Lintao got up, he found many more people in the villa. The maids were twice as many. It was thought to be his big brother's handiwork. After all, there were quite a few maids in the Magic City manor. Brother, when are we leaving? Sitting on his butt at the breakfast table, he picked up the breakfast on the table and ate it. Su Lindian picked up the hot milk and took a sip, saying, go over again at noon. What? In a hurry? That's not true. A little nervous, Su Lintao awkwardly touched his nose, although he had met the Yi family before, but this time was different. Hey, what are you nervous about with me? Afraid that the Yi family will eat you up? That's not true. It's just that from Xiao Xian's mouth. The Yi family is not simple. His father is the chairman of the Yi group. That's a big group with a market value of more than $1,800 billion, and the old man Yi retired from a high position. I heard that she also has a second uncle, is the director of Education Bureau in Jiancheng. The elder brother is still a soldier. The rank is not low. Brother, you say, will they disagree with this marriage? Su Lintian was a little stunned for a moment, but it was understandable. Generally, like the Yi family, such a family history change, a handful of people really may not agree. For Su Lintao would ask this. He could also understand. After all, this younger brother of his knew nothing about him. Forget it. Let you know something first. Otherwise, when you will go to the Yi family, give you the whole not confident. The Universal Group know, right? No. How could I not know? It's a super giant. That's your brother's. What? Brother? Are you kidding? The Universal Group is yours? He was shocked. His heart flooded with shocking waves. Jumping up from his chair, looking at the smiling Su Lindian with a face full of unbelief. At this moment, the mood, can't say the complexity, from the magic capital back, he knew that his big brother is very rich, very interesting, but what he didn't expect is to be rich to such a degree. Rich to rival the country. Okay, don't be so shocked. Sit down. It's not just a Universal Group. When I was in Mordor, I told you, we don't mess with things, but we are not afraid of things either. There are some things that are not suitable to tell you now. When you go abroad you will know, but I have to remind you, after you leave the country, what you know and what you see, all must not be spread out, including mom and dad as well as Yi Sini. Not letting her know is protecting her. Don't think about it too much. When the time comes you'll understand why I'm doing this. Seeing his serious face, Su Lintao nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. At the same time, there was some curiosity in his heart. What made his big brother so serious? Noon. A Rolls-Royce and 5 Range Rovers drove out of the villa area and headed towards the Yi family. Half an hour later, the fleet stopped at the entrance of the Yi family. Mr. and Mrs. Yi Zhongguas were waiting at the door, only to see that Yi Zhonggua didn't seem to be in a good mood. Like the flower he had worked so hard to plant was suddenly picked, and it was still the kind of thing that was taken away with the vase. Beside him stood Yi Sini with a happy smile on her face. Long Butler was the first to step out of the car. How quickly opened the door to go out. Su Lintao and Su Lintian walked down together. Su Lintian looked up and looked at the Yi family in front of him. The style of the Su-style garden. Don't say. He kinda liked it. Although Yi Zhonggua was a bit reluctant, he still greeted him with a smile. Welcome, 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 Lintao boy. There are 2 brushes. Not drunk today. Su Lintao smiled awkwardly, pretending he couldn't understand anymore, and hurriedly explained to the other party. Uncle, let me introduce to you. This is my brother, Su Lintian. Brother? This is Xiao Xian's father, Yi Zhonggua, and Xiao Xian's mother, Tang Yunyun. Su Lintian was slightly stunned. Tang Yunyun? With the same name as Chen Yunyun? Only the surname was different. Hello, you are Mr. Su, right? I didn't expect Mr. Su of Global Group to be so young. Truly there are talents coming out of the rivers and mountains. I have admired Mr. Su for a long time. Su Lindian also politely returned a few sentences. It was not unusual for the other party to know his identity. Yi Sini went forward to hold Su Lintao's arm, whispered, Why did you just come on? Looking at the small face close at hand, Su Lintao couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghua glared fiercely at Su Lintao. Killing and killing, ah. This kid, even in front of himself and his own daughter, show love. Alright, let's go inside and talk. The old man is still waiting. Tang Yunyun smiled and reminded. Right. Go inside and say it inside. The 8 maids followed them in with the bride price, while the 8 bodyguards spread out around them. Arriving at the living room, a large family of the Yi family was waiting. It was good that the living room was spacious enough. Yi Wenjun only had 2 sons, one Yi Zhonghua and one Yi Weihua, and the 2 of them had a boy and a girl respectively. Apparently, the Yi family and the Su family were not too far apart. 0079 Yi Ziliang. The Su family may have a background in foreign organizations. After both sides were seated, Yi Elder looked at Su Lintian. His heart was very shocked. To act like this at such a young age, it really was the later waves pushing the former waves. The former waves died on the beach. Yi family's descendants looked at Su Lintian and his group, especially those beautiful maidservants. Dressed in courtesan costumes, they were like fairies descending to the earth. They could only be viewed from afar. Even Elder Yi looked twice more and secretly sighed in his heart. The Su family really knows how to enjoy themselves. When everyone was sighing at the maid, there was only one person, whose eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Waves of shock had already risen in his heart, and he even exclaimed, "It's you!" Yi Ziliang simply couldn't believe that he would see again here the person he had met at the Wild Gate back then, and it was also the other person who had saved his life. Otherwise he would have died long ago. With this cry, Yi Ziliang instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Su Lintao was no exception. Only Su Lintian just revealed a faint smile. Yi Ziliang, of course he recognized. At first it was him who asked Butler Long to save the other party. He just didn't expect that the other party didn't go back to the military region, but stayed at home. However, this is just what he wanted. A low profile will not work, and Su Lintao and Yi Sini's matter. Everything must go well. He does not want to make any trouble in the middle. Butler Long saw the other party looking at himself, just smiled and nodded, considered to respond to the other party. Elder Yi frowned and asked in confusion, "Ziliang, what's wrong? You guys know each other?" The crowd also looked at me and you. Thinking of Yi Ziliang's identity, they couldn't help but wonder. Su Lintian wouldn't be some criminal, right? Even Elder Yi had such thoughts. Yi Ziliang took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally leaned close to his grandfather's ear and whispered, "The middle-aged man standing behind the other party saved me last time in the wild door. Otherwise the last mission, I couldn't come back alive at all." And the Su family should have an offshore organization background. Hearing this news, Yi Wenjun's heart was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and he could not calm down for a long time. The other party has an armed organization in their hands. This was something he did not expect. His face immediately became a bit tangled. If this was the case, then this marriage. At this moment, he became a little hesitant. He didn't want to joke about his granddaughter's marriage. If that was some kind of unlawful organization, then the loss would be more than worth it. And it wasn't any different from pushing his granddaughter into the fire pit. Finally looking up to Su Lintian, he said, "Can we talk alone?" Of course. Su Lintian of course knew what the other party was thinking. Getting up, he turned his head and said to Butler Long, "You guys wait for me here." Yes, young master, an old man and a young man, before and after, entered the study. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding what had happened. What exactly did Yi Ziliang say to the old master to make him change his antics? Yi Sini grabbed Su Lintao's hand, a little nervous, suddenly afraid. Her grandfather did not agree with this marriage. Feeling Yi Sini's abnormality, Su Lintao reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, softly saying, "Don't worry, it's fine." In fact, he was also confused right now, perhaps in order to reassure his own third young master. Butler Long lowered his head and whispered the matter in his ear, while also reminding that it was secret. The meaning was for Su Lintao not to spread it out. "Ziliang, what did you tell Grandpa?" "Secretive." Yi Zhonghua couldn't help himself and asked as he approached his son's side, but Yi Ziliang looked up at Butler Long and finally shook his head, saying nothing. 0080 finalizing the marriage. 20 minutes later, Su Lintian and Yi Wenjun came out from the study. The two men were talking and laughing, and in those 20 minutes, no one knew what they talked about inside, but from the expressions of the two men, both were satisfied. Yi Zhonghua looked at his father, and this Su Lintian who was coming from home for the first time, suspiciously. Looking at the scene of the two men talking, he even wondered if the two men had known each other a long time ago. The two re-entered the living room, and after taking their seats, Su Lintian went straight to the point. "The purpose of my coming here today, I think you all know it, it's for my younger brother, Su Lintao's marriage. I heard that Master Yi likes calligraphy and paintings, so I brought a few back from outside. I hope Master Yi likes them. As soon as the words fell, 8 maidservants came forward with a box in each of their hands, lined up in a row, dressed in courtesan uniforms. They were dignified in appearance. The scene was like an emperor's reward, making the Yi family envious. Yi Wenjun naturally would not refuse. Of course, would not go to recognize the authenticity of these things, just waved his hand for people to accept. After all, one can't let people hold them how they are not. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha. Then old man, I will refuse. Xiao Xin and young Master Su's marriage. They are in love with each other. How can we be cruel to break it up? This marriage is settled. Yi Xini and Su Lintao's 2 faces were joyful. The heart that was hanging in the air could finally be put down. Su Lintian waved his hand, and the long butler behind him hurriedly handed over the document bag in his hand. After receiving the things, with a smile on his face, he looked at Yi Wenjun and said, since this is the case, then the bride price is naturally also less. This is the transfer of Tianhong Real Estate's equity. It is considered as a bride price. After saying that, he placed something on the coffee table and gently pushed it in front of Yi Wenjun. Su Lintian's flat tone, as well as the thing in his hand, caused the audience present to suck in a breath of cold air, wide-eyed and full of disbelief. Taking Tianhong Real Estate as a bride price? Such a large amount of money. Simply unheard of. The Yi family's crowd was all moved, especially Yi Zhonghua, the chairman of the Yi Group. He is too aware of the market value of Tianhong Real Estate today. 100 billion. That is 100 billion not 10 million. The other party did not even blink an eye, just so take out as a bride price. As if it was that insignificant $1,000. How can this not make him shocked? To know, Yi Clan Group is only more than 100 billion. At this moment he does not know what to say. It would be a lie not to be happy. Yi Wenjun waved his hand repeatedly. No no no. This bride price is too expensive. Please take it back. Yi Xini's eyes were moist, looking up at her future husband, marrying her with $100 billion group as a bride price. How could she not be moved? At this moment, she felt like she was the happiest girl in the world. Lin Tao, will this be a little too expensive? Why don't you let big brother him take it back? Even if I don't want a bride price, I will only marry you in this life and in this world. Su Lin Tao reached out and nodded her forehead. What are you saying? Are you not something that money can measure? Don't worry, big brother will take care of it. Seeing this, Yi Xini no longer said anything more. Su Lintian looked at the excited Master Yi. Is 100 billion more? In their eyes, it was indeed an astronomical number, but to him, it was also just a string of numbers. Taking it back, that was definitely impossible. The bride price given by the Su family could not be shabby. Elder Yi, don't push back. A bride price is a bride price. Where is there a take back? Don't you think so? Yi Wenjun saw this and could only silently accept it. He was right. A bride price is a bride price. Okay, this is right. Well, since this marriage has been fixed, then I say to the arrangement of the 2 of them, I intend to after the year, let them go abroad to study. Foreign countries, no matter which school, randomly selected. The college entrance examination is even. How to, by the way, to hold an engagement banquet? No, this is absolutely not possible. How can they not take the college entrance exam? Yi Wenjun had not yet spoken. Yi Zhonghua directly opposed. In his opinion, no college entrance examination. This is absolutely not possible. Dad, Yi Xini shouted. She wanted to be with Su Lintao. The other is not important. The college entrance examination for what? In order to prove oneself? For the future? Anything else is fine, but not this. Yi Wenjun saw this and had to speak out to stop it. Alright, shut up first you. Yi Zhonghua instantly became anxious. Dad, seeing that he still wanted to say, Yi Wenjun glared at the other party. Don't know anything, just talking nonsense here. Only letting his own granddaughter follow the other party can ensure that the 2 have a beginning and an end. What is that place abroad? The paper drunkenness of gold. Tang Yunyun saw that the old man was about to lose his temper, and quickly spoke up. Alright, let's talk. Let's not interfere with our daughter's choices. Su Lintian calmly watched all of this. After he and Yi Wenjun came out of the study, he knew that any decision he made, the other party would not oppose. Yi Wenjun looked at Yi Xini, intending to let her make her own decision. Xiao Xin, this matter, you make your own decision. No matter what choice you make, Grandpa will support you. Yi Xini didn't hesitate in the slightest and said in a firm tone, Grandpa, I want to be with Lin Tao. Okay, Grandpa supports your choice. Just follow him to study abroad after the year. On the side of the first middle school, Weigua, when the time comes, you say hello to the school side. Yi Weigua, this little transparent, seeing his father mentioning himself, hurriedly nodded his head and answered yes. The matter of proposing marriage was resolved. Su Lintian pulled some more family talk with Elder Yi, and then left with his people. Su Lintao also brought Yi Xini back to school. After they left, Yi Zhonghua couldn't help but ask, "Father, how can you let Xiao Xin fool around on her own?" Yi Wenjun didn't answer, but only turned to the rest of the Yi family and said, "Ziliang and Zhonghua stay behind, the rest of you do what you need to do." Knowing that a few people had something to talk about, the crowd left. The three of them came to the gazebo. Yi Wenjun picked up the fish bait on the side and sprinkled it out, and the koi carp on the far side of the fish pond quickly wagged their tails and swam over, watching the fish frantically swallowing the bait. Yi Wenjun then turned his head to look at his father and son. "Zhonghua, you're thinking too simply. The Su family is beyond what you and I can imagine. Not to mention, they saved Ziliang's life." Yi Zhonghua froze. The other party saved his son's life? He was a bit puzzled. Yi Wenjun gave Yi Ziliang a look. The other party understood, organized his thoughts, took a deep breath, and said, "Before, when I was on a mission in the wild sect, it was that butler from the Su family just now that saved me. If it wasn't for him, even if I had escaped, I would have bled to death. And, at that time, after I had recuperated from my injuries, they even sent someone to escort me back. Father, the Su family is not as simple as you think." Yi Wenjun raised his head to look at the sky inside. "This is still just one of them. Alright, knowing too much. It's not good for you guys, or for the Yi family. Sometimes, even I doubt, in this world, is there really an existence as the Su family?" Hearing this, the father and son couldn't help but look at each other, and both of them couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts. For the old master's evaluation, it was too shocking. Su Lintian didn't care what they thought. After leaving the Yi family, he directly took a plane back to Magic City. Zhangcheng's side of the matter is resolved. It is time to settle their own affairs, then wait quietly after the year, out of the country, and then is the matter of various research bases. By then there would be nothing left for him in the country. Magic City, Universal Entertainment. Ever since Chun Yun came to Universal Entertainment, with the help of Universal Entertainment, his popularity began to soar, and with his own advantages, he quickly became a domestic superstar. As long as you opened Douyin, the first video would always be about Chen Yun. With such heat, it's hard not to be on fire. Of course, there are many rights and wrongs when people are popular. There were not a few people who were envious and jealous. There are even people who want to dig up her black history, spread rumors, false news, AI video, 3 pieces of the same, and then the crowd found that it seems like this time is not quite the same as the past. Chen Yun didn't have a thing to do, and those people all got themselves into it, and those companies all declared bankruptcy and closed down. This makes Chen Yun's hotness to the next level. Those demons and monsters completely quiet down, letting everyone know that Chen Yun can't be touched. Whoever touches him dies. "Mr. Wang, you're looking for me?" Chen Yun pushed open the door to Wang Yulong's office and went in. The kind of temperament on her body was becoming more and more obvious, less of the childishness from before. The movies she had acted in since entering Universal Entertainment were all costume dramas. Of course, this was specially arranged by Su Lintian, to cultivate that motherly temperament in the other party. Wang Yulong took out a piece of information and said with a smile, "Miss Chen, this is the plan that the company has arranged for you. After the year, prepare to enter Hollywood. There are many scripts on it. The roles are all female lead. You can take a look and pick one at random. By then the company will arrange everything. Familiarize yourself with the script first. After you go over, you can just start shooting." Chen Yun doubtfully took the information and opened it. More than a dozen scripts. All of them were masterpieces. Game of Thrones, Queen of Gold and so on. 0081 version T0 your girlfriend. Very. In the face of the company's arrangements, Chen Yun naturally will not refuse, because she knows that all of this is his arrangement. At first, she is still a little incomprehensible. Why she got the scripts, all of which are ancient. Now she may know. At the same time, her heart rejoiced. Her love for Su Lintian deepened by 1 point. The other party did not dislike herself because of her humble origins. South, Oil City, inside the shopping center, inside a theme restaurant. Chen Tianqi wore the costume of a restaurant waiter and hurriedly ran into the restaurant before punching his card. After clocking in successfully, he looked at the time and was relieved. Luckily, he wasn't late, or else he would be docked his paycheck again. However, there was no time for him to be happy. A cold voice came from behind him. "Chen Tianqi, you are stuck at the clock again. There is no sense of time. 3 consecutive times you didn't come over for the morning meeting. Don't you know that the morning meeting will be held 15 minutes before the start of the shift? You will die if you come over earlier." Chen Tianqi was scolded by the low head. Do not dare to retort. "I'm sorry, manager. I do not mean it. Something at home. So, who knows?" Fat head and ears of the manager. Once heard this, more vigor, a face of contempt. All-day family matters. You have a home. Others do not have a home. You have a family. Others do not have a family. You have a lot of family. I tell you, this is the last time. There is a next time. You go away. Humph. He was relieved to see the manager leave. You're late again. Why are you late every day these days? A girl with 7 points of beauty in her looks walked over with a water quarter, making preparations before business. Chen Tianqi looked at the girl. A smile appeared on his face. No, it's fine. By the way, Minnie, didn't you say you want a watch? This is for you, said, pulled out a small red gift box from his pocket. Oh Milo, a joy, but turned his head to see the simple gift box in his hand. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, reached out to receive the gift box, and then took the water quarters and left. This made Chen Tianqi feel puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. Omni was his girlfriend, and the first time he fell in love, he was obviously somewhat honest and simple. The watch is not cheap, a few $100s. In this city, the average salary of 3,000. His salary is only more than 3,000 a month. A watch, it will take him a quarter of the salary. Woo, the cell phone rang. Is his sister's message? There is also a 30,000 red envelope. His sister had already sent him hundreds of thousands of red envelopes one after another, and had also bought him a Ferrari, as well as a house in the city center. But the red envelope he did not accept, although he knew that his sister was already a superstar, and for this, he was very pleased. But he felt that he had hands and feet, and he would make money himself. No bitter hard feelings. Yes, his sister is Chen Yunyun, and for that, Chen Yunyun is helpless. When he took a break at noon and ate the staff meal, he sat next to Omni and saw that the other party did not wear the watch that he sent. The simple Chen Tianqi didn't say anything and just assumed that the other party was not wanting to wear it right now. However, it was still too simple. Omni looked at a male colleague's watch with an envious face. Brother Mo, this watch of yours is so beautiful. It should be very expensive. Saying that, she reached out and held the other's wrist and looked at it. Chen Tianqi felt that she looked at herself intentionally or unintentionally as she spoke. A meal down. All around the watch, Mo is the bar attendant, specializing in making drinks. Throughout the afternoon, Omni often ran towards the bar and secretly drank the drinks that the other person made for her. The two of them talking and laughing. Chen Tianqi was uncomfortable in his heart, but there are some things that go bad. As expected, the next day, he even saw the other party send a friend circle, which was a photo of Mo taking a picture together. Afternoon, Chen Tianqi took the initiative. Minnie, let's go watch a movie tonight. Okay, Tian, I have something to do in the evening. I may not be able to accompany you to the movies. Good boy. In a couple of days, okay? Accompany you in a couple days. Omni pulled his hand and pampered him. Chen Tianqi looked at her mouth and suddenly felt a little nauseous. Alright then. This result, he guessed, because the other party was going to go to a room with Mo. As for how he knew, Mo told him, even sent him 2 records of the two, and photos, and videos. Mo, Kai, your girlfriend, is very. Yes, this is what the other party said. Chen Tianqi did not get angry, because he cannot sway the thoughts of others. Love of money, it is normal. Sometimes, people need to experience some things, only to grow, only to mature. In his life, the first relationship seems a little ridiculous. He figured out that since there is no bitterness, it is not hard to eat. As soon as he got off work in the evening, he waited at the curb early. Before ending this self-involved relationship, he wanted to make the other party regret it. Don't you like money? I have it now. But sorry, you don't have a chance. As expected, it wasn't long before the two came out arm in arm. There was talking and laughing, and there was a small car of more than 100,000 yuan parked on the side of the road. I don't know what brand. Mo reached out and pinched Omni's chin, with a lewd smile, close to her ear and laughed. Later, I'll let you turn on the faucet. I'll wash it. Nasty. Hurry up. I'm a bit cold. After saying that, she didn't forget to stick into the other's arms and squeeze. This weather is indeed a bit cold. Right at this moment, Chen Tianqi's voice came from behind. The two of them raised their heads, looking for the voice, and then froze. Chen Tianqi? Omni obviously did not expect that her simple boyfriend would be waiting for her here. Ha, surprised? It seems like you are indeed quite busy at night, huh? Don't think too much. Mo is just sending me back. And also, it's impossible for us to break up with you. I just don't want to blow you off, because I know you love me very much. That's why I didn't mention breaking up with you. And, afraid that you cannot accept, do something stupid, since you now know, think you should accept it. So, let's break up. Don't pester me anymore, okay? It's impossible for us. The person I like is Mo. Chen Tianqi was almost laughed out of breath. Good guy. This is the version of T0 on the internet? It was really an eye-opener for him. In a different grumpy one, he probably hit someone with his hands. Your shamelessness is really beyond my imagination. It's an eye-opener for me. Chen Tianqi, who are you saying is shameless? Annoyed is not it. I did the right thing. Did not tell you is right. Ah, you are still stimulated. You boys are like this. Once the breakup cannot be accepted. Deadbeat stalking. It seems that do not talk to you to break up. It is the right thing to do. That is for you to think about it. I see that the shameless one is you. Omni smiled disdainfully, feeling that she had done too right. Otherwise Chen Tianqi would have definitely pestered herself. Put. Chen Tianqi really couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Sorry, your words are a bit funny. I really can't help it. Okay, have fun in your room. Omni was visibly stunned and turned her head to look at Mo, who was watching the whole show, only to see him shrug his shoulders and say indifferently, "Don't you think this is more exciting?" Aha, yuck. Then soon she couldn't laugh anymore, only to see Chen Tianqi walking towards a red Ferrari next to him. The moment he opened the door to go out, she regretted it. Tian, listen to me. It's Mo who forced me. I love you. Ah, I'll listen to you and everything from now on. I'm wrong, please give me a chance. Okay. Wearing high-heeled shoes, she ran to the Ferrari car, a kind of pear blossom with rain, a pathetic appearance. Chen Tianqi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, hooked his hand to her. Omni thought that the other party agreed, happy and almost forgetful, rushed forward. Tian, I knew you love me. Don't worry, I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future. Who knows? Chen Tianqi scoffed at her words, took out his cell phone, then played what she said before. What, don't have a face, don't pester her, and break up. Chen Tianqi recorded all of them. Immediately after that, he clicked on a video, a flirtatious voice that was enough to make a person's dragon head lift. Awesome. 0082 version T0, just swore to be hit by a car. Looking at the two people in the video, Omni froze on the spot, because one was herself and one was Mo. She panicked. She can't break up. Tian, listen to my explanation. I was forced. Ah, I cannot break up with you. Without you, how can I live? Ah. Chen Tianqi looked at Omni with two horizontal tears on her face. Her tone was cold. Get out. After saying that, starting the Ferrari, the roar belonging to a sports car rang out. It was intoxicating. Tian, I know you still love me. Forgive me, okay? I really love you. I swear, if I lie, I'll be hit by a car right now. Said, ran to the middle of the road, needing to use this to blackmail Chen Tianqi and make his heart soft. Then she could marry into luxury and fly up to the branch as a phoenix. Bang. A van drove by. Omni was already gone, knocked out several meters away. The van driver looked at the blood on the windshield, dumbfounded. Thinking back to the previous minute, he was still listening to the DJ and singing, when suddenly a figure jumped out, and then there was no more. As if he saw something flying out. Not only was the driver dumbfounded, even Chen Tianqi on the Ferrari froze in fear. Mo even drove directly to run away. This is not his business. Hurry to slip. Don't be wrapped up in things. Chen Tianqi did not go, because there is nothing to go, and will certainly be invited to drink tea. Sitting in the car, he waited for a minute before calling an ambulance and notifying Uncle Hat. The truck driver came down from the car with a pale face. Handsome, you saw it. It's not my business. Ah, it's her own sudden jump to the middle of the road. Don't worry, it's fine. There's surveillance. Soon, everyone was taken away. Checked the surveillance, and then the truck driver recorded a statement. Finished and left. After all, this matter he is not responsible. 10 o'clock at night. Chen Tianqi said what he should say. However, he still couldn't leave. When can I leave? He waited a bit, unable to sit still. His parents are still at home waiting for him to go back. You can't leave. You're a bit responsible for this. Notify your family to come over. Also, sign here. Chen Tianqi picked up a look. Suddenly angry. Inverted the Big Dipper. Ah, this is. Can't sign. The monitoring you also watched. You want to bend over backwards? Not. Nonsense. Give you 5 minutes to think properly. I hope that when I come back, you truthfully explain. Uncle Hat left and returned to the office. Not a moment later, a red-eyed couple walked in. Big brother, you have to do it for your niece. She was killed on purpose. Alright, why are you guys running here? If the director sees you, how do you want me to explain? This matter is my responsibility for the time being. Don't worry, you guys go back first and wait for my news. And Chen Tianqi looked at the paper on the table. This matter is useless to look for his own parents. Instead, it will make him more worried. He could only look for his own sister. He was only brought back to record a statement now, so it wasn't rigorous. His cell phone was still on him. Magic City. After receiving Chen Tianqi's message, Chen Yunyun didn't dare to hesitate. The first thing that came to mind was Su Lintian. Hurriedly calling Su Lintian over. Yunyun, calling so late. Is there something wrong? Chen Yunyun heard Su Lintian's voice. Couldn't hold back any longer. Red eyes. Voice choked. Lintian. My brother, he was arrested. he was wrongly accused. Hearing her choked voice, Su Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Comforted. Don't be anxious. Say it slowly. Forget it. I'll let someone check it. It's okay. There's me. Wait for my news. Forget it. I'll go over to you. After hanging up the phone, he looked for Long Butler. Young master. Well, find out what Yunyun's brother has committed. The quicker the better. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Butler Long nodded in response. Less than 5 minutes. Everything was clear. Young master, it's just someone who wants to bend over backwards. But don't worry, young master, I've already had someone handle it and will soon be able to release him. It was good that it wasn't a big deal. Otherwise in the country, even he couldn't be unscrupulous. Good, I know. Coming to the garage, he got into the Ferrari Latha and went straight to Chen Yunyun's location. This was the first time he drove a supercar. Well, it wasn't too comfortable. A bit of a pushback. The thing the other party lived in was a small villa. Of course, it wasn't something she bought herself. It was a benefit given by Universal Entertainment. Su Lindian just got down from the car. A delicate body pounced into the arms. A faint fragrance lingered. It's okay, on your brother's side. I've already let people handle it, and will soon be released. Chen Yunyun looked up with red eyes. The teardrops on her eyelashes were crystal clear. Thanks. With Su Lintian's affirmation, she was much more relieved. If there was no Chen Yunyun, there would be no present-day her. Not to mention the other party was still her own brother. Alright, why are you still crying? You've become a little flower cat. No matter what you encounter in the future, don't easily shed tears. Everything has me. Reaching out and wiping the teardrops from the corner of her eyes, she softly said, 0083 Su Lindian repairing locks, extra for major shareholders. The other side, why don't you sign yet? Nothing, why should I sign? Humph, nothing? At the same time, in the director's office, a phone call arrived here. The director reached out and picked it up. Then his face changed and he got up in a hurry. Yes, understand. Promise that I won't wrongly accuse a good person, and will never let a bad person go. Please rest assured. Good, understand. After hanging up the phone, wiped the sweat on his forehead. Damn things, lawlessness. With a sullen face, he walked out of the office. Chen Tianqi sat on the chair with a calm face. No matter what the other party said, he would not sign. Do not believe that the other party still dares to beat people here. Seemingly calm face. In fact, the inner panic of a horse. No matter how, he is just an ordinary person. Honest, encountered this kind of thing, cannot be nervous, but he couldn't show it. Well, since you are so uncooperative with my work, then don't blame me. The other party didn't finish his words, when a gnashing voice came from outside. What? Do you still want to hit someone? The director walked in from outside with an angry face. He could not wait to shoot the other party. Because of this matter, let himself show his face in front of the leaders. Greatly show his face. Even the other party also personally called over to question. Director. Seeing the person who came, the other party was so scared that he hurriedly got up. A coldness in his heart. Finished? How did this matter alarm the director? Finished, completely finished. Bastard. You still know that I'm the director. Why don't you say anything? Isn't it very powerful? Who gave you the authority to do this? Who allowed you to do this? Even after being scolded, the other party didn't dare to move a muscle. The moment the chief came in, he knew that he was going to be skinned. Come on people, strip him of these clothes for me. He doesn't deserve to wear them. Soon, 2 people came in from outside and racked him away. Chen Tianqi was a bit confused the entire time. 5 minutes later, Chen Tianqi finished his tea and came out, looked at his cell phone. It was already 11 o'clock. Thinking about the way the director had just spoken to himself, he felt a bit dreamy even now. Sent a message to his sister, and then numbly drove home. Magic City. Chen Yunyun, who received the message, was relieved. Su Lindian sat on the sofa, watching the TV, swiping his phone from time to time, and looked at Su Lingxuan's live broadcast. Feeling the touch of his arm, he looked down and saw that Chen Yunyun was hugging his arm, not knowing what she was thinking. Reaching out, he flicked the other party's forehead. What are you thinking about? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Well, it has just come out. Lin Tian, thank you. If not for you, I really don't know what to do. On this journey, it was all this man in front of me. Who was in front of him? Who was there for himself to cut through the thorns and thistles? Say what? I'm your man. Who will help you if I don't help you? In the future such words. Say less. Well, I listen to you. It's late. It's not safe to drive. Stay for the night. I just got sweaty in a hurry. I'm going to take a shower. I used to be a bath scrubber for a month. My skills can't be beat. Do you need my help? Humph. Don't. You just know how to bully me. By the way, the bathroom door handle lock is broken. Haven't had time to fix it yet. You can't mess around. After saying that, He turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Su Lintian sat on the sofa, pondering. The lock is broken? Well, Suddenly a bright light in front of his eyes. His thoughts instantly penetrated. The lock is broken, good ah. The lock is broken. 2 minutes later. Get up. 3 minutes later. What are you doing? Get out. Don't think too much. I'm here to fix the lock. There was indeed something wrong with this lock, and it took an hour to fix it. The second half of the night, Su Lintian began to continue repairing it. The entire room was filled with the sound of lock repair. Technical work should not be detailed. See the VCR. The next day at noon, looking at Chen Yunyun by his side, he could only see a smile hanging at the corner of the other party's mouth and his eyelashes fluttering gently. After fixing the locks overnight, the two people's feelings skyrocketed, and they even got tired of each other often. Chen Yunyun also moved to the western suburbs No. 1 Manor. Su Lintian planned to not allow the other party to take on a movie for this period of time and wait until after the year. Chen Yunyun naturally has no opinion. The two were like this, living a daily life without shame. Time passes quietly. The end of the year was approaching. On the 20th day of the year, Su Lingxian returned home. The time spent traveling abroad had far exceeded expectations. 2 days later, Mr. and Mrs. Su Minzhou also returned from abroad. When the two of them saw Chen Yunyun, they were filled with joy and how they looked at her. Both sons now have girlfriends. The thought that it won't be long before they can hold grandchildren. The two were so happy that they couldn't sleep at night. The 28th of the year, Chen Yunyun went back to his hometown. Su Lintao also came from Jiangqing to Magic City. Su Lintian had 2 big heads, because his mom kept urging him to work hard again, strive to let him hold a grandchild next year. Mom, things can't be rushed, and I'm already working hard. Besides, you can go and urge your old brother maybe he'll be faster than me. Hey, your brother is still young. He hasn't even graduated from high school yet. Mom, this is something I have to refute, saying that I'm very old besides, in ancient times, when you were 18 years old, your son would call your father. Moreover, you can also rush Linger. Su Lingxian, who was eating snacks and brushing the video, froze. Good eat melon to eat on me. Stinky brother, see me bite you to death. New Year's Eve, the family came over for a peaceful and stable year. Su Lintian had already planned to wait for 2 days to meet Chen Yunyun's parents, and then he planned to take a large family out of the country. The research-based side was also almost ready. 0084 residents of Right Estate. New Year's Eve, brilliant fireworks, blooming in the air. Inside the manor, a new atmosphere. The ingredients that were flown back from the island base early in the morning. At this moment, it became a gourmet dish. Butler Long, take the people to retire. You guys also go to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. There is no need for people to serve here for the time being. Su Lintian looked at the many servants within the manor and waved his hand for Butler Long to take them and retire. Thank you, young master. Saying this, he led the people to the secondary building. After seeing the people leave, Su Lintian picked up the wine cup and said to Su Shizhou and the others, Come. This is the first year our family has spent in Magic City. Happy New Year. Cheers. Happy New Year. Wish us all the success in our hearts. Cheers. A family of 5, raising their glasses high, happy smiles on their faces. After 3 rounds of wine, Su Lintian's cheeks slightly reddened. After the year, we are going to leave the country and go to live abroad. The mansion over there has not been finalized yet. I want to hear what special requirements you all have for your future home. Each person will mention one, and I will have someone look for it at that time. It would take too long to have someone rebuild it, and it was completely unnecessary. It would just be a matter of buying one at that time and altering it slightly. Hearing this, everyone jumped at the chance to try. These half a year down the line, even Li Jiao's thoughts were fast catching up with the times. Before, she didn't have any requirements for life. After all, at that time, the family can live happily. Children do not worry about food and clothing on the line. As for the other, she did not dare to hope, but now it was different. The family already had a pillar. Everything did not need them to worry as parents. I'll go first. Su Lingxian raised her hand like an elementary school student grabbing an answer. Seeing everyone's gazes attracted, she thought carefully for a moment and said, Older brother, any request will do? Yes, any request will do, but you mustn't be pie in the sky. What with moving the Himalayas over or something? How could it be? I just have a small request. I want to hunt. Since I went to Siberia to hunt, I feel like I'm in love with this hobby. It's fun. I can even shoot and eat delicious food. Think about it and drool. Brother, can I? When Su Lintian heard this, his eyes glowed. This can be had. When the time comes to raise some animals in captivity, it can also give mom and dad the opportunity to practice their marksmanship. Aha! There is something to mess with. This should be easy to fulfill. Okay, promise you. It's my turn. It's my turn. I want the beach. When I'm bored then, I can fish and stuff. Okay, this one isn't hard to fulfill. The 3 days looked to their parents. They were the only ones left who hadn't made a request. Ahem, your mom and I don't have any special requirements. A good environment is fine. When the time comes, it's best to also raise a few pets, so it can also have fun quite a bit. Su Lintian agreed in one bite. Okay, I know. I'll have someone go find it later. The request for a place to stay was settled. After the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone sat together to watch a movie. Su Lintian told Butler Long about all the requirements and asked him to have people look for it abroad. With the Darknet and Universal Group around, that speed, it couldn't be said to be fast. The next afternoon, the place was found, and there was more than one. The family was drinking afternoon tea when Butler Long walked over with a piece of information in his hand. Respectfully said, "Young master, the place has been found. The ones that meet the requirements, globally, are a bit much, but on the Darknet side, based on a series of issues such as security, air, and the size of the place, many were excluded, and now there are 10 places that meet the requirements." Hearing that a place had been found, Su Lingxian's several people immediately came up. The crowd came to the living room and sat on the sofa, receiving the information, while Butler Long projected the place on his cell phone. It was a picture. You guys take a look and see which one you want. 4 pictures in one place, taken from 4 different angles. Su Lintian took Butler Long's cell phone and explained to them while swiping and looking at the information. You guys have seen the pictures. It basically meets your requirements. Close to the sea. The beach is also private. There is also a forest behind it. The whole area covers about 2 square kilometers. It's not small, but it's not very big either. However, the location is in Moxigo, and personally, I don't really recommend going there. Brother, let's look at the others first. However, the Su Miju couple had been stunned. 2 square kilometers, this was still small. Even this manor, it was only over 6,000 square meters. But when they thought about it, that big beach, and the forest was also included. No, it was still big. However, bigger is better. Bigger is more comfortable to live. Then one after another. They looked at it for half an hour before they finally finished it. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, it was Su Lingxian who took the lead. I'll go with the 8th one. That place looks good, and I really want to see what the experience is like to have a 1.3 square kilometers big lake at home. Mom and Dad, what do you guys think? Aha, I think it's good too. It looks like a pretty nice environment, and it's near the ocean. Agreed. Su Lintian saw that several people agreed to choose the 8th one. He naturally wouldn't refute it. Should he also feel that it was good? Most importantly, that place was big enough. A full 6 square kilometers of area. Plus it was near the sea. That is a giant manor. No, look at the scale. Can't say it's a manor anymore. It's simply a palace in general. The address location was in the state of Rita. Me. Okay, then this is the place. Long Butler, is there no problem on the Darknet side? When can we get it done? Young master, there isn't any problem because their governor is a person from the Darknet, and it's not like we paid for it. Butler Long's words shocked him. Someone from the Darknet? This really made him not expect it. Not bad, not bad. Then this place is even more perfect as a place to live. Not bad. Xiao Bei did a good job. Have someone go to our future home and clean it up. What's missing? Fill it up as soon as possible. I'll go there in a couple days. He went of course to fill up the servants and bodyguards. Understood. Young master. When Butler Long left, Su Mianzhou's few people froze. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. As if, all of a sudden, they had become emperors. Especially Su Xizhou. For a moment, he even felt as if he had become the supreme emperor. There was an illusion of floating in the air. That kind of feeling, how can I say it? Can only feel unable to speak. Just very cool. No wonder the seal of the state is so attractive. The feelings of the universal sky. Is not the king's land, the rate of the land. Is not the king's minister is such a feeling. Brother, you this? Su Lin Tao was more worried. If this was known, the consequences would be unimaginable. He suddenly understood why his big brother had said something like that to himself earlier. Su Lintian had wanted to not let his parents as well as Su Lingxian know. After all, the less people knew about something like this, the better. However, about to leave the country, they would only know more. And of course, it was also for them not to think too much. Alright, these things, you guys just know yourselves. I hope you understand. A few people nodded, indicating that they understood. Even Mr. and Mrs. Su Xizhou knew that this matter was serious. Su Xizhou felt the need to say something. What happened today? Just stop it in your stomachs. Do not spread it out, including your own significant others. Don't worry, Dad. We know the lesser of the two. Su Lintao and Su Lingxian assured one another. On the second day of the first month, Chen Yunyun returned to Magic City from Oil City, and Su Lintao also made a trip to the Yi family, as a final goodbye before leaving the country. On the third day of the first year, Su Lintao brought Chen Yunyun to Oil City. It was considered meeting the parents. Rural families. The Chen family was unlike the Su family, with only one only son, Su Sizhou. What with several 7 aunts, uncles and uncles, the caravan came to a small 3-story building. Looking up at the environment of the 4, it is not bad. There is a small river behind the house. Once the door is a big road. It is also considered convenient transportation. Somewhat simple. Don't mind. Afraid that Su Lintao would not be used to staying, Chen Yunyun grabbed his hand and said, reaching out and pinching her small face. He laughed. How could it be? The environment I used to live in was much worse than this. Let's go in. Turning his head, he looked at Butler Long. Butler Long, you just follow. They don't need to follow. The arrival of Su Lintao and the others, the Chen family's people also noticed. Knowing that Su Lintao was coming, they even invited a chef to cook in the courtyard. The courtyard was huge. Stopping 10 cars was no problem, but Su Lintao still had the convoy parked on the side of the road. Big brother, this boyfriend of Xiaoyan seems to be extraordinary. You have to let Xiaoyan grasp it. Hey, let's just say it is. Look. Rolls-Royce. I heard that it costs more than $10 million. How much money does that cost? Big brother, when your family gets rich, you can't forget about our relatives. Let's see, when the time comes, can we let him arrange a better job for our children? We, the elders, don't have to work so hard. Chen Yunyun's father had a stern face, looking at these so-called relatives, and his heart was cold angry. Before his daughter went to university, his family borrowed some money from these so-called relatives. All kinds of reasons come and go, and now he has the face to say this to him. Which kind of relatives? Chen Tianqi stood on the side, listening to the crowd's chatter, frowned. These people's faces, he looked disgusting. Su Lintao walked into the courtyard. The chef was busy. Don't say it. The countryside making a seed is really fragrant. Ha. You are Su Lintao, right? Our family Yunyun often mention you to me. Come in and sit in the house. As soon as Chen Haomin saw Su Lintao enter the courtyard, he hurriedly welcomed him. Chen Yunyun's eyes were wide open. It was the first time she had seen her father in such a state. She had always felt that her dad had a one-track mind in the past, but she never thought that she had seen another side today. Uncle Polite should have come over earlier to visit. Really too many things on hand. Can't go. Looking at her own father bringing Su Lintao into the house, but completely ignoring her as a daughter, Chen Yunyun froze.